Inside the auction hall of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion in Flowing Cloud City, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively as the crowd buzzed with chatter. Hey, did you hear? This time, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion is auctioning off a cultivation technique passed down from the Five Elements Holy Land. Up on the second floor, Lin Yunkai, the eldest young master of the Lin family, sat casually with his legs crossed, swirling a glass of wine with a sinister smirk. The fool who dares to snatch things from me hasn't even been born yet. Right at that moment, all eyes converged on the stage as a graceful, alluring figure stepped out. This woman was none other than Nalan, the chief manager of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Her clear, melodic voice rang out alongside a charming smile. Thank you for your patience, everyone. As soon as she spoke, she gestured toward a book resting inside a box and made a solemn declaration. The treasure auction officially begins now. A high-grade yellow-tier cultivation technique from the Five Elements Holy Land, the mountain-moving art. The starting bid is 300,000 gold coins, and each minimum bid increment must be no less than 10,000 gold coins. A flurry of bids immediately rang out, igniting a storm of frenzy. 350,000. I bid 380,000. 400,000. However, just as the auction was heating up by the minute, Lin Yunkai suddenly sent the entire hall into a state of shock, silencing everyone with a single bid. 3 million gold coins. Are you all a bunch of street beggars out here asking for scraps? Bidding little by little like that? The moment his words dropped, the entire hall erupted into chaos. He raised it by 10 times right off the bat. How is anyone else supposed to play? Yeah, exactly. Not wanting to waste a single second, Nalan immediately moved to close the bid. 3 million gold coins! Are there any other guests who would like to place a higher bid? Suddenly, an arm shot up. The gesture struck like a bolt of lightning, forcing everyone to turn and look. This young man was Bai Yi Fan. Leaning casually against a pillar, his eyes calm yet fiercely provocative, he made a badass declaration. 30 million! I suppose no one else is going to raise the bid, right? The entire space seemed to freeze solid. 30 million, an unimaginable figure. No one could believe their own ears. That amount was enough to buy almost the entirety of Flowing Cloud City. A few seconds later, mocking laughter erupted from all corners. This is a direct slap in the face to young Master Lin. Lin Yunkai's face instantly turned as red as a lit match, his features twisted in pure rage. Where the hell did this little brat come from, daring to snatch something right from under my nose? In stark contrast to his fury, Nalan was the most thrilled person in the room. She was grinning so hard her eyes were practically squeezed shut, quickly striking her gavel to seal the deal. If there are no further bids, this item will belong to the young master, offering 30 million. Down on the stage, Nalan struck her gavel for the final time. Sold! The item has found its owner! The rest of the crowd stood up in disappointment and began shuffling toward the exit, their eyes heavy with defeat. But just as everyone was preparing to leave, Nalan's voice rang out again, full of commanding energy. Please hold your steps, everyone. Take a look at this. This is the true grand finale of today's auction, the Heaven Ascension Token. The starting bid is 2 million gold coins, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100,000. The moment she finished speaking, the retreating footsteps abruptly halted. Everyone snapped their heads back in sheer shock. The Heaven Ascension Token? It's actually the legendary Heaven Ascension Token? Up in the VIP section, Lin Yunkai's expression instantly darkened. The butler beside him leaned in and whispered cautiously, Young Master, this is the very item Lady Shinger has been desperately yearning for. If we wish to secure an alliance with the City Lord's estate, we absolutely must obtain it. At the same time, down on the main floor, Bai Yi Fan was still leaning against his pillar, looking utterly unbothered by all the political scheming going on around him. He casually turned to the guy next to him and asked a completely tone-deaf question. What the heck is a Heaven Ascension Token? The question made the guy next to him freeze, looking like he was about to pass out from the sheer ignorance. But he took a deep breath and explained. For a mortal to enter a holy land for cultivation, it's harder than reaching the heavens. You have to be under 20 years old, possess the right aptitude, meet the cultivation requirements, and on top of all that, pass their brutal entrance exam. This Heaven Ascension Token is gifted by a Holy Land elder, wandering the mortal realm to someone destined for it. It completely bypasses all those requirements, letting you enter the Holy Land directly. Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully and muttered, "So, basically, it's like a VIP fast pass to skip the entrance exams in this world." Up on the second floor, Lin Yunkai nearly choked on his wine when he overheard that, bursting into a mocking laugh. Tossing around 3 million gold without a second thought, yet he doesn't even know what a Heaven Ascension token is? This guy is just some overnight hillbilly millionaire coming to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion to stroke his own ego. I was just feeling merciful earlier and let you have your little moment of glory, but this Heaven Ascension token is already in my pocket. Thinking of this, he let out a cold sneer, raising his hand to deliver a knockout bid that would blow the roof off the hall. 5,000! But before he could even finish his bid, a sudden shout shattered the entire atmosphere. 100 million gold! Those words hit like a hammer from the heavens. The entire hall dropped into a dead silence, with some people looking so shocked their souls might have left their bodies. Lin Yunkai nearly bit his own tongue off, shrieking like an absolute madman. "What?" Bai Yi Fan remained cool as a cucumber, digging his pinky into his ear as he repeated himself with a hint of annoyance. I said, 100 million gold. Are you all deaf or something in this auction house? The whole story actually started a month ago. While cooking in his rented room, Bai Yi Fan had accidentally cut his finger. A drop of blood fell onto his family's ancestral ring, and the next thing he knew, he had transmigrated to this continent. Barely given a second to breathe, the young man was completely overwhelmed by this new reality, a magical cultivation world where the strong could fly through the skies and move mountains, while the weak had to scrape by just to survive. Right at that moment, the ring began to emit a strange, glowing light once again. But what shocked Bai Yi Fan the most was the ordinary cabbage in his hands. It had mutated. It had transformed into a premium spiritual herb, radiating a pure aura and sparkling like precious jade. Before he could even process what was happening, a mob of people swarmed him like bees from a kicked hive. "Hey kid, I'll give you 5 million for that spiritual herb. Sell it to me." "Don't listen to him. Look over here. I'll pay 10 million. A few minutes later, Yi Fan was questioning his entire existence. He was quite literally drowning in cash. The very first fortune he made in his life, just from a single head of cabbage, had reached 8 figures. The mountain of money was stacked so high that Bai Yi Fan could only stick one hand out just to signal he was still breathing. Right now, Yatsu Fan was quietly immersed in his memories, thinking back to his first days in this world. After a solid month of experimenting with traveling back and forth between the two worlds, he had gradually figured out the basic mechanics and rules of this continent. Snapping out of his thoughts, he looked down at the palm of his hand, where an ordinary cucumber was glowing with brilliant light. The sight made him frown. It was obvious now that only living things, plants and animals, could cross over to this continent. Everyday objects couldn't make the trip. Even pen and paper were a no-go. As for food, it all depended on whether it exceeded the weight limit. He began mentally organizing the rules he needed to keep in mind. First, items brought over had a strict weight limit. Anything over 200 grams was pushing the absolute maximum. Conversely, if he brought food from this continent back to Earth, it would instantly turn into a pile of useless garbage. Fortunately, amidst all this headache, the ancient ring had one massive perk. It would automatically alter his clothing to match whichever world he was in, saving him from a ton of unnecessary trouble. After crossing back to the modern world, Yi Fan pulled out the cultivation manual he'd won at the auction. He furrowed his brows, staring intently at it before muttering to himself, "Looks like I was still a bit too careless. Dropping that much cash at the auction without wearing a disguise is definitely going to bring me endless trouble later. I better master this cultivation technique fast so I can at least protect myself." The more he read, the clearer it all became. So that was it. It seems that bringing cultivation methods from the other world makes them incredibly easy to master. As the thought crossed his mind, a confident smile spread across Not Fam's face. This peerless cultivation technique is practically mine. Half a month later, on a bright and clear day in an open clearing, a sharp whistle tore through the air as Not Fam thrust his fist forward. The massive boulder before him shattered into pieces, sending rocks flying in every direction. Bak Not Fam panted heavily, his eyes burning with excitement as he whispered, "Phew! I did it." His sturdy body now radiated an overwhelming aura. For the past half-month, I've been training hard in the mountain-moving art, nourishing my body with the plants I brought from Earth. My progress has been insane. Maybe coming from Earth caused my body to evolve here on the Tongu continent. He reached up to wipe the sweat dripping down his face. With that last punch, the raw power in his arm had reached a terrifying level. Not only that, but he could clearly feel his internal organs becoming drastically stronger. In other words, while he might look like a mere beginner in the body tempering realm, his true strength could already rival a martial artist in the inner fortification realm. Nat Pham looked up at the deep blue sky, closed his eyes, and thought to himself, I guess this is my first real step into the martial world. Suddenly, he froze. His sharp ears caught a desperate, blood-curdling scream echoing from the distance. Help! Somebody save me! He spun around, his eyes locking onto the source of the sound. Just ahead, a small group of people was completely surrounded by a pack of vicious wolves. Get away! Get away from us! The desperate screams echoed through the woods. From high up in the trees, Nat Pham stood in silence, observing the scene. His gaze turned icy as he watched the wolves surging forward in waves. Suddenly, an unusually massive wolf let out a vicious snarl and lunged straight at a young girl. Ah! She screamed in pure terror. Without hesitating for a single second, Nat Pham launched himself down like a bolt of lightning, delivering a thunderous punch right to the wolf's jaw, sending it reeling. Right after that blindingly fast strike, he vaulted from the air and landed a lethal blow directly onto the beast's head. The surrounding crowd stared in absolute shock. No one expected someone to show up just in the nick of time. However, it wasn't over yet. As the rest of the pack began to howl and charge, Nat Pham clenched his fists, his eyes sharp as daggers. Perfect! I'll use you filthy beasts for some target practice. The pack of wolves lunged at him all at once, snarling as if they wanted to tear him to shreds. Refusing to back down, Nat Pham let out a fierce roar. His spiraling punch ignited a brilliant ring of fire around him, blasting the wolves away like dead leaves caught in a hurricane. They tumbled across the ground, utterly defeated before they could even let out a whimper. The group behind him was left completely dumbfounded, watching him in unison with pure awe. He simply said, his tone cool and collected, "It's taken care of." Only then did everyone snap back to reality, their faces full of deep gratitude and admiration. Young hero, you're amazing! It was a beautiful day with a clear blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunlight spilling across the forest. Beside a tiny wooden cabin nestled in nature, Nat Pham was quietly training next to a massive tree. With just a single chop, the thick trunk before him was split cleanly in half. One by one, the surrounding trees came crashing down under his terrifying strength. Mok Nuok Nuok, the girl he had saved the other day, brought out some water, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration. Nat Pham! Big brother, you're incredible! She stood beside him, watching the villagers bustled about, hauling away the freshly felled logs. Heave ho, put your backs into it, she cheerfully added. With all this wood, our Mok family village can finally start building new houses. Nat Pham took the cup of water and replied gently, It's nothing really, this is a piece of cake. After all, once the wolves had been driven away, the villagers had welcomed him with overwhelming hospitality. A middle-aged man stepped forward, introducing himself with absolute sincerity. Little brother, my name is Mok Thiet. I'm the son of the Mok family village chief. Thank the heavens you are here today to save my daughter, Nuok Nuok, and our people. We owe you our lives. I know your martial arts are incredible, but wandering these mountains alone is still incredibly dangerous. Why don't you come back to the Mok family village with us? It's much safer there. As soon as he finished, the others eagerly chimed in. He's right. If you don't have anywhere else to go, please be a guest at our village. You can stay for as long as you like. Nat Pham didn't refuse. He simply shrugged with a smile and replied, Well, it would be rude of me to decline such a kind offer. In his heart, he was thinking something else. This is perfect. I need a quiet place to practice the mountain-moving art anyway. Accepting their offer just made sense. After settling down for a few days, Nat Pham sat staring at his hands, feeling every minute change within his body. He muttered thoughtfully, I've already broken through the body tempering realm and reached the peak of the bone forging realm, but my progress has slowed down a lot lately. I must have hit a bottleneck. The inner fortification realm is exactly what it sounds like. It's about tempering your internal organs until they're so strong you could swallow a rock and digest it. The mountain-moving art mentioned that eating the organs of high-level magical beasts helps immensely with breaking through to this realm. Bok Not Fam let out a soft breath, muttering to himself as a reminder, "Guess I'll buy some animal organs to nourish my body once I'm back on Earth." Over at the village gate, everyone was busy getting ready for the market. Mok Thiet turned around and called out, "Nuok, Nuok, we're all packed. We can head to the market now." He then added, "Brother Not Fam, since you've got some free time, why not come check out the market with us?" Bok Not Fam was definitely a little curious. The local market over at Flowing Cloud City was absolutely bustling today. Buyers and sellers jostled through the crowds, the shouts of merchants ringing out endlessly. "Seriously, Brother Mok Thiet, are you really that comfortable leaving your daughter with a guy you only met a few days ago?" The two of them strolled side by side through the lively market, holding glossy red candied hawthorns. Mok Nuok Nuok giggled softly, looking at Not Fam with tender eyes. "Big brother, you're so sweet to me." Bok Not Fam just replied in a gentle voice, "Come on, we should head back. Your dad's going to be worried sick." But before they could even turn around, both of them froze. A huge crowd had gathered up ahead, and the sound of painful cries made everyone slow their steps. "Please, stop hitting us. Have mercy." In a split second, Mok Nuok Nuok looked as if she'd been struck by lightning. Her voice trembled in pure panic as she realized what was happening. "Wait, that's coming from where my dad is." Without a second thought, the two of them shoved their way through the massive crowd. In an instant, tears welled up in Mok Nuok Nuok's eyes. She simply couldn't believe the horrific sight unfolding before her. Her father and his companion were being brutally beaten and stomped on by a gang of vicious thugs. "Where did you filthy peasants even come from? You blind bastards!" The two men could do nothing but cover their heads and endure the relentless blows. She screamed in absolute despair, "Dad! Uncle!" Unable to hold back any longer. Mok Nuok broke free from the crowd and dashed straight toward them, her voice choking with rage and sorrow. "Stop it! What gives you the right to beat my father?" Mok Thiet, despite taking a beating, desperately tried to stop his daughter. He screamed, "Nuok, Nuok, stay back!" But the moment one of the thugs spotted her, he raised his leg ready to kick her down. "Where the hell did this wild brat come from? You want to die?" Before his foot could even land, a hand clamped down on his ankle. Bok Not Fam appeared just in time. He twisted hard and hurled the thug away, making him scream in agony. "Oh, my leg!" Not Fam stood perfectly calm in the middle of the encirclement, but his words cut like a knife, interrogating them without an ounce of mercy. A grown man at the late body tempering realm, viciously attacking a 13-year-old girl who doesn't even know martial arts. "Are you even human?" The thug groaned, clutching his leg, but still had the nerve to bark back. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to lecture me?" Immediately, the eyes of the entire gang locked onto Not Fam. Without wasting another second, the leader waved his hand and barked an order. "Beat him to a pulp." "Yes, sir." The mob rushed him, but in a matter of seconds, Not Fam unleashed a flurry of pinpoint, thunderous punches. One strike, two strikes, thug after thug was sent flying like heavy sandbags. "Gah!" Screams of pain echoed everywhere as the gang was left lying completely motionless on the ground in mere minutes. Bok Not Fam didn't hesitate for a second. He walked over and stomped right on the thug from earlier. As the man whimpered, Nat Fam asked coldly, "Now do I have the right to lecture you?" The thug instantly turned to Jelly, begging pitifully, "I won't dare. I'll never do it again. Please, my lord, spare my life." From a distance, a tall, heavily muscled man resting a massive broadsword on his shoulder watched the scene unfold. His eyes narrowed, sizing Not Fam up. For a brat that young, he's actually already reached the bone-forging realm. Meanwhile, Not Fam grabbed the beaten thug by the collar, his voice completely ice-cold. "Why were you beating people in the middle of the street?" he demanded. "Answer me, or my next punch is going straight through your skull." Mok Thiet stepped forward and gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Little Vu, stop," he said in a low voice. "These men belong to the city lord's estate. We can't afford to cross them." Bok Not Fam furrowed his brows, his eyes burning with even more anger. He turned and pressed him. "Uncle Thiet, what the hell is actually going on here?" Mok Nuok Nuok crouched down to help her injured relative, choking back a sob. "Second uncle, is your leg going to be okay?" Just then, the hulking muscular man finally stepped forward, clicking his tongue in disdain. Tss, tss. Why don't you let me answer that for you? These blind mongrels bumped into my lady's carriage. They deserve to get their legs trampled and broken by our horses. And yet, they actually had the nerve to demand an explanation from my lady? How many heads do you think you have to lose? This arrogant man was Chao Huan, the commander of the city lord's guard. Unable to endure the insult any longer, Mock Luke suddenly jumped up, pointing a trembling finger at him as he shouted back, "You're lying! Your carriage completely lost control and rammed right into Uncle Nem. All we did was ask what happened, and you thugs immediately started beating us." Mock Theet panicked and yanked the boy back, hurriedly whispering, "Mock Luke, shut up! We're the ones in the wrong here." With that, the older man collapsed to his knees, hitting the hard pavement right in the middle of the crowded street. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply toward the commander, pleading desperately, "Eldest miss, we were in the wrong. Please have mercy on us. My younger brother has already had his leg broken. Please, just spare us lowly commoners this once." Bok Not Pham stood quietly to the side, his sharp eyes taking in everything. He thought to himself, the eldest miss of the city lord's estate, huh? The common folk can never win against those in power. No wonder Uncle Theod is so terrified of crossing them. Slowly, a slender hand swept back the curtain of the luxurious carriage. A bone-chilling female voice drifted out from inside. "Since you admit you were wrong, then you must pay the price for your mistakes." This was Lam Hintni, the eldest miss of the city lord's estate. She had a beautiful face, but her arrogance was absolutely suffocating. Her voice was like cold steel as she gave her order. "Chao Huan, chop off all of their legs. Let them serve as a warning to the rest." The surrounding crowd erupted into shocked whispers, with some onlookers hissing in pure outrage. How can the eldest miss of our city lord be this wicked? But Lam Hinhni didn't flinch. She just flashed a cold, cruel smirk. "What's the big deal? You're merely losing your legs. But me? You've ruined my perfectly good mood for a stroll." Chao Huan eagerly stepped forward, unshouldering his massive broadsword as he swung it down with terrifying weight. "As you command, my lady." He sneered with absolute disgust. "You filthy country peasants! You're nothing but a stain on my lady's eyes. Drop dead!" He let out a furious roar, but right before the heavy blade could hack into flesh, a single bare hand reached out and caught it. Bok Not Pham seemed to materialize out of nowhere, gripping the deadly steel with just one hand. Chao Huan's eyes bulged out of his head, utterly refusing to believe what he was seeing. "What?" Nat Pham surged his internal power into his palm, launching a brutal palm strike right at the commander's face. "Get the hell back!" Chao Huan yelled. "What the—" Relying on his rapid reflexes, Chao Huan managed to leap backward, dodging the deadly blow by a hair's breadth. Nat Pham dropped into a combat stance, his piercing gaze never leaving his target as he softly asked, "Are you all right?" Yeah, I'm fine." The person behind him stammered. Mok Nuok Nuok, whose face was completely drenched in tears, cried out, "Brother Nat Pham." Lam Hin Ni finally stuck her head out of the carriage. Her venomous eyes locked onto the boy as she gritted her teeth and thought, "Where did this filthy peasant come from? How dare he defy me?" Without wasting a single second, Nat Pham bolted forward, launching a punch as explosive as a hurricane. "Die!" Chao Huan roared, desperately bringing his heavy broadsword up to block. But with a deafening crack, Nat Pham's fist was so devastatingly heavy that it shattered the prized blade into pieces. Chao Huan screamed in pure horror. "He actually shattered my spirit sword with a single bare-handed strike?" Disarmed and panicked, the commander threw up both of his arms in a desperate attempt to defend himself. "Damn it, he's too strong!" But the very next strike slammed into him like a sledgehammer. Bok Not Pham narrowed his eyes, a glint of absolute deadly focus flashing in his gaze. "Huh?" Chao Huan gritted his teeth and braced for the impact, yet he still couldn't resist running his mouth. "You ignorant little hillbilly. This iron armor was a personal gift from the city lord himself. It's completely invulnerable to blades and spears. Even if you're strong, you can never pierce—" Before he could even finish his arrogant speech, thwack! A devastating punch sank deeply right into his gut. Chao Huan's massive body was blown backward, crashing violently into the dirt as blood violently sprayed from his mouth. The surrounding guards frantically rushed to his side. "Boss!" The gathered crowd stared in total shock, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Talk about an eye-opening sight. That's the first time I've ever seen the commander of the City Lord's Guard get absolutely thrashed. Keep your voice down or they'll beat you too. Meanwhile, Chao Huan managed to drag himself upright, his face horribly twisted with burning humiliation and rage. Get off of me! I'm gonna rip this little bastard apart with my own 2 hands. His massive muscles bulged as thick veins popped all over his body. A wild, violent aura erupted around him as he completely unleashed his blood energy. Watching the explosive transformation, Not Fam was slightly taken aback, a flicker of caution appearing in his eyes. Oh? Not waiting another second, Chao Huan charged in like a raging hurricane, unleashing a terrifying barrage of Mad Lion Fist strikes. Not Fam calmly dodged, observing his opponent's every single movement with a calculating gaze. What kind of technique is this? In the middle of his wild assault, Chao Huan's face morphed into a smug, arrogant grin. He sneered, "You truly are just a filthy, uneducated peasant. You don't even recognize a basic martial arts skill. Your grandfather here is at the early blood-moving realm. Now that I've unleashed my blood energy, do you really think I can't crush a pathetic little bone-forging brat like you?" But Bak Not Fam remained completely unbothered. He suddenly vaulted into the air, driving an explosively powerful punch right toward his opponent's face. If you are 2 realms higher than me, and this is all the strength you have, you really are incredibly weak. Once again, Zhou Hong was sent flying by a punch, rolling on the ground like a sack of potatoes. The soldiers rushed in again. Standing in the distance, the boss, Mu Yan, Mu Tai, and Mu Roro couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone was stunned. The guy was beaten until he was spitting blood and groaning on the floor. He didn't even know any martial arts techniques, so how could he be this strong? Mu Roro hurriedly ran over and threw her arms around him, her voice filled with worry. "Brother Ifan, are you okay?" Bai Ifan replied gently. "Roro, don't worry, I'm fine." He looked down at his own hands, his eyes turning serious. "It seems that since my body comes from Earth, I'm practically a godlike existence in this world. My actual strength has been leagues above this realm for a while now." Inside the carriage, Lan Shinner was so furious she couldn't hold back anymore. She barked, "You useless trash! Guards, go to the City Lord's estate and deploy the troops. Arrest all these unruly peasants and throw them into the dungeon." The soldiers immediately dropped to their knees, bowing their heads to receive the order. "Yes, my lady." Hearing this, Mu Tai's face turned pale. He quickly turned to Ifan and whispered, "We're doomed. If the official troops get here, none of the people from our village will meet a good end. I heard that no one who enters the City Lord's dungeon ever comes out in one piece." But suddenly, everyone's eyes darted in the same direction, where a luxurious carriage was pulling up. A woman sat back completely relaxed inside the carriage, holding a smoking pipe. Her voice rang out, dripping with sarcasm. "The first miss of the Lan family certainly throws her weight around, crashing your carriage into innocent commoners in the middle of the street, treating human lives like dirt, and abusing your official power. Tell me, has the Yan Kingdom changed masters? Does it belong to your Lan family now?" The crowd began to murmur all at once. "It's Nalan, the head manager of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion." Lan Shinner furrowed her brows, her tone harsh. "Manager Nalan, what is the meaning of this?" Nalan slowly handed her pipe to a servant, her eyes as cold as ice. "Your carriage crashed into commoners right in the middle of the street. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Are you going to try and twist the truth?" Then she turned to Ifan and bowed respectfully. "Young Master Bai, we meet again." He smiled. "Manager Nalan, there's no need for such formalities." Mu Roro's eyes went wide, and she asked in utter disbelief, "Brother Ifan, do you two know each other? I just heard people saying that this beautiful big sister is the head manager of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. That's the biggest merchant house in Flowing Cloud City. How do you know such a huge, big shot?" From her carriage, Lan Shinner let out a cold, mocking laugh. Who would have thought that the esteemed manager Nalan would associate with a bunch of filthy peasants? This really is an eye-opener. But Nalan instantly fired back, her sharp tone freezing the air around them. "The people are the foundation of a nation. Yet you, as the first miss of Flowing Cloud City, spend your days calling the common folk unruly peasants and lowlifes. I wonder what kind of uproar these words would cause if they ever reached the royal capital." Furious, Lan Shinner shrieked, "Nalan Rue, are you threatening me?" Nalan gave her a sideways glance, her voice dripping with contempt. "I wouldn't dare threaten you. But if you want to take them away today, you'll have to go through my 10,000 treasures pavilion first. Lan Shinner's face darkened, her eyes narrowing as she calculated her odds. The 10,000 treasures pavilion is the top merchant guild in our Yan kingdom. Their foundation is rock solid, and their experts are as common as clouds. If I offend them, the consequences would be unimaginable. She let out a fake laugh, elegantly covering her mouth as if nothing had happened. Well, since Manager Nalan is willing to beg for these lowly peasants, I will make an exception and let them off this once. Let's go. Cheers of joy instantly erupted. We're saved! Everyone breathed a massive sigh of relief and headed inside to rest one by one. Bai Yifan stepped forward and gave an earnest nod. Thank you. I owe you a huge thanks for today, Manager Nalan. She just gave a soft smile. It was nothing. Then she turned and gave an order to her attendants. Guards, come here. Take the people from Mu Village to the guest room and check on their injuries. Yes, ma'am. A chorus of voices replied in unison. The maid walked ahead, keeping her voice soft and wearing a warm smile as she led everyone inside. Everyone, please follow me. Mu Roro gently tugged on Bai Yifan's sleeve, taking the chance to whisper a question. Brother Yifan, why is this beautiful and rich big sister helping us? What exactly is your relationship with her? He brought a hand to his chin as if trying to remember, then replied nonchalantly, Well, strictly speaking, she owes me money. She owes you money? Inside an elegant private room at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Nalan was beaming with joy, full of enthusiastic praise. Congratulations on breaking through to the bone-forging realm, young Master Bai. For someone to reach this realm at your age, I'm afraid it's completely unprecedented in the history of Flowing Cloud City. Yifan leaned back in his chair casually, speaking in a low, humble voice. Let's drop the flattery. If you hadn't bailed me out today, I doubt I would have been able to get all those people out of there safely. Nalan stepped closer to pour him some water, her eyes full of probing curiosity. But I have to admit, I'm terribly curious. If you can casually pull out that much dragontail grass, why would you hide yourself in the countryside and live among those simple villagers? The young man lowered his head, his voice soft but carrying a heavy warning. Manager Nalan, let me give you a piece of advice. I will naturally tell you what you need to know. As for what you shouldn't know, stop digging. Hearing this, Nalan flinched, her heart skipping a beat. Understood. Not wanting to drag out the tense atmosphere, Bai Yifan changed the subject with a teasing tone. Oh, speaking of dragontail grass, it just hit me. Manager Nalan, didn't you still owe me 3 million tiles of gold from last time? She let out an awkward, guilty laugh. Ah, we are still a little short on that front. She quickly stepped behind him and began massaging his shoulders, her voice soft and coaxing. But we just got a new shipment of goods in. Would young Master Bai like to take a look? If anything catches your eye, you can take it right off the shelf. Really? Of course it's true. Yifan tilted his head slightly, his eyes flashing as he recalled the fight from earlier. I remember when I fought that guard commander from the City Lord's estate just now. He used a fist-type martial arts technique called the Mad Lion Punch. He looked over at Nalan, his eyes showing a hint of anticipation. Do you have any martial arts techniques? Inside a secret room, a dim, soft light shone down on bookshelves filled with neatly arranged technique manuals. Nalan walked over and pointed them out to introduce them. The books on this side are all the newly arrived martial arts techniques of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Young Master Bai, you may choose whatever you like. She handed him the first manual, but it was quickly rejected. Mountain-piercing finger. A low-tier, yellow-rank technique. It's a finger technique, and reaching minor mastery allows you to pierce through solid rock. Pass. Undeterred, she pulled out another book. This is the Black Sand Palm, a mid-tier yellow-rank technique. This palm technique comes from the southern wastelands. To practice it, you actually need their special black sand. Too much trouble. Skip! Nalan happily continued. This martial art is called the Flowing Blossom Hand. It's famous for being incredibly flexible and lightning fast. A bit too feminine. Skip! She pursed her lips, then waved her hand, using her spiritual energy to pull down a manual from the top shelf. Well then, this is the very last one. Nalan solemnly placed the book in front of him. This is the Phantom Fist. It's the most precious martial skill we have here. Peak yellow tier. Bai Yifan glanced over it and gave a slight nod. Peak yellow tier. Now we're talking. Outside the main hall of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Roro sat quietly on a long bench, waiting. The moment she saw Ifan step out, her face lit up like a child seeing a loved one. "Brother Ifan, you're finally out," he frowned, glancing around. "Ruoruo, why did you come out here? Didn't I tell you to get some rest in the guest room?" She bit her lip and softly replied, I was worried about you, so I came out to check." Standing behind them, Nayland smiled at the heartwarming sight. "You and little sister Ruoro are so close, young master. Anyone else would think you were blood siblings." Ifan chuckled. "She really is just a little shadow." Then he pulled a bundle of red fabric from his robes and held it out to her. "Oh, right. Ruoro, take this and try it on." Ruoro stared at it in awe, her eyes sparkling. Is this for me?" Nalan leaned in and gently explained, her voice as soft as a breeze. "That's right, little sister Ruoro. Young Master Bai picked this out especially for you." Inside the private storeroom, Bai Ifan had pointed at the outfit on display. "This dress is stunning. Wrap it up with the rest." Nalan couldn't help but nod in admiration. "You have excellent taste, young master. This fire thread immortal dress is woven from premium flame silk. Not only is it exquisitely beautiful, but it also warms the meridians and nourishes the yin energy. It's the perfect gift for a young lady." Back in the present, he gently patted Ruoro's head. Suddenly, a servant came rushing in, breathless and panicking. "This is bad. You need to come out and see this." The group immediately rushed after him. In another room, second Uncle Mu lay unconscious on the rug. A physician sat beside him, his face grave as he checked the pulse. The physician slowly stood up and turned to a deeply worried Nalan. Mu Ruoro clasped her hands tightly together, tears welling up in her eyes. How is this possible? Second Uncle..." The physician let out a heavy sigh and respectfully cupped his hands. "Unless a legendary mighty expert steps in or some divine elixir is found, I'm afraid nothing else can save him." "But where in the world would we find a legendary expert, or a divine elixir for that matter?" Just then, from a corner of the room, Ifan, who was quietly leaning against the wall, spoke up in a calm voice. "Maybe they really do exist." Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room snapped toward him. "Ah, really?" Cut to a quiet late-night pharmacy where a tired clerk was letting out a long, lazy stretch. "Finally, closing time," he muttered, yawning widely as he went to shut the doors. "That's enough work for one day." But before he could lock up, the doors were violently blasted open from the outside. Bai Ifan kicked his way in. The clerk jumped back in terror, screaming, "What the—" Ifan glared at him like a demon, before suddenly bursting into a maniacal laugh. "Hey, hey, hey." Meanwhile, back in the tense atmosphere of the sick room, time seemed to drag on as everyone waited anxiously. The physician let out another heavy sigh. Mu Ruoruo simply couldn't hide her frantic worry. "It's already dark. Why isn't Brother Ifan back yet?" Right on cue, Bai Ifan casually strolled into the room, his voice perfectly calm. "I'm back." He walked over and held out a handful of glowing crimson herbs. "Doctor, take a look. Will these herbs make do?" The physician's eyes nearly popped out of his skull when he saw the massive pile of medicinal plants. These are..." Staring at the glowing, priceless herbs in Ifan's hands, he gasped in shock. "The jade blood chillin flower, earth core root, the 100 venom king grass, warm spirit bloom, 7-star leaf. These are priceless spirit herbs. You couldn't buy these with a mountain of gold." Unable to contain his excitement, he hugged the herbs to his chest, babbling frantically. "Make do? More than make do! I guarantee I can cure him now. Oh, thank the heavens. I've lived a long life, but this is the very first time I've seen so many miraculous herbs in one place." Just then, Ruoruo's eyes darted to a bloody scrape on his hand. She gasped in alarm. "Huh? Brother Ifan, what happened to your hand?" The young man froze, awkwardly trying to find an excuse. "Oh, this..." Cut to a flashback at the pharmacy. Ifan was shouting at the terrified clerk, "Safflower, Nodo ginseng, strychnine, and get me everything you have for treating hand wounds. I'll take it all." "Hey, wait, I didn't..." Out of nowhere, the pharmacy's automatic sliding door slammed shut, crushing Ifan's hand and making him howl in pain. An automatic door? Back in the present, Ifan rubbed his forehead, muttering under his breath in annoyance. "I was in such a rush. When I popped back to the modern world, I actually forgot I wasn't in the bone-forging realm over there." 3 days later, in a cozy, warm kitchen, Roro was busy cooking when she turned around with a pout. "Second uncle, I told you to get some rest. Why are you out of bed already?" The older man gave a warm, gentle smile, trying to reassure her. "I know my own body, dear. My leg is as solid as a rock now. You really don't need to worry so much. By the way, where is your brother Ifan?" She brought a spoonful of soup to her lips to taste it, a bright smile on her face. "He went hunting. He said recovering patients need a lot of nutrition. He was acting all mysterious about it, too. He wouldn't even let me tag along." Meanwhile, deep in the heart of a dark forest, a massive python unhinged its jaws and lunged straight at Ifan. Its thick tail coiled around him, trying to crush his bones into dust. But Ifan just calmly raised his glowing fist. He threw a devastating punch at the beast's head and missed. A look of pure contempt flashed in the python's eyes as it reared back to strike again. But Bai Ifan just smirked. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the giant python suddenly burst into a shower of gore. Ifan casually reached out, catching the monster's still beating heart as it fell from the bloody mist, a wild grin spreading across his face. This phantom fist is seriously overpowered. By the time the moon was high in the sky, he was standing in the middle of a completely devastated battlefield. He tossed the last heart into his basket and wiped the sweat from his brow. Phew, finally done. He suddenly remembered what Nalen Ruo had told him. She'd said that peak yellow-tier martial skills were incredibly profound. Even a once-in-a-generation genius would need 3 grueling months just to grasp the basics. But Ifan, he had taken the manual back to modern Earth and run it through a system to create a step-by-step idiot's guide. He chuckled to himself. If she knew I've already mastered the Phantom Fist to perfection and even broke through to the late stage of the inner fortifying realm, her jaw would hit the floor. But the triumphant moment didn't last. A wave of nausea hit Ifan as the overwhelming stench of boiling innards wafted over him. Just to break through to the vitality-strengthening realm, he had been desperately force-feeding himself animal organs for days on end. And right on cue, Roro came skipping out of the kitchen, happily holding a massive bowl. "Brother Ifan, today we're having your absolute favorite, pork liver soup, with duck intestines, goat kidneys, and snake gallbladders." Despite his inner reluctance, he still reached out toward the basket on the ground. He just needed to grab some wild meat to help Uncle Nam recover his strength, and then head back. But right as he bent down, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air behind him, and a barrage of throwing darts shot straight at him. Nat Pham remained completely unfazed. "Oh, right, I should pick some more wild berries. Little Nuok Nuok really loves these." The moment he sensed the killing intent, he snapped his head back, his eyes turning icy cold. "Who's there?" The dart sliced through the air, barely missing him as Nat Pham dodged nimbly, then shouted, "If you're already here, stop hiding like cowards! Show yourselves!" From above, a few men in black swooped down, one of them letting out a cold, mocking laugh. "Well, kid, I didn't expect you to notice us." They immediately surrounded him, their voices dripping with threat. "Then don't blame us when we leave you in pieces." Nat Pham raised an eyebrow, mocking them. "Did the eldest Miss Lamb from the city lord's estate send you dogs?" One of them raised his sword high and growled, "That's none of your business. All you need to know is that someone paid a very high price for your life." Without hesitation, they all lunged forward. Bok Nat Pham agilely dodged the attack, effortlessly gliding past a strike from a late inner strength stage assassin. He vaulted into the air and unleashed a technique on 2 early inner strength stage attackers. Flames erupted around him, blasting straight toward the enemies. Wow, there are even 3 peak bone forging experts here. Whoever bought my life really doesn't mind burning their money, huh? The young man swung his fists, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. But looking at the time, Nuok Nuok is probably starting to get worried. I'm done playing with you guys. Hundreds of fist shadows manifested simultaneously. "Shadow Fist!" The assassin screamed in pure terror. "What the hell is this power?" In the blink of an eye, they were blasted into the sky before plummeting down like falling leaves. Seizing the moment, Nat Pham dashed forward and delivered a devastating punch to one guy's face, making him shriek in agonizing pain. His face went pale as a sheet, his voice trembling as he demanded, "Martial skills? How do you know martial skills? The intel clearly stated you were just a bone-forging punk who didn't know a single martial skill." Bok Nat Pham smirked slightly, his eyes full of mockery. "Is it just possible that your intel was wrong?" Before he could even steady his mind, a wave of panic washed over him as he recalled that last punch. With that kind of power, the kid could have completely shattered their internal organs and bones. Yet, he intentionally held back. He couldn't help but shiver, muttering to himself, how could he control his power with such terrifying precision? Not giving him any more time to think, the boy delivered a heavy stomp to his chest, his commanding voice icy cold. Who sent you? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick, painless death. Even though he was being crushed to the point of suffocating, the assassin remained stubborn. Go out and ask around. Our Dark Assassination Sect is the biggest assassin organization in Luvan City. Even if we die, we will never sell out our client. Do it! Kill us! Nat Pham slightly raised an eyebrow, looking down at him with contempt. Oh, didn't expect you to be such a stubborn dog. Then he casually lifted his foot, shifting to a meaningful tone. Well then, I won't make things difficult for you. Dark Assassination Sect, was it? I'll pay double the amount to buy your client's life. Are you taking this deal or not? The assassin let out a low, indignant growl. We of the Dark Assassination Sect are professional assassins. We absolutely will not be bought. But the moment the boy pulled out a massive, dazzling block of gold, its brilliance instantly reflected in his eyes. Nat Pham asked again, Oh, yeah? Unless the price is truly an offer you can't refuse. How about it? In a flash, the entire group of assassins dropped to their knees, bowing their heads respectfully. Rest assured, my lord, the Dark Assassination Sect guarantees that no assassin in Bokvan City will dare to take a hit on you. At this this is just the client, but please give us a little time. Once the mission is complete, we will return to report to you. Get lost. He nodded in satisfaction, a smirk forming as he thought to himself, I don't care what kind of background you have. If you want to mess with me, then get ready for a taste of your own medicine. As soon as the assassins retreated, he stood thoughtfully in the darkness, pondering. Still, I need to figure out a way to buy a few more martial skill manuals. At the very least, I need to break through to the blood stage. That's the only way I can walk unhindered through Luvan City. The next day, while casually strolling down the street with Lam Van Kai, Lam Hin Ni kept complaining nonstop in utter frustration. That little bitch Naplan who actually dared to make an enemy out of me over some country bumpkins. Does she really think my city lord's estate wouldn't dare to touch her myriad treasure pavilion? Seeing her endless anger, Van Kai gently coaxed her, casually waving his fan. Our Hin Ni understands the big picture, so of course you won't stoop to Naplan's level. Be careful not to let the anger ruin your health. Then he pulled out a sparkling hairpin and gently slid it into her hair. This helped Hin Ni cool down a bit. Look here. This is the newest golden hairpin from the True Treasure Pavilion. I had someone line up for a very long time just to buy this for you. Now that you're wearing it, don't be mad anymore, okay? This is somewhat acceptable. But right at that moment, her eyes froze. She pointed straight ahead, gasping in shock. Wait! The figure of Bach Not Pham appeared clearly in her sight, making Lam Hin Ni's eyes widen. Why is he here? Unable to control her raging fury, she whipped around and punched Van Kai right in the face, screaming at the top of her lungs. Lam Van Kai! Didn't you say you were going to take care of that peasant for me, you useless piece of trash? Then why is he still alive and strolling around here? Hearing that, Van Kai could only hold his face, crying out with a panicked look. What? I spent a fortune hiring professional assassins. There's no way they could have failed. Hin Ni stormed off in a rage. Trash! Trash! Absolute trash! You can't do anything right! I guess I'll have to deal with him myself. Van Kai clumsily chased after her. Hin Ni! Don't walk so fast! Wait for me! At the same time, in the main hall of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Nhat Pham was chatting with Naplan. She asked in confusion, Martial skills? Didn't you just buy a peak yellow tier martial skill manual earlier, young master? Why the rush to buy another one so soon? He replied with an indifferent smile. Well, you don't need to worry about that. After all, right now, I have absolutely nothing. Except money. Naplan's eyes lit up like a kid in a candy store. Upon hearing that, she immediately pulled out a small booklet and introduced it. What a coincidence! The Myriad Treasure Pavilion just received a new shipment today, and we're prepping it for auction. This high-level yellow-tier drifting step manual is a movement technique. I believe it perfectly suits your needs. As his eyes landed on the book, a clear look of satisfaction washed over his face. Nat Pham immediately made a proposition. Manager Naplan, from now on, if you have any high-tier martial skills, there's no need for an auction. I'll take them all. Just as their conversation was flowing smoothly, a voice dripping with sarcasm cut through the air. Ha! What kind of arrogant nonsense is this poor country bumpkin spewing? Radiating arrogance and overflowing with the confidence of her wealthy background, Lam Hinhini strutted over and didn't hesitate to place a bid. Manager Naplan, whatever this guy has his eyes on today, I'm buying it all. No matter how much he offers, I will pay 3 times the price just to see him miserable. Sensing the rising tension, Naplan quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. I'm so sorry, eldest Miss Lan, but our Wanbao Pavilion is a place of business. The rule has always been to sell to the highest bidder. Hearing this, Lan Sinner immediately looked displeased. She pointed her finger right at his face and shouted back. What, are you saying this lowly peasant can outbid me? Is this some kind of joke? If he can actually afford it, I'll crawl around the Wanbao Pavilion in front of everyone today. Meeting her challenge, Ifan simply curled his lips into a faint smile. Oh, really? Provoked, Lan Sinner raised her voice even louder, brimming with arrogance. My words are absolutely set in stone. Everyone here can be my witness, but if you can't pay, you're going to kneel down and lick my shoes. Hearing the approaching fun, Ifan eagerly took the bet, calmly pulling something out and handing it to Nalan. Since that's the case, Manager Nalan, please tally up the bill. Right away, young master. His eyes couldn't hide his amusement as he looked straight at Lan Sinner. Like waiting for a comedy act, I can't wait to watch this good show. Right at that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly yelled out, Wait, isn't that the Wanbao Pavilion's most esteemed auspicious cloud token? Another person asked in confusion, What is that auspicious cloud token? Is it really that impressive? The first man immediately explained, his voice turning dead serious. The auspicious cloud token is custom-made exclusively for the VIP guests of the Wanbao Pavilion, representing supreme status. If the token holder spots any treasure in the merchant guild, they can take it directly without having to bid. The more he spoke, the more shocked the crowd became. Most importantly, the auspicious cloud token grants unlimited credit within the Wanbao Pavilion. Flowing Cloud City has over 20 million people, but the number of people who possess this token can be counted on one hand. While these explanations left the crowd stunned, Bai Ifan's face only grew more relaxed and composed. He simply smiled, clearly satisfied. What kind of background does this young man have? Why does the Wanbao Pavilion value him so highly? Someone in the crowd blurted out. Actually, Ifan was recalling a few days ago, when he was treating Uncle Mu Yan inside the Wanbao Pavilion. Nalan had cried and begged, Young Master Ifan, those healing herbs from earlier, I beg you to have mercy and sell some to us. At that time, he had only coldly reminded her, Manager Nalan, do I need to remind you that you still haven't paid me back in full? It was precisely because of this that Nalan had to bring out the auspicious cloud token for an exchange. This auspicious cloud token is the most esteemed keepsake of our Wanbao Pavilion. I'll use it to trade for some of your medicinal herbs. Would that be all right? Looking at the object in his hand, the young man couldn't help but look intrigued. What does this auspicious cloud token do? Tell me about it first. Back in the present, Lan Sinner was beginning to panic, her face turning pale. How is this possible? How could you have an auspicious cloud token? Even my father doesn't... With the water already up to her neck, Ifan quickly delivered the final blow, utterly defeating her. Didn't eldest Miss Lan just say she would pay 3 times the price? I can pay 30 times, 300 times, or even 3,000 times the price. He stepped closer, his voice as cold and sharp as a knife. If eldest Miss Lan cannot offer a higher price, then you can start crawling. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Yunkai was frantically searching everywhere. Jinner, have you seen my Jinner? She's the eldest miss of our city lord's estate. She's as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Elegant, charming, gorgeous, and possesses a very unique aura. Hearing this, a bystander pointed toward the gathering crowd. Oh, the eldest miss of the city lord's estate. I don't know if she's beautiful or not, but her aura is definitely unique. Inside the crowd, the atmosphere was completely buzzing, filled with mocking whispers and laughter. As expected of the eldest miss, true to her word. Even 4 horses can't chase back your words. Hurry up, eldest miss, or it'll get dark soon. While everyone burst into laughter, Lin Yunkai choked back a gasp, unable to believe his eyes. Being publicly humiliated, Lan Shinner couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears, screaming endlessly in her mind. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! When has this lady ever suffered such humiliation? Facing her pitiful display, Ifan only frowned in displeasure. Eldest Miss Lan, if you think I, Bai Ifan, am some soft persimmon you can just crush however you please, you are dead wrong. He slowly squatted down to face her. I don't go looking for trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. He reached out and grabbed her hairpin, his voice slow and deliberate. If you ever dare to mess with me again, you'll end up just like this. Snap! The sound of the hairpin shattering rang out, its fragments flying everywhere and scattering across the ground. Under Lan Shinner's dead-eyed stare, the young man slowly stood up, turned his back, and walked away. Before leaving, Ifan didn't forget to drop a perfectly savage parting shot. All right, watching drama can be quite addictive. See ya! As soon as the crowd began to disperse, Lin Yunkai finally managed to squeeze through. With a worried expression, he shouted, "Get out of my way!" Upon seeing Lan Shinner, he rushed over to check on her. "Shinner, are you okay?" But contrary to his expectations, she kept her head down, her voice as cold as ice and dripping with killing intent. "Lin Yunkai, I've changed my mind." She raised her face, her eyes burning with rage as she gritted out every word with venom. "I don't just want you to kill Bai Ifan anymore. I want you to make his life a living hell." Yunkai was still confused, not understanding what was going on, and asked, "He is Bai Ifan?" His response made her scream in anger. "Do you know that peasant just humiliated me? If you can't get this done, then you can forget about our engagement." The declaration struck like a bolt of lightning, freezing Yunkai in place. He stammered, his eyes full of shock. Wait, Shinner? He's the mysterious guy who snatched the mountain-moving art and the ascending heaven token last time." This time, it was Lan Shinner's turn to widen her eyes. "What did you just say?" Yunkai furrowed his brows in recollection, his tone grave. "I know you've always wanted to cultivate in the Holy Land, so I wanted to win the ascending heaven token at the auction to make you happy. But I never expected him to snatch it away midway." Old memories seemed to flash back in his mind. At that time, his subordinate had reported back after a failed pursuit. Reporting to the young master, that person's movement techniques were incredibly bizarre. Our operation failed, and we let him get away. Hearing this, Jinner's face turned dark and full of suspicion. What kind of background does he actually have? No, I need to tell my father about this immediately. Back in the real world, in a quiet residential area, Bai Ifan lazily rolled out of bed and stretched with a long yawn. My own bed is still the most comfortable. He glanced over at the new book he had bought yesterday, sitting right there on his desk. He thought back to yesterday. There were a total of 108 transformations, which were originally very complex, but thanks to the simplification from Earth's laws, he had fully comprehended them in just one night. Excitement surged in his heart as he clenched his fist and let out a soft chuckle. The power of the Shadow Fist combined with the speed of the flowing step. Even if I encounter a half-blood martial artist now, I can definitely take them on. Alright, I'll go downstairs to buy some cultivation resources and then head back. But just as Not Fam touched the doorknob, a sudden knock echoed, followed by a familiar voice from outside. It was his landlady, Quash Neo. "Not Fam, why aren't you answering your messages when you're home? I knocked just now, and you didn't even open the door." He froze, his face turning pale. Caught red-handed, Bok Not Fam hurriedly mumbled, Sister Quach, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was sleeping in my bedroom just now, so I really didn't hear you." Inside, alarm bells were ringing loudly in his head. Crap, I was so busy cultivating that I completely forgot today is rent day. Hearing his excuse, Quach Niu rolled her eyes and snapped, "Don't think you can just gloss over this. You said you'd pay off the rent by the end of the month. Where is the money?" He shrank his neck back and reached out to offer the cash. He pleaded desperately, "Sister, please take this much for now. I still need to keep 200 to survive. I promise I will pay you in full next month." Seeing him living so miserably, Quach Niu frowned in confusion, grabbed his collar, and demanded an answer. "Listen here, Not Fam, what exactly is going on with you? Even if you worked as a waiter, you could still earn 30 to 40,000 a month. How can a strong, healthy kid like you not even afford rent?" Bok Not Fam rubbed the back of his head and gave a nervous laugh. He chuckled, but inside he was sighing so hard he wanted to cry. Being busy cultivating in the other world during the day and only coming back at night to earn a little cash, of course he couldn't make much. Surprisingly, not only did Quash Hu refuse to take the money, but she shoved it right back into his hands. Just take it. She laughed it off, waving her hand generously. How are you supposed to live on just 200? Keep it for now, but make sure you pay me in full next month. Holding the money, Bok Not Fam couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Thank you, Sister Quach. Out on the street, he was now sitting on his beat-up motorbike, out on a delivery run. The system notification rang out urgently. Ding! Your order will be late in 10 minutes. He frowned, glancing at his watch. In the other world, he never had to worry about food or clothes and spent money like dirt. But the moment he returned to Earth, he was slapped right back into reality. Speeding past a utility pole, Bok Not Fam's eyes accidentally caught a flyer with bold words, offering a fortune for an adopted son. Reading the details below, which mentioned looking for an adopted son, he let out a bitter laugh and muttered, "Should I try risking my life for riches?" Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed. Bok Not Fam glanced at the screen, saw it was his dad calling, and immediately answered. "Hey, Dad, what brings you to call me?" But just a few seconds after hearing the words from the other end of the line, his expression instantly changed. With an urgent tone, he said, "Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right there." At the hospital, his father sat in a daze, his voice choking up as he recounted everything to him. The driver was arrested. He was drunk and didn't even have insurance. At this point, he couldn't hold back his tears anymore. Covering his face with his hands, he sobbed uncontrollably. "I've already mortgaged the house to the bank. I've borrowed from all our friends and relatives. We're still short over $30,000 for the upcoming medical fees. And there's not even a guarantee that your mom will wake up. Phew, fam. Mom and Dad are so sorry to put this on you." He stayed silent for a moment before gently squeezing his father's hand, reassuring him with a steady, resolute voice. "Don't say that, Dad. We're family. I will figure out a way to handle the rest." As Not Fam's figure faded behind the hospital doors, his father could only gaze after him with a heavy sigh. Tu Fam stepped out of the hospital. He looked up at the night sky and let out a heavy sigh. It's true what they say. The rope always breaks at its thinnest point. Misfortune always preys on the poor. Right at that moment, a terrified scream pierced through the alleyway behind him, making Not Fam whip around. In the alley, a girl was completely surrounded by a group of aggressive thugs. "Grab her! Don't let her get away!" One of them pinned her arms down, leaning in with a terrifying whisper. "If you don't want to get beaten half to death, be a good girl and come with us. Otherwise, you're gonna regret it." Before they even realized a third party had appeared, Not Fam's voice rang out, "Stop right there!" While the thug was still dazed, he suddenly took an earth-shattering kick straight to the head. He shrieked in agony. "Ah!" The scream made the rest of the gang whip their heads around, just in time to see him standing there. Without a shred of hesitation, Hot Fam lunged forward, delivering a devastating kick to the knee of a thug who was trying to close in. A bunch of absolute scum ganging up on a girl. The thug who got hit collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and groaning, "My leg!" Refusing to let him just do as he pleased, the remaining thugs roared, charging at him all at once. "Get him, boys!" Yet, deep down, they were filled with confusion. Damn it, didn't we already take care of all the bodyguards around this bitch? Where the hell did this guy come from? The moment one of them revealed an opening, Not Fam locked onto him instantly. Perfect, just as I thought. His strikes were decisive and lightning fast. Although Not Fam knew that his cultivation realm from the other world couldn't fully cross over to this one, his recent rigorous training had already etched deep muscle memory into his body. Every punch, every reflex was as fast as lightning. Striking from behind, he unleashed a brutal kick right into a thug's chest, sending the man flying several meters away. Nat Fam even sneered mockingly, "Way too slow." Two other thugs behind him couldn't dodge in time and were knocked down like bowling pins. All three tumbled across the ground. The last thug looked up, absolutely stunned, his face drained of color. He took down 7 guys in less than 3 minutes? What kind of terrifying combat power is this? Suddenly, Not Fam was already looming right over him, his towering shadow seeming to swallow all the light. "It's over." In a flash, Bok Not Fam shoved hard with one hand, slamming the thug's head straight into the nearby brick wall. The man collapsed in agony, his eyes wild with panic. No way. Fighting this monster is like throwing an egg against a rock. Right now, Not Fam's entire body seemed to radiate a crushing aura that paralyzed the thug with absolute despair, not daring to move a muscle. On the other side, the girl, Duong Dung Dung, witnessed the whole spectacle in sheer disbelief. After making sure she wasn't hurt, he nonchalantly turned to leave as if nothing had happened. Hey, you're not injured, right? I don't know why these guys targeted you, but you'd better head home quickly. She stammered, hurriedly calling out after him. Ah, wait, please. She gave a slight bow, her voice filled with deep gratitude. Thank you so much, but could you escort me home? Not Fam just gave a light shrug and pulled his jacket back on. Oh, sorry, I've still got orders to deliver. I'll lose money if I'm late. But if you're scared, I can call the cops for you, and you can wait for them to arrive. Seeing that he wasn't very interested, she quickly switched up her tactics. Duong Dung Dung gently grabbed his sleeve, her eyes pleading earnestly. Take me home, and I will pay you 1 million as thanks for saving my life just now. Before she could even finish, he whipped around, his eyes lighting up like he just heard a victory fanfare and immediately tossed his jacket to the ground. Where is this girl of yours? At the Duong family villa, Dung Dung gently pushed the gate open and looked over apologetically. I'm so sorry. Let me just go inside and let everyone know I'm safe first. But before he could even reply, a furious roar exploded from inside like a clap of thunder. What? What the hell are all of you even doing? Duong Kai Lak was trembling with rage, her face ice cold. If anything happens to Dung Dung, all of you can just end your lives right here and now. Her words left the entire security team trembling, ready to collapse. They were so utterly terrified that they were kneeling right on durian shells. They promised in unison, Eldest Miss, we will absolutely find the second miss. The tension was at its absolute peak when suddenly a familiar voice rang out from behind them. Sis? She snapped her head around, her eyes filled with a mix of shock and overwhelming joy. Dung Dung. Right behind her, Not Fam smiled awkwardly and introduced himself. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Bok Not Fam. Duong Dung Dung was completely overcome with emotion and rushed forward, throwing her arms tightly around her sister. Sis, I promise I'll never wander off like that again. Kai Lak gently rubbed her sister's back, her voice softening completely. It's good that you're back safe. I'm just glad you're home. While Dung Dung couldn't stop crying, Not Fam just stood quietly to the side, watching the reunion with a faint, warm smile. After listening to Dung Dung recount the entire ordeal, Duong Ki Lak nodded thoughtfully and turned her gaze toward him. I understand everything that happened now. Thank you so much for saving my sister. If you wouldn't mind, I'd love to host a dinner to formally thank you. But Not Fam immediately waved his hand, his tone casual. Oh, there's no need to be so formal. A dinner really isn't necessary. It's just that your sister promised to give me 1 million as a reward for helping her. The moment those words left his mouth, Kai Lak's face completely darkened, her eyes filled with deep displeasure. What? She said she would give you 1 million as a reward? Feeling a sudden chill run down his spine at her glare, Not Fam hastily backtracked. Just pretend I didn't say anything. He thought to himself, sure enough, no free lunch ever just drops from the sky. Forget it. I only stepped in to help because I saw an injustice anyway. I didn't really expect any reward from the start. But completely defying his expectations instead of getting angry at him, Kai Lak suddenly marched over and gave Dung Dung a sharp smack on the head, making her cry out in pain. Is the life of my Duong Kai Lak's little sister really only worth 1 million? Are you insulting yourself, or are you just looking down on your older sister? Dung Dung whined loudly. Sis, ouch, ouch, ouch. Kai Lak quickly pulled out a bank card and handed it to Not Fam. There is 100 million in here. It's just a small gift, a token of our Duong Corporation's gratitude. Hearing that name, Not Fam suddenly froze. Wait, the Duong Corporation? Are you talking about the Duong Corporation with a market value of over 50 billion? She calmly nodded in confirmation. That's right, but this little bit of money is nowhere near enough to repay what you did for my sister. Our Duong Corporation still owes you a massive favor. If you ever need any help in the future, just... Before she could even finish, Bok Not Fam hastily cut her off, his eyes lighting up like he'd just found a life-changing opportunity. There's no need to wait for the future. His reaction was so incredibly fast that it actually made Kai Lak pause. Right now, at this very moment, I immediately have a massive favor to ask. Is that all right? 3 days later, at Hangthon Hospital, Bach Not Pham and Duong Ki Lak stood side by side on an upper floor, looking down at the surgical ward. Don't worry, everything has been arranged perfectly. We've brought in 15 of the top domestic and international experts in this field to study her surgical plan. Inside the room, the doctors were urgently treating his mother. His father remained right by her side, holding his wife's hand and softly whispering words of encouragement. I know you can do this. You're going to get better so soon. Hang in there, my Quayan. You'll be back to your healthy self in no time. Outside, Duong Ki Lak continued speaking, her voice gentle and full of genuine empathy. I completely understand how you're feeling right now. My parents passed away when we were young, so I only have this one little sister. So no matter what it takes, I never want anything bad to happen to her. Not Pham gave a small nod, responding with absolute sincerity. Thank you so much, Miss Duong. I really appreciate everything you've done this time. You're the one who actually helped me out the most. If you ever need me for absolutely anything in the future, I swear I'll do whatever it takes to help. Hearing that, Kai Lak didn't stand on ceremony any longer and directly brought up her request. I actually do have a favor to ask of you. Could you possibly spare a little of your free time to train the bodyguards for our Duong Corporation? The moment her words faded, a whole squad of bodyguards stepped forward in perfect unison from behind, their eyes burning with immense respect. Boss, please teach us how to fight. He turned around, his eyes totally wide with pure shock. Wait, train you guys? Kai Lak immediately explained the situation, not hiding a single detail. Not too long ago, I sent some of my people to investigate. The ones who went after Dung Dung. If my guess is right, they were hired by a rival company. Their whole goal was to use this incident to control the Duong Corporation. In a hospital room not too far away, where those exact mercenaries had been admitted for treatment, miserable, agonized groans were still echoing out every now and then. She shook her head, adding with a helpless sigh, "Those professional mercenaries you beat up are actually still stuck in the hospital. They haven't been able to recover at all, and honestly, it looks like they've got some severe psychological trauma." Kai Lak gently placed her hand on Not Pham's shoulder, her eyes holding a deep glimmer of anticipation. "I have no idea what methods you used, but could you please teach our people just a little bit, just enough to help them improve?" Bach Not Pham hesitated for a moment, scratching his head as he answered politely. About that. To be honest, it really just comes down to real combat experience and knowing a few little tricks. Seeing his lingering hesitation, Kai Lak didn't give him a single chance to back out. She immediately locked it in with a crystal-clear offer. "It really won't take up too much of your time, half a month at the absolute most, and we will pay you a proper salary. As for the exact price, you can name whatever figure you want." Hearing that, Not Pham could only let out a helpless sigh. She truly is a ruthless businesswoman, leaving me absolutely zero room to refuse. Well, I guess there's no running away from this anyway. Having no other choice, he gave a resigned nod. "All right, fine, I'll do my best. But I definitely can't guarantee how effective it'll actually be." Kai Lak smiled, looking completely satisfied. "Then it's officially decided. I'll arrange the schedule to make sure it doesn't eat into your daily life too much." Watching her figure disappear down the hall, Not Pham let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Well, at least during this time I can stay right by my mom's side. And once I fully repay this massive favor, we'll be totally even." In the days that followed, Not Pham officially began his new job of training the bodyguards. Exactly. If the opponent throws a punch, you can quickly strike their lower body. Meanwhile, good news arrived. After a period of treatment, his mother was finally waking up. His father was choked with emotion. Holding her hand, he called out tearfully, "My Kien, you're finally awake." Thanks to the right decision on the treatment plan, the surgery went smoothly. During the day she was in the hospital, his father was always by her bedside, caring for her tirelessly. "Eat a little more so you can get your strength back." One day, after finishing his training, Not Pham flopped down on a chair, breathing a sigh of relief. "Phew, it's finally the last stage. Everything here is settled. I should probably head back and check on things." Not long after, Not Pham set foot back in the alternate world. After half a month of being busy, he couldn't help but miss the Mock family village. Uncle Theat, Nuok Nuok, I wonder how everyone is doing now. But as soon as he arrived, the sight before him left him paralyzed. The Mock family village sign was burnt black. The ruins were still smoldering. The entire village was reduced to ashes, looking just like a living hell. Panicked, he rushed into the ruins, constantly calling out, "Nook, Nook! Uncle Thiet! Uncle Nam! Where are you guys?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Young Master Bach." He whipped around and saw Manager Naplan approaching with a few people. She walked quickly toward him, her eyes showing a hint of relief. "You're finally back. We've been waiting for you here all along." She led him to a warehouse belonging to the Van Bao Pavilion, which was being used as a makeshift shelter. Inside, many injured people were awkwardly bandaging each other. Mok Nam was wincing and groaning in pain, while Mok Thiet clumsily apologized. "Ah, ouch! Go easy, brother." The sound of the door opening made the group flinch in high alert. "Who's there?" Not Pham walked in, his eyes full of emotion. "Uncle Thiet, Uncle Nam, it's me." Seeing him, the group couldn't contain their joy and cheered in unison. "Not Pham, you're back! It's Not Pham! Not Pham has returned!" He hurried over and placed a hand on Mok Thiet's shoulder, choking up. "Uncle Thiet, seeing everyone safe, I'm so—" But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the man's right arm. Not Pham froze. "Uncle Thiet, your right arm." Only then did he realize that among the survivors, not a single person was intact. Everyone was covered in severe wounds. Mok Thiet gently patted his shoulder. His voice was calm, but held a deep sorrow. "It's fine. It's just a lost arm. At least we managed to keep our lives, right?" Suddenly, Bach Not Pham looked around in a panic. "Wait a minute. Where is Nuak Nuak? Why don't I see her?" The question made Mok Thiet fall silent. At this moment, in a separate room, Mok Nuak Nuak was lying on a bed, completely wrapped in bandages. She moaned softly. "It hurts." The doctor beside her gently helped her up, coaxing her with a warm tone. "Be a good girl, Nuak Nuak. We have to clean the wounds and change the medicine so the pain will go away." But as the bandages were removed, Nuak Nuak saw her reflection in the basin of water and panicked completely. "Is this me?" In an instant, she thrashed around and kicked the basin away. "I don't want any medicine." The doctor tried to calm her down. "Nuak Nuak, calm down." She struggled violently while the doctor desperately tried to hold her. "Let me go. Just let me die. I don't want to live like a monster." Left with no other choice, Bach Not Pham stepped forward, gently raised his hand, and struck her pressure points. He carefully caught Nuak Nuak, his eyes full of heartbreak. "Sleep now, Nuak Nuak. Everything will be fine after you wake up." Before passing out, Nuak Nuak's lips parted slightly, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Not Pham, brother, you're finally back." Standing nearby, Naplan couldn't hide her pity seeing Mok Nuak Nuak's condition. She sighed softly, her voice filled with sorrow. Her life was saved, but the burns were too severe. There's barely an intact spot on her body. Such a beautiful girl, in her most blooming and innocent years. I don't know how she's going to live the rest of her life. Hearing this, Bach Not Pham couldn't hold back his fury. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who did this?" Naplan frowned, replying firmly, "The culprits are the Lam family and the City Lord's estate." At the same time, in the City Lord's estate, City Lord Lam sat majestically on his chair, looking down at the people below. "Speak, what brings you here today?" Lam Van Kai stepped forward, looking respectful, and presented. "Uncle Lam, nothing much. I just had my men gather a few chests of spirit stones. I wanted to offer them to you as a small token of my respect." Hearing this, City Lord Lam burst into satisfied laughter, not sparing his praises. "The quality of these spirit stones is quite good. You've really put some thought into it. Hinhni really has a good eye for people. You're a fine young man." Van Kai was thrilled and quickly replied, "I'm glad you like it, uncle." However, Lam Hinhni, who was sitting next to him, looked displeased. She scoffed coldly, her eyes full of contempt. You only know how to suck up to my father. Where is that brat Bach Not Pham? Why hasn't he been found after all this time?" "Didn't you say you wanted to vent my anger for me? Is this all you're capable of?" Seeing this, Van Kai hurriedly rushed over to fan Hinhni, constantly trying to soothe her. "Hinhni, please calm down, don't be angry." Seeing his daughter making things difficult for Van Kai, City Lord Lam spoke up to bail him out. "Hinhni, stop throwing a tantrum." This Bach Not Pham appeared out of nowhere. His wealth is so massive it could rival an entire empire. Kai Nhi told me earlier that he even managed to take down a group of top assassins from the Shadow Kill sect. He even hired them instead. His power is unfathomable. We cannot rush into capturing a man like him. But these words still couldn't appease Lam Hindni. She glared at her father resentfully. City Lord Lam had to soften his voice, coaxing her like a child. All right. I know about the grievance you suffered at the Van Bao Pavilion. I already told Kai Ni to take his men and wipe out the Mok family village to vent your anger. So stop giving him a hard time. Van Kai seized the chance, clasping his hands to report. But when we were disposing of the bodies, we noticed that out of the 37 peasants in the Mok family village, more than 10 were missing. I don't know where the rest are. Could someone have saved them? Hearing this, City Lord Lamb's face darkened, his voice cold as ice. Then issue a citywide bounty for the remnants of the Mok family village and that Bok not fam. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find them for me. Meanwhile, at the Van Bao Pavilion, Naplan recounted everything with a thoughtful gaze. That's exactly what happened. I have a bit of a network here in Luovan City. When I heard that the City Lord's estate was planning to massacre the village, I organized a rescue team. As the memories flooded back, she began to narrate what she had experienced. Unfortunately, the Lam family acted too fast. By the time my people arrived, the village was already beyond saving. The scene from that day flashed vividly in her mind. As she and her team arrived, they only saw a sea of flames swallowing the Mok family village. She gave urgent orders. You guys, check the east side to see if anyone is still alive. Amidst the sea of flames, her soldiers charged in, risking everything to save the people. A desperate shout rang out, "Watch out! The building is collapsing! Get in now!" There's still someone trapped inside. Damn them! To think they wouldn't even spare a child. At that moment, Uncle Nam was dragged from the rubble, someone gasping, "Quick! He's still breathing!" Meanwhile, Mu Rorwo had hidden inside a rice vat to escape the flames, her entire body trembling as she sobbed. She was lucky to escape with her life, but she suffered the most severe burns in the entire village. As the flashback ended, Nalan just shook her head, sighing in regret. With my abilities, this is all I could do. Standing opposite her, Ifan was overwhelmed with emotion. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply. "Thank you, shopkeeper Nalan. I, Bai Ifan, will carve this kindness into my heart." But Naylan had no time for polite pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. "Young master, what do you plan to do now?" At that question, he clenched his fists, his voice as cold and hard as steel. "Kill." The word was short, but it carried a bone-chilling, ruthless determination. Hearing this, Nalan couldn't help but worry and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "You can't. Both the City Lord's estate and the Lin family have martial artists in the blood refinement realm, and they have more than just one. Rumor has it that City Lord Lan Qian has already reached the marrow cleansing realm, at the 5th layer of body refinement. Even 5 horses couldn't tear his body apart. What's more, he supposedly has a high-tier defensive artifact. You won't be able to kill him." But whether it was rational analysis or well-meaning warnings, nothing could shake the absolute resolve in his heart. Ifan spoke coldly, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "I don't like hurting people, but if anyone dares to touch my family or friends, I won't show them any mercy." So what if he's at the 5th layer of body refinement? I'm going to kill them anyway. But before that, please take care of them for me. Right now, I have something more important to do. Upon returning to Earth, he immediately went to the Elder Medicine Hall, gathering familiar ingredients like huangling, chunxiang, huangbai, borneol, and sesame oil. The shopkeeper enthusiastically handed over the medicine while asking curiously, "Say brother, did someone in your family get burned? Why have you been buying so much burn medicine lately?" Hearing this, Bai Ifan's expression suddenly darkened and his voice dropped. "Don't ask about that." Seeing his attitude, the shopkeeper understood, chuckled awkwardly, and saw him out. All right, take care now." But in his mind, he couldn't help but wonder. Even though he's a VIP customer, he's always so secretive. What a weird guy. Meanwhile, at the airport, standing at the boarding gate, his father asked worriedly, "Ifan, are you really not coming on this trip with us?" Ifan just smiled, turning his back as he reassured them. "Mom, Dad, just relax. Don't worry about the money. There's 500,000 in that card, all earned from my training camp. It's enough for you two to travel around over there for half a year. Mom just recovered from her illness, so use this trip to clear your minds and relax." His mother could only watch in silence as her son's silhouette faded into the distance. His father gently patted her shoulder, speaking with absolute trust. "Our boy has grown up. He has things he needs to do. At the same time, in a high-rise apartment, a phone on the table began buzzing non-stop. I'm coming, Guo Rao said as she picked up the phone, frowning in confusion. It's so late. Who's sending all these messages? On the screen were messages from Ifan. Sister Guo, I have some business to take care of and will be away for a while. I've transferred the back rent directly to your account. Consider the extra money as advance payment for the future rent. Thank you so much for everything you did for me before. Reading this, she couldn't help but laugh in surprise. Well, look at that. He actually knows how to repay a favor and even paid in advance. Seems like he finally found a job. But I hope he isn't just trying to save face while starving himself to death. Otherwise, he'll be drinking the Northwest Wind again next month. But the moment she opened her account to check, her eyes went wide. Wait a minute. 100,000? What in the world has this brat been doing? Meanwhile, back in the alternate world, Ifan held a bottle of medicine, looking expectantly at Dr. Kai. Dr. Kai, will these herbs actually work? The doctor stroked his beard, his eyes serious. If we follow the ancient secret recipe, they shouldn't fail. But I really want to know, how on earth did you manage to gather so many legendary, impossibly rare herbs? Hearing this, Ifan just frowned. You think it was fast? I feel like it was way too slow. The ancient ring has a strict weight limit, so these past few days I've had to travel back and forth just to bring them over in batches. He vividly remembered the frustration. Damn it, it's over the limit again. I have to put some back. Just then, Ifan turned and called out, Shopkeeper Nalan, we're here! The doctor thought to himself, just one of these medicinal catalysts is priceless. This young master's loyalty to his friends is truly as high as the sky and as deep as the sea. The two walked up to Nalan. The medicine is ready. Ifan handed the bottle over to her. Nearby, Mu Roruo was lying on the hospital bed, tears welling up in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she asked, Brother Ifan, can I really go back to how I was before? He gently patted her head, his voice soft and reassuring. Trust me, once you're fully healed, I'll go buy you a beautiful new dress. You love pretty dresses, don't you? Mm-hmm. But before the emotional moment could linger, a shattering sound rang out. A mirror hanging above suddenly fell and smashed to pieces. Nalan's panicked scream echoed from inside the room. Ah, Roro, you... Ifan immediately shoved the door open and rushed in. What's wrong? Before his eyes was an unbelievable sight. Mu Roro was standing there, her entire body completely healed. She smiled radiantly, her voice choking with happy tears. Brother Ifan, I really am fully healed. Then she realized everyone was startled by the loud crash earlier, and she lowered her head, muttering sheepishly. I'm so sorry. I was just so shocked that I accidentally broke the mirror. From behind, the doctor's booming voice rang out. Roro, you nearly scared this bag of old bones to death. I thought something terrible had happened. Ifan let out a soft sigh of relief and patted her head once more, his eyes full of affection. Our Roruo is even prettier than before. Thank you, Brother Ifan. Nalan stood to the side, her eyes filled with curiosity as she watched by Ifan, a man walking around with legendary dragontail grass and what seemed like an endless treasury of spiritual herbs. She couldn't stop wondering, where on earth did he come from? After making sure Roro was okay, he turned back and handed Nalan a precious herb. Shopkeeper Nalan, please accept this dragontail grass as a token of my gratitude. Also, there's one more favor I need to ask of you. The young master spoke up. No more beating around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. Bring out all the high-tier martial arts manuals you have in the Wanbao Pavilion. Also, I need to find a place for secluded cultivation as soon as possible. At a secluded villa on the outskirts of town, Yi Fan quietly picked up a bowl filled with high-tier demonic beast blood. A flash of absolute determination appeared in his eyes. It's not enough. I have to get stronger, fast. The gap between him and Lan Qian at the marrow cleansing realm was still like heaven and earth. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed the bowl of blood. I have to close this gap now. Right after, Bai Yi Fan swung his sword, unleashing the blazing sun slash. Every strike he threw felt like it was tearing through space itself, shattering the earth and rocks around him. But it still wasn't enough. He grabbed another bowl of blood, chugged it down, and went right back to training, back to swinging his sword. Each strike was fiercer than the last. he still wasn't satisfied. It still wasn't enough. Outside, Dr. Tai stood under the porch looking into the courtyard with a worried expression. I say, shopkeeper, just how many martial arts manuals did you give him? He's been training nonstop for days and nights on end like this. Is he really going to be all right? And another thing, I don't know if my old eyes are playing tricks on me, but he's drinking high-tiered demonic beast blood like it's water. Nalan just shook her head slightly, her gaze calm. Dr. Tai, when it comes to matters of the martial world, it's better to know as little as possible. Then she turned around, her eyes fixed on the courtyard, and whispered, at this point, no matter what he pulls out next, I wouldn't be surprised anymore. Under the cold moonlight, Yi Fan continued his relentless training. He just wouldn't stop, wouldn't take a single break. Torrential rain sword art, silver moon slash, every technique he unleashed sent the surrounding trees crashing down and split the ground wide open. Finally, as the night grew deep, he came to a halt in the middle of the clearing. He was drenched in sweat, but his face was filled with absolute satisfaction. I finally broke through. He threw his head back and laughed out loud, his entire body erupting with a fierce aura. Fourth stage of the body. Tempering realm. The blood-refining stage. I finally broke through. Right at that moment, Nalan walked up from behind with two servants carrying a few items. Young Master Bai, you truly are formidable. To think you've already broken through to the late stage of the blood-refining realm in just half a month. Yi Fan put his shirt back on and turned to look at them, his voice calm and deep. Thank you for everything these past few days, shopkeeper Nalan. I'm making my move soon. If I don't return by tomorrow morning, I beg you to protect Ruo and Uncle Tai's group. Get them out of the city, far, far away from this place. Hearing this, Nalan stepped forward and held out a small wooden box, her tone dead serious. Wait, young master. He reached out, took the box, and opened it, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. What is this? She immediately explained. This is a barbarian bull talisman. Once used, it can boost a martial artist's strength to its absolute limit. The other one is a protection talisman, used to defend against heavy attacks. Its effect can last for half an incense stick's worth of time. I hope they can lend you a helping hand. And she didn't stop there. She pulled out a gleaming, razor-sharp sword. This is the sand-cleaving sword, one of the most renowned blades in the Yan Kingdom. Word has it that it can protect its master. I purposely had it brought over from one of our other branches just for you to use. As he took the sword, his eyes glinted sharply. Thank you so much, shopkeeper Nalan. As for the cost, I will... Nalan quickly cut him off, her gaze unwavering. There's no need. It was a chance meeting, yet you, young Master Bai, are willing to risk your life to avenge the Mu family village. I am truly in awe of your character, and I am more than willing to lend you a hand. I wish you success, young master. May you return victorious. Yi Fan strapped the sword to his back, his eyes deep and profound. Then, I humbly accept this favor. I will carve it into my heart. Bai Yi Fan's footsteps finally came to a halt in front of the main gates of the Lin Manor. He looked up, his voice ice cold. The Lin Manor. So this is the place. The moment they saw his face, the guards barked out, Who goes there? This is the Lin Manor's restricted grounds. You have no business... Before they could even finish their sentence, his silhouette dashed past them like a bolt of lightning, leaving nothing but a bone-chilling gust of wind in his wake. A series of agonizing screams rang out. Every single guard he blew past collapsed to the ground, completely powerless to fight back. Bai Yi Fan strode straight down the path leading into the manor, his eyes blazing, his voice as cold as ice. I am the one here to take your dog lives. And with that, he marched right through the gates, every step oozing with killing intent. The revenge had begun. Deep inside the Lin Manor, in the middle of a massive grand hall, Lin Yunkai was chatting excitedly with his father, his tone brimming with cocky confidence. Dad, don't you worry. It won't be long before I finally marry Jinner. Excellent! Excellent! Lin Dafu clapped his hands in approval, his eyes practically glowing with greed. Yunkai got even more pumped up as he spoke, his path to glory already mapped out in his head. As long as we can climb the social ladder and cozy up to the city lord's estate, won't all of Flowing Cloud City belong to our Lin family? As soon as the words left his mouth, the two women sitting nearby giggled excitedly, their eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. As expected of my Lin Dafu's son, you've got a bright future ahead of you. Lin Dafu, the head of the Lin family sitting at the seat of honor, was just about to raise his teacup when a massive crash echoed out, making everyone jump out of their skin. What the hell was that? Right after, a guard was sent flying straight into the hall, groaning in agonizing pain. Yunkai jumped to his feet, furious, as he roared, "Who is it? Show yourself! How dare you cause trouble in my Lin family?" At that exact moment, Bai Yi Fan walked in at a leisurely pace, his eyes as cold as absolute zero. He didn't even bother dodging, stepping right over the guard he had just kicked in. "We meet again, young Master Lin." Recognizing the intruder, Lin Yunkai burst into a smug, arrogant laugh. "Ha ha ha. Well, if it isn't Bai Yi Fan, I was just looking for you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep. Today, I'm going to capture you and hand you over to Sinner myself. Take this." But before his fist could even touch Yi Fan, it was caught in an iron grip. "Capture me? With just you?" With a single twist, a sickening crack echoed out, making Yunkai let out a blood-curdling scream. "My arm! You actually dared to break my arm?" He turned pale, stuttering in absolute disbelief. When the hell did he break through to the late stage of the blood-refining realm? Yi Fan looked down at him and spoke slowly, his voice dripping with disgust. "Not only do I dare to break your arm, I dare to break your legs too, and beat the living hell out of you." Yunkai collapsed to the floor, groaning in agony, while the other three stood there like statues, completely dumbfounded seeing him taken down in a split second. Even while writhing in agony, Yunkai still managed to scream at the top of his lungs, "Dad, run! Go get the city lord!" Hearing his son's words, Lin Dafu immediately bolted for the door. But before he could even make it out of the main hall, Yi Fan appeared right in front of him. Bai Yi Fan grabbed him by the throat, hoisting him up like a cornered rat trying to flee. Lin Dafu thrashed around in sheer panic, still trying to put up a tough front and threaten him. You can't kill us!" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and shot back. "And why is that?" Grasping at straws, he gasped for air while desperately trying to save his own neck. "My son and I, we work for the city lord. If you kill us, the city lord will definitely not let you off." He slightly raised an eyebrow, his voice completely flat. "Oh?" Seeing this, Lin Yunkai quickly chimed in, "That's right. Shinner and I are already engaged. I'm practically half a son-in-law to City Lord Lan. Just you try laying a finger on us." Before he could even finish his sentence, Yi Fan ruthlessly snapped Lin Dafu's neck. The horrific sight left Yunkai completely paralyzed, his jaw dropping as his limbs trembled uncontrollably. Well then, Yi Fan let go of the body, casting a freezing glare at Yunkai. "You told me to try, so I did." By now, Yunkai had completely lost his initial arrogance. He groveled on the ground, trembling. He threw aside all his dignity, lunging at Ifan's feet to beg for his life. "Bai Ifan, please don't kill me. I swear I'll give you all of the Lin family's wealth. Just please, don't kill me." Ifan smirked, a look of utter contempt on his face. "The Lin family's wealth? Don't make me laugh. Even if I packed up your entire Lin family, how much could you possibly be worth? 1,000 gold? 5,000 gold? Since you're about to die anyway, I'll enlighten you. Any random medicinal herb I pull out is worth thousands of gold. Hell, maybe even over 100 million gold. Tell me, why would I ever give a damn about your pathetic Lin family?" Hearing this, Yunkai burst into loud sobs, his face covered in snot and tears. "I'm sorry! I was wrong! I was so wrong! Please let me go! Just don't kill me!" Ifan didn't bother listening anymore. He reached out and gripped Yunkai's head, his eyes as cold as the Grim Reaper. "There's no need to apologize to me. If you're truly sorry, then go down to hell and join your father. Atone for the dead of the Mu family village." With a swift, sickening crunch, he snapped his neck and Yunkai's lifeless body slumped to the ground. Having finished the job, Ifan slowly stood up. Without even a backward glance, he turned and walked away into the silence. Now, his target was the city lord's manor. At this moment, the quiet atmosphere in the main hall of the manor was shattered when a man rushed in frantically. His face was pale as a sheet as he screamed, "Disaster! Disaster!" He quickly dropped to one knee, breathlessly reporting to the man sitting leisurely in the seat of honor. "City Lord, it's terrible. Word just came from the Lin estate. The Lin family's under attack." Hearing this, City Lord Lan furrowed his brows and slowly opened his eyes. Speak. What exactly happened?" The messenger trembled as he replied. According to a concubine who managed to escape, a young man named Bai Ifan came seeking revenge. He's already slaughtered a huge number of people in the estate. At the mention of that familiar name, he lost all his composure. He shot up from his seat and roared, "By Ifan, pass down my orders, immediately lock down every single exit of Flowing Cloud City. Tell Generals Pang Ling and Yulei to gather 300 armored guards and follow me to the Lin estate to capture this bastard." Instantly, a resounding shout echoed from the ranks of the armored guards below. "Yes, sir." As he marched out, City Lord Lan gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Damn it, shouldn't that little brat be dead already? Not long after, he arrived at the manor gates, mounting his horse and ready to march. Before leaving, he turned and gave his final orders. "Yeoman Tao, Xie Bing, you two will guard the manor and protect the eldest miss. If anything happens, report to me immediately." Hearing the command, the two men bowed their heads and answered firmly, "Your subordinates understand." And with that, leading a fully armed battalion, City Lord Lan marched fiercely into the night. At the same time, inside her palanquin, Lan Xiner pulled back the curtain. Seeing the commotion, she couldn't help but be curious. "General Z, General Yuan, what is my father doing? Why all this fuss?" One of the men quickly answered, his tone highly respectful. "Greetings, eldest miss. He is likely going to capture a major criminal." She frowned and pressed on. "Catching a major criminal? Then why aren't you two going?" General Yuan bowed his head and explained. "The Lord City Master ordered us to stay behind to guard the manor, just in case." Hearing this, Xiner stepped out of the carriage, giving her orders as she walked. "Fine. You guys just guard the outside of the courtyard then. If anything comes up, I'll call for you." "Yes, miss." She walked inside with her two serving maids following close behind, sighing as she went. "Honestly, my father worries too much. Our city lord's manor has 4 generals, all of them in the half-blood realm, and father is in the marrow-cleansing realm. What kind of blind fool would dare attack us? They must have a death wish." A maid stepped up and asked softly, "Miss, allow me to help you prepare for bed. Which nightgown would you like to wear tonight?" Hearing that, Lan Xiner glanced at the dress hanging nearby, her eyes filled with sheer disgust. "Why is this dress still hanging here? Young Master Lin said this dress was priceless." She hissed through gritted teeth, seething with anger. "That little tramp Mu Rorwo isn't even fit to lick my boots. How could her clothes be this nice? Only a clueless idiot like Lin Yunkai would treat this trash like a treasure and sneak it over to me. Throw it away right now. Just looking at it pisses me off." Boiling with rage, Lan Xiner gripped the comb in her hand so tightly her knuckles turned white, her eyes glaring wildly. "Those filthy peasants from the Mu family village, just thinking about them makes my blood boil. And that bastard Bai Ifan, stealing the ascending heaven token that rightfully belongs to me. If I ever see him again, I swear I'll chop off his dog head with my own 2 hands." But right at that moment, something felt off behind her. The 2 maids had collapsed to the floor, dead before they could even make a sound. Seeing this, Lan Xiner's face drained of color, and she backed away in sheer panic. "Honger? Lu Er, what's wrong with you?" A voice cold as ice echoed from behind her, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. "Eldest Miss Lan, just how do you plan on chopping off my head?" She spun around in terror and shrieked. "You? Why are you here? This is the City Lord's manor. You actually dare to trespass into my manor?" Bai Ifan took slow, deliberate steps toward her. His voice was as soft as the wind, yet it sent a freezing chill straight down the spine. "So, what if it's the City Lord's manor?" She stumbled back, her entire body trembling as she stammered out a plea. "You, stay away from me!" A shrill, terrified scream tore from Lan Xiner's throat. "Guards, help! Assassin!" Ifan remained completely unfazed. His tone was light but terrifyingly frosty. "There's no use screaming. The 100 guards in your courtyard, along with those 2 half-blood realm generals stationed outside. I've already slaughtered them all." Xiner's face turned ash-white, her heart feeling like it had stopped beating. Only one thought echoed over and over in her mind. Bai Ifan killed 2 half-blood realm generals all by himself? And he did it in the blink of an eye. I didn't even hear a single sound. He slowly drew his sword, his voice rumbling with quiet, thunderous wrath. "Lan Xiner, do you know why I'm here? I remember warning you not to provoke me." The freezing tip of the blade pressed against her neck, his words cutting like a knife. "Slaughtering the Mu family village? That was a plot between you and Lin Yun-kai, wasn't it? Lin Yun-kai is already dead. Now, it's your turn. Hearing that, Lan Shinner collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Choking on her sobs, she wailed. No, no, please! She screamed, her face an ugly mess of tears and snot. Bai Ifan, I'm begging you. Please spare me. I'm only 18. I don't want to die yet. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want. Ifan remained silent, his gaze colder than iron. Rorwo was only 13. Among the children you burned alive in the Mu family village, some couldn't even walk yet. What crime did they commit? She sobbed hysterically, consumed by absolute terror. Bye, Ifan, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I can... That's right, I'm still a virgin. Completely abandoning her dignity, her voice took on a sickly, desperate seductiveness. If you kill me, wouldn't it be such a waste? Just then, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted. Zener covered her face in panic, screaming at the top of her lungs. Facing her pathetic display, Ifan's expression hardened, his eyes utterly merciless. Even if a poisonous snake like you stripped naked, I'd only feel completely disgusted. He decisively sheathed his sword, his voice calm but dripping with authority. But the heavens are merciful. I can give you one single chance to live. Didn't you say Nuak Nuak wasn't even worthy of licking your boots? Saying this, he propped his foot up on a nearby chair, crossed his arms, and flashed a mocking smirk. Then go ahead. Lick my boots clean right now. The moment the words dropped, Hin Ni froze, stammering, completely speechless. He raised an eyebrow, challenging her. What's wrong? Didn't you just say you'd do absolutely anything? Hin Ni clenched her fists until she trembled, her eyes welling with furious tears. Gritting her teeth, she spat out, Fine, I'll lick them. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want. In the end, she had no choice but to stoop down, crawling closer to perform the ultimate act of humiliation. Seeing this, Not Fam let out a cold laugh. Eldest Miss Lamb sure is working hard to keep her life. As she humiliatingly licked his boots, she secretly ground her teeth, pure hatred boiling over in her mind. Damn you! Gloat while you still can. I just need to stall until my father gets back, and he'll definitely tear you into 100 pieces. But with every passing second, her remaining time to live was ticking down to less than half an incense stick's time. After finishing the degrading task, she forced out her words. There, I licked them clean. At that exact moment, Not Fam's eyes turned dead cold, his entire aura shifting instantly. He growled, Since they're clean, it's time for you to die. Before she could even process his words, a flash of the blade sliced through the air. Hin Ni lifelessly collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, the heavy thud of marching troops echoed across the stone path. City Lord Lamb was leading his cavalry straight toward the Lamb Manor. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his brows knitting together as if struck by a grim premonition. A general riding beside him asked in concern, My lord, what's wrong? He gave a slight shake of his head, his voice dead serious. It's nothing, I just feel a sudden sense of dread. Before he could even finish, a scout scrambled over in a blind panic, gasping for air. Disaster, my lord. I went ahead to scout the Lamb Manor as ordered. But inside, it's nothing but a sea of corpses. Lam Daifu and Lam Van Kai are completely missing. Hearing this, City Lord Lamb froze, his eyes bugging out. What did you just say? Without a second thought, he roared, violently yanking his horse around. Damn it, it's a trap to lure us away. Hurry, back to the manor. Whipping his horse into a frantic gallop, he ground his teeth and cursed, that little bastard from the Bach family. If he dares to lay even a single finger on Hin Ni, I swear I will slaughter his entire bloodline for 9 generations. The two generals trailing behind him exchanged completely bewildered looks. My lord, what on earth is going on? But there was no time for explanations. A sharp, absolute command rang out. All units, fall in. We head back to the manor. They bellowed in unison. Yes, sir! In no time at all, the massive army arrived back at the City Lord's manor. But the moment City Lord Lamb pulled back his reins at the gate, his gaze locked onto something completely paralyzed. The gruesome sight before him violently squeezed his heart. Suspended high up in midair was his precious daughter, Lam Hin Ni. Hin Ni! No! His throat-tearing scream echoed across the entire courtyard. But before he could even dash forward to save her, a bone-chilling voice sliced through the air. So, you finally decided to show up. City Lord Lamb snapped his head around, his face completely flushed with murderous rage. Fuck, not fam! At that exact moment, a heavy object was brutally hurled onto the dirt right beside him. Completely losing his mind, he let out a guttural roar, fists clenched tight as he lunged forward. I swear I'm going to kill you! Nat Pham arrogantly raised his weapon high as a surge of brilliant jade green power erupted from his body. We'll just see who kills who, he mocked. Without giving his opponent a single second to react, Nat Pham unleashed his sword dance. Hundreds of glowing green blades aggressively swarmed forward like a meteor shower. City Lord Lamb swiftly dodged, but his heart was pounding with absolute shock. This sword aura! Could this be the torrential rain sword art? He scrambled in midair for a frantic second before hitting the ground. His eyes were completely bloodshot as he replayed the strike in his mind. The torrential rain sword art, a legendary peak yellow tier technique. Even I would need at least a whole year just to grasp the basics. This little punk disappeared for barely 2 months, yet he somehow mastered it to absolute perfection straight from the inner vitality realm. Nat Pham let out a cocky sneer at the old man's internal panic. Not bad, old man. You've actually got a decent eye for things. The aura erupting around City Lord Lamb violently warped, morphing into a hideous, blood-red hue as he glared daggers at the boy. No wonder you managed to slaughter so many top experts from my manor. Yet, despite his words, City Lord Lamb's demeanor was still utterly drenched in dripping contempt. He began channeling his immense power and spat out, "A pathetic little rat in the blood-refining realm dares to challenge a master in the marrow-cleansing realm. You really have a death wish." The deadly move he unleashed was the blood wheel. In response, Nat Pham coldly countered, "Torrential rain sword art, second form." This time, the sheer volume of spiritual swords raining down was terrifyingly dense, and the name of the technique took a fatal turn. Swift Rain. City Lord Lamb was completely blown away by the absolutely terrifying scale of the attack, his jaw practically dropping to the floor as he shrieked. What the hell? Before he could spit out another word, Nat Pham's devastating strike crashed down onto City Lord Lamb without a single shred of mercy. The blinding jade green light completely swallowed the old man's crimson aura. City. Lord Lamb's eyes blew wide open as a glowing blade stopped mere inches from his eyeball. A frantic curse slipped right out of his mouth. God damn it! What immediately followed was the Thundercloud Barrier, a powerful defensive technique. Nat Pham's gaze sharpened into a hard glare when he saw this, his voice rising a pitch as he spoke up. A violent streak of purple energy shot straight out from the palm of City Lord Lamb's hand. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Shatter for me!" Instantly, that intense purple light violently slammed into Nat Pham's storm of swords. Annoyed, the boy clicked his tongue and yelled out, "A magical artifact!" Gripping the deadly weapon in his hand, City Lord Lamb barked out with supreme arrogance. "You little bastard, to think you actually forced my hand to use a magical artifact. Dying here today is the highest honor you'll ever get," he screamed, delivering the boy's death sentence. "Now die." Seeing the lethal danger closing in, Nat Pham instantly evaded using his drifting shadow steps. But the brutal purple strike crashed straight down toward his head anyway. City Lord Lamb bellowed like a madman. "Where do you think you're going?" Nat Pham cursed under his breath as he watched the massive attack lock onto him. "Crap, I can't dodge this one." The ruthless attack slammed directly into his body, detonating in a blinding flash of purple light that engulfed the entire area. City Lord Lamb threw his head back and let out a manic demonic laugh, eagerly flaunting his overwhelming power. "You little piece of trash! Run! Come on! Let's see you try to run now!" However, as the heavy smoke finally cleared away, Nat Pham stood there, completely untouched and without a single scratch. The old man gasped in utter horror. What the hell is this?" His eyes nearly popped out of his skull, his voice cracking in sheer disbelief. How was he completely unharmed? Nat Pham stood comfortably inside a glowing golden barrier and fired back with a smirk. "Great City Lord Lamb, this so-called lightning power of yours is honestly kind of pathetic." The more he looked, the more City Lord Lamb felt his soul leave his body. He stared at the barrier, clearly sensing his ultimate attack fading away. The power of the lightning, it got completely absorbed. Pulling out a glowing paper talisman from his sleeve, Nat Pham calmly explained, This defensive talisman that Manager Naplan gave me sure is incredibly handy. Now, let's see what the other one can do. He shouted the incantation as he threw the talisman, Savage Bull Axe! City Lord Lamb was completely at his mercy, increasingly overwhelmed by his sheer power. He cried out in terror, A talisman! How do you have a talisman? Nat Pham, wrapped in a majestic blue aura, fearlessly charged forward. Tempest Sword Art, third form. A surge of immense blue energy erupted as he unleashed a devastating sword strike. Driven to absolute desperation, City Lord Lamb summoned Purple Lightning, determined to fight him head-on. You damn brat! I'll take you down with me! His entire body crackled with Purple Lightning, unleashing a catastrophic strike known as Myriad Thunders to clash directly against Nat Pham's surging blue power. Nat Pham's power roared like a tornado, completely swallowing up City Lord Lamb's now feeble Purple Lightning. The City Lord was violently thrown backward, letting out a sharp cry of shock. But right then, Nat Pham also felt the harsh side effects of wielding such immense power. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face contorted in intense pain. Seeing this, City Lord Lamb let out a triumphant laugh. Even if you use a talisman to enhance your body, if you think you can beat me with just brute strength, you're still way too naive. Nat Pham's face darkened as he shot back. Who said I was relying on brute strength to kill you? His words struck a nerve. City Lord Lamb gritted his teeth, a sense of dread washing over him. This is bad. Don't tell me he still has a trump card? The moment he finished speaking, Nat Pham gripped his sword and charged forward, adding, I wouldn't exactly call it a trump card. City Lord Lamb was utterly shocked, only managing to gasp out two words, too fast. The technique Nat Pham used was instant teleportation. City Lord Lamb stared wide-eyed at Nat Pham's incoming attack. This is focused energy? Nat Pham's gaze hardened, his voice turning deadly cold as he spoke. Tempest Sword Art, Ultimate Killing Strike! With one brutal thrust, the blade pierced right through City Lord Lamb, leaving him absolutely no chance to react. A terrifying, soul-crushing power erupted from the wound. It was his signature move, the Piercing Water Sword. Soaked in blood and barely able to stand, City Lord Lamb glared bitterly at Nat Pham and wheezed, Ah, how could I lose to you? This is impossible! Nat Pham raised his sword high and replied coldly, From the moment you chose to commit such vile acts, you should have known this day would come. A ruthless expression crossed Nat Pham's face as he coldly declared, It's over. He drove the sword straight down into City Lord Lamb. The only sound left in the air was the man's agonizing scream. Nat Pham's blade was drenched in blood as the City Lord's lifeless body collapsed into a massive crimson pool. He bent down and picked up a small purple object, muttering to himself, This is that spiritual artifact, isn't it? Nat Pham held it up to examine it. To think that such immense lightning energy was hidden inside this tiny ring. This item was none other than the Cloud Lightning Ring. He let out a satisfied chuckle and tucked it away. Well, it's mine now. The heavy thud of horse hooves pounded the earth, kicking up a massive cloud of blinding dust. The rider pulled the reins hard, bringing the horse to a screeching halt. City? Lord Lamb's men stared in pure horror at the bloody scene before them. The City Lord and the eldest miss, our people, they've all been slaughtered. Standing tall against the mob next to the City Lord's massive corpse, Nat Pham's voice rang out with absolute authority. Listen to me very carefully. Surrender now and you will live. His eyes were deadly serious. But anyone who defies me will be killed without mercy. The soldiers turned deathly pale, only able to stammer in sheer terror. Meanwhile, back at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Nalan stood anxiously beside Dr. Tai. It's been so long already. She paced in worry. I wonder how young Master Bach Nat Pham is doing. But speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A staff member rushed inside, and Tafpingside completely out of breath. Manager, something huge just happened. Nalan's heart pounded as she quickly asked, What is it? Don't tell me. The staff member recounted the news, trembling with fear. Our informants just sent word. Lam Dai Fu and Lam Van Kai from the Lam family. They're all dead. The City Lord, Lam Hin He, and even the 4 great generals, they were entirely wiped out. The City Lord's estate was swallowed by a massive fire and completely burned to the ground overnight. Hearing this, Nalan almost fainted from the shock. She thought to herself, Thank heavens, he actually did it. I can't believe he really pulled it off. Dr. Tai hurriedly caught her arm to steady her. Careful now, Dr. Tai warned, his brow deeply furrowed. Those 4 great generals were all at the boiling blood realm. If they joined forces, they could even match a mid-stage marrow-cleansing expert. Yet, young Master Bach clearly just broke through to the inner fortification realm 2 months ago. Supporting Nalan, Dr. Tai looked up at the sky, his mind racing. I'm afraid the very skies over Luvan City are about to change. Morning arrived quickly, and the city square was already buzzing with a chaotic crowd. Move! Get out of the way! Step aside! What's going on? Everyone muttered, crowding around the notice board to take in the shocking news plastered right in front of them. Bach Nhat Pham, the newest wanted criminal in the Yan Kingdom. Anyone who brings in his severed head will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. Anyone providing information on his whereabouts will be rewarded with 50 taels of gold. One villager tilted his head in confusion. Looking at his face, he doesn't seem like the type to commit such evil deeds. Why is there a bounty on his head? The wanted poster was suddenly ripped down. A cloaked figure wearing a large hat, Nhat Pham himself, looked at the drawing and grumbled inwardly, putting a bounty on me is one thing. But did they really have to draw me looking this ugly? He tossed it away in one smooth motion, muttering to himself, whatever, forget it. Since things turned out this way, I'll just keep moving forward. It's time to plan for the future and find a brand new playground to mess around in. Night fell over the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Nalan stood deep in thought by the window. I wonder how young Master Bach is doing right now. After everything that happened today, what are his plans? Suddenly, a letter fluttered through the window, accompanied by a small wooden box, making Nalan gasp in surprise. She picked up the letter, wondering aloud, what is this? The message contained only a few brief sentences. I have to leave Luvan City immediately. Thank you for looking after me all this time. Inside this box is a gift for you and the people of the Mock family village. It will ensure that all of you will never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of your lives. If destiny allows it, our paths will surely cross again. Farewell. Bach Nhat Pham. The accompanying box was absolutely overflowing with rare jewels. Nalan's jaw completely dropped when she opened it. These heavenly treasures, I've never even seen anything like this before. She gazed wistfully into the distant night sky, her heart filled with thoughts of Nhat Pham. Young Master Bach, I hope fate lets us meet again someday. Nalan's heartfelt wish echoed silently into the wind, something the young man galloping away into the night would never hear. Nhat Pham swiftly spurred his horse onward. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, at the border between the Yan and Wei kingdoms by the Van Chao ferry crossing, Nhat Pham quietly listened to the chatter of the crowd around him. Hey, did you guys hear the news? I heard the 5 Elements Holy Land, one of the 10 great holy lands, is about to publicly recruit new disciples. Their gossiping provided him with some much-needed information. Word has it that even the absolute lowest-tier cultivation method from the Holy Land would cause bloodbaths in the mortal world, as everyone would fight over it like some peerless divine art. If someone could actually become a disciple there, it would be the absolute chance of a lifetime. The other man scoffed. But dreaming of just being a disciple is thinking way too small. If you managed to become an elder of the Holy Land, then even if nobles or the emperor himself came to see you, you wouldn't even have to give them the time of day. The crowd continued moving, chatting excitedly among themselves. But the 5 Elements Holy Land is over in the Wei Kingdom. That's incredibly far from our Yan Kingdom. If we don't take the ferry from Van Chao, even if we rode 14 horses straight to death, we still wouldn't make it there in time. Then let's go first thing tomorrow. If we're late, there won't be any spots left. Nhat Pham hummed in thought, looking rather displeased. As it happens, the cloud ship is the most crucial mode of transport in the Vong Ko continent. Its speed is incredible, capable of crossing the heavenly rift and heading straight to the destination. The crowd gathered was by no means small, and it was completely chaotic. Hey, stop pushing! Let me go first! Nhat Pham stepped up to the counter and made a quick request. Shopkeeper, 1 ticket to the 5 Elements Holy Land. The man held up his hand, arrogantly naming his price. The cloud ship only goes to the 5 Elements city in the Wei state. 500 gold a ticket. His face clearly showed his disdain for Nhat Pham. Where did this country bumpkin come from? doesn't even know where the cloud ship goes. Besides, spending a night on our ship is very expensive. Even the worst room costs 3,000 gold a night. If you can't pay, you'll just have to sleep on a wooden board without a single defensive formation. Left entirely exposed to the elements, Not Fam pulled out a pile of silver and gold, demanding, "Give me the most expensive room." Seeing this, the man's eyes bugged out in utter shock. Huh? His attitude pulled a complete 180 as he suddenly treated Not Fam like absolute royalty. "Yes, right away. We will immediately prepare the absolute best room on the cloud ship, Heaven number 1. Just for you, sir." Damn it all, I really deserve to die. Which family's god of wealth is this, coming down to the mortal realm to experience the hardships of the common folk? And yet, trouble still found its way to Nat Fam. "Hold on right there, shopkeeper. I'll pay double for that Heaven number 1 room." The one who had just spoken was Vuong Dang, the heir of the Prince Kang estate. Accompanying him was the Lin Duong princess, Vuong Mong. Nat Fam frowned in annoyance, shooting back, "What's that supposed to mean?" He gave a faint smile, replying with feigned politeness, "Nothing much. It's just that whatever my royal family sets our sights on is absolutely ours. This young master is definitely taking the Heaven number 1 room." Nat Fam was completely unamused. Crossing his arms, he retorted, "Hey, open your eyes. I booked this room first." Even the shopkeeper wagged his tail and took Nat Fam's side. "Valued guests, this Heaven number 1 room has indeed been booked by this young master already. Why don't you—" The next person to speak up was Vuong Mong. Her razor-sharp words completely contradicted her beautiful appearance. "Where did this ignorant, ungrateful trash come from? How dare you go against our Prince Kang estate?" She then cursed right in the shopkeeper's face. "Listen clearly, you idiot. I am Vuong Mong. The princess personally granted the title of Lin Duong by His Majesty King Yan. And my dear brother, Vuong Dang, is the heir to the Prince Kang estate." Vuong Mong looked at Nat Fam and the shopkeeper as if looking at maggots as she continued. "Deigning to speak to you is already giving you too much face. Yet you dare to covet what our royal family wants? Do you have a death wish?" Nat Fam looked at her arrogant, heaven-defying attitude and thought to himself, "Why can I find these ignorant, power-abusing bullies no matter where I go?" The surrounding crowd was terrified by Vuong Mong's words. "Prince Kang? Isn't that His Majesty's younger brother?" The crowd gossiped about the pair, Vuong Dang and Vuong Mong, while urgently warning Nat Fam to think they are the children of Prince Kang. "Kid, just give the room up to them. You can't afford to mess with the royal family." But he wasn't swayed by these people in the slightest. So what if he's a royal heir? Princes, marquises, and chancellors are just empty titles. Every word Nat Fam spoke pierced right through their fragile egos. "Since I booked this room, it belongs to me. I won't give it up no matter how much you pay." What's more, his defiant attitude made the Tama of them grimace in fury, only able to growl. "You—" Nat Fam finished them off with one final sentence, his attitude showing the utmost disdain. "Be good dogs and get your asses to the back of the line." "You 2 stupid dogs." Vuong Dang growled like a rabid beast. "You—" But Nat Fam didn't hesitate to challenge him right back. "What? Got a problem?" The shopkeeper, caught in the middle, frantically tried to mediate between the two sides. "Young Master Vuong, why don't you line up in the back for now, and this humble one will reserve the Heaven number 2 room right next door for you. Would that be all right?" Internally, he was tearing his hair out. "Please, just play nice. One has all the power and the other has all the money. I can't afford to offend either of them." Vuong Dong kept biting back at the man in front of him. "I will ask you one last time. Do you know what kind of end you'll meet by going against my Prince Kang estate?" Nat Fam shot back with the exact same phrasing. "And do you know what kind of end you'll meet by going against me?" The prince was driven absolutely insane by his attitude, his words reeking of gunpowder. "Fine. You've got guts. Don't say I didn't warn you. Making enemies out in the wild is extremely dangerous. Don't go dying one day without even knowing how it happened." Nat Fam rubbed his chin, smirking as he agreed with Vuong Dong's words. "I completely agree with your point." Yet right after, Nat Fam fired back with a maniacal laugh. "But as for who is actually more dangerous, that's hard to say." Vuong Dang gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, where did this lowly peasant come from, daring to give me no way to step down?" The shopkeeper was still desperately trying to soothe them both. Valued guests, the cloud ship is about to depart. If we delay any longer, he finally managed to coax Vuong Dang. Forget it. This young master won't stoop to the level of an idiot like you for now. Shopkeeper, get me the heaven number 2 room immediately. But Vuong Mong still wasn't satisfied, whining in protest. He turned to her and gently coaxed, Be a good girl, Mong Ni. Listen to your brother. Just bear with it for one night, princess. Once we reach the 5-element city, I'll buy you the most expensive dress as an apology. She pouted, grumbling, You said it. Don't go back on your word when the time comes. Left with no other choice, Vuong Dang could only indulge her. I promise, I promise. The shopkeeper smiled, though his forehead was already dripping with cold sweat from fear. Yes, yes, this humble one will prepare the heaven number 2 room for young Master Vuong right away. Internally, he was heaving a massive sigh of relief. Thank heavens it's finally settled. However, this time the one who bit down and refused to let go was Nat Pham. Hold on. Did I agree to this? Vuong Dang whipped his head around, letting out a furious growl. Huh? Nat Pham dug at his ear, casually explaining, When I sleep, I've never liked having noisy people right next door. He then slapped down dozens more pieces of gold, using the sheer power of money to buy out the entire place. Shopkeeper, I'm buying every single heaven tier room. Vuong Dang let out a gasp of utter shock, while the shopkeeper's eyes bugged out at the massive pile of cash. This is... The prince pointed a finger at him, his face flushing red with rage. What the hell are you trying to do? Nat Pham simply gave a dismissive shrug. First come, first served. I hadn't finished making my purchase yet. Is there a problem? Seeing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly bowed in sheer respect. Young master, please take these. Here are all the key cards for the heaven tier rooms. As for you, young Master Wang, go to the back of the line. Excellent. I'll take the money and run after this gig. I've hit the jackpot this time, enough to last a lifetime. His attitude had done a complete 180. Nat Pham walked away, completely satisfied. That's more like it. Meanwhile, the two siblings, Wang Teng and Wang Meng, gritted their teeth as they glared at his retreating back. Just you wait, kid. Nat Pham walked a short distance, then casually tossed a key to a random bystander, purely to piss off the Wang siblings. You seem pretty quiet, not like someone else who's just an eyesore. Here, this room is yours. The crowd went wild at this move. Seriously? Giving it away for free? Wang Meng bristled and cursed. Brother, this guy is clearly trying to mess with us. He gritted his teeth and replied, You don't have to tell me, I know. Later, on the cloud ship, as Nat Pham was strolling along the deck, he was suddenly called out. Stop right there! Another troublemaker aggressively stepped in front of him. This young master has a bone to pick with you. Nat Pham looked at the guy and asked nonchalantly, And you are? Unexpectedly, the two ended up enjoying some wine together on the deck. The crisp clink of their glasses rang out, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of the brew. This big guy was Liu Wei. He was talking to Nat Pham while stuffing his face and chewing loudly. Kings, marquises, and prime ministers, they're all just empty titles. Well said, well said. You took the words right out of my mouth. Nat Pham, still a bit tipsy, asked again, Who exactly are you? He proudly introduced himself. My name is Liu Wei, from a merchant guild family in the Martial Kingdom. And what's your name? He replied simply, Bach Nat Pham, from the Yan Kingdom. Nat Pham secretly pondered over Liu Wei's background. The Martial Kingdom was a neighbor to the Yan Kingdom, known for its martial spirit. Overall, its strength was on par with the Yan Kingdom. Liu Wei let out a hearty laugh and continued cheerfully. Meeting each other is destiny. What you did wasn't abusing your power. I, Liu Wei, saw the whole thing. I truly admire your character, so I came here specifically to make friends with you. He then shifted his tone as he spoke again. I'm not afraid to tell you. My trip this time is to participate in the entrance exam for the 5 Elements Holy Land. If Wang Teng and Wang Meng want to get revenge on you, they'll have to go through me. I'll be the first to teach them a lesson. He offered his protection. You've got your brother covering you tonight, so just sleep peacefully. Even though Nat Pham didn't need it at all. He thought to himself, I never said I was worried about that. Liu Wei enthusiastically urged him on. Come on, let's raise our glasses. Today, I'm treating my brother Nat Pham to drinks. We're not leaving until we're drunk. About the time it takes an incense stick to burn later, Nat Pham covered his ears to block out Liu Wei's thunderous snoring. He complained inwardly, I think you're the one who came knocking just to torture me." Right at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck right next to the ship. Liu Wei rolled onto the floor, sending bowls and glasses crashing down. Not Fam let out a surprised gasp. "Huh?" A few cups bounced off Liu Wei's head, and he rolled away as Not Fam moved around in confusion. What just happened? The other passengers on the cloud ship scrambled around in a panic. "Oh no! A thunderstorm! A massive thunderstorm is coming!" Lightning struck again, this time hitting the deck directly, scaring the living daylights out of everyone on board. "Help! Save me! I don't want to die yet! Run!" Not Fam actually chuckled at this bizarre phenomenon. This lightning came at the perfect time. He pulled out the Cloud Thunder Ring, thinking to himself, "Cloud Thunder Ring, it's your time to shine." Recalling a past event on his journey, he had studied the Cloud Thunder Ring worn on Lam Can's finger. This offensive magical artifact could store lightning during thunderstorms and release it when needed to strike down enemies. It was just a pity that it hadn't rained once in the past 7 days, leaving him utterly disappointed. But now, the heavens were helping him. Nat Fam excitedly controlled the Cloud Thunder Ring. "A heavy thunderstorm is exactly what I need right now," he spoke with sheer excitement as he let the Cloud Thunder Ring absorb the lightning. "This is exactly what I wanted." The crowd was terrified as they watched the lightning gather in one spot. "What the hell is going on?" They all stared wide-eyed, marveling at the phenomenon. "Quick, look at that!" All the lightning is converging into one place. A few people screamed in fear. The lightning struck inside the room! Massive bolts of lightning continuously bombarded the ship's deck. Ordinary people clung desperately to the pillars just to stay alive. They cried out in terror. "What's happening? Doesn't our Heaven tier room have a protective array?" Not Fam didn't care about his surroundings at all. He casually muttered as he let the Cloud Thunder Ring soak up the lightning striking the ship. "Absorb more." A quarter of an hour later, it was done. Done. He gripped the item tightly, feeling deeply satisfied. "Now I've got another trump card up my sleeve." The people on the ship pointed in a certain direction and cheered, "Look, everyone, our destination is right in front of us. We've arrived at the 5-element city." As they disembarked the cloud ship, everyone was thrilled. "Finally off that boat!" Nat Fam looked around amazed. So this is the 5-element city, the place for the Holy Land's entrance exam. Liu Wei smiled and explained, "I heard that the king of Wei spent a massive fortune building this city just to suck up to the 5 elements Holy Land. Its luxury rivals, if not surpasses, the royal capital of the Wei kingdom." He kept rubbing a bump on his head, groaning, "Ah, that hurts so much." Nat Fam himself silently marveled. Truly, seeing it once is better than hearing about it 100 times. He muttered, feeling a little overwhelmed by the surroundings. "This many people, it's seriously extravagant." Liu Wei said, "This is the Holy Land's exam. Tens of thousands of martial artists from all over the world gather here, so of course it's packed." He proudly told Nat Fam, "Look up at the sky." Nat Fam followed his gaze and saw people soaring through the air. "Huh? These guys?" Liu Wei smiled brightly and explained, "See that? That's the Divine Ability Secret Realm. This is the first time I've ever seen cultivators of the Divine Ability Secret Realm with my own 2 eyes." Not Fam pondered over this new piece of information. The Divine Ability Secret Realm is completely different from just projecting blood chi outwards. Spiritual energy can be transformed within the body. Flying through the sky, diving underground, riding swords, anything is possible. He let out a fascinated smirk. "This Holy Land, I definitely came to the right place." Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed from above. "Silence!" Nat Fam was momentarily startled by the oppressive aura. Everyone else was forced to their knees by the sheer pressure. "What's wrong?" A figure suddenly appeared in the sky, leaving everyone in awe. That's Yan Yuntong." Stroking his beard, the man announced, "I am Yan Yuntong, an intersect elder of the 5 elements sacred land. Tsuntxi, I am in charge of this entrance examination. Those who wish to cultivate in our sacred land must register at the East City Arena by noon to participate in the disciple trials. Upon passing the examination, you will earn the right to cultivate within the 5 elements sacred land." The crowd below murmured in awe at his grand entrance. It's an intersect elder of the 5 elements sacred land. Come on, let's go register and get started. Let's go, let's go. Meanwhile, Liu Wei was saying his goodbyes to Yifan. The registration for the 5-element Sacred Lands examination is about to start. Brother Bai, this is where we part ways. Ifan politely replied, then do your best out there. I'll be waiting for you. Lu Wei let out a chuckle at his words. Waiting for me? For what? I'm sorry, brother. Big bro here can't protect you anymore. Liu Wei waved as he walked away. If you're scared, just find a place to hide. Don't let those two brothers find you. This is as far as we go together. Take care of yourself. He left, leaving Ifan standing there, slightly bewildered. Huh? He smirked and thought to himself, I just told you I'd be waiting. So what's with the take care? We'll probably be seeing each other again real soon. Over at the East City Arena, a noisy crowd had gathered. Registration is right here. Line up in an orderly fashion. People were coming and going endlessly, their faces showing a myriad of emotions. I lost. Don't take it to heart, Brother Lee. Look at me. I didn't even qualify to compete. Over at the registration desk, an announcement rang out. Marrow Cleansing Realm, next person. Standing further back, Wang Meng tugged on Wang Teng's arm, pointing at Ifan as he cried out, Brother, it's that brat. Seeing him, Wang Teng's anger flared up instantly. Talk about enemies crossing paths on a narrow road. To think this punk actually wants to take the 5-element Sacred Lands exam too. Wang Meng chimed in. Brother, when are you finally going to kill that brat and get revenge for me? Wang Teng flashed a wicked grin, clearly having thought of a way to get back at Ifan. A little impatience spoils great plans. Let's focus on our main goal first. And thus, once we officially become disciples of the 5-element Sacred Land, I'll make sure that punk pays with his life for the humiliation we suffered in Yunzhou. Meanwhile, Ifan stepped forward, token in hand, and announced clearly, By Ifan, Blood-Moving Realm. The registrar froze upon hearing this and stammered, Huh? Blood-Moving Realm? Standing a few spots away, Wang Teng scoffed in smug disdain, thinking to himself, Only at the Blood-Moving Realm? That's hilarious. I bet he won't even make it past the front gates. Even if he gets lucky and sneaks in, fighting tooth and nail against the others won't get him absolutely anywhere. Taking things up a notch, Ifan presented the token to the registrar. Take a look at this. The man just needed one glance to recognize it. This is... His attitude immediately shifted to a warm, welcoming smile. You are exempt from the trials. Please step inside and wait a moment. Ifan smiled back. Much obliged. At that exact moment, Wang Teng and Wang Meng's jaws hit the floor. Their faces were painted with utter shock as they screamed internally, What? Exempt from the trials? Did I hear that right? Wang Teng gnawed on his thumbnail, gritting his teeth as he wondered, just what kind of background does this brat have? Ifan's token was swiftly delivered to Yan Yuntong, who was observing everything from a high tower nearby. The elder spoke up, asking, Whose ascension token is this? The registrar dropped to one knee, reporting respectfully, Reporting to the elder, it belongs to a young man named Ifan. I have already tested him using the spirit measuring stele. His aptitude is merely at the lowest grade, the yellow tier. From what I can tell, he's likely just some wealthy young master who happened to stumble upon this ascension token. Elder Yan, how should we handle him? Yan Yuntong replied calmly. The absolute lowest requirement to become an outer sect disciple here is the 5th stage of the marrow cleansing realm. He is merely in the blood-moving realm with a yellow tier aptitude. In our sacred land, he would normally only be fit to serve as a chore disciple. However, since he holds the ascension token, we shall make an exception and grant him a spot in the outer sect. The registrar bowed his head. Understood. A short while later, a massive phoenix spread its wings across the sky, carrying all the disciples who had passed the trials. Ifan lay back on the bird's feathers, resting his head on his arms as he let out a long sigh. The blood-moving realm is enough to make you a commanding general in the mortal world. Who would have thought that, in the 5-element sacred land, it barely even qualifies you for the outer sect? He stared at his hand. I came all the way from Earth, just to have a yellow tier aptitude? It makes no sense. My physical strength has clearly surpassed several major realms already. After dwelling on it for a while, he decided not to stress over it anymore. Whatever. The way they evaluate aptitude here is just completely backwards. So, what if my aptitude is trash? I've got the limitless resources of Earth backing me up, and I can simplify any martial arts technique. As long as I put in the work, there's no way I won't reach the top. Having cleared his mind of any doubts, Ifan closed his eyes and comfortably enjoyed the crisp wind brushing against his body. The phoenix soared at an incredible speed. In just a short amount of time, it brought everyone to a majestic realm overflowing with spiritual energy. A grand heavenly palace floated suspended in midair. "We're here! We've made it to the five-element sacred land!" someone shouted in excitement. Ifan sat up, gazing at the breathtaking view before him. He couldn't help but marvel in awe. Wow! To think the five-element sacred land was actually built right inside the clouds. Standing at the front, Yan Yuntong began his introduction. "This is the Five Elements Heavenly Palace, at the very core of our sacred land. Unless you are an intersect elder or a core disciple, you are strictly forbidden from entering." He gestured downward and continued. "The area down below is where all of you will be cultivating from now on." Upon landing, the new disciples lined up neatly to listen as Yan Yuntong laid out the rules. "From this day forward, you are officially outer sect disciples of the Five Elements Sacred Land. From now on, every action and every word you speak must align with our sect's rules. In everything you do, the interests of the sacred land must always come first." An older disciple walked over holding a tray, and the elder continued, "These are your identity jade tokens, along with a map to your respective living quarters. You may head there on your own. Inside your rooms, you will find a sect manual. Read it thoroughly." Taking in his instructions, the passionate new disciples answered in unison, "Understood, elder." Later, at the outer sect living quarters, Ifan sat alone at his desk, taking inventory of the supplies he had just been given. A cleansing talisman, a swiftness talisman, a fire starter talisman, a water drawing talisman, plus spirit stones and high-grade healing pills. Resting his chin on his hand, he smirked in appreciation. This sacred land is seriously generous. These things would easily go for tens of millions at an auction, but here they just hand them out to outer sect disciples. Among the items, one specific book caught Ifan's attention. He silently read the title on the cover, The Wangu Compendium. He started flipping through the pages. The text stated that the Wangu continent was divided into 5 main regions: Eastern River, Southern Wasteland, Western Sea, Northern Plains, and Central State. It also mentioned the 3 dominant races: humans, demons, and monsters. "I already knew about this part," he mumbled. The human race was governed by 10 great sacred lands: the Wu-Wei Sacred Land, the Emperor's Zenith Sacred Land, the Five Elements Sacred Land, the Guanghen Sacred Land, the True Martial Sacred Land, the Heaven Severing Sacred Land, the Heavenly Tome Sacred Land, the Myriad Treasures Sacred Land, the Purple Emperor Sacred Land, and the Ethereal Sacred Land. Among them, the Wu-Wei Sacred Land was known to be the most mysterious. In fact, their sect had never held more than 5 disciples at any given time. Every single one of them is an awe-inspiring, peerless genius. The text went on to explain that the Emperor's Zenith Sacred Land monopolized the entire central state. They possessed the strongest overall power, and their disciples were notoriously arrogant and overbearing in their actions. The True Martial Sacred Land and the Heaven Severing Sacred Land were the absolute authorities in body tempering and the Tao of the Sword, respectively. As for the Guanghan Sacred Land, they strictly accepted only female disciples. The 5 Elements Holy Land is divided into the 5 pavilions of metal, wood, water, earth, and fire. It's a newly ascended holy land, making it the youngest among the 10 great sanctuaries. After reading for a while, Nahat Pham let out a long breath and muttered to himself, "Out of the 10 holy lands, the Supreme Emperor Holy Land is the absolute strongest. Man, if I had known that earlier, I would have figured out a way to get in there instead. Sure, I've got more money than I could ever spend right now, and I could definitely take shortcuts and just hire bodyguards. But if I remain a piece of trash, I'll inevitably become a target. Becoming truly strong on my own, that is the only real path." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, I remember that the 3 realms of bone forging, inner vitality, and blood condensation are all about nourishing the body. But for the marrow cleansing realm, you have to purge all the impurities from your system to massively increase the absolute purity of your blood chi. He rubbed his chin in deep thought. If I want to boost my strength, it looks like I need to find a way to cleanse my marrow, purge the toxins, and completely remold my body. But does Earth even have anything that could trigger a marrow cleansing? 1 month later, in the disciple quarters, Not Fam sat entirely alone in his room, keeping up his breathing exercises while lost in thought. For the past month, I've been traveling back and forth between Earth and this alternate world. From reading up on all these materials, I found out that medicinal baths using spirit herbs can literally alter my physical constitution, and directly ingesting them makes the foundation even more stable. Angelica root, lotus seeds, wild asparagus, and quack seeds, all prescribed by a traditional medicine shop back home just for detoxifying and purifying the body. As he soaked himself in the herbal bath, a brilliant, blazing red aura began to radiate from Not Fam's body. The steam slowly rose, carrying away the dark impurities from within his system. Even Not Fam could feel it. His body was becoming incredibly lighter, his physical strength was multiplying, and even his mind felt sharper than ever before. With that thought, he unleashed his inner energy, forcefully expelling the pitch-black impurities from his pores. As the dark steam wafted away, an intense surge of confidence swelled in Not Fam's chest. This is it. I'm definitely going to break through the blood condensation realm this time, he roared in his heart. Break through. Instantly, his fiery inner energy completely erupted. The surrounding spiritual ki rapidly gathered, forming a swirling vortex of energy right around Not Fam. After a short while, the spiritual aura gently dissipated. Nat Fam had now reached a whole new level of mastery. Draped over his shoulders was a blazing red mantle condensed entirely from his spiritual energy, the blood chi mantle. He cheered with absolute joy in his heart. The marrow-cleansing realm. I actually did it. Looking down at the glowing mantle, he muttered in awe. This blood chi mantle is incredibly dense. It's several times tougher than lamb cans. It could easily rival the blood chi armor of someone in the aperture opening realm. Let's test out just how strong this really is. Without another word, Not Fam threw a devastating punch into the air. The spiritual force from the strike blasted straight out of his room, snapping a whole row of massive trees in half. He stared at the destruction and assessed his own power. It's not just the blood chi mantle. This punch right here probably packs the force of 10 to 20,000 pounds. This is way beyond your average marrow-cleansing realm. Nat Fam's gaze turned razor-sharp as a confident, arrogant smirk formed on his lips. My true path of cultivation in the Five Elements Holy Land officially begins right now. A little while later, over at the Sect Affairs Hall, a massive line of disciples had formed. Naturally, Nat Fam was standing right there among them. Nat Fam thought to himself, the Sect Affairs Hall, the place that manages every single matter in the Five Elements Holy Land, big or small. It's also where disciples come to collect their monthly stipends and take on missions. The hall elder casually dropped a pouch of coins into a disciple's hands and barked, "Here is your stipend for this month. Take it and go. Next." The disciple respectfully took it with both hands, bowing slightly. "Thank you, elder." The elder just kept handing them out to the next disciples in line. Mission complete. 100 contribution points. Meanwhile, Not Fam was still lost in his own thoughts. During our time cultivating here in the Holy Land, disciples can freely take on various missions to earn resources, rewards, and contribution points. He glanced down at the identity jade token he had received upon joining the sect. Carved right into it was his name and his current point balance. Contribution points could easily be checked right on a disciple's identity token. The moment a new disciple joined the sect, they were given a starting balance of 50 points. The biggest draw of these contribution points was exchanging them for martial arts manuals over at the Martial Arts Pavilion. Rumor had it that the pavilion held tens of thousands of techniques. Even mastering just one was enough to make a martial artist's power completely skyrocket. The ancient canon stated that there were exactly 3 ways to earn these points. The first was completing low-tier missions, specifically designed for disciples in the marrow-cleansing realm. These paid out anywhere from 100 to 300 contribution points. Then there were mid-tier missions for the aperture opening realm, which paid between 300 to 1,000 points. And finally, high-tier missions for Purple Mansion Realm disciples, offering a massive payout of 1,000 to 5,000 points. The second method to earn points was simply by handing over rare heavenly treasures directly to the sect. And the third method was hunting down and killing criminals listed on the Holy Land's wanted bounty board. Not Fam lightly stroked his chin, a cunning smirk playing on his lips as he ran the numbers in his head. That third method definitely yields the most points, and it's the fastest by far. But Anyone who actually makes it onto that board is going to be one of the most vicious, bloodthirsty criminals out there. Every single year, a few arrogant disciples overestimate themselves and go out to hunt them down. And every single year, none of them ever come back. The points from normal sect missions are way too low, and hunting criminals is just asking for a death wish. Handing in heavenly treasures is definitely the safest and most reliable route. Ha! It's basically a system tailor-made for me. He casually glanced back at the other disciples waiting in line. But still, the Five Elements Holy Land isn't exactly like Luvan City. The politics here are complicated. If I just start pulling out a mountain of rare treasures, it won't be long before I put a giant target on my back. I'm not afraid of a fight, but to avoid endless headaches, I'd better take on a few sect missions just for camouflage and then pretend I accidentally stumbled upon these treasures. When it was finally Notfam's turn to collect his stipend, he stood squarely in front of the Elder and made his request. Elder, I'd like to take on a low-tier mission. Meanwhile, over in the paved stone corridor, the exact route all disciples had to take after collecting their stipends. A wildly arrogant voice echoed out, "Halt, all of you! Hand over your spirit stones right now, and maybe we won't have a problem." Two thugs armed with blades completely blocked the path. One of the terrified disciples in the cornered group stammered, "Senior brother, this is every single spirit stone we have." And the ringleader behind this shakedown was none other than Vuong Dang. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, an incredibly smug and utterly treacherous look plastered across his face. I have to hand it to you, Senior Brother Cao. This was absolutely brilliant. By blocking the one path everyone has to take after getting their stipends, the spirit stones are practically jumping right into our pockets. Hearing the praise, the outer sect disciple Xiao Duong, a man who had already extorted a massive haul from the fresh recruits, laughed arrogantly. "Oh, come now, my good brother Vuong Dang. What are you even saying? These fine juniors are clearly offering them up to us out of pure respect. I haven't forced anyone to do a damn thing, right?" He stepped right into a trembling disciple's personal space, aggressively grabbing him by the hair. He flashed a menacing, twisted smile. "Isn't that right, Junior?" The poor disciple broke out in a cold sweat, nodding frantically. Yes, absolutely right." Satisfied, Xiao Duong finally released his grip. Pale as a ghost, the disciple nervously stammered, "Senior brother Cao, it's getting pretty late. If you don't need anything else, would it be all right if we left now?" Without a single word of warning, Cao Duong viciously drove his boot straight into the boy's stomach. "I'm the one who decides when we're finished here," he roared violently. The unlucky disciple was sent flying backward, barely caught by the terrified group huddled behind him. "Hey, are you okay?" Someone panicked. The beaten boy wheezed violently, clutching his stomach. I'll live." Just then, something caught Vuong Dang's eye. It was Notfam, casually strolling down the corridor with his hands behind his back. Vuong Dang's face instantly twisted in deep irritation. "That little bastard. I knew he'd show his face here." Spotting the unfamiliar arrival, Xiao Duong raised an eyebrow. "You know this guy?" Vuong Dang scowled, his face contorting with absolute disgust. "Oh, I know him all right." He leaned in close to Xiao Duong's ear, his voice dripping with pure venom. "Senior brother Xiao, listen to this. A few days ago when I was on the cloud boat..." As Xiao Duong listened to the story, a look of realization dawned on his face. "Ah, so that's how it is." The more Vuong Dang recalled the incident, the more furious he became, grinding his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. "I don't know what kind of background this punk actually has, but he throws his money around like it's absolutely nothing." I asked around afterward. "He's only in the blood condensation realm. On the day of the selection, he actually had to use a Heaven Ascension token just to buy his way into the Holy Land." Unlike Vuong Dang's seething rage, Xiao Duong's eyes lit up with sheer greed. Anyone who can casually buy a Heaven Ascension token must come from a disgustingly wealthy family. This kid is practically walking around with a vault of top-tier loot on him. On the other side, Notfam was silently groaning to himself. "What an absolute pain. This is exactly why I can't just pull out my rare treasures right now. I'm just not strong enough yet to deter this kind of garbage. An innocent man becomes guilty the moment he carries a priceless gem. I really can't go around trusting people here, so it's best to keep my true strength hidden for now." Suddenly, Xiao Duong stepped directly into his path, his massive frame completely blocking the way. "Hold it right there!" he barked aggressively, practically spitting in Not Fam's face. "Hey there, junior brother. How about you let me borrow a little something?" For a split second, Not Fam genuinely didn't know what the thug was talking about. Seeing the confusion, Cao Duang's expression darkened, and he growled out with heavy, threatening emphasis, "Your spirit stones." The surrounding disciples immediately started whispering among themselves in pity. "Hey, isn't that one of the new recruits? Man, what a terrible break. I can't believe he walked right into Cao Duang." They all knew exactly how violently tyrannical this guy was. That bastard Cao Duang had been throwing his weight around and getting away with it for way too long. Usually, he relied on his superior martial skills to bully the weak. Almost every new disciple had suffered at his hands. Now, the crowd could only pity Not Fam's fate. It wasn't that no one had ever fought back, but doing so only earned them an even more brutal beating. Unlucky newbie. Just be good and hand over your spirit stones. There's no need to butt heads with him, or you're just asking for pain. Hearing this, Not Fam blatantly gave a mischievous smirk. "You want to borrow some spirit stones? Sure." But Not Fam stood tall, looking cocky as he laid down the law. "You'll have to get on your knees and beg me." The surrounding crowd was utterly shell-shocked by these words, gasping in unison. "What?" Cao Duang in particular flew into a rage, his face flushing beet red. Hearing this, Wang Dong froze in his tracks. The rest of the crowd couldn't believe their ears either. "What the hell is this new guy saying? Am I hearing things?" Cao Duang roared, throwing a vicious punch. "You're courting death!" However, Not Fam swiftly leapt up to dodge, causing Cao Duang's fist to smash into the ground instead. Missing his target only made the bully's fury burn even hotter. The onlookers were thoroughly astounded. He dodged it! He's so fast!" Guangdang gritted his teeth as he analyzed the fight, his eyes wide with shock. To think that Cao Duang, someone at the peak of the marrow-cleansing realm, couldn't gain the upper hand at all. "It seems this brat is much stronger than I imagined," Guangdang thought. Meanwhile, the enraged Cao Duang continued his assault. "Brat, do you dare repeat what you just said?" Facing this brute, Not Fam still replied with a leisurely tone. "Why wouldn't I? Kneel and kowtow once, and I'll give you one spirit stone. Knock your head 10 times in a row, and I'll lend you another. So, senior brother, how many times do you want to bow?" Cao Duang's blazing fury was now completely inextinguishable. "You little shit," Cao Duang bellowed. He gathered his strength and lunged forward like a wild beast. "You'll pay for your arrogance." Right at that moment, Lu Ui suddenly appeared, his voice ringing out with a stern warning, "Stop it, or I'll report this to the elders." Nat Fam was mildly surprised. "Lu Ui?" he questioned, sounding a bit displeased. "Nat Fam, why are you here?" Lu Ui blurted out. "Wait, you're also at the Five Elements Holy Land? Did you trick me?" The question left Nat Fam feeling too tired to even explain. He just casually replied, "Well, you never asked me where I was heading." Lu Ui chuckled awkwardly, finally realizing his mistake. "Ah, fair point." Unbeknownst to them, Cao Duang had sneaked up right behind Not Fam. He prepared to strike, his eyes brimming with killing intent. "How dare you ignore me?" Catching on, Not Fam glanced back and shoved Lu Ui out of the way. "Let's catch up later." He casually opened his hand as if suddenly remembering something. "Oh right, almost forgot I still have some trash to take care of." In a single fluid motion, a loud crack echoed from Cao Duang's neck. The bully was in so much agony that he couldn't even form a sentence, merely groaning, "You!" Meanwhile, the onlookers turned pale with shock. "What the hell?" To top it off, Not Fam calmly critiqued him. "Senior brother, why do you have 0 martial honor? Sneaky attacking someone from behind is a really bad habit." The crowd of disciples was completely floored. Jaws dropped as they whispered, Am I seeing things? Cao Duang just got clapped by a freshman?" Even Lu Ui was caught completely off guard, stammering, "Not Fam, brother, you—" Cao Duang now looked utterly pathetic, whimpering and groaning. Let me go." Not Fam mockingly clicked his tongue. "Senior brother Cao, you really break my heart, you know? Here I was, kind enough to offer you some spirit stones. Tell you what, if you give me a proper apology, we can just let this whole thing slide," he added softly, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. "But a proud senior brother like you probably can't bear the humiliation, right? Fine, let's do this another way." Cao Duang's facial muscles twitched violently. "What the hell is this brat planning?" he panicked internally. Not Fam yanked him close and whispered his demand. How about I borrow some spirit stones from you instead? Chao Duong tried to force out a word, but his throat was locked tight, only letting out strangled groans. Ugh! Ah! Inwardly, he cursed. Damn it, this little bastard isn't even giving me a chance to speak. Making matters worse, Not Fam deliberately toyed with him, his tone effortlessly calm. If senior brother is too shy to apologize, that's fine. Completely fine. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Since that's the case, Not Fam casually stripped Chao Duong of his most prized possessions. My spirit stones, the bully lamented. Not Fam softly enunciated every word. I'll make the choice for you. He then effortlessly tossed Chao Duong away, sending him flying through the air. Thank you for your incredible generosity, senior brother Chao. Hitting the ground hard, the bully let out a miserable wail. His lackeys immediately swarmed around him, their faces pale with worry. Senior brother Chao, are you okay? This is bad. Nat Fam tossed the loot he had just claimed to the nearby victims, issuing a firm order. These are all the spirit stones Chao Duong robbed from you guys today, right? Take them and return them to their rightful owners. Holding their stolen goods again, the new disciples were overjoyed, hastily bowing in gratitude. Thank you so much, but you're giving it all back to us? Aren't you keeping any for your... Nat Fam smoothly cut them off, a knowing look in his eyes. No rush. The lackey shivering and trying to sneak away hadn't escaped his notice. Nat Fam let out a cold smirk. Don't we still have a few rats scurrying around? Left with no choice, they frantically emptied their pockets, trembling as they pleaded, This is everything we have. Please take it. Not Fam waved them off like flies, his eyes full of contempt as he glanced at the spirit stones on the ground. Get lost. Acting utterly spineless and putting on the most pathetic display imaginable. They hurriedly replied, Yes, sir. We're rolling out right now. Tell us, is our rolling posture up to your standards? Not Fam hadn't expected that level of shamelessness and raised an eyebrow. Not bad at all. Seeing this unfold, Vuong Dang had no choice but to leave, his heart burning with resentment. Just you wait, Not Fam. Sensing the venomous glare, Not Fam casually glanced over, but the spot was already empty. Only a lingering chill remained in the air, a clear trace of murderous intent. Lu Yui rested his hands on his hips, thoroughly impressed. Brother Not Fam, I had no idea your martial arts were this insane. You really opened my eyes back on the cloud ship and to think I was loudly bragging about protecting you. But you really hurt Chao Duong today. Aren't you worried he'll bring a gang to get revenge later? Nat Fam showed zero fear. He knew exactly how these types worked. With a confident half-smile, he replied, A guy like Chao Duong is used to throwing his weight around. When he takes a beating, he's just going to swallow the bitterness. After all, every person who finds out he got thrashed by a newbie is just another blow to his precious ego. He followed it up with a fierce, unwavering declaration. And as for the future, if he really wants to come knocking at my door, then I, Not Fam, will gladly entertain him to the bitter end. By the way, Lu Ui began, his eyes full of sincerity as he extended an invitation. This is the second time you've made me look at you in a whole new light. My 3 fellow disciples and I just picked up a mission and we're short one person. Do you want to tag along? Nat Fam looked curious. What kind of mission? So Liu Wei began to explain, his tone turning serious. Nat Fam, our mission is like this. Recently, at the southern border of the Wei Kingdom, a great general named Duong the Trung has been suspected of colluding with the demon tribe and plotting treason. He's even been capturing innocent civilians to cultivate a forbidden blood art. Lu Ui explained further. This is a low-tier mission, but the reward isn't bad. If we can secure evidence of the general's treason, each of us can earn 60 contribution points. Hearing this, Not Fam did the math and nodded. Understood. 300 contribution points for a low-tier mission really isn't bad at all. He stood in front of a room, looking incredibly excited. Let me introduce you. This is senior brother Lu Ngao, Truong Thiet, and Tham Tam Vu. They're all my neighbors, so we hang out pretty often. Tam Vu chimed in happily, her voice clear and sweet. Hello there. Then Lu Ui introduced him in return. Everyone, this is Not Fam. He's a friend I made back in Van Chao, on Emerald Bamboo Mountain. Not Fam gave a polite bow, his tone humble. It's a pleasure to meet you all. However, Lu Xingao didn't seem too pleased. Lu Ui, you were gone half the day. I thought you actually found someone capable, but you ended up bringing this guy here? He didn't bother hiding his disdain, his voice dripping with contempt. Nat Pham used an ascension token to skip the entrance exam. When they tested his aptitude, he was only at the low-grade desolate tier. Anyone who pays even a little attention to sect gossip would know better than to recruit him. You're letting him join us? Do you want him to drag us down? Lu Ui quickly tried to salvage the situation. Senior Brother Lu, please don't say that. Brother Not Pham might not have a high cultivation realm, but I've seen his true strength with my own eyes. He definitely won't be a burden to us. Not Pham tilted his head, his tone laced with sarcasm. Senior Brother Lu has quite the impressive resume. I assume you read a lot of ancient texts in your free time, don't you? Lu Ngao looked at him with a scrutinizing glare. What are you trying to say? Not Pham didn't hold back his mockery, his eyes gleaming mischievously. In the books, the guy who says things like what you just said usually ends up getting slapped in the face pretty hard. Insulted, Lu Ngao was about to blow up. You... Sensing things were going south, Truong Thiet quickly stepped in to cool the tension. Time is tight and the mission is important. Can we please not fight among ourselves at a crucial moment like this? She also agreed, her voice gentle and soothing. That's right, Senior Brother Lu. Please, calm down. Don't be angry. Tam Vu tried her best to placate him. With our current rank, just having enough people to form a full team is already good enough. I trust Junior Brother Lu's judgment. He wouldn't pick poorly. Lu Ngao stood up in a huff and walked away. Whatever, forget it. If anything goes wrong, I only have myself to blame. He threw out the final orders, his eyes full of absolute disdain. I can only blame myself for actually hoping that a piece of trash with a Tao Ti bloodline like you could find someone capable. Go get ready. We're leaving soon. Hearing this, Lu Ui's face turned deathly pale. Since Not Pham was new, he was completely out of the loop. Tao Ti bloodline? What is that? Tam Vu looked at him in disbelief. You're Lu Ui's friend and you don't know? She then explained in detail. Lu Ui possesses the Tao Ti bloodline, an innate aptitude inherited from the ancient ferocious beast, the Tao Ti. Anyone with this bloodline has an incredibly massive appetite from childhood. Cultivating is very easy for them. They just need to eat non-stop. Because of that, the more spiritual energy the food contains, the faster the martial artist's cultivation speed grows. Even so, Tam Vu looked at him with sympathy. Looking at it from another angle, the Tao Ti bloodline is actually considered a crippled meridian. That's because it requires hundreds of times more cultivation resources compared to peers of the same age. And the higher the realm, the more terrifying the cost becomes. Truong Thiet sighed. He was firmly convinced of one thing. The Holy Land elders aren't stupid. With that sheer amount of resources, they could easily train 100 cultivators of the exact same realm. He muttered under his breath. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't want to take such a massive loss on that deal either. Tam Vu glared at him, thinking he was being far too insensitive. She pinched him hard and scolded, "Shut your mouth! You talk way too much!" Truong Thiet yelped, "Ow! Ow! Ow! That hurts!" Seeing everyone looking so worried, Lu Ui quickly reassured them. "It's okay, really. I've known this harsh truth since I was a kid." Thankfully, the elder still granted me a spot as an outer disciple. As long as I have the opportunity, I'll work hard to earn my own cultivation resources. Truong Thiet immediately chimed in to encourage him. "Exactly! Even if you have zero resources and stay an outer disciple for the rest of your life, I, Truong Thiet, will never look down on you. This time, Chtafpa on Hamakamis desai." Tam Vu didn't tease Truong Thiet, but actually praised him. If you're going to say nice things, you can talk a bit more. Listening to their banter, Not Pham couldn't help but fall deep into thought. Cultivation resources, huh? I can't vouch for anything else, but the resources back on Earth are so vast they could never be fully used up. Even the top 10 holy lands combined might not be able to compare. He thought to himself, his eyes quietly observing the three of them. If I really wanted to, I could quickly nurture you into the divine ability realm. Maybe even elevate you to an existence beyond that. Meanwhile, Tam Vu and Truong Thiet said in unison to encourage Lu Ui, "We really believe in you." Lu Ui scratched his head, replying shyly, "Thanks, guys." Not Pham wanted to help Lu Ui right then and there, but he knew the timing wasn't right. Not to mention, their friendship wasn't that deep yet. If Lu Ui started asking where all those treasures came from, it wouldn't be easy to explain. So, he made a decision. For now, it seems this Lu Ui is a loyal and trustworthy guy. Definitely worth becoming closer friends with. Still, I need to observe him for a little longer. Just then, Lu Ui called out, "Brother Not fam, let's get going." The five of them quickly arrived at the border of the Wei Kingdom. Lu Ngao analyzed their target. According to the intel, this Duong the Trung is at the mid-stage of the marrow-cleansing realm. He glanced at a portrait and deduced further. He has 4 Grand Commanders under him. They're only at the peak of the blood condensation realm, but they're quite tricky to deal with. And on top of that, he can mobilize 300,000 elite soldiers at any given time. The other 4 widened their eyes in shock, shouting in unison, "What?" Not fam also frowned in deep thought. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With such a massive army gathered in one place, even if every single one of them was only in the body tempering realm, they would still be incredibly difficult to deal with. He immediately warned the group, "Looks like we can only handle this mission from the shadows. We absolutely cannot act out in the open." Lun Gao completely agreed. Exactly. The intel says Duong the Trung is colluding with the demons and capturing innocent civilians to cultivate his blood art. His crimes are unforgivable, and he could launch a rebellion at any second. Not fam continued to lay out the plan. "If we can find solid proof, it's best if we capture this guy alive. But if that's impossible, we'll just drag his corpse back." Tam Vu nodded in agreement. "Got it." Soon enough, the 5 of them arrived at their destination. The general's manor is right up ahead. They didn't dare to rush in blindly. Hiding behind a wall to observe, Lun Gao gave the signal. "Use your concealment talismans." Everyone quickly pulled out their talismans and whispered back, "Right." Under the effect of the concealment talismans, the 5 of them successfully snuck inside. Lun Gao took the lead, slipping right past the patrolling guards without any fear of being spotted. Suddenly, one of the guards on duty sensed an unnatural shift in the air. The surrounding soldiers also started muttering, "What a weird gust of wind." Before long, dusk fell. Lun Gao led them up to the rooftops to get a bird's-eye view of the entire manor. He laid out the next step. "We've made it inside. Now, we need to locate the Trung." Suddenly, Tam Vu gasped. "Found him." Following where she was pointing, they saw him walking in through the main gates. "The Trung is over there." His personal guards immediately rushed over to attend to him. "General, welcome back." He just gave a curt nod to the soldiers. "Dismissed." From inside the manor, a gentle, caring voice rang out. "The weather has been so scorching hot these past few days. My lord, please don't push yourself too hard during the military drills. You might ruin your health." The Trung sounded appreciative. "Thank you for your concern, madam. Military affairs have been keeping me swamped lately, but if I wrap things up early, I'll do my best to come back and have dinner with you." She sighed, sounding heartbroken. "If only our Tutu was still here, I wouldn't feel so incredibly lonely." The moment she mentioned their child, his demeanor instantly turned icy. The Trung cut her off abruptly. "Madam, I'm going to cultivate. Go to bed early." Madame Duong looked longingly at his retreating back, her lips parting as she called out, "My lord." After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. The Trung narrowed his eyes, suspicious of a strange energy lingering around him. The group of 5 instantly realized he was staring directly at their position. Their hearts pounded in shock. "No way! Are we already exposed?" But very quickly, he just shook it off and kept walking, making the whole team breathe a massive sigh of relief. He's gone. This was also the moment Liu Ao decided to lead his 4 brothers into action. "Let's follow him," he signaled. The Zhang quietly stepped into the room. A guard outside barked an order. "Close all the doors!" He walked over to the vase on the table and gently pushed it aside. A voice echoed from outside. "Guard against thieves and assassins." Suddenly, a secret underground passage opened up. It was the second watch of the night. Hiding in the shadows, Zhang Tai couldn't hold back a gasp. "I knew something was fishy. A Grand General's manor actually has a secret underground palace?" Liu Ao quickly shushed him. "Wait until Yang the Zhang goes all the way down. Then we'll figure out our next move." With that, the Zhang headed straight down into the hidden passage. Once he had completely vanished from sight, Zhang Shi and the others peered down into the darkness. "He's been down there for about 15 minutes now." Seeing this, Xin Yu anxiously asked, Senior brother Liu, what should we do now? Should we follow him down? Liu Ao led the way down, whispering, let's check the secret room. This the Zhang is clearly digging his own grave. But as they ventured deeper underground, a massive, sprawling space gradually revealed itself, leaving the entire group in absolute shock. Who would have thought that a subterranean palace of this scale was hidden right beneath his quarters? Liu Ao turned and warned them, stay close to me, keep your guards up. Suddenly, Yi Fan caught a whiff of something foul. This stench? Liu Ao let out a cold scoff. Such a suffocating stench of blood. Looks like the intel was dead on. This the Zhang really is practicing demonic blood arts. Xin Yu suddenly gasped, her eyes wide with sheer terror. Wait, guys, look at that. What lay before them was a scene from an absolute nightmare, a literal pool of blood. Floating upon the thick crimson surface were countless bleached white skeletons, freezing everyone in their tracks. Look at all these bones. Just how many innocent people has this bastard slaughtered? Surrounding the pool were rows of people bound tightly in chains, practically radiating dark demonic energy. They shifted their horrified gazes toward the Zhang, and someone shouted in disbelief, He's actually refining corpses. Seeing this, Liu Ao immediately issued a command. The four of you, take positions at the north, south, east, and west. Wait for my signal, and we'll strike him down together using the array formation. But suddenly, the Zhang's voice echoed out, dripping with mockery. Since you've already scurried your way in here, what's the point of hiding like rats? The sudden call-out made all of them flinch. Get back! They yelled. Luckily, they just barely managed to dodge his incoming attack. Liu Ao gritted his teeth, confused. How the hell did he spot us? The Zhang sneered, his tone full of utter contempt. So it's just a bunch of wet behind-the-ears brats. Sneaking around my general's manor. Are you so eager to die? Seeing their cover blown, the group stepped out of the shadows. Liu Ao aimed his cold blade straight at the man, his voice ringing with righteous fury. The Zhang, as the commanding general of this city, you dared to collude with the demonic path. You slaughtered innocent citizens to practice your filthy blood arts. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, we, disciples of the Five Elements Holy Land, will strike you down. The Zhang just threw his head back and laughed, looking at them like they were bugs. The Holy Land? I can't believe I actually drew the attention of those high and mighty disciples. Yi Fan's stomach dropped. This feeling? Something's not right. The Zhang's eyes widened with manic excitement, his voice trembling with twisted joy. 5 brats in the marrow cleansing realm. Not bad at all. This general is just one step away from perfecting the blood fiend puppets. It clicked in Yi Fan's head. Crap! He screamed. It's a trap. He lured us down here on purpose. Right on cue, the massive stone doors behind them slammed shut with a deafening boom. We're trapped, someone muttered. The Zhang gloated, practically bursting with arrogance. Today, all of you will become my newest sacrifices. Suddenly, an explosive wave of terrifying power erupted from him, sending violent gusts of wind tearing through the chamber. Backed into a corner, they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Let's rush him, Liu Wei roared, grabbing his weapon to charge forward. But Yi Fan grabbed his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Wait! Don't do anything stupid yet! The second the battle broke out, the chained corpses around the room began to twitch. Snap! Snap! Corpses numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 violently shattered their iron chains. They lunged toward the group with terrifying speed, their hollow, dead eyes dripping with bloodlust. The corpses broke loose! Everyone, brace yourselves! Liu Ao was caught completely off guard by their insane speed. They're too fast, he roared, grabbing 2 of his juniors and yanking them backward. One of the corpses slammed its fist down, utterly pulverizing the solid stone floor where they just stood. Seeing that level of raw, destructive power, the group broke into a cold sweat. What the hell is that monstrous strength? That's when the horrifying realization hit them. These weren't just ordinary corpses, they were demonic puppets. Zhang Tai desperately swung his weapon, but he couldn't even land a scratch on his opponent. Damn it all, he cursed in frustration. Liu Ao ground his teeth, furious. Shit, this old bastard is not going down easy. Zhang Shi, who had taken a hit earlier, was already coughing up blood. Xin Yu ran to him, panic in her voice. Are you okay? He wiped his mouth, panting heavily. I can still hold on. Liu Ao was absolutely furious. The Zhang! You actually dared to forge demonic puppets. You are a dead man walking. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's mind was racing at a mile a minute. Normal corpse refining uses dark magic to turn a dead body into a mindless puppet to control. But demonic puppets, they require sacrificing living humans. The resulting puppet retains all the cultivation and combat instincts of the original person, and can even continue cultivating to grow stronger. Yi Fan quickly did the math. 4 puppets at the mid-stage of the marrow-cleansing realm, plus the Zhang himself. Wait. A chilling thought crossed his mind. There must be an even stronger puppet that hasn't made its move yet. Yi Fan let out a dry, nervous chuckle. Well, we're officially screwed. Tear them to pieces, the Zhang roared. Following their master's command, the demonic puppets swarmed forward like a horde of beasts. We have no choice! Fight for your lives! Someone yelled desperately. Liu Ao cursed up a storm as he fought, his sword thrusts flashing as fiercely as a raging hurricane. Go to hell! With a brutal strike, Liu Ao managed to strike one of the puppets down. That's one taken care of. But seeing this, the Zhang merely let out a mocking, arrogant laugh. How utterly pathetic! He raised his hand, channeling a burst of pitch-black energy as he spoke with absolute supreme confidence. Did you really think my demonic puppets could be killed that easily? Number 3, recover! Instantly, the puppet that Liu Ao had just hacked down began to knit itself back together, standing back up as if it hadn't even been scratched. The entire group froze, screaming in unison, their eyes wide with sheer disbelief. It regenerated? Liu Wei whipped his head around, absolute panic lacing his voice. Senior brother Liu, what do we do now? Think of something fast. We can't win a battle of attrition like this. Liu Ao frantically reached into his robes and pulled out a glowing talisman. Hold them off as long as you can. I'm going straight for the Zhang. Gripping the talisman tightly, Liu Ao gritted his teeth. To defeat the army, you have to kill the general. We must sever his control over the puppets. He slapped the talisman onto his blade, and the sword immediately shot forward entirely on its own. Screech! The air tore apart as the flying sword talisman activated. The blade streaked toward the Zhang with the speed of blinding lightning. Yet, the old general just stood there and casually parried it away. You've got the highest cultivation among this little group, don't you? The Zhang flicked his wrist, and the sword ricocheted violently backward, carrying a terrifying amount of force. But if you think that's enough to take down this general, you're severely lacking in skill. The sword spun wildly in the air before smashing straight back into Liu Ao, sending him flying as blood sprayed from his mouth. Senior brother Liu! Yi Fan screamed. Clutching his chest, Liu Ao roared in absolute horror. He's in the aperture opening realm. The intel was completely wrong. All the color drained from Liu Wei's face, his eyes hollow with despair. It's over. Even senior brother Liu, the strongest among us, was defeated. And then the old general gave his final command. With a sigh of utter boredom, it was tossed straight into the pool of blood. Obeying the command, the 2 lackeys instantly charged forward. Liu Wei's face turned completely pale. Are we really going to die here? Suddenly, Nhat Pham dashed forward from the front. His phantom steps technique was so incredibly fast that Liu Wei only had time to turn his head before a blinding bolt of lightning struck down, accompanied by a fierce shout. Flash strike! Shizhong let out an agonizing scream. To everyone's shock, one of his arms was sent flying into the air. The crowd stood completely stunned, utterly clueless as to what had just happened. Just what happened? Shizhong screamed endlessly, clutching his severed stump. My arm! My arm! Having lost his arm, he completely lost his mind and lunged forward to strike him, roaring, I'll kill you! In response, Nhat Pham instantly unleashed the torrential rain sword art second stance piercing rain. Countless razor-sharp stones were summoned into the air. He hastily summoned a blood shield to protect himself, but the stones shot toward him at such a dizzying speed that he was completely caught off guard. What? Shizhong braced himself with everything he had, but even his blood shield couldn't withstand that terrifying destructive power. The endless barrage of stones mercilessly rained down, shattering the shield completely. Thanks to Nhat Pham, the blood corpses also collapsed to the ground, entirely losing their ability to move. Look, the demon puppet is incapacitated. He pointed the tip of his sword right at Shizhong, his voice absolute. It's over. Nhat Pham coldly advised him, give up your resistance. Liu Wei was in shock, staring with eyes full of utter disbelief. Tam Vu's jaw dropped as she gasped in sheer awe. Oh my god! How did Nhat Pham even do that? Shizhong, his entire body trembling, gritted his teeth. To think A mere yellow tear sword art could wound me this badly, as expected of a disciple from the Holy Land. He threw his head back and burst into a wild, maniacal laugh. But today is definitely the day you all die. Seeing his reaction, Not Fam turned to look, his eyes filling with dread. This is bad. Everyone else was just as startled. Then a loud roar echoed out. The final demon puppet had been unsealed. Everyone screamed in warning, their voices laced with pure terror. Nat Fam, watch out. I can't believe Shujong actually refined a peak aperture opening realm demon. Seeing that the situation had taken a dreadful turn, Nat Fam shouted at the top of his lungs. It's a trap! Everyone, run! The moment they heard him, the group immediately scattered to find cover. Tambu glanced back at the terrifying scene, panic gripping her chest. This demon? It's way too strong. Boasting a massively hulking physique and drool pouring from its jaws, the beast let out an ear-piercing roar. Horrified by the sight, she cried out, "There is no way we can fight that thing!" They took cover behind a massive stone pillar. Over there, Liu Wei was desperately shaking Shujong's body, screaming at him. "Hey, Shujong, snap out of it!" Panic completely took over his face as he desperately barked orders. "Make it stop right now!" But seeing absolutely zero reaction from the man, Liu Wei staggered back in disbelief. He's dead! Right at that moment, the demonic beast clawed at its own chest, roaring out a distorted sound. General! It then thrust both its arms into the air, its eyes blazing with a sinister, blood-red light. Sensing a dark shift in the air, Not Fam quickly warned them. This is bad! The demon has completely lost control. Driven purely by wild instinct, the demonic beast slammed heavily right into the pillar. Nat Fam couldn't help but yell in alarm. It's charging straight at us! Hearing the warning, everyone frantically scrambled out of the way. Suddenly, Tambu figured something out and whispered urgently, "It's attacking blindly based on sound. We need to hide further inside and stay completely quiet." Moments later, they huddled behind another pillar, watching in absolute silence as the beast tore the place apart. Her face was entirely pale with terror as she whispered, "Senior brother, what do we do now?" Taking the lead, Liu Ao peeked out and whispered back, "We retreat. There is no way the few of us can take that thing down." Hearing this, Nhat Pham lowered his voice but firmly objected. "No way. If we don't finish this demon off right here and let it escape, countless innocent lives will be slaughtered." Even though Nhat Pham kept his voice down, his aura was unshakable. "We are finishing it right here." Still gripped by fear, Liu Ao shot him a furious glare. "You better shut your mouth. What the hell can you possibly do all by yourself? We need to get out of here right now and find a way to call for backup." Right at that moment, Liu Wei placed a firm hand on Nhat Pham's shoulder, his fighting spirit blazing. "Who said Brother Nhat Pham is fighting alone? He has me." Liu Ao frowned deeply, his tone dripping with anger. "Liu Wei, what is the meaning of this?" Liu Wei straightened his back, staring dead into Liu Ao's eyes as he challenged him. "Senior Brother Liu, ask yourself. Even if we make it out and immediately beg the Holy Land for help, how soon could reinforcements possibly arrive?" Liu Ao stubbornly opened his mouth to argue back, but not a single word came out. Seeing his senior brother stuttering, Liu Wei answered his own question. 2 hours at the absolute fastest. And within those 2 hours, this bloodthirsty demon will undoubtedly slaughter every single civilian within 100 miles. Immediately after, he thumped his chest with heroic pride. "My martial arts may be completely average, but I, Liu Wei, am absolutely not a coward who would throw away his honor just to cling to life." Clenching his fists tightly, Liu Wei growled through his teeth, "I would rather drag this demon to hell with me than sacrifice the lives of innocent people just to save my own skin." Perhaps deeply moved by his burning resolve, Tambu stepped up from behind and declared, "Well said, I am staying too." Zhang Ti, standing right beside her, quickly chimed in, "Let's risk it all and take this freak down." Liu Ao stared at the group, grinding his teeth in absolute frustration. "You fools are literally throwing your lives away." Nhat Pham's face darkened. With his head slightly bowed, he spoke with heavy conviction. "A massive disaster is staring us right in the face. If no one is willing to put their life on the line and fight back against the darkness, then what is the point of our nation? What is the point of our home?" Locking eyes directly with him, Nhat Pham pressed further. This world survives strictly because there are people who know full well that they might die, yet they choose to charge forward anyway. That is the only way to end an era of chaos. Isn't that right? Utterly humiliated by those words, Liu Ao suddenly lost his temper and shouted, "Who the hell is actually the team leader of this mission?" Naturally, that sudden outburst immediately caught the beast's attention. Sensing the lethal danger, Not Fam cursed under his breath. Crap! Liu Wei peeked outside and frantically reported the situation. "It's coming straight for us!" He immediately stepped forward to act as a human shield, roaring, "Let's put everything on the line and kill this thing!" Just as Liu Wei was about to charge out, Not Fam quickly pushed past him and took the lead, roaring, "Phantom steps!" Liu Ao scoffed, his face twisting into a sneer as he mocked the scene unfolding before him. What an absolute idiot. A mere marrow-cleansing realm trash, trying to fight an aperture-opening realm monster in close combat. He is completely beyond saving. Liu Ao's mocking, arrogant voice echoed from behind. "You won't even be able to leave a single scratch on it." Yet, Not Fam's expression showed not even an ounce of fear. He coldly shot back, "Then open your damn eyes and watch me." In a flash, he activated the Cloud Lightning Ring. Not Fam's piercing eyes locked onto the towering beast as he muttered under his breath, "Let's see who the real idiot is." A blinding tempest of lightning crashed violently into the demon's body. The ultimate move he just unleashed was known as the Myriad Lightning Strike. Struck squarely by the devastating attack, the demonic beast was sent flying backward, its entire body dissolving into ash as it let out a final agonizing roar. Beside them, Liu Wei couldn't help but cry out in shock, "The demon! It's dead!" His eyes were wide with horror as he stared at what had just happened. Meanwhile, Xin Yu was bracing herself against the fierce wind. Yet she didn't forget to explain, "It's the ultimate Yang lightning power. It perfectly counters blood-fen creatures." The ring was still shooting out arcs of lightning, but Yifan just gave a faint smirk. Do you get to decide whether or not to show mercy to your opponent? I do. The demonic beast was slowly fading away, but it still forced out its final words. "General, Susu, I have no regrets." Yifan looked at its falling tears, a bit surprised. This demon actually still has its humanity. He stared at the demonic beast that had turned to ash, full of doubts. Normally, a spellcaster would completely strip a demon of its humanity to easily control it. For a demon to retain its humanity and still obey the spellcaster like that, it could only mean it willingly became a demon. How could that be possible? Meanwhile, Liu Wei, whose face was a bit bruised, cheered joyfully. "Awesome! The demon is finally dead!" Liu Ao rushed over, immediately questioning him with a suspicious tone. "That's impossible! This artifact of yours, where did you get it?" Yifan casually put the ring away, replying nonchalantly, "If it's my trump card, why would I easily show it off to others?" He looked down at the pool of blood, suddenly feeling doubtful. Something's not right with this blood. Noticing something was off, Jinyu walked over and asked, "Yifan, what's wrong?" He hovered his hand over the pool of blood, voicing his speculation. "This sacrificial blood pool? I don't think it's made of human blood, but beast blood." She brought it up in surprise. But the intel clearly stated that Yang Shizhong is a demonic overlord. Why would he use beast blood? Right at that moment, a massive tremor shook the ground. Watching the boulders fall, she quickly warned, "Oh no, the underground palace is collapsing." Seeing how bad the situation was, Yifan immediately ordered, "Retreat! Get out of here now!" Just then, Zhang Ti saw a massive pillar crashing down and screamed, "Liu Wei, watch your back!" In that exact moment, an immense wave of spiritual power flared up, along with a mysterious voice, as a green protective barrier materialized. He couldn't help but stare at the scene in absolute awe. Whoa, oh my god, what the hell is this shield energy? Right in the nick of time. That voice belonged to Ye Xiaochai of the Wood Pavilion. She was hovering in midair, smiling in satisfaction. "Thank goodness I wasn't too late. Are you guys all right?" The moment Liu Wei saw her, he cheered excitedly. "It's senior sister Ye Xiaochai from the Wood Pavilion." Beside him, Yifan noticed something else and muttered softly, "This spiritual power." Xiaochai crossed her arms and chuckled lightly. To run into a peak acupoint opening realm blood fiend and still manage to survive, it's truly a miracle. Once we get back to the Holy Land, I'll definitely have to brag about you all. Before she could even finish her sentence, a massive pillar behind her snapped. She was still showering them with praises, enough to spread their fame far and wide. But the moment they saw the danger, they frantically screamed, "Senior sister, watch out!" Xiao Chai didn't panic, simply snapping her fingers at a leisurely pace. The massive pillar behind her instantly exploded as she spoke with total calmness. "Don't worry, I sensed it a long time ago." Liu Wei was absolutely dumbfounded, his jaw dropping. Mystic Divine Realm? So powerful! Once the danger passed, the five of them respectfully cupped their hands. "Greetings, senior sister. Thank you for saving our lives." Xiao Chai walked closer to Yifan, resting her chin in her hand as she pointed out. "Your name is Yifan, right? A mid-marrow cleansing realm cultivator. Yet you instantly killed an acupoint opening realm demon in the blink of an eye." Hearing this, he humbly replied, "I just got really lucky, that's all." She smiled, stepping up to pat him on the shoulder. "I heard everything you said. For an outer sect disciple to have such profound enlightenment, it's truly commendable." Nearby, Liu Ao was leaning over Yang Shizhong's corpse, thinking bitterly, he clearly had such a powerful artifact, yet he kept it hidden. What a sneaky bastard. Liu Ao held the storage ring in his hand, smiling maliciously. To think a mere mortal general would possess such a rare spatial artifact. Suddenly, Xiao Chai appeared and grabbed his wrist, asking casually, "This is the best item on him, isn't it?" "You really do have a sharp eye." Liu Ao's arm was twisted behind his back, making him scream in pain. "Ow! That hurts!" After taking the storage ring, Xiao Chai tossed it straight to Yifan. "You killed him, so naturally, the spoils of war belong to you." He looked at the ring in his hand and smiled. "Then, thank you, senior sister." In his heart, Yifan was secretly thrilled, calculating his gains. A spatial artifact was incredibly hard to come by in this world. With this, he'd finally have a reasonable excuse when handing over rare treasures to the contribution hall. While one was happy, the other was furious. Liu Ao was trembling with rage, silently cursing him. "Damn it! Yifan, just you wait!" She looked down at young Shizhong's body, crossing her arms as she spoke with pity. Speaking of which, this Shizhong is quite tragic. Yang Shizhong was loyal his entire life. He guarded the borders for the Wei royal family and protected the commoners. He was a rare, noble general. Xiao Chai then recounted Shizhong's heartbreaking past. His only daughter, Yang Susu, fell in love with a commander under Shizhong's ranks, but the king of Wei forced her into an arranged marriage with the barbarians for peace. In the end, she was humiliated and tortured to death by them. As if figuring something out, she added, "Perhaps Shizhong colluded with the demonic path and created a demon just to seek revenge. Vengeance against the Wei royal family." Hearing this story, they immediately recalled Lady Yang's words. "If our Susu were still here, I wouldn't be this lonely." It finally dawned on Liu Wei as he spoke slowly. No wonder Lady Yang said that earlier. Xiao Chai glanced down at his corpse, asking with a hint of doubt, "Those scars on his body, they were left from leading his troops in battle, weren't they?" Suddenly, the image of the demonic beast right before it faded flashed in his mind. "General, Susu, I have no regrets." Yifan furrowed his brows and whispered, "No wonder that demon still had a bit of humanity left. It turns out, it was all that commander's choice." Unable to hold back his anger, Liu Ao kicked Shizhong's body and spat, "He's already dead. Talking about it is completely useless. Plus, this guy isn't even worth our pity. What a total waste of time, so damn unlucky." Right at that moment, someone stepped forward and told him to stop. Seeing that Liu Ao still wouldn't quit, he kicked a pebble right at his leg. Clutching his aching foot, Liu Ao furiously screamed, "Yifan, what the hell are you doing?" Yifan walked over and picked up the general's body, giving him a stern reminder. "He's already dead. There's absolutely no need to humiliate his corpse just to vent your anger." Seeing Yifan walking away, Liu Ao suddenly remembered something and called out, "Hold on, where do you think you're taking that body?" Without missing a beat, he replied indifferently, "I'm returning it to Lady Yang." Liu Ao abruptly shouted in panic, "You can take the body, but I absolutely need to cut off his head and take it with me. Otherwise we won't be able to turn in the quest." Yifan's expression darkened. He shot him a cold glare and declared, "I'll only say this once. I am delivering his body fully intact to Lady Yang. Is that clear?" Sitting on the ground, Liu Ao urgently yelled after him, "Yifan, are you out of your mind?" Still holding Shizhong's body, he responded coldly, "Or what? Just then, a tiger tally was placed on Liu Ao's shoulder, accompanied by a voice. No need to fight over it. Handing in this tiger tally will work just fine. Liu Ao grabbed it, utterly confused. This is the tiger tally? Teo Thoa quickly nodded and confirmed, right, this is the Trung's tiger tally for commanding troops. She watched him tuck it away, adding in a cold voice, to a general, this tally is worth more than life itself. Bringing it back will definitely be enough to clear the mission. I support Not Fam's way of doing things, Lu Ngao replied, his expression turning grim. All right, I'll do as you say, senior sister. He said that outwardly, but didn't forget to give a side-eye and curse inwardly. Damn you, Not Fam. Sometime later, at Duong the Trung's grave where Joss' paper fluttered in the wind, Lu Ui suddenly spoke up. We've told Madame Duong the entire truth about what happened. He looked at the tombstone before him and asked thoughtfully, Is Madame Duong doing all right? Tiu Thoa tilted her head slightly at Natfam and explained. It seems she had already anticipated this day would come. She said her husband always carried too much on his shoulders. Now that he can reunite with their daughter in the afterlife, he is finally free from this cycle of karma. She pondered for a moment before slowly adding, she plans to devote herself to Buddhism from now on, chanting scriptures to help him pass on. She also hopes to help the wronged souls in this world escape their suffering and reincarnate sooner. He rested a hand on his hip, looking at everyone behind him and said, That's for the best. Let's go. While they were walking away, Tam Vu asked out of boredom, By the way, Senior Sister Deep, how did you even find us? Tiu Thoa looked at her and slowly recounted, I was originally following Senior Sister Kuang to the border of the Ngoi Kingdom to hunt down a demon king. But my cultivation was too weak, so I couldn't help much, and she told me to go catch some mere lackeys. At that moment, she had felt a dark red aura. The demonic energy was so strong. I just happened to pass by, noticed the dark aura radiating, and followed it straight to the Duong estate. Tiu Thoa talked a lot, but they only fixated on the words, My cultivation was too weak. Their moods growing heavy. Just what kind of absolute monsters exist in the intersect anyway? Then Tam Vu, as if remembering something, hesitantly asked, Senior Sister Diep, you mentioned Senior Sister Kuang just now. Could it be? She nodded comfortably and replied, That's right, she is the holy maiden of our 5 elements holy land, known as Dong Lin Ka among the 5 core disciples, Kuang Lin Ka. Nahat Pham looked at her in confusion, asking, Holy maiden? 5 core disciples? Tam Vu couldn't help but look at him helplessly. How do you not know anything at all? Before she could say anything, Tiu Thoa excitedly explained non-stop. The 5 core disciples refer to the 5 most outstanding disciples who received the direct teachings from the heads of the 5 academies in the 5 elements Holy Land. They have mastered the core cultivation methods of the Holy Land. They are, respectively, Donglin Ta, Nam Kiem Huyen, Tai Du Am, Bak Phi Ho, and Trung Than Long. And Senior Sister Kuang, the legendary Donglin Ta, is the youngest and most talented among the 5 core disciples. She is also the #1 beauty of the 5 elements Holy Land. Just recalling that noble figure, her face clearly showed deep respect. That's why she is called the Holy Maiden. I idolize her so much. Seeing Tiu Thoa's intense fangirling, Not Pham awkwardly replied, Is that so? Then, putting an arm around the two of them, she happily continued, Hey, do you guys want to see the Holy Maiden's heroic grace with your own eyes? Meanwhile, in the 10,000-mile rainforest, 2 powers clashed, creating a massive shockwave. The disciples fought relentlessly while shouting encouragements, Hang in there! Even so, in the face of that dark demonic power, they still struggled and looked incredibly weak. This person was none other than the great Sorrow Demon King. He laughed viciously. A bunch of small fry like you can't do anything to this king. Is there no one left in the 5 elements Holy Land? To think they'd send out little runts like you to fight. Right after that, Kuang Lin Ka of the Wood Academy appeared, declaring, Against you, we are more than enough. Standing down below, Tiu Thoa proudly pointed out, See that? That's my senior sister Kuang. Our cultivation realms are too low, so just watching from afar is fine. Let's not cause them any more trouble. He then noticed the Demon King, feeling shocked inwardly. So, that's a Demon King. Even from 10 miles away, I can still feel his terrifying aura. He maintained his disdainful attitude toward all incoming attacks. You ignorant woman who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, today will be your dying day. She raised her hand high, radiating a brilliant power, and commanded, Wood Academy disciples, form the Heavenly Dragon Lockdown Array. The people below immediately responded, Yes, ma'am. Watching the ethereal chains approaching made the great Sorrow Demon King slightly suspicious. What is... Before he could figure it out, he was completely trapped. The crowd below quickly cheered in joy. Great, we trapped it! Looking from inside, the great Sorrow Demon King couldn't help but sneer, Kuang Lin Ka, did you really think something like this could trap me? He merely channeled his internal energy, causing the disciples to struggle and shout, This demon's power is too strong. Stabilize the array. Pointing her sword at the Demon King, Lin Ka coldly stated, Who said I wanted to trap you? He suddenly noticed a flapping bird and wondered, when did this golden bird appear? Nat Pham couldn't hide the shock on his face. To think this golden bird could suddenly erupt with such a powerful energy wave. Her cold voice rang out once again. I was only creating an opening. Take this! A blazing fire erupted. At that very moment, Lin Ka issued her command. Now, Golden Crow Phoenix, devour him! The phoenix charged majestically, swallowing the great Sorrow Demon King whole. Falling into a furious sea of flames, he roared, Kuang Lin Ka, I will never forgive you. This is the ultimate move, the fire of wrathful destruction. As the phoenix transformed into a returning fireball, Lin Ka coldly stated, You're out of chances. The Golden Crow's fire of wrathful destruction will burn everything you have to ashes. She softly uttered, Wrathful fire, annihilate. The phoenix dragged the screaming Demon King away, vanishing in a flash. Everyone cheered in ecstatic joy. We won! The great Sorrow Demon King is finally dead. As the phoenix's fireball detonated, Lin Ka quickly warned everyone, Careful! Use your protective spells now. They all immediately complied. Yes, got it. Even Nat Pham's group from afar was affected by the blast. The explosive power is way too strong. Too strong. Tam Vu shielded herself, exclaiming in astonishment, Even from this far away, I can still feel such intense, scorching heat. After the explosion, a massive crater appeared on the ground. Everyone was in awe. To think she defeated the infamous Demon King with just one strike! As Lin Ka landed, people gasped in amazement. Is this the true strength of a core disciple? Her disciples ran up to check on her. Senior sister, are you okay? Without a scratch on her, Lin Ka replied calmly, I'm fine. Clean up the battlefield. They immediately obeyed. Yes, ma'am. Hiding behind a tree, Teothoa explained, That move just now was the Heaven and Earth Avatar, something you can only master at the 7th stage of the Avatar realm. How was it? Super strong, right? Lu Ui was also incredibly impressed by her. It's not just strong. She's no different from a deity from the heavens. Nat Pham watched and thought to himself, Could I also reach that realm someday? Lin Ka, having already noticed them, ordered, Come on out. Teothoa groaned in disappointment. We've been busted. She stepped out and asked with a grin, Senior, sister, since when did you notice us? She scolded her in annoyance. Why did you bring outer disciples here? What if something dangerous happened? Teothoa playfully explained, Wasn't it just to broaden their horizons and to let them admire your heroic grace while we're at it? She pushed a bewildered Nat Pham forward and introduced him. Furthermore, I've discovered a great seedling. This Nat Pham is only in the marrow cleansing realm, yet he defeated someone at the peak of the aperture opening realm. Truly remarkable. Are you still trying to process everything? Lin Ka asked playfully. The marrow cleansing realm fighting against the peak of the aperture opening realm. Their eyes met, and she asked, Little brother, is that actually true? He replied shyly, Yes. Lin Ka showered him with praise. You really are incredibly strong. Nat Pham replied humbly, You flatter me, senior sister. My meager cultivation isn't worth mentioning. He averted his gaze out of shyness, his eyes so pure and innocent that he didn't dare look directly at her. Seeing this, Lu Ngao grumbled in jealousy. No matter how formidable he is, he's still just a guy with yellow-grade aptitude. Tam Vu, reading him like a book right beside him, retorted, There's really no need to make your jealousy so painfully obvious. She then stomped hard on his foot, making Lu Ngao scream in pain. If you don't know how to speak properly, just shut your mouth. Lin Ka was still chatting with Not Fam. You have yellow grade aptitude, he replied. That's right. Lun Gao smirked maliciously, thinking to himself, I almost forgot that Not Fam is at the very bottom with his yellow grade aptitude. The 5 elements sacred ground highly values these ranks. How could someone with such garbage talent ever catch the Saintess's eye? But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Lin Ka praised Not Fam again. Then that makes you even more impressive. This caught Not Fam completely off guard. Is that so? She explained that the city lord of the ethereal sacred ground also had yellow grade aptitude, proving that talent didn't dictate everything. On the Vangko continent, there is no shortage of seniors who started with terrible aptitude but achieved overwhelming cultivation. Lin Ka encouraged him, keep working hard. In the future, if you can break into the divine ability secret realm, I can personally recommend you to the wood courtyard. Nat Fam responded warmly to her sincerity. Thank you, senior sister. I will do my absolute best. Tu Thoa also bid them farewell and left with Lin Ka. Meanwhile, Lun Gao grew even more bitterly jealous. What? A personal recommendation from the saintess herself? His face darkened as he pondered. Anyone recommended by the 5 great core disciples would be highly valued by the South Courtyard elders and would even be gifted a massive amount of cultivation resources. How the hell does a brat like Nat Fam get so lucky? Lu Ui spoke up. It's getting pretty late. We should head back and exchange our contribution points. Nat Fam agreed. All right. Then they headed back together. By morning, they had arrived at the contribution hall. Nat Fam reported, Elder T, we are here to turn in the quest for capturing the Chung. The elder praised them while adding up their contribution points. You all did quite well on this mission. Here are your contribution points. He accepted the point slip and thanked him. Thank you, Elder T. Inwardly, he was feeling quite pleased with himself. Earning 60 contribution points from a low-level quest was no easy feat for a new disciple. Tam Vu grew excited. This is great. With these contribution points, we can finally go exchange them for martial arts techniques. Lu Ui had also been looking forward to this for a long time. I've had my eye on a technique for ages. Suddenly, Lu and Yao barked a harsh order. Not Fam! Halt right there! They turned around in surprise. Tam Vu gasped. Not Fam asked in confusion, what is it? He shot him a look of pure contempt. Looking at you, the loot inside the Chung's storage ring, you're planning to hog it all for yourself, aren't you? Nat Fam smirked and shot back, so what if I am? Lun Gao flew into a rage and roared, I absolutely forbid it. As the captain of this team, I have the right to distribute the spoils. Hand over that storage ring right now. Lu Ui retorted angrily, Lun Gao, I have put up with your crap for way too long. When Senior Sister Deep was here, you didn't dare utter a single word, did you? Now that she's gone, you're trying to rob us blind? Have you no shame? Yet the arrogant fool doubled down and cursed right back at him. You damn fat ass! What the hell did you just say? Lu Ui was determined to fight this to the bitter end. If it weren't for Not Fam, we would have died back in that underground palace. How do you even have the nerve to say such things? Lun Gao flipped his narrative faster than a toxic ex. Business is business. I put in the effort too, and I even got injured. I demand a share of the items in that storage ring. As he smugly listed off his supposed contributions, he added, Besides, I was the one leading this mission. Not Fam acted on his own and needs to apologize to me otherwise. Before he could finish, Not Fam was already on him. Filled with absolute disgust, Not Fam slapped him hard across the face. Lu Ngao, don't push people too far. Lu Ui panicked and tried to intervene. Calm down, Not Fam. Everyone else's jaws dropped. But Not Fam didn't care. He followed up with a vicious kick that forced Lun Gao to his knees. Nat Fam warned him, I still haven't settled the score with you for all your little stunts in that secret chamber. Unable to bear it, Lun Gao wailed, Ouch! Ouch! It hurts! Not Fam's face was brimming with killing intent, yet he smiled and said, You want me to apologize? Sure, but you'll have to hear it on your knees. Lu Nagao still showed no fear and kept up his attitude. Not Fam. Out of the goodness of my heart, I let a piece of trash like you join my team. Yet you've disrespected me time and time again, and now you even dare to lay a hand on me. This is absolutely unforgivable. But a second later, he cowardly ducked behind Tamvu and added, However, today I will be the bigger person and let this slide. I'll spare your life, but from now on, You'd better show your senior brother some damn respect." She couldn't even react in time to push him away. Lu Ngao clutched his swollen cheek and prepared to bolt, but still tried to toss out a threat. "Next time I won't be so forgiving. Consider yourself spared for now," he seethed internally. "Just you wait, Nat Fam. I'll make you pay." But suddenly, Nat Fam called out to him, "Senior brother Lu, wait." Lu Ngao stopped in his tracks. He turned back, saying smugly, "Figured it out, have you? Honestly, your senior brother didn't really want—" Before he could spit out another word, Nat Fam ruthlessly slapped the other side of his face, sending Lu Ngao flying. Tom Vu hurriedly pleaded, "Not Fam, please stop hitting him." Meanwhile, Lu Ui stood completely frozen in shock. Looking entirely satisfied, Nat Fam stated, "The more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. It looks much better when the face is symmetrical." Tam Vu urged him, "Let's just get out of here. This isn't a place where we can fight." But Lu Ngao, with his face completely swollen, still wasn't ready to drop it. He drew his sword and provoked him. "You little bastard, I'll take you down with me." But the exact moment he looked up, the blade of Nat Fam's sword was already pressed tightly against his throat. "You piece of shit. I've been putting up with you for way too long." Lu Ngao broke into a cold sweat in sheer terror. One of Nat Fam's eyes changed color as he delivered a chilling threat. "From now on, you'd better pray I don't run into you, because every time I see you, I will beat the living hell out of you." Whoosh! Then Nat Fam turned his back and walked away with his teammates. "Let's go." The infuriated Lu Ngao plotted his revenge. "All right, Nat Fam, I am not done with you yet." Many bystanders started whispering, "Isn't that Nat Fam, the newly initiated disciple, to act so arrogantly? He must know the consequences, yet he still has the nerve. Doesn't he realize that private brawls between disciples violate the sect's rules?" Lu Yui kindly warned him, "Junior brother Bach, you were way too impulsive. At the very least, you should have waited until we left the contribution hall before beating him up. If he goes and reports this to the disciplinary department of the contribution hall later, you'll be punished by the elders." But Nat Fam remained completely unfazed. "It's fine." He took out 3 vials of spirit beast blood. "Oh, right. You guys split these among yourselves." The 3 of them were absolutely stunned. Lu Ui stammered, Isn't this the blood of a Tier 4 Jingming spirit bird?" He confirmed, "That's right." Truong Thiet also asked in pure disbelief. A Tier 4 spirit beast is equivalent to a human cultivator in the divine spirit realm. Just 1 vial of this can be exchanged for 10,000 contribution points. Are you really giving this to us?" Nahat Pham replied generously. "Don't be strangers. We all work together to complete this mission, so everyone gets a share. Whether you trade it for contribution points or use it to boost your cultivation, that's entirely up to you." Lu Ui stared at the treasure in absolute awe. In truth, this was an item from the Trung storage ring. Only Nhat Pham knew the true origin of these so-called treasures. It was actually just chicken blood he had brought from Earth, left over from his previous breakthrough in the marrow-cleansing realm. Lu Ui smiled and confessed, "I've never seen the blood of a Tier 4 spirit beast before." Truong Thiet chimed in, "Me neither." Tam Vu was also deeply grateful to him. "Nat Pham, you're way too good to us." Seeing how genuine they were, Nat Pham couldn't help but reflect. After going through that whole ordeal with the Trung, these 3 had essentially braved life and death with him, proving they had solid character. He then took out 3 more treasures. "Lu Oi, your talent is quite unique. This item will highly benefit your cultivation. If you ever need anything in the future, I've got your back." The 3 of them couldn't hide their shock. Lu Ui gasped, "This is absolutely incredible. Not only the blood, but you even got the heart." Tam Vu was thoroughly amazed. "This is 100 times more precious than the beast's blood." She then explained why it was so incredibly rare. Jingming birds always live in flocks. Whenever enemies attack, they alert one another, making them nearly impossible to catch. Couple that with their fierce combat strength, simply drawing blood from one is already extremely difficult, let alone extracting its heart. Lu Ui was moved to tears and tightly embraced him. "Not Pham! No, Big Brother Bach! From this day forward, you are my sworn older brother. Not even my own flesh and blood treats me this well." Nat Pham forced a smile and warned, Hey, you're wiping your snot all over my clothes." Meanwhile, Truong Thiet and Tam Vu just burst into laughter at his antics. Back at the Contribution Hall's disciplinary department, Elder Mingjin sternly asked, "Is what you're saying really the truth?" Lun Yao stood there putting on a pitiful act as he pleaded, "Elder Mingjian, during this mission, not only did not Fam completely ignore my orders, but he even acted as if he were the captain. And once it was over, he hoarded all the treasures for himself. He fabricated the story so convincingly. When I went to reason with him, he actually had the audacity to beat me up in front of everyone. If this matter isn't dealt with severely, the disciplinary department of the Contribution Hall will completely lose its dignity." Elder Mingjian found it hard to believe. To think such a brazen thing actually happened. He immediately tossed a jade token to summon his subordinates and issued a firm command. "Oklong, Fuongso, you two go and bring Hot Fam here at once. I shall personally interrogate him." Two burly men appeared and respectfully accepted the order. "Understood. Your subordinates hear and obey." A while later, about halfway through their journey, Lun Gao started his scheming. "Senior brothers, wait a moment. This junior brother has a small favor to ask." The two enforcers glanced at him. "What is it?" He slipped a bribe to the two enforcers while muttering, "Senior brothers, please help me teach that little punk surnamed Bach a good lesson. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Nothing major." The two happily pocketed the money, but the dark-haired guy hinted it wasn't quite enough. "With just this little amount, it's going to be tough for us to get things done." The guy with the dark teeth chimed in to back him up. Besides, for these types of legal disputes, he'll definitely be forced to take the truth serum. To be completely honest, that stuff is completely out of our control. Hearing this, Lun Gao gritted his teeth and pulled out another heavy pouch of gold. "With your vast skills and connections, I'm sure you two senior brothers know exactly what to do." He pleaded, "This is my entire life savings. Once I get back, I'll definitely scrape together some more and bring it straight to you. You two absolutely have to figure out a way for me." The guy with the dark teeth weighed the pouch in his hand and smirked. "It's pretty hefty, all right. Are you really willing to part with all this?" Lun Gao replied with vicious satisfaction. "Of course I am. As long as that little bastard learns a lesson he'll never forget, then every single coin of this is worth it." In his heart, he eagerly plotted, "If you can't bear to risk the child, you won't catch the wolf. I'm betting my life that his storage ring definitely holds far more valuable treasures." The guy with the dark teeth handed him a small vial of mystical medicine. "No problem. When the time comes, we just need to pull a little bait and switch and secretly give you a fake truth serum." Regardless of what Nat Pham said in front of the elder, hearing this, Lun Gao became even more thrilled. Nat Pham is definitely taking the fall for this crime now. "Then I'll leave it in your capable hands, senior brothers." On a quiet, deserted night at Bach Nat Pham's residence, he sat beneath a tree cultivating his divine energy. He closed his eyes in deep, tranquil meditation, tapping 36 times as his hands embraced the cosmic flow. A strong gust of wind swept by, fiercely swaying the canopy above. Through relentless and unyielding cultivation, all weakness and ailments would be reduced to ash. Nat Pham suddenly snapped his eyes open, a brilliant crimson light flashing within his pupils. Right at that moment, a swirling aura of red light completely enveloped his body. Nat Pham declared in a clear, resonant voice, "Blood Shield, activate!" This technique was the Blood Shield, a peak human-tier defensive cultivation method. He raised his hand, commanding the aura of light to condense, noting that its power scaled with the cultivator's own level. It could block devastating strikes and even deflect the most subtle, imperceptible attacks. "It's definitely worth mastering," Nat Pham thought to himself. "This is probably the single most valuable item inside the trunk storage ring." He examined the storage ring and calculated his next move. "Most of the remaining items are just some nourishing pills. I'll just bring some fruits and vegetables from Earth over here and trade them all at once at the Contribution Hall tomorrow." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the gate, followed by the sound of the door being violently kicked open. "Is Nat Pham in here?" the dark-haired enforcer demanded loudly. "I'm right here," Nat Pham calmly replied, stepping forward to ask, "Who are you people, and what do you want with me?" The dark-haired guy sneered, "So you're Nat Pham. We're from the disciplinary department." The enforcer with the dark teeth chimed in aggressively. "You actually dared to assault someone outside the Contribution Hall? You've got some serious nerve. You're coming with us." Meanwhile, Lun Gao was hiding right behind them. He crossed his arms and glared at Nat Pham with arrogant contempt. Not fam, the absolute worst mistake you could ever make was crossing a vengeful man like me. But to their surprise, Not fam didn't hesitate in the slightest and actually agreed. Fine, lead the way. As it happens, I have some important business to take care of at the contribution hall right now anyway. The dark-haired enforcer looked utterly bewildered. What business could you possibly have? Not fam smoothly explained. Didn't senior brother Lou tell you guys? I have some tier 4 demonic beast blood that I want to turn in. He wanted to hog it all to himself, which is why I beat him up. This made the two bald guys turn to look at Liu Ao. The black-toothed guy looked displeased. Tier 4 demonic beast blood is worth a lot of money and merit points, you know. He immediately denied it frantically. Don't listen to his nonsense. I have no idea what he's talking about. But Not fam casually dropped a hint. It's fine. Anyway, once we take the truth serum, we'll find out who's lying soon enough, right? Liu Ao immediately realized. Damn it, he's threatening me, he whispered to the two bald enforcers. Senior brothers, let's make a deal. Once I get the loot, I'll split the money and merit points 50-50 with you. But the black-toothed guy suddenly changed the terms. We take 80%. You take 20. Liu Ao gritted his teeth and endured it. Damn it, I'm taking a massive loss this time, all because of that bastard Not fam. But out loud he agreed, fine, we have a deal. The black-toothed guy turned and warned Not fam. We're here on official enforcer business, so don't waste our time. Come with us right now. He politely replied, I understand, it's just that I just finished cultivating and haven't had a chance to clean up. If I end up going to the dungeon smelling awful like this. Could you two senior brothers let me step inside to change my clothes real quick? The black-toothed guy said suspiciously, We're going in with you. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. The black-haired guy ordered Liu Ao. You wait right here. He immediately obeyed. Yes, senior brothers, take your time. Inside Not fam's dimly lit room, as Not fam was picking out his clothes, the black-toothed guy warned him, Hey kid, don't try anything funny. If it comes down to a fight, you're no match for the two of us. He calmly replied, I know, I'm not stupid enough to pick a fight with you two senior brothers. Not fam muttered to himself while looking through his things. Let's see, I'll change into a bathrobe. Suddenly, the black-toothed guy seemed to notice something. Boss, something's not right. Why is the spiritual energy in his room even denser than what we get as inner sect disciples? Then he pointed straight at a footmat. Boss, look at that! The black-haired guy followed his gaze. The black-toothed guy observed it closely and asked, Is that thing just casually thrown on the floor? A mat woven from divine dulo grass? The black-haired guy was completely shocked. What? Then the black-toothed guy spotted another item. And that thing propping up the leg of the bed? Is that a tooth from a blazing hound? The black-haired guy confirmed it with absolute certainty. With that color, it's definitely real. And there was still another item. And that foot towel draped over the wash basin, doesn't that look like it's made from the feathers of the shimmering golden condor, the divine beast of the northern region? The black-haired guy was utterly stunned. Feathers of a divine beast? Used to wipe feet? The black-toothed guy exclaimed in pure amazement. All of these treasures are insanely rare. How the hell did he get his hands on them? The black-haired guy completely agreed. Yeah, I've only ever seen these kinds of things at elite auctions. Not fam turned to them and smoothly remarked, These are just some worthless household items of mine. I'm making a fool of myself in front of you two senior brothers. Then he handed over a few bags of medicinal bath powder to the two of them. These are medicinal bath powders that I concocted myself. If you don't mind, please accept them. The black-haired guy's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. These are absolute top-tier treasures. Meanwhile, the black-toothed guy was so shocked he was tongue-tied. Forget about inner sect disciples. Even the elders would have a hard time getting their hands on this stuff. The black-toothed guy whispered, Boss, what kind of background does this kid actually have? If he's not just some clueless idiot, then he must have some massive backing. Do we really want to offend him? The black-haired guy finally thought it through. Second brother, you make a good point. Outside, Liu Ao was waiting but started getting suspicious. How strange. Why are those two senior brothers taking so long in there? The two bald enforcers finally stepped outside. The black-toothed guy smiled sinisterly and asked, Little brother, you've been waiting a while, haven't you? The black-haired guy was holding on to one of the treasures. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Liu Ao paled in fear. Two senior brothers, what are you trying to do? The black-toothed guy calmly replied, "What are we doing?" "We're taking you, our dear little brother, straight to the disciplinary hall, of course." The black-haired guy held up the treasure bottle and explained, "The difference between having just one big meal and being fed every single day. We're smart enough to understand that." Liu Ao panicked and cried out, "What?" He was in an absolute state of panic. What the hell is going on? A short while later, at the disciplinary hall, Liu Ao was making his confession to Elder Ming Jian. "Elder, everything has been completely laid out." He was kneeling on the ground, spilling everything. "It was me! I tried to desert the battle. I wanted to hog all the loot, and because I hated Not Fam, I deliberately framed him." Even though he didn't want to confess, the truth serum forced the words out, leaving him incredibly frustrated. "I did all of this. It has absolutely nothing to do with Bak Not Fam." But in his head, he was raging, "Damn this stupid truth serum." Elder Ming Hin rested his chin on his hand and delivered the verdict. "There is nothing more to say. Failing to lead your team and framing a fellow disciple, your punishment is the deduction of half a year's allowance and 3 months of reflection at the Repentance Cliff." But Liu Ao refused to go down alone. He pointed at the 2 bald enforcers, ready to report them. "Elder, wait. There's also the matter of these 2 senior enforcers." Before he could even finish his sentence, the 2 of them slammed his head straight into the ground to shut him up. "Your judgment is wise, Elder. We will take him away immediately." Elder Ming Jian also handed out a reward to Not Fam. Furthermore, Not Fam is rewarded for turning in natural treasures. "Go to the front hall and collect 30,000 merit points." He bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Elder." Elder Ming Jian ordered them to take him away, and the 2 enforcers immediately obeyed. "Understood." The black-haired guy patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother Bach, if you run into any trouble in the 5 Elements Holy Land from now on, just say the word. We look out for our own." The black-toothed guy chimed in perfectly. "We might not be able to promise much, but we definitely know how to return a favor." Not Fam casually replied, "No problem at all." Once they were outside, the 2 bald enforcers were incredibly smug about their loot. The black-haired guy was thrilled. "We made a massive profit this time. Taking from both sides, we really hit the jackpot." The black-toothed guy totally agreed. "You're still the smartest one, boss." Then, out of nowhere, a sack suddenly dropped right on top of them. The black-toothed guy asked in confusion, "What the heck is this?" As the sack engulfed them both, he thrashed around and roared, "Who dares to ambush your daddy? If you've got the guts, show yourself right now." The black-toothed guy asked helplessly, "Boss, we can't tear this sack open. What do we do?" It didn't stop there. Both of them were mercilessly beaten to a pulp. "Hey, who's doing that?" "Ah, that hurts!" The 2 bald thugs screamed in absolute despair. "Stop hitting us! Please, spare our lives!" When the sack was finally opened, the black-toothed guy lying on the ground yelled out, "Hey, give me back my stuff! My stuff!" The other thug, looking just as pathetic, looked up and asked, "Who the hell are you?" "Second brother, are you okay? The guy who attacked us packs quite a punch." The black-toothed guy only cared about one thing. "I'm fine, but where is our stuff?" Meanwhile, the mysterious attacker behind them had already grabbed their entire stash of loot and made a run for it. The attacker glanced back at the 2 thugs and threw out a casual, "Catch you guys later." When the mask came off, it revealed none other than the shameless face of Not Fam. "My special way of taking care of people is more than you guys can handle." The next morning, at the martial arts pavilion of the 5 Elements Holy Land, the elder held up the Bull Demon Great Strength art manual and double-checked with Not Fam. "Did you just say you want to exchange for a top-tier human-grade martial art? The Bull Demon Great Strength art? Have you really thought this through?" Not Fam crossed his arms, brimming with absolute confidence. "Yep, just hand it over, Elder." The elder held the book and warned him, "I highly advise you not to waste your effort on this." Leaving aside the fact that this manual costs a massive amount of contribution points, its teachings are incredibly obscure, complex, and deeply profound. With your current cultivation realm, how could you possibly comprehend it? Nat Fam flashed a bright smile and declared, "You don't need to worry about that at all, Elder." The old man finally gave up. Those who ignore the advice of their elders will suffer the consequences. Fine, take it. And just like that, the Bull Demon Great Strength art fell right into Nat Fam's hands. He held the manual in his hands, completely thrilled. My realm has advanced, and I've got my new martial art. So, what's next? A little while later, Not Fam arrived at the Talisman Pavilion of the Five Elements Holy Land, casually pointing at items without a second thought. This one, and oh, this one too. Then Not Fam casually told the shopkeeper, I don't need these few, but I'll take absolutely everything else. The shopkeeper held Not Fam's jade token, his jaw dropping straight to the floor. Where the heck did this kid get so many contribution points? Shortly after, Not Fam made his next stop within the Holy Land. At the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, Not Fam said as if it were the most normal thing in the world, Elder, wrap up every single weapon on this half of the wall for me. The Elder was so stunned he shouted, What? He picked up a sword to test its weight and muttered to himself, This weapon isn't bad at all. It's about time I upgraded my gear anyway. Under the dumbfounded gazes of countless swordsmen, Not Fam swept the shelves clean at every weapon stand. Someone gasped in shock. I'm not seeing things, am I? Is Not Fam trying to empty out both the Talisman Pavilion and the Spirit Weapon Pavilion? He flexed so hard that he even exchanged for the legendary Demon Suppressing Sword, the ultimate treasure of the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. The crowd was so flabbergasted that they couldn't help but cry out, Just how many contribution points does this kid actually have? Nat Fam happily hugged his massive pile of weapons, thinking to himself, Obviously, it's a number none of you could ever even dream of. Late that night, at the back mountain of the Five Elements Holy Land, Not Fam arrived to begin his training. His goal was based on a specific requirement mentioned in the simplified version of the Bull Demon Great Strength art. To practice this technique, one had to find a way for their meridians to absorb a massive amount of blood essence from a bull-type spirit beast. He pulled out a few bottles of spirit beast blood and began absorbing them. After all, back on Earth, buffalo blood was as common as dirt, and he could get as much as he wanted. The moment he was fully charged, a glowing red aura erupted around Not Fam's body. Now, he needed extreme physical exertion to convert that raw essence into his own martial power. He hurled an empty bottle right at a swarm of bats to grab their attention. In this desolate wasteland, you're the only ones around to play with your daddy. Furious at being provoked, the bats swarmed after Not Fam. He, on the other hand, was absolutely thrilled. Come and get me, you ugly runts! In just the blink of an eye, the swarm caught up to him. Wow, you guys are pretty fast. Nat Fam suddenly spun around and unleashed a brutal punch right into one of the bats. Let's see how you handle my fully powered-up strike. The impact sent the bat flying, crashing heavily into another one. Seeing the result, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. I can clearly feel the energy boiling inside my meridians. Thanks to the boost from the buffalo blood, his body now packed the raw physical power of 30 strong horses. Then, Not Fam stopped in his tracks and readied a brand new skill. Now, try taking this one. It was his ultimate technique. The mountain-piercing bull strike. A massive surge of power blasted from his hand, slamming directly into the swarm of bats. With just a single move, every last one of those bats was sent straight to the grave. Overjoyed, Not Fam realized he had completely mastered the Bull Demon Great Strength art. But suddenly, a creeping feeling told him that something was very wrong. This spiritual energy fluctuation, it feels incredibly strange. Over by the cliffside, there stood a mysterious man completely shrouded in a dark, heavy cloak. Come out already! I know you're here, the cloaked man demanded impatiently. I am short on time, so get straight to the point. A swirl of dark, sinister aura suddenly materialized and responded. Getting to meet you even once is truly quite the challenge, my old friend. A shadowy portal slowly emerged from behind the dark aura as the eerie voice continued to echo. You have been playing the spy in this Five Elements Holy Land for so many years now. The wheel-turning demon Venerable stepped out from the portal and mocked him. You're looking more and more like a human every day. I wonder if you've completely forgotten your true identity as a demon venerable of the everlasting hate demon sect. The cloaked man snapped back fiercely. Cut the crap! He glared sharply and probed, You used a communication talisman to contact me because the great sorrow demon king was killed, didn't you? Tell me, what exactly is your Eternal Night demon sect planning to do about it? Meanwhile, Not Fam was completely hidden behind a tree trunk, secretly eavesdropping on their entire conversation. What in the world is going on? There's actually a demon race spy hiding inside the Five Elements Holy Land? The wheel-turning demon venerable answered furiously, "That wretched brat Kuang Lin Ka. Ever since she became a core disciple, she has hunted down our demon brethren no less than 100 times. And now, even the great Sorrow Demon King has died by her hands." His eyes burned with deadly resolve. "Naturally, I am going to find a way to eradicate her as quickly as possible, to appease the demon god." Hearing that name, Not Fam was absolutely stunned and let out a soft gasp. The demon god? The mysterious man immediately warned him against the idea of killing her. Kuang Lin Ta is the absolute most treasured pearl of the 5 elements holy lord. She is the top core disciple of the wood courtyard. If you dare to make a move on her inside the Holy Land, aren't you afraid of sparking another great war between the human and demon races? Demon Venerable Zhuanlin said, "That is why I need you. I trust you can come up with a much better way to handle this." The man quickly calculated. In 3 days, the Outer Sex Spirit Herb Garden trial would begin. Previous years were overseen by Yan Yunsong, but it seemed this year the responsibility had been handed over to Zhang Lingge. But there is a catch. If she makes a mistake, she'll be banished to Ghost's Wailing Cliff. The guards there are lax, making it far easier to ensure she quietly disappears. Demon Venerable Zhuanlun smiled in deep satisfaction and replied, "Not a bad plan at all." Demon Venerable Zhuanlin spoke softly, his tone dripping with malice. "When the time comes, I'll prepare some spirit herbs. You find a way to drop them into Bone Valley to lure in a bunch of elite disciples. I'll arrange for a spirit beast to slaughter every last one of them. How about it?" Opposite him, a face half hidden beneath a black cloak gave a faint smile and replied, "You really do think fast." The chilling, sinister laughter of Demon Venerable Zhuanlun echoed through the air. If all the prodigies of the 5 elements Holy Land were to lose their lives, Zhang Linge could hardly escape the blame. Not far away, Yi Fan was hiding behind an ancient tree. His eyes widened in shock, mixed with extreme anxiety. He never expected to accidentally uncover such a vicious plot. "I need to figure out a way out of here, and fast." Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the cloaked figure. He barked out, "Someone's here! Who is it?" Yi Fan whipped his head around, his pupils shrinking in absolute panic. "Crap! They found me!" A deafening, earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending thick clouds of dust billowing into the air and completely blocking their vision. A few minutes later, the scene returned to an eerily dead silence. The man glanced around, a look of clear suspicion on his face. "Nothing at all. Was I just being paranoid?" He sighed. "Forget it. There's no aura of the living around here. Looks like I was overthinking things." He turned and walked away, muttering to himself, "I can't stay here for long." His solitary figure gradually distorted and vanished into the void. Having narrowly escaped danger by the skin of his teeth, Yi Fan breathed a silent sigh of relief. "Thank God I haven't used up my transmigration attempts for today. I was almost killed just now." His gaze hardened, a fire of determination burning within him. To think the demons were scheming so ruthlessly just to take down Zhang Linge. No way. I absolutely cannot let those demonic spies get away with this. Thinking deeply, Yi Fan realized just how complicated and dire the current situation was. But I don't have a single piece of evidence right now. If I just report it out of the blue, I'll only end up alerting the enemy. A lowly outer sect disciple eavesdropping on 2 great demon venerables and somehow escaping in one piece? If he couldn't explain how he did it, no one would believe him anyway. He analyzed the situation thoroughly and made a bold decision. He couldn't just sit back and ignore this. It seemed his only option was to personally head to the Spirit Herb Garden and investigate. 3 days later, the scenery was strikingly bright and clear. The Spirit Herb Garden appeared before their eyes. Surrounded by towering, majestic mountains and an endless expanse of lush greenery, a massive crowd of disciples was gathering in front of the gates, creating a vibrant and bustling scene. An excited voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Zhao, it's been a while. Your cultivation has improved again." The other person replied with brimming confidence, "Of course, I'm definitely taking the champion spot in this Spirit Herb Garden trial." Another voice chimed in with a mocking tone, "He was just flattering you, and you actually bought it." In another corner, Yi Fan and Xin Yu stood together, their eyes following the massive crowd. Jiang Ti suddenly spoke up. "With so many people here, are they all participating in the trial? It's so crowded." Xin Yu smiled and explained, "Of course, if you perform well in the trial, there's a chance a sect elder might take a liking to you. You could even be promoted to an intersect disciple. Everyone is obviously going to fight tooth and nail just to participate. Suddenly, a group of people barged through, shouting, "Out of the way! Move it!" The arrogant voice of Chang Feng echoed out, dripping with insolence. "Be smart! Don't block my path!" The crowd broke into hushed whispers. "Look over there! Isn't that Chang Feng?" Another person chimed in, "Not just Chang Feng. Huang Zhen and Xiao Di are here too, along with Qimin and Yuan Bai." Standing beside Yi Fan, Xin Yu whispered, "I heard those 5 are the absolute prodigies among the outer sect disciples. They've already been pre-selected by the 5 intersect courtyards. As long as they break through to the divine ability realm, they'll immediately be accepted into the intersect." He pondered this, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Demon Venerable Zhuanlun wanted to slaughter the elite disciples. It looked like this group was definitely on that list. Yi Fan turned to her, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "By the way, Xin Yu, what do you know about the demons? Can you tell me?" Xin Yu looked surprised and replied, "That's weird. Why the sudden interest in the demons?" With that said, she began to explain, her tone turning much more serious. Since ancient times, the demon race has always been the mortal enemy of humanity. Unlike our cultivation world, their hierarchy is simple and brutal, based entirely on combat power. They are divided into demon gods, demon emperors, demon venerables, demon kings, demon masters, and demon soldiers. She explained in vivid detail. The demon god is their supreme, unparalleled ruler, and there is only one. Rumor has it that his magical power is terrifyingly vast. No one escapes him alive, and no one has ever seen his true face. Xin Yu continued, a trace of dread in her voice. "Under the demon god are the 7 great demon sects." She listed their names one by one. The Eternal Night Sect, the Sun and Moon Sect, the Eternal Hatred Sect, the Asura Sect, the White Bone Sect, the Crimson Desire Sect, and the Shadow Sect. Terrifying images of these demonic sects seemed to flash before their eyes, reeking of darkness and brutal tyranny. Deep concern washed over her face. Xin Yu's voice sounded softly. "They are bloodthirsty by nature and will commit any atrocity imaginable. Aside from the monster race, they are the absolute greatest threat to humanity." He stared off into the distance, his eyes growing deeply pensive as he absorbed her words, his mind racing. "So that's how it is. Looks like this mess is going to be incredibly hard to clean up." A commanding voice rang out, instantly bringing total silence to the gates of the Spirit Herb Garden. Linga and the elders appeared, hovering gracefully in mid-air, their figures both majestic and ethereal. She began her announcement, her voice crisp and clear. "Junior brothers and sisters, the Spirit Herb Garden trial is about to begin. I will be in full charge of this year's trial, and I expect everyone to abide by the following rules." The disciples below, captivated by her otherworldly beauty, couldn't stop whispering in sheer admiration. "So this is senior sister Jiang, the one they call the Eastern Linga. She's so beautiful." The disciple next to him marveled. "This is my first time seeing her in person. A real fairy couldn't look any better, right?" Linga gazed down at them, issuing her stern instructions. "First, while combat is encouraged during the trial, killing is strictly forbidden. In particular, disciples in the Purple Palace realm are not permitted to attack those in lower realms, such as the marrow cleansing and orifice opening realms." Time ticked on as she continued to lay out the rules of the competition. "Second, the trial will last for 7 days. Once it concludes, no one is allowed to linger behind. Third, any high-quality spirit herbs you harvest must be placed in your storage bags. After registering them at the end of the trial, you may keep them for yourselves." A long line of disciples was moving in an orderly fashion, each carrying a carefully woven cloth bag. Linga's words echoed loud and clear across the entire area. "Anyone who violates these 3 rules will be punished according to sect law." She then gave the final command, her tone sharp and decisive. "All right, this year's Spirit Herb Garden trial officially begins now." As soon as the words left her mouth, the disciples charged into the teleportation portal with roaring enthusiasm. They shouted in unison, "Charge! I'm going to be the first to find a spirit herb." He spoke up, "Let's go in too." Liu Wei agreed, and the 2 of them quickly stepped into the portal. After passing through the teleportation gate, Yi Fan found himself standing tall in the middle of a dense primeval forest. He slowly stepped forward, his eyes locked firmly on the path ahead. "The spiritual energy here is so thick," he marveled. "So this is the Spirit Herb Garden." Yi Fan's gaze swept across the towering canopies of the ancient trees before settling on a wide open clearing. He pondered. We came in together, but now I'm the only one here. Looks like we were randomly scattered to different locations. Nat Fam's face was set with unwavering determination. He strode forward without a hint of hesitation, thinking to himself, according to Liu Wei, this elixir garden was created by an ancestor of the 5 elements holy land using supreme divine arts. It covers about 100 miles. The deeper you go, the higher the chances of finding spirit herbs, but the demonic beasts also become far more dangerous. Suddenly, a strange noise from afar caught Not Fam's attention. He turned his head, his eyes narrowing in high alert. There's movement over there. I should go check it out. From the trees above, 3 massive snakes with rows of razor-sharp fangs lunged straight at Not Fam at blinding speed. He was slightly taken aback. Not Fam slowly drew his sword, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 snakes as he spoke with icy disdain. Such pitiful little beasts, yet you dare act so wildly in front of me? He unleashed the devastating 7-character wind-breaking slash. The clean, powerful strikes tore right through the snakes, leaving 3 lifeless bodies neatly sliced on the ground. Nat Fam calmly sheathed his sword, thinking to himself, Level 4 rock snakes. They might be a hassle for ordinary disciples, but to me right now, they're not a threat at all. He continued to muse, I wonder where the spirit beast arranged by the wheel-turning demon venerable is hiding. Ah, whatever. I'll just keep moving and see. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed out. Somebody, save me! Not Fam realized someone was approaching. A terrified girl screamed, Stay back! You already stole my spirit herbs, and now you want to do something worse than beasts? Aren't you afraid the elders will find out and punish you? The man sneered. The elders? Punish me. Elder Hu of the disciplinary pavilion is my great-uncle. In this outer sect, who would dare lay a finger on me? Besides, little junior sister, do you even have any proof? The girl stammered, You... Don't come any closer. Wang Teng urged him on. Senior brother Cao, stop wasting your breath on this brat. Let's just get to it before someone else shows up. Cao Yang replied nonchalantly, What's the rush? Why don't we both go at it together? Come on, brother. You should enjoy yourself a little too. The girl struggled in despair. No, please don't. Wang Teng eagerly thanked him. Then, thank you so much for looking out for me, senior brother Cao. He laughed inwardly. Little brat, if I hadn't been fasting from women for so long on this mountain, would a dignified young lord like me really need to share a girl with this guy? Out of nowhere, a rock came hurtling through the air, smacking both of them square in the head. They yelped in pain. Who did that? Get out here! Which suicidal bastard dares to sneak attack your granddaddy? Not Fam slowly stepped forward, casually tossing another rock in his hand. He spoke with a mild, indifferent tone. There isn't much else in this elixir garden, but there sure is an abundance of animals. The 2 thugs were stunned by his appearance and yelled in unison, Bye, Not Fam! The girl weakly pleaded, Senior brother, please, I beg you, save me! They didn't just rob my spirit herbs, they also wanted to... Cao Yang furiously roared. You little punk, it's you again. Heaven really does have eyes to think I'd run into you here. Nat Fam replied casually, For a defeated loser like you, I'm too lazy to even beat you up again. Are you going to scram on your own, or wait until I break both your legs first? Cao Yang burst into laughter. What a total joke. Nat Fam, do you really think I'm still the same Cao Yang from before? Lately, just to defeat you, I've been cultivating like my life depended on it. Now, my cultivation base has already broken through to the peak of the acupoint opening realm. You showed up at the perfect time. Let's settle all our old grudges and new scores right here, right now. With that, he swung his fist and charged forward, violent red streaks of light erupting around him. Nat Fam taunted, Is that so? Let's see just how strong you've gotten then. He raised a hand, effortlessly blocking Cao Yang's attack, causing the man to freeze in his tracks. Is this it? It seems you can't even handle a single finger of mine. Cao Yang was utterly shocked. How is this possible? Then he realized that this guy was several times stronger than before. Not Fam warned him, I'll warn you one last time. If I ever catch you bullying the weak again... He delivered a final strike and shouted, I will cripple you for good. Now get lost. At those words, he turned tail and ran for his life. Not Fam said with a look of pure disgust, Trash. Even beating you up feels like dirtying my hands. He turned to the other guy. Now, as for this remaining animal over here, Wang Teng trembled violently. Nat fam, what do you think you're doing? He forced a threatening tone and activated his ultimate skill, the Blood Chi Shield. I'm warning you, my little sister Wang Meng is now an inner sect disciple. Do you have any idea what it means to be an inner sect disciple? She's someone destined to become an elder of the Holy Land. If she tells you to die, you have to... Suddenly, a devastating punch struck him like lightning. Wang Teng collapsed, crying out in agony. Nat Pham retorted with dripping defiance, Are you threatening me? Wang Teng coughed violently, feeling like his internal organs were about to burst. He thought in terror. Just one punch and my organs are shattered. He's so much more terrifying than before. Nat Pham stood there, a smug expression on his face. Are inner sect disciples supposed to be that tough? Wang Teng writhed on the ground, struggling desperately to get up. What are you gonna do? It hurts so much. Don't come near me. Stay away. He stepped closer and delivered a brutal kick to Wang Teng, sending him flying away, accompanied by a cold warning. Now go take a hike and stay out of my face. He then added, My absolute biggest pet peeve in this life is people trying to threaten me. Wang Teng was left floating in a nearby lake, moaning pitifully. Nat Pham picked up the cloth pouches from the ground, sighing in amusement. You two had quite a bit of good stuff on you, huh? What a pity. It all belongs to me now. Suddenly, a soft voice chimed in. Senior Brother Bai, thank you so much for saving me. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been completely ruined at the hands of those two. He turned around and replied casually. It's no big deal. Don't even mention it. Are you injured? Nat Pham handed a medicinal herb to the girl. Take this spirit herb to treat your wounds. It'll help you recover fast. The girl took it, her eyes wide with shock. She couldn't believe it was the extremely rare Ice Soul Golden Coin herb. Even at an auction house, this was something rarely seen. So, Senior Brother Bai, the girl asked hesitantly, Are you really giving this to me? He turned away, looking a bit flustered as he muttered, Your clothes are slipping. Nat Pham tried his best to maintain his composure. Normal spirit herbs don't have much of an effect on me anymore. I need higher tier ones. The girl jumped, hastily pulling her robes tight, and cried out, Oh, I see. The girl's voice then turned profound. If you want to find better spirit herbs, just follow this river upstream. You'll be able to find the inner garden deep within. However, once you cross this forbidden river, it means level 7 demonic beasts could appear at any given moment. With our current cultivation, going there is honestly like throwing an egg against a rock. He fell deep into thought, a calculative gleam in his eyes. A forbidden river. It might just be bait set by the demon race. I need to go investigate and see what's really going on. Moving deeper into the forest, a majestic waterfall appeared before their eyes. The rushing water crashed down with a deafening roar, creating a veil of white mist. This was the forbidden river deep within. Above the waterfall, a massive boulder stood tall, and upon it grew a rare spirit herb. Seeing this, someone yelled out, Brothers, look, I can't believe it's the Azure Spirit Herb. With this spirit herb, our results in this tournament definitely won't be low. Suddenly, an anxious warning rang out. Don't celebrate just yet. Look at what's guarding the base of the herb. Right on cue, a giant white-furred beast appeared, dozing at the foot of the boulder. The guy cried out in absolute despair. I can't believe it's a lion ape, damn it! With it guarding the Azure Spirit Herb, we have zero chance of getting it. On another side, Lu Ui asked anxiously, Truong Thiet, what should we do? This lion ape is at least a tier 6 demonic beast. If we act rashly, I'm afraid it won't end well for us, he agreed. Exactly. Let's just wait. Besides, more and more high-level disciples are gathering here. Since we aren't strong enough, we shouldn't throw ourselves into the line of fire. He replied, Yeah, the high-level disciples will definitely make a move soon. Just being able to watch a battle like this makes the trip worth it for us. A hand reached out from the shadows, accompanied by a sly, chuckling voice. To have such self-awareness, it's truly admirable. Lu Ui gasped, Who's there? And frantically spun around to look. Nat Pham stepped out, saying casually, Not bad on the vigilance. He cried out in surprise, his eyes lighting up with joy. Brother Pham. Seeing him appear, Truong Thiet asked, Where have you been? We've been looking all over for you. Lu Ui chimed in, Yeah, it wasn't easy for us to finally regroup after all these days. Tamvu asked in surprise, Not fam, who is this girl? Not fam smiled and introduced her. Let me introduce you all. This is Hua Thuan, a newcomer from the same batch as us. And these are Luyu Ui, Truong Thiet, and Tam Vu. He and the rest of the group greeted Hua Thuan together. Hello, nice to meet you. Hua Thuan recounted in a clear, sweet voice. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. After I was teleported here, I was bullied by some thugs. Luckily, senior brother Bach saved me. Someone nodded in realization and replied, Ah, so that's what happened. Then let's stick together from now on, junior sister. A loud cheer echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Look quickly. Tu Truongfong's group is about to attack the lion ape, Truongfong commanded forcefully. Old man, Hu He, stay on the outside and throw rocks to harass the lion ape. Draw it away from the azure spirit herb. Two warriors immediately dashed forward. They were Yao Hui Ni at the 7th tier of the aperture opening realm, and Man Phi Tu at the 8th tier. The two of them shouted in unison, Understood! Leave it to us! A barrage of rocks slammed into the lion ape, jolting it awake. He ordered, Huang Ba, Luong Fi, attack from both flanks. The two warriors charged valiantly into battle with blazing momentum. They were Huang Ba and Luong Fi, both at the 9th tier of the aperture opening realm. Huang Ba replied, No problem, while Luong Fi let out a fierce battle cry. Truong Fong stated loudly and clearly, Leave the frontal assault to me. Maintain the formation. Do not break ranks. With that, he charged forward, roaring, Go to hell! You beast! The others flew in simultaneously, shouting in unison, Take this! On the other side, the crowd buzzed with chatter, the atmosphere growing heated. Truong Fong truly lives up to being a Purple Mansion Realm disciple. He's incredibly strong. Another person chimed in. With eyes full of admiration, they continued, His attacks are flawless, leading 4 Aperture Opening Realm disciples with such perfect teamwork. At this rate, the lion ape will definitely be killed by them. Suddenly, the lion ape let out a ferocious roar that shook the very space around them, unleashing an invisible but devastating sonic wave. It was a sonic shockwave attack. Someone screamed in sheer terror, Oh no! The senior's formation is broken! Everyone cried out in horror. Truong Fong struggled with all his might to block it, his body violently shaken by the impact as he cursed, Damn it! How is this lion ape so strong? The group swept up into the air, yelled in panic. We couldn't even withstand a single attack from it. If this keeps up, we're all going to die here. The lion ape roared furiously, its eyes turning as red as blood. It let out a sinister sneer, its massive body lunging toward Phi Tu at blinding speed. He screamed, his voice filled with pure despair. I'm doomed! It's targeting me! A devastating punch, heavy as a falling mountain, slammed directly into Phi Tu, making him shriek in agony. Phi Tu's body crashed violently against the boulder, shattering his internal organs as fresh blood soaked his clothes. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Senior brother Man Phi Tu, Huang Ba cried out in panic. We're finished. Why is this lion ape so powerful? It's way stronger than what it showed just a moment ago. Huey Nai trembled as she spoke. Why does it look like it's completely gone mad? Not Fam suddenly realized what was happening, a flash of understanding in his eyes. It's gone berserk. This Tier 6 demonic beast hasn't developed sentience yet, but it triggered its berserker bloodline when pushed into a corner. A terrified voice rang out, trembling, Run away! Hurry! Get out of its attack range first! Truong Fong looked down in shock. Hui Ni begged, Senior brother, take me with you! Please, don't leave me behind! My leg was just injured from the strike! He glanced back, seeing the lion ape charging at terrifying speed, and blurted out, Crap, it's heading this way. If I don't run now, it'll be too late. Truong Fong violently shook his leg, struggling to break free. Let go! Don't drag me down! He yelled. She cried out in pain. He was frantic, chaotic thoughts flashing through his mind. Damn it, if I don't think of something, I'll become monkey food too. Truong Fong thought to himself, There are people hiding over there. Then an idea struck him, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. I've got it. Behind the tree, Not Fam asked with slight suspicion, What is he trying to do? Over on the other side, Truong Fong tightly gripped a large chunk of meat, his eyes full of calculation. This meat contains a massive amount of spiritual energy. No spirit beast can resist it. Then he hurled the meat away. Truong Fong stood there panting, thinking to himself, To survive, I have no other choice. Right behind him was the wildly charging lion ape, but then it suddenly skidded to a halt. Its greedy eyes locked onto the flying meat. It immediately turned around and chased after the juicy bait. Tamvu cried out, his voice laced with absolute terror. The lion ape is running right toward us. It leapt down from above at breakneck speed, but Not Fam just stood there. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Not Fam, dodge it, quick! But right after catching the meat, Not Fam dashed straight toward the ape, completely ignoring his team's warnings. Brother Fam, don't! He shouted loudly to reassure them. Don't worry, guys. Just sit tight and wait for me to get back. Running until he was safely distanced from the monkey, he shouted at it, Hey, stupid monkey, over here! Seeing the meat, the monkey lunged forward without a second thought, exactly as Not Fam had planned. He immediately kept running while waving the meat to bait it. Good boy, come here. And just like that, the man and the beast gradually ran far away from the group. Lu Ui was deeply moved. Brother Bach, he actually made himself the bait, just to save us. Tamvu stood nearby, sharing his worry. Is Not Fam really going to be okay? That's a rank 6 demonic beast! Meanwhile, the other guys were still completely dumbfounded. Some hadn't even regained their senses yet. What just happened? A guy standing next to him replied. It looks like Bach Not Fam just lured the lion ape away. Hearing that, the other guy's jaw dropped in sheer shock. What? Bach Not Fam actually volunteered to be the bait? Hat Fam's uncharacteristically brave actions left everyone astounded, but also incredibly worried for him. Lu Ui wanted to help. No, I can't just leave him like this. I have to go check on him. Tamvu agreed, we'll go with you. Suddenly, Hua Thuan raised her hand to block them. Wait, senior brother Lu, where are you going? It's too dangerous up ahead. But he completely ignored her words. Junior sister Hua, don't get in our way. Move. Truong Thiet was actually quite annoyed with her. Junior sister Hua Thuan, we can't just let Bach Not Fam face that danger all alone. If you want to help, you can come with us, but if you're scared, just stay behind. She immediately started stammering. Well, about that? Right at that moment, Truong Fong walked up from behind with a mocking sneer. Junior sister Hua, you're making the right choice by staying. That Bach Not Fam has probably been chewed up by the lion ape by now. Not even his bones are left. Going after him is completely pointless. Hearing that, Hua Tuan turned to look at him. Senior brother to... Meanwhile, Hui Ni, who was currently injured, was furious at his words and immediately cursed at him. Tu Truong Fong, you abandoned your teammates and even set up Bach Not Fam. Have you no shame? Yet Truong Fong replied to her with utter shamelessness. So what? It's not like I forced him. Keep running your mouth and I'll beat you all up too. Get lost! Hui Ni didn't even want to waste her breath on such a shameless scumbag anymore. She just threw back one last curse. Despicable! You're nothing but a hypocrite acting all high and mighty. Now that someone had cleared the path for him, Truong Fong locked his greedy eyes on the spirit herb growing in the middle of the river. With this spirit herb, I can ask the elders to refine a soul-nourishing pill. Then I'll break through to the divine ability realm. My future will be limitless. Fantasizing about his bright future, he reached out his hand to grab it. Who cares if my methods were dirty? The results are all that matters. Bach Not Fam... Oh, Bach Not Fam, I really should be thanking you. But unexpectedly, before he could even touch the spirit herb, Not Fam dashed over and kicked him right in the face. Get your filthy hands off my spirit herb. Caught completely off guard, Truong Fong was blasted straight into the river. Seeing him return so quickly and completely in one piece at that, everyone was absolutely stunned. Oh my god, what just happened? Bach Not Fam doesn't even have a single scratch on him. Yeah, I can't believe he made it back this fast. Nat Fam quickly went to grab the spirit herb while silently cursing that bastard. You dared to set me up over this piece of trash herb? Well, tough luck for you. Unlike Truong Fong's godly reverence for it, Not Fam held the spirit herb in his hand and felt that it didn't even look as valuable as a random weed he could pull up back on Earth. These people getting so jealous over this is just hilarious. Lu Ui was overjoyed to see him back. Not Fam, are you okay? Hua Tuan also squeezed her way in, faking sweetness. Brother Not Fam, are you hurt? He casually replied, What could possibly happen to me? That didn't even count as a warm-up. Seeing how relaxed he was, Lu Ui burst into laughter. That's great then! By now, Truong Fong had managed to crawl back onto the shore. He aggressively questioned him, coughing up water. It's you! How the hell are you still alive? Where is the lion ape? Not Fam replied to him indifferently. You mean that demonic beast? It's probably having sweet dreams right now. No one knew how, but he had actually beaten the monster black and blue until it passed out in a deep pit. Unsurprisingly, the jealous onlookers completely refused to believe him. Wait, isn't he only in the awakening realm? How could he possibly escape from that demonic beast on his own? The guy next to him was equally skeptical. Did he just get lucky? Otherwise, there's no way his strength is actually higher than Truong Fong's. And most of all, Truong Fong's hatred for Not Fam only deepened. He's just a lowly newcomer, a legendary piece of trash with a yellow grade aptitude, and he dared to humiliate me? If I don't teach you a brutal lesson today, how am I supposed to hold my head high in the Holy Land? Unable to control his rage any longer, he unleashed his mystic ice claw, aiming right for him. Bach Not Fam, you yellow grade piece of trash. Put down that Azure Brilliance herb right now, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. Seeing this, Tam Vu tried to stop him. Senior Brother 2, you are a disciple of the Purple Mansion realm. How can you stoop so low as to steal a junior brother's fateful encounter? Truong Fong brushed him off, willingly throwing away whatever was left of his honor. Cut the crap! I'm robbing him today, so what are you going to do about it? You dared to humiliate me, now go to hell. But of course, Not Fam was definitely not going to hold back either. He activated his blood shield. You really won't shed a tear until you see your own coffin, huh? Instantly, a shield materialized in front of Not Fam, leaving his opponent completely stunned. What the hell is this? He scoffed, mocking the guy. Is this all the strength the Purple Mansion Realm Cultivator has? How pathetic. You're so weak, I feel like using this move on you is a total waste. Saying that, he deactivated the blood shield, causing Truong Fong to stumble and fall flat. What are you trying to do? He channeled all his strength into his bull demon arm. Realizing he had messed with the wrong guy, Truong Fong stammered, begging for mercy. Bach, Brother Bach Not Fam, please let me go. I was wrong. But it was already too late. Nat Fam delivered a devastating punch, shattering Truong Fong's great saber technique. The bystanders watching from the outside were horrified seeing him cough up blood from just a single punch. Senior Brother 2 just got sent flying with one punch. Some couldn't even believe their own eyes. Good heavens, what in the world is going on? Those who had looked down on Not Fam earlier definitely had to change their tune now. Tu Truong Fong had actually been defeated, beaten by a rookie who had just joined the sect 2 months ago. One guy's jaw dropped. This is just too strong. Meanwhile, Not Fam looked down from above, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Senior Brother 2, didn't you call me a piece of trash earlier? Well, how about now? If you can't even beat a piece of trash, doesn't that make you worse than trash? Beaten black and blue, Truong Fong scrambled backward on the ground in sheer terror. What are you going to do? Don't do anything crazy. The rules state that a Purple Mansion Realm disciple cannot attack an Aperture Opening Realm disciple. Hearing this, Not Fam just looked even more smug. The rule said, a Purple Mansion Realm disciple must not attack a lower-level Aperture Opening Realm disciple. As it turned out, Not Fam already knew how to exploit the loophole. The rules never said an Aperture Opening Realm disciple couldn't fight above their level against a Purple Mansion Realm disciple. Running out of excuses, he screamed in fear, "You, stay away from me!" And then, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the entire mountain forest. Of course, Not Fam didn't actually send Truong Fong to the afterlife. He just took back his dignity and what was rightfully his, teaching the guy a harsh lesson in the process. Yet this reluctant student was still too arrogant to realize his place. He clutched his head in fear but kept running his mouth. Bach Not Fam, I won't let you get away with this. He scoffed coldly, shaking his head. Yeah, whatever. Nat Fam held up his lute and gave a cheerful wave. All right then, I'll be waiting for your revenge. This is quite a heavy haul. I won't hold back then. Saying that, he went to distribute the items to the group. Come on, everybody pick 2 things. Hua Tuan was surprised that she was getting a share too. Really? Lu Ui stood there cheering. Brother Fam is so generous. Everyone quickly divided the loot, grabbing what they needed. They all thanked Not Fam profusely. Thanks a lot, Brother Fam. But to distribute things fairly, he wanted everyone to only take what they didn't already have. Hua Tuan, to be fair, you already got the spirit herbs earlier, so you won't be getting any of this. Hearing that, sheer disappointment washed over her face. I understand, Senior Brother. However, the one sulking the most wasn't Hua Thuan, but Truong Fong. The battered guy lying in the dirt obviously got nothing. Even though he had been absolutely shameless and despicable in trying to snatch those things earlier, he gripped his dagger in pure rage. Whatever it takes, no matter the price, I will kill you today. Before he could even stand up, someone yelled, "Stop right there!" followed by a massive hammer pinning him to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Not Fam turned around in surprise. It was actually a weapon condensed entirely out of blood energy. It was 3 fellow disciples stepping in for justice. "You little rat, sneaking up on your fellow disciple. Behavior like this is a disgrace to us outer sect disciples." Hearing that, Truong Fong lost his mind and yelled back, "Who the hell do you think you are to order me around?" Not Fam observed the newcomer's moves closely and realized something. Marrow-cleansing realm cultivators could use their blood energy to condense a phantom weapon. Aperture-opening realm cultivators could condense a set of armor, while those in the Purple Mansion realm could form physical weapons. He started to grow curious about this particular guy. These blood energy weapons could be summoned with a simple wave of a hand. It was incredibly convenient, and their power was on par with a low-tier artifact. But all these guys were formidable Purple Mansion realm experts. Meanwhile, the guy replied to Truong Fong by pressing the heavy hammer against him. "I just don't like the look of you, that's all. You're an absolute disgrace to the outer sect." This person's name was Huang Tran, at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. He then made an offer to Not Fam. "Brother, I've taught him a lesson for you, so no need to thank me. Your skills aren't bad at all. You got the guts to head up the Forbidden River with my group?" Not Fam immediately caught his drift. He wanted to team up. That night, in the upper reaches of the Forbidden River at Tudang Valley, a group of people was planning to break a barrier. This is the spot. Since high-grade spirit herbs were sealed within this barrier, they needed everyone to channel their spiritual energy simultaneously to shatter the restriction. They quickly got into position. 1, 2, 3, push! Who knew how much time had passed, but they were finally making some progress. "Look, the barrier is tearing." A senior sister from Huang Tran's team, Duong Tiu Diep, at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm, cheered everyone on. "Hold on just a little longer, and the seal will break." This team consisted of Huang Tran's fellow disciples. Right at that moment, he arrived with Not Fam's group to lend a hand. "Junior sister, we're here to help." He had probably arrived a bit later than they originally expected, leaving her annoyed. The 2nd level Purple Mansion cultivator didn't even bother to glance back at him. Huang Tran quickly stepped up right behind her, channeling his spiritual energy. "Barrier, shatter for me." With the combined effort of the group, it didn't take long before a loud shout signaled the complete destruction of the barrier. Tio Diep could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "We finally opened it." Meanwhile, Thishman walked over to confront Huang Tran. "Senior brother, you finally showed up." Seeing the situation here clearly, Not Fam finally understood the reason for the earlier proposal. So, that's how it is. It seems opening the seal on Wisteria Valley requires our combined strength. No wonder they needed to form a group. Meanwhile, Thishman was still scolding Huang Tran. "Senior brother, I thought you wouldn't make it in time." He just laughed it off. "It took some time to find you." Nat Fam thought to himself that the elite outer sect disciples must have all arrived, when suddenly someone recognized him. "Isn't that Bach Not Fam? I remember he joined the sect less than 3 months ago. How dare he come to a place like this?" Huang Tran then told Thichman what he had just witnessed. "You don't know yet, do you? Even Tu Truong Fong lost to him, so don't underestimate him." Not wanting to waste everyone's time here, he led the group inside. "All right, now that the barrier is broken, let's go in and take a look." As soon as everyone stepped into Wisteria Valley, they were all amazed. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. Thickman felt something was a bit off. "Why is it so quiet? I don't see a single demonic beast." The senior brother walking next to him took it for granted. Wisteria Valley is the territory of the Howling Moon Wolf, one of the strongest demonic beasts in the entire Spirit Herb Garden. What ordinary beast would dare trespass? Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, a purple blossom! I can't believe there's such a rare herb in here. This flower can be used to refine a high-grade advancement pill, and its roots and leaves can be made into healing medicine." He excitedly approached it. "If I sell this, it's worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. This is mine." Suddenly, the flower transformed into a ferocious beast, terrifying him. What is this? Not Fam reacted quickly, immediately shouting a warning to everyone. Watch out, it's an ambush! Sharp claws slashed across the disciple's body, making him scream in agony. The remaining disciples panicked, not knowing what was happening. What just happened? Look at what's in the shadows, they stared ahead in terror. What is this? How is this possible? How could we run into it right after coming in? A howling moon wolf slowly walked toward the corpse of the unfortunate disciple. Seeing this, the disciples cried out, "It's here! It's a level 7 howling moon wolf!" Knowing they were no match for it, they quickly turned and fled. "Run for your lives!" Huang Tran grimaced, gathering his aura into a massive mace. "What are you so scared of?" A level 7 beast is only equal to a human in the Purple Mansion realm. With so many of us, are you afraid we can't take it down? Blood she mace. Hearing this, the disciples stopped running, forming weapons with their aura, ready to attack the moon wolf. He's right. A howling moon wolf's pelt can sell for 10 or 20,000 spirit stones. I want to gouge out its eyes to practice an eye technique. Nobody try to fight me for it. Not Fam wasn't as reckless as them. He noticed something very strange about this demonic beast. It's not that simple. The aura of this beast is incredibly eerie. The moon wolf gave a sinister smile, revealing its razor-sharp teeth. Nat Fam finally realized what was so odd about the moon wolf. A demonic beast isn't a spirit beast. It hasn't unlocked its sentience, so how can it have a human-like expression? Seeing the moon wolf attacking him with the same move as before, Huang Tran laughed out loud. The same attack again? I'm a whole major realm stronger than that disciple just now. But in an instant, he was torn to shreds by the moon wolf's claws. The other disciples were paralyzed with fear. What? How is this possible? Huang Tran, a 3rd-level Purple Mansion realm cultivator, was killed in the blink of an eye by a single swipe from the howling moon wolf. The moon wolf unleashed its power, instantly killing 2 more disciples. Seeing the situation go south, the other disciples immediately ran for their lives. "We're doomed! We're gonna die at this rate! Run away! Hurry! This is a spirit beast. Its combat power is above the Purple Mansion realm." Not Fam's face darkened. "Elite disciples, spirit herbs, spirit beasts? That's right. This is a trap set by a magical beast. For a magical beast to make such a huge commotion right from the start, I'm afraid this won't be easy to handle." At the wood courtyard, Lin Ka and the female disciples were meditating and cultivating. As if sensing something, she snapped her eyes open. "Oh no, Wisteria Valley!" Wasting no time, Lin Ka immediately flew off, not forgetting to instruct the female disciples before leaving. "Everyone, gear up and head to Wisteria Valley immediately." The female disciples were bewildered, unsure of what was happening. "Senior Sister Kwang, what happened? Wait for us!" Back here, the surviving disciples huddled together, hiding behind a large boulder. "What do we do now? Even if all of us combined our strength, we probably couldn't block a single swipe from that spirit beast." Thick Man trembled in fear. If things keep going like this, we'll all die here sooner or later." "I don't want to die yet." Nguyen Bak furiously clenched his fists. "Damn it, this beast cornered us here, but it's taking its time to attack. Is it intentionally playing with us?" The moon wolf let out a long howl. Seeing this, Theichman asked the others, "Listen, what is it doing?" Nguyen Bak said, "That's sound. It seems to be calling for its pack." Hearing this, Thick Man couldn't help but blurt out, "What? One howling moon wolf is already this hard to deal with. If there are a few more, wouldn't our chances of survival be absolutely zero?" Only Not Fam thought to himself, "No, this howl isn't calling a pack. It's a beast king summoning the horde. We're done for. Everyone, look! All the wild beasts in Wisteria Valley have been summoned here." The moon wolf stomped its foot on the ground, and countless demonic beasts obeyed the command, preparing to attack. Someone spoke up. "Just what exactly is this howling moon wolf trying to do? Could it be ordering those wild beasts to kill us?" Not Fam speculated. "Exactly. According to the rumors, spirit beasts can rival those in the divine ability realm. They possess extraordinary intelligence, and they even have the ability to control ordinary beasts to fight in their place." "Damn it! The howling moon wolf has already ordered the beasts to guard the exit. If we don't think of a way out, I'm afraid it won't even take an hour. We'll all be wiped out in one fell swoop." Only now did the rest of the group realize something was terribly wrong. Why is there a spirit beast in the spirit medicine garden? I thought they said the strongest demonic beasts here were only rank 7. We're dead. We've been played. Hearing this, Thick Man immediately turned and fled. No, I don't want to die here. I have to get out. Seeing her run, the others called out in panic, Thick man, don't just run off! But the moonwolf lunged forward, snapping its jaws shut around her, witnessing Thick man's gruesome death. One of the female disciples was so terrified her legs gave out. What do we do now? I don't want to die here. Nguyen Bak rushed over to comfort her. Tu Diep, you need to calm down. Nat Pham calculated the odds in his head. Even the elite disciples had completely lost their nerve. This couldn't go on. If it were just me, dealing with the howling moonwolf would be a piece of cake. But now I have to make sure every single one of these guys gets out alive. He watched as the moonwolf lay down, arrogantly closing its eyes to rest. Makes sense. The roles of hunter and prey have completely reversed. Looks like it's using us as bait to lure in a bigger fish. Glancing up at the purple moon in the sky, he knew they were running out of time. The longer this dragged on, the worse their odds became. Nat Pham gritted his teeth. I'll just have to outsmart it. Nat Pham suddenly dashed out. Stay behind the rock and don't move. I'll figure out a way to deal with them. The other disciples yelled out in panic. Bak Nat Pham, do you have a death wish? Get back here. Ignoring them completely, he reached into his robes, digging around for something. Everyone, hold your breath right now! He then hurled out a handful of strange seeds. All right, you mutts, let's see how you like a taste of this. Catching a whiff of the bizarre scent, the other disciples immediately clamped their hands over their noses. Wait, that smell is absolutely revolting. The seeds Nat Pham threw rapidly sprouted into 3 blooming flowers, releasing an unimaginably foul stench. God, it reeks! What the hell is that thing? Is that seriously going to do anything against these beasts? Meanwhile, the moment the moonwolf caught the scent, it snapped fully awake. One of the disciples muttered, It doesn't look like it's doing anything. But setting the moonwolf aside, wait, are the other demonic beasts losing consciousness from the smell? No, wait! Another disciple realized what was happening and called out to the group. Look at the beasts behind the howling moonwolf. One by one, the lesser demonic beasts collapsed to the ground. The disciples were overjoyed to see the tactic actually working. It's working! We're saved! The ones that managed to stay awake slowly backed away, terrified of getting anywhere near the stench. Even the beasts on the outer perimeter are being forced back. That thing is incredibly potent. Teodiep kept her nose tightly covered, her eyes wide with sheer disbelief. I know what this is. It's the 10,000 corpse rotting weed. Hearing that name, Nguyen Bak went pale with fright. The 10,000 corpse rotting weed? That's a top-tier toxic plant. Legend has it that even a single blade of it can emit the rotting stench of 10,000 decaying corpses. No living creature would dare come within 100 miles of it. How in the world did Bak Nat Pham get his hands on something like that? Standing safely on a tree branch well outside the smell's radius, Nat Pham mused, 10,000 corpse rotting weed? I can't believe a simple stinkweed has such a melodramatic name in this world. He recalled the time he had harvested the stuff. Man, that thing reeks. Well, let's not exaggerate, but it definitely stinks. Knowing I was heading into the spirit medicine garden for the trial, I gathered a bunch of it just in case. Back in the day, people used stinkweed to ward off wild animals, so I figured it would do at least a little something against these demonic beasts. A bald disciple pointed a finger up at him in relentless praise. Bak Nat Pham, you're an absolute genius. Another disciple chimed in, utterly starstruck. Senior Brother Bak, you're amazing. Watching the demonic beasts drop one after another, the group cheered in relief. Thank God, all the beasts that had us surrounded are down. Nat Pham hopped down from the tree. Well, that takes care of the annoying distractions. He drew his sword and squared off against the moonwolf. All right, now it's your turn. The howling moonwolf growled furiously, crackling arcs of lightning surging around its body. One of the disciples muttered anxiously, Can Bak Nat Pham actually beat the howling moonwolf? Who the hell knows? But right now, he's our only hope of getting out of here alive. Nat Pham and the moonwolf charged at each other. He swung his blade, unleashing a blazing flame slash directly onto the wolf's body. Damn, its hide is tough. He frowned. A full power strike had barely managed to scratch its skin. The moonwolf snarled, its eyes blazing with murderous intent as it locked onto Nat Pham. He grimaced, thinking to himself, There's that look again. Damn it, even striking its softest underbelly only did that much damage? The moonwolf snapped its massive jaws, flashing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it lunged to swallow him whole. Seeing this, one of the disciples screamed out a warning. Bach not Fom, watch out, it's right on top of you. The moonwolf's speed was so blinding he barely had time to react. Crap! But at the absolute last second, he managed to twist out of the way of the attack. Using his footwork to slide back, he realized he had to find a way to lock down its movements. The beast opened its gaping maw once more. In that do-or-die moment, Not Fam decided to make a crazy gamble. It was the only way. He just had to risk it. Gathering all his chi into the blade, he roared, "Bring it on!" and thrust his sword straight toward the wolf's throat. Watching this, Nguyen Bach gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. You idiot, that's suicide! Even if that heavily wounds the howling moonwolf, he's going to lose his arm in the process. After that, we'll have zero chance of winning. But as the jaws closed in, Not Fam focused his chi into the palm of his hand and shouted, "Come out!" Teo Diep stammered in shock. That's... From his hand, a massive blood-red blade suddenly materialized. Without a single moment of hesitation, the blood chi blade slashed violently upward into the roof of the wolf's mouth. Die! Nat Fam roared. The moon wolf's blood sprayed endlessly into the air. The observing disciples stared in absolute disbelief. The howling moon wolf is dead? How on earth is Bach Not Fam using powers beyond his own cultivation realm? Nguyen Bach voiced his terrifying realization aloud. Did he just break through? He actually achieved a breakthrough in the middle of combat. An intense, overwhelming surge of spiritual energy was now radiating endlessly from Not Fam's body. He reached the Purple Mansion realm, Nguyen Bach murmured, still unable to wrap his head around the fact that the howling moonwolf had actually been slain. We won. We actually won. Bach Not Fam just saved all our lives. Teodep was equally awestruck. He hasn't even been in the sect for that long. He's just too powerful. Standing amidst the aftermath, Not Fam gripped his sword, which was now pulsing with a thick, powerful aura of spiritual energy. He felt an absolute rush of pure euphoria. So this is what it feels like to condense chi into a weapon in the Purple Mansion realm, huh? He smirked. Not bad at all. From within the moon wolf's body, a surge of demonic aura erupted, letting out a sinister cackle. Nat Fam glanced back at the sound, shouting a warning to everyone. This is bad. The demonic energy controlling the spirit beast is trying to resurrect the howling moon wolf. Out of nowhere, a giant beast-binding rope appeared, glowing brightly as it tightly constricted the moon wolf's body. The demonic aura inside it shrieked in endless agony. It hurts so much! A blazing fire erupted, threatening to incinerate its very body. Under the demon-purging glazed fire, the malicious aura howled in resentment, refusing to give up. Just then, Lin Ka floated down from above, her entire body radiating with pure spiritual energy. Is everyone all right? Seeing her, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. You're finally here. If you had been just a little bit later, every disciple here would have been slaughtered by this demonic energy. Teo Diep's face lit up with joy the moment she saw her. Senior Sister Kuong! Senior Sister Kuong came to save us! Seeing her, the other two disciples also felt completely at ease. Senior Sister is here! Senior Sister! She channeled her spiritual energy, completely shattering the moonwolf's remains into dust. Her expression turned gravely serious as she turned to ask them, Can someone tell me what exactly happened here? Nguyen Bach furiously pointed a finger at her and scolded, Senior Sister, you actually have the nerve to ask us? We should be the ones asking you. Wasn't it your negligence that allowed this awakened demonic beast into the garden in the first place? You almost got us all killed. Seeing him lose his temper, Not Fam stepped forward to intervene. Fellow disciple, if you don't know the whole story, don't be so quick to judge. That black aura just now definitely didn't belong to a spirit beast from this garden. There's likely a hidden agenda here. If Senior Sister hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid we'd all be dead for nothing. The others also agreed with Not Fam's explanation. He's right. That aura just now was absolutely vile. It was completely different from the spiritual energy of the spirit garden. Exactly, I agree with Brother Bach, too. Teo Diep walked up to Lin Ka, bowed her hands respectfully, and recounted everything that had just happened. Reporting to Senior Sister, here is what happened. We came to Wisteria Valley to gather spiritual herbs, but we ran into this howling moonwolf that had already evolved into a spirit beast. Thank goodness junior brother Bach Not Fam used the corpse-rotting demon herb to drive the beast back, which bought us enough time until now. Otherwise, we'd have been doomed. Hearing the name of this herb, Lin Ka immediately turned to Not Fam. The corpse-rotting demon herb? A treasure that rare. Where did you get it? He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh to brush it off. I just found it by coincidence. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press the matter any further. You did well. As for this incident, I will look deeper into it. Lin Ka crouched down and began inspecting the moon wolf's corpse. Not Fam stood nearby, watching for a moment before speaking up. How does it look? He asked. She replied, Before the trial began, I personally inspected every single level 7 demonic beast in the herb garden. This howling moon wolf was indeed on the verge of evolving into a spirit beast. Because of that, I placed a restrictive seal inside its body, completely suppressing its power. But now, that seal is completely gone. Not Fam guessed a possibility. Could it have broken through the seal itself? She frowned and replied, Absolutely impossible. I am at the 7th level of the divine ability realm. Even if this beast turned the heavens upside down, it could never break the seal I placed. Nat Fam furrowed his brows. Then there's only one explanation left. Senior sister, someone set you up. Glancing over at him, she said, That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Ka turned back and warned the group. Everyone, leave Wisteria Valley for now. I promise I will investigate this thoroughly and give you all a proper explanation. Nguyen Bok stomped off, still fuming. Let's go! Let's go! We almost became cannon fodder! She then looked towards Not Fam and expressed her gratitude. Bok Not Fam, thank you. If you hadn't stepped in to help just now, the disciples would have all been slaughtered by the demonic beast. In a way, you indirectly saved me as well. She took out a secret manual and handed it to him. To show my gratitude, I want to give you this, the Golden Sundering Finger, Lin Ka said with a refreshing smile. I don't have many martial arts techniques on me, but this high-tier manual is the most suitable for you. Please don't refuse it. Nat Fam took it, figuring it was better to accept than be overly polite. Then thank you, senior sister. But she wasn't done yet. She handed him a small bottle. Oh, right, there's also this. He looked at the bottle in her hand, asking curiously, What is this? Lin Ka explained, You've just broken through to the Violet Palace realm. I'm gifting you 3 palace stabilizing pills. I'm sure they will be quite beneficial to your cultivation. He reached out and took them. Got it. Thank you, senior sister. She leaned her face in close to his, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Rubbing her chin, she looked him up and down and said, But I'm still really curious. Don't you only have a yellow grade aptitude? Yet your cultivation speed is so fast. And there's no corpse-rotting demon herb in this spirit garden. Seriously, where did you get it? Huh? Nat Fam scratched his head and said awkwardly, I guess I really can't hide anything from you, senior sister. Honestly, it's all thanks to Duong the Trunk's storage ring. There was quite a lot of good stuff inside. My cultivation spiked because of it, and the corpse-rotting demon herb was in the ring, too. She wasn't fully convinced, but without any proof, she decided to let him off the hook for now. Is that so? I'll believe you for now. Not Fam suddenly remembered something and turned to Lin Ka. Right, senior sister. I can't shake the feeling that this whole incident is deeply connected to the demon race. And? She asked. And what else? He subtly glanced behind him, thinking to himself, this faint fluctuation, could someone be spying on us? Knowing they were being watched, he quickly changed the subject. Nothing, he brushed off. Inwardly, he thought, we have to be careful. There's a spy in the 5 Elements Holy Land, and their strength is even greater than Senior Sister Kuang's. This is massive. Until we get to the bottom of it, the fewer people who know, the better. A group of female disciples came running from afar. Senior Sister Kuang! Lin Ka looked at them and ordered, You're too late. Follow me. We are suspending all trial activities in the Spirit Garden immediately. We need a thorough investigation. They bowed in unison. Understood. Scene cut to the main hall of the 5 Elements Holy Land. Lin Ka stood in the center of the grand hall, facing the 4 deans. Du Sundong was the first to speak. Fellow deans, let us not jump to conclusions. The way I see it, there is definitely something hidden behind this incident. As the dean of the Water Academy, Du Sundong continued. With Lin Ka's cultivation, how could a level 7 demonic beast possibly break through the seal she placed? Ha Kin Thuong, the dean of the Earth Academy, retorted, What could possibly be hidden? If you ask me, Kuang Lin Ka was just careless. Her negligence caused this whole mess. Yen Thien Sak, the dean of the Metal Academy, chimed in. Thien Sak smiled, trying to smooth things over. Senior brother, you're making it sound too severe. The Herb Garden trial claims a few dozen lives every year anyway. The death toll this year hasn't even surpassed 10 people. You can't really call it a disaster, right? Qin Thuong completely disagreed. According to my reports, if Kuang Lin Ka had arrived even one step later, more than half of our elite outer sect disciples would have been slaughtered. She narrowly avoided committing an unforgivable sin. Lin Ka simply stood there in silence, not uttering a single word of defense. Du Sun Dung tried to use Lin Ka's past merits to bail her out. Be that as it may, not long ago, Lin Ka slew the third demon king of the Eternal Night Demon sect. That is a massive achievement. In my opinion, she deserves a lenient punishment. Qin Thuong looked like he was about to explode from anger. Merits are merits, and crimes are crimes. How can you possibly weigh one against the other? A voice echoed out, cutting through the pointless bickering. Mu Luo, the pavilion master of the Wood faction, spoke up. Enough. Ling Gei, your performance during the Spirit Herb Garden trial was deeply flawed. As your master, I am docking 3 months of your allowance and transferring you to the lecture hall to teach Outer Sect disciples for 3 months. Do you accept your punishment? Ling Ge bowed respectfully with clasped hands. Yes, master. This disciple accepts the punishment. Kuang turned to negotiate with Jing Chang. Senior brother, since this matter was caused by the negligence of my Wood Pavilion's disciple, it is only natural that I am the one to issue the punishment. As Ling Gei's master, I am willing to penalize myself by giving up half a year's worth of my own stipend. Do you have any objections, senior brother? Since Mu Luo had already humbled himself to this extent, Jing Chang couldn't bring himself to make things difficult anymore. I have no objections. After the matter was settled, Tian Sei finally spoke up. Ling Gei, from what I understand, this recent crisis was resolved by a disciple named Bai Yifan. Is that correct? She answered honestly. Reporting to Pavilion Master Yan, yes, that is indeed the case. Tu Shanrong also highly appreciated him. He hasn't been in the sect for long, yet he has already achieved so much, and his cultivation is advancing at lightning speed. It seems his foundation is truly extraordinary. I can't help but wonder how much he'll grow in the future. He really makes me curious. Tiansu added, what a pity. If senior sister were here, she would definitely be very interested in him too. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yifan was sitting in cultivation when he suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose, muttering to himself, who in the world is talking behind my back? Glancing over at the items Ling Gei had given him, he started calculating his next move. As soon as I got back to my courtyard, I immediately tried out the foundation stabilizing pill that senior sister gave me, but the effects weren't as good as I hoped. It seems the quality of this pill just isn't high enough. The Purple Mansion, also known as the Sea of Consciousness, is the source of all spiritual power and divine abilities. It can birth the nascent soul, generate spiritual energy, and store divine arts within the Niwan Palace. However, right after breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, it's hard to control this surge of power. One must nourish the brain, specifically the Niwan Palace, to a certain level before completely undergoing a metamorphosis. As for how to nourish the Niwan Palace, the methods involved are incredibly delicate. One wrong move could lead to a severe cultivation deviation. But he pulled out some walnuts. They say like nourish is like, so I've got the perfect method. Boss, give me 1.5 kilos of blue N Mountain walnuts. Pick the big ones, the shopkeeper had replied. You got it! He cracked them open and ate them one by one, right back on Earth. Walnuts really are the ultimate brain food. I just hope my theory is right, and that the walnuts in this world work the exact same way. Steam began to rise from his head. He sank his chi into his dantian, embracing his original essence. I can feel it. The power is converging right inside the Niwan Palace. 2 hours later, his eyes snapped open. Yifan could feel that his body had completely transformed. Success! The energy in my body is finally answering entirely to my divine sense. He took out a martial arts manual, preparing to train. Next up was the secret tome his senior sister had given him, which he planned to take back to Earth to simplify the Shattering Goldfinger technique. Yifan had returned to Earth. He stretched out his muscles with a yawn. It's been a while since I came back. Now that I have so much money, I should find a chance to just relax and enjoy myself here for a few days. He picked up his phone, making sure not to miss any important messages. Yifan saw a text from his mom. Son, the scenery in the Maldives is absolutely beautiful. Next time, our whole family definitely has to come here together. My health has recovered so well, so please don't worry about me. He thought to himself, Mom and Dad have Sister Guo with them. It looks like everyone is doing great. I can finally put my mind at ease. He kept scrolling and saw messages popping up from Tang Rongrong. November 1st, are you there? Another text in November, I have a few things I want to ask you. November 11th, it's been days. Why aren't you answering my messages? November 15th, what's going on? So weird. Seeing her send so many messages, he couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Why would the second miss of the Tang family send me so many texts? He typed out a reply. I am so sorry. I've been a little busy lately and just saw your messages. Did you run into some kind of problem? Suddenly, there was a loud knock on his door. Coming! Who is it? He called out. It's the middle of the night. I just got back to Earth and someone is already looking for me? Talk about a coincidence. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a man waving at him. It was Sheng Hui, Bai Yifan's childhood friend. He smiled broadly. Yifan, long time no see, man. Yifan was completely caught off guard. Sheng Hui, what are you doing here? At a bar in Hang City, they clinked their glasses. Cheers, Sheng Hui laughed. I came to Hang City for a business trip, so I made sure to come find you. Pretty loyal of me, right? Since when did you start driving a G-Wagon? Man, that is literally my dream car. Don't tell me you managed to bag yourself a sugar mommy? Yifan just chuckled, swirling the liquor in his glass. We haven't seen each other in years, but you still know exactly how to bust my chops. Hearing Yifan's response, Sheng Hui burst out laughing. Hey, I'm not busting your chops. That was a compliment. With my looks, even if I wanted to bag a sugar mommy, they wouldn't even give me the time of day. Come on, bottoms up. Just then, another voice rang out nearby. Don't touch me! Yifan turned around to look. That voice sounded incredibly familiar. Rongrong's face was flushed completely red as a sleazy guy kept trying to force drinks on her. I really can't drink anymore. The man flashed a wicked grin, practically shoving the glass into her hands. Oh, Rongrong, just do me a favor and give me some face. Just have one more glass. Before he could finish, Yifan called out. Tang Rongrong? Seeing that Yifan knew the girl's name, Sheng Hui asked in surprise, Wait, you two know each other? With no time to explain, Yifan stood up and walked over. Stay here and wait for me a sec. The man stared at Rongrong, his mind racing with nothing but filthy thoughts. It hadn't been easy using their old classmate connection to trick this wealthy heiress into coming to the bar. Her bodyguards are still standing guard outside. Later, I'll just drag her into the bathroom and get it on. Once the deed is done and the rice is cooked, there's no way she can refuse to marry me. He clinked his glass against hers. Come on, Rongrong, just one more drink. She tried to refuse, but it was no use. She couldn't drink another drop. Her head was pounding, yet the creep absolutely refused to let her go. Just one last glass. Come on, drink it down. Bai Yifan marched over and gripped the guy's arm tight. She said she can't drink anymore. Are you deaf? The guy yelped in pain from the iron grip. Ow, ow, you little punk. Who the hell do you think you are? Back off. Mind your own damn business. Yifan didn't waste any words, driving a brutal punch right into the guy's gut. I am your worst nightmare. Get lost. If I ever catch you harassing Tang Rongrong again, I will beat you half to death. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes. The scumbag cowered in fear, pitifully begging for mercy. Please, boss, don't hit me anymore. He caught her as she swayed, his voice softening with concern. Tang Rongrong, are you all right? Can you stand up, you silly girl? How did you end up in a mess like this? She blinked groggily up at Bai Yifan. Is it really you? He waved a hand in front of her glazed eyes. Where are your bodyguards? Why did they leave you here all alone? Her vision kept blurring. She was completely hammered, her mind too much of a fog to even process why she was there in the first place. 2 hours ago, after getting a text from Yifan, she had been absolutely thrilled. Bai Yifan had finally replied to her. Her phone screen had lit up with Bai Yifan's name. She had texted, Are you free today? There's something I need to ask you in person. If you're free, let's meet up. But his reply was cold. Sorry, I'm tied up right now. Let's make it another day. Rongrong had been absolutely crushed. He was rejecting her again. Snapped back to the present, she threw her arms around him and burst into loud sobs. You jerk! Why are you always ignoring me? Yi Fan froze completely, totally unprepared for things to take this kind of turn. She looked up at him, her face flushed red as a tomato, her eyes brimming with tears. Why? Why is it so incredibly hard just to see you? Where have you been all these days? Have you been seeing another woman? He was utterly baffled, but Wrong didn't stop there, launching into a full-blown interrogation. Is she prettier than me? Is she richer? Am I really that unappealing to you? You said you were busy, but your business was coming to a bar to drink. Yi Fan was completely at a loss. Hey, calm down. Stop spouting nonsense. Thin Hui saw him struggling but didn't lift a finger, opting to sit there and tease Not Pham instead. Did you really just bag yourself a sugar mommy, kid? He retorted angrily. Stop spouting nonsense and get over here to help me. Nat Pham brought Dung Dung over into her bodyguards and told them, She's way too drunk. I've already spoken to her older sister, so you guys can head back first. I'll make sure she gets home safely tomorrow. The bodyguards agreed without a second thought. Understood. Meanwhile, Dung Dung was throwing a tantrum, flat out refusing to get into the car. I'm not going home, she whined. Bach Nat Pham, I want to talk to you. He gently coaxed her. Fine. We won't go home. We'll go to my place, okay? Just get in the car first. Thin Hui flashed a thumbs up right in Nat Pham's face. Make sure to use protection, man. Nat Pham instantly bristled. It's not what you think. A little while later, he laid her down on the bed and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Finally made it home. Dung Dung was still in a drunken daze, continuously calling out his name. Bach Nat Pham. Listen to me. I have something really important to say. He looked at her, dead drunk and completely oblivious to the world, and thought to himself, how did things end up like this? He took off her high heels, a lone man and a lone woman together in the middle of the night. Even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain his way out of this. Suddenly, Dung Dung sat bolt upright. Where is this? Nat Pham sighed helplessly. My lady, let me get your shoes off so you can sleep. Whatever it is, let's talk about it tomorrow. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Dung Dung's hands reaching out toward him. Just what in the world happened to this girl that she absolutely had to see me in person to tell me? All of a sudden, she grabbed his face. Caught off guard, Nat Pham panicked. Duong Dung Dung, what are you doing? She shushed him. Don't speak. Just listen to me. Bach Nat Pham. I want to tell you. Actually, you and I. His eyes widened as she leaned in close. But before he could utter a single word, she threw up all over his face. The vomit left him absolutely traumatized. Second Miss Duong, did you come here just to torture me? She stumbled out of bed, uncomfortably stripping off her clothes. I need to take a shower. Nat Pham bristled with pure frustration. The bathroom is over here, and hey, don't just strip your clothes off everywhere. Her clothes were still stained with vomit. He sneezed repeatedly. Now in bed, Nat Pham was huddled in one corner, while Dung Dung occupied the other. Shivering, he grumbled to himself, My washed clothes aren't dry yet. Sleeping stark naked like this is freezing. Damn it, I spend all day roaming around in the other worlds. I completely forgot to buy furniture for the house. I only have one blanket, and not even a spare set of clothes. On top of that, he still had no idea what Duong Dung Dung was trying to say in the end. Looking utterly exasperated, Nat Pham shot a sideways glance at Dung Dung. But then again, this girl's figure was genuinely stunning. He quickly snapped himself out of it, trying to calm his racing thoughts. Stop getting stupid ideas. Just go to sleep. First thing tomorrow morning, I need to hit the mall and buy a proper bed and some blankets. Suddenly, Dung Dung's arm reached over and wrapped tightly around his waist. Nat Pham, this time, you're finally a little closer to me. He broke out in a cold sweat of panic. Wait, has Duong Dung Dung been awake this whole time? She whispered softly, Bach Nat Pham, did you know? Ever since that day, I couldn't stop thinking about him. Ifan wanted to turn around. Wrong, she stopped him. Don't turn around, I'll be so embarrassed. She began to pour out all the feelings hidden in her heart. Lately, I haven't had any chance to see you at all. I kept thinking how wonderful it would be if I could just see you again. But you're always such a mystery. Feeling so close, yet so far away. Only now, hugging you like this, does it finally feel real. Saying this, she held on to him even tighter. Ever since I was little, people have always just obediently listened to me. I've never experienced what it's like to desperately want to see someone else. I think I've really fallen for you. Nat Pham didn't know what to say. This girl. She continued, I want to prove whether my feelings for you are just admiration or if I actually like you. So, tonight, could you share a bed and sleep under the same blanket with me? He gently reminded her. Hold on, Wrong. Are you drunk and talking nonsense? Do you even know what you're saying? She whispered back. No, I'm completely sober. Please. As Nat Pham sat up, she asked sadly, Nat Pham, are you leaving? If you think I'm... Before she could finish, her words were completely silenced by his lips. Blushing, he whispered, a gentleman never rejects a girl's request, especially not when she's crying. Hearing that, her tears fell even harder. Nat Pham... The two continued to share a passionate kiss. The next morning, he rubbed his eyes and sat up. Oh, so tired. Went to sleep way too late last night. Nat Pham looked around his room, shaking his head. He reached out for his phone. It's so early. Where did she go? He looked at the text message Wrong had sent. Bak Nat Pham, after last night, I've thought things through. I really do like you, but I need a little time to process my own feelings. Also, about what happened last night, absolutely do not tell my sister yet. Nat Pham sighed sadly. They always say it's the guys who pull up their pants and run away. So why is it the exact opposite for me? And here I thought the feeling was mutual. Suddenly, remembering something, a wave of sheer terror washed over him. Oh, I am so dead. If the eldest Miss Tang, that hyper-protective sister of hers, finds out about me and Wrong last night, she is going to skin me alive. The mood was just so intense, I totally forgot about the massive gap between our family backgrounds. Meanwhile, in the alternate world where Bak Nat Pham resided, a bird flew by and was instantly shot down. Gold-shattering finger! He reached out and caught the falling bird. After being simplified by Earth standards, the gold-shattering finger is incredibly perfect for long-range attacks. He healed the bird's injuries, realizing his control over the power had become incredibly flexible, and then let it fly away. Next time I face a strong enemy, I'll definitely have a higher chance of winning. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from the opposite mountain, followed by a resonant chime. It was the heavenly sound bell of the Five Elements Mountain. Liu Wei ran like a madman right up to him. Brother Pham, the elders are summoning all outer sect disciples. Something huge is definitely about to happen. Hearing that, Nat Pham agreed to go take a look. Elder Ching Chang made the announcement. All outer sect disciples, listen up. We have just received news that the Fire Cloud Demon Lord of the Asura Demon Sect has slaughtered a small city at the border of the Yan Kingdom. He captured 180,000 innocent civilians to cultivate his demonic arts. This is an unforgivable, heinous crime. After our Five Elements Holy Land discussed this with the True Martial Holy Land and the Multi-Treasure Holy Land, we have decided to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. We will march into the 10,000 Antiquity Demon Abyss to eradicate this demon lord. All the disciples immediately broke into terrified whispers. What? The 10,000 Antiquity Demon Abyss? Elder Ching Tang continued. For this training expedition, outer sect disciples may volunteer to join. The three with the absolute best performance will be rewarded respectively with a dust-forgetting pill, a supreme-grade artifact called the Crimson Abyss Sword, and a top-tier mortal-grade martial art manual, the Tyrant Origin Mantra. Anyone who wishes to go can register at the Sect Affairs Hall. They would depart in exactly 1 day. Hearing those insane rewards, everyone's resolve began to waver. A dust-forgetting pill? Good heavens, did I hear that right? You didn't hear wrong. The dust-forgetting pill is a mid-grade spiritual pill. Rumor has it that if a peak Purple Palace Realm cultivator takes it, they have a 90% chance of breaking through to the Divine Ability Secret Realm. Another disciple chimed in, plus a supreme-grade artifact and a top-tier mortal martial art? If the outer sect is willing to hand out rewards like this expedition is definitely going to be insanely dangerous. Liu Wei turned to Nat Pham and asked, Brother Pham, what do you think? Nat Pham voiced his thoughts. All 3 Holy Lands are going on this expedition together. I'm afraid the higher-ups just want us outer disciples to put on a good show and win some glory for our Holy Land. Otherwise, they would never bring out so much good stuff. Shu Chun's face was filled with intense worry. But the 10,000 Antiquity Demon Abyss is the main stronghold of the demon race. Anyone who goes in there to train basically has a 9 in 10 chance of dying. Senior Brother Bach, do we really have to go? Lu Wei was practically burning with passion. We're going! Screw it! Even if we don't get the top 3 prizes, just killing a few demons and tempering ourselves is totally worth it. Not Fam agreed with Lu Wei's mindset. Then let's go together. I've been looking for a good place to train anyway. He furrowed his brows, thinking to himself. But could this whole expedition be secretly orchestrated by a spy within the Holy Land's higher-ups? If that's really the case, we're stepping into serious danger. Zhang Tai offered his opinion. Since we've decided to go, we absolutely can't just march in there empty-handed. We definitely need to stock up on some specialized gear. Nat Pham looked at him in confusion. Specialized gear? Zhang Tai began to explain. The 10,000 Antiquity Demon Abyss has 99 floors. Each floor is its own small pocket dimension, and if you add all that space up, it's over 100 times larger than the entire mainland. The abyss is pitch black all year round, completely devoid of light. It's infested with countless subterranean demonic creatures. Yakshas, Rakshasas, fiends, giant demons, mud demons, asuras, you name it. But down in the abyss, there are countless rare treasures and exotic artifacts, especially spiritual herbs and subterranean crystal ores. The deeper you go, the richer it gets. But of course, the demonic creatures down there become far more terrifying too. However, because they've lived deep underground for so long, all these demons share one fatal weakness. They are absolutely terrified of sunlight. Xin Yu chimed in to add some essential facts for the group. Because of that, we have to prepare a ton of night pearls, or at least some glowing artifacts and light-producing talismans. Catching on to this crucial detail, a plan immediately formed in Hot Fam's mind. Terrified of sunlight, huh? Well, that makes things a whole lot easier. 3 days later, right outside Obsidian City, Elder Ching Chang gave his disciples a brief overview of the area. This is Obsidian City, the main gathering hub for cultivators and martial artists. Inside the city, you can sell demonic creature corpses or purchase medicinal pills to replenish yourselves. Just outside of Obsidian City, there are numerous entrances leading directly into the 10,000 Antiquity Demon Abyss. He then began handing out talismans to the disciples. These are communication talismans, universally used among the 3 great holy lands and the 5 great sects. If you encounter life-threatening danger, inject your spiritual energy right into it. If you're lucky, someone might actually come to save you. He continued, disciples in the marrow cleansing realm are to train between the 4th and 5th floors of the abyss. Disciples in the acupoint opening realm will train on the 6th and 7th floors. Disciples in the Purple Palace realm are to train on the 8th and 9th floors. As for the 10th floor and below, if you don't possess the cultivation of the divine ability secret realm, it's best you don't go throwing your lives away. Do I make myself absolutely clear? The group of disciples shouted in unison, "Crystal clear, Elder!" Ching Chang gave his final order. "All right then, dismissed." They followed their orders, each group heading in their designated direction. Hua Chun turned to the other 3 and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, my sword is getting a bit dull. I'd like to go into the city and buy a new weapon first." Xin Yu chimed in, "That works out perfectly. We need to stock up on some more rations anyway. Let's go together." Inside the weapon shop, Yi Fan glanced around. This sword doesn't look half bad. Obsidian City really is bustling. Even a small weapon shop like this has high-tier weapons. Sun Xing walked over and grabbed a sword right next to Hua Chun. "So sorry, little girl, but I had my eyes on this sword first." Sun Xing from the Elephant Armor sect smirked. Hua Chun wanted to argue for the sword, but she was too timid to actually fight over it. She muttered under her breath, "But I clearly saw it first." Zhao Shuo walked over and grabbed Sun Xing's shoulder to warn her. Zhao Shuo of the Elephant Armor sect whispered, "Junior sister Sun, don't be rash. It looks like they are from the 5 elements holy ground." Hearing this, a look of sheer contempt spread across Sun Xing's face. So, what if they're from the 5 elements holy ground? They're nothing but the bottom feeders of all the holy grounds anyway. Are you scared? Yi Fan frowned, thinking to himself, where did this ignorant fool pop out from just to hand out free experience points? Lu Wei shot back in annoyance. "Listen here, lady, you better watch your mouth. Bottom feeders or not, we are still a holy ground. We're countless times stronger than a third-rate sect like yours." Seeing things escalating, Hua Chun tried to hold them back. "We've seen your brother Lu Wei. Please!" Sun Xing snapped furiously. Who the hell are you calling a third-rate sect? You damn fat pig! Open your blind dog eyes and take a good look. Our elephant armor sect is an officially recognized second-tier sect on this continent. Liu Wei let out a mocking sneer. Second tier, third rate, isn't it all just the same trash? Either way, in the eyes of us holy ground disciples, you're all just garbage. Unable to hold back her rage any longer, Sun Xing drew her sword with murderous intent. Who the hell are you calling garbage? Die! A cold voice suddenly rang out. Stop! In a flash, Yi Fan had his sword pressed right against her throat. I, Bai Yi Fan, have never made a habit of hitting women, but I'll make an exception for an unreasonable brat causing trouble. Deep down, she was absolutely terrified. He's too fast. I couldn't even see his movements. He lowered his voice menacingly. Put the sword down and get lost. Seething with anger, Sun Xing stormed off with her group, scoffing. It's just a piece of trash sword anyway, as if it's anything special. Let's go. Xin Yu handed the sword over to Hua Chun. Junior sister Hua, here, take it. Thank you, senior sister. Yi Fan turned and gave her a stern reminder. Junior sister Hua, you really need to put more effort into your cultivation, or you'll just keep getting pushed around. Once we enter the demonic abyss, we won't be able to stay by your side and protect you all the time. She lowered her head sadly. I know. Xin Yu stepped closer to comfort her. Bai Yi Fan is just worried about your safety. He didn't mean to scold you. To forge good iron, you need a strong hammer. Just focus on your cultivation from now on, all right? Yes. She nodded earnestly. I understand, senior sister. Meanwhile, at a certain inn. Smack! Sun Xing was blasted in the face by a wave of spiritual energy. All the disciples who had followed her were kneeling on the floor, trembling in fear as endless curses rained down on them. You useless trash! You completely disgraceful embarrassments! Holding her swollen cheek in terror, she stammered, I'm so sorry, Elder Jiang. I brought shame to our sect. He glared down at them with absolute authority. Did I not warn you about how things work here in Obsidian City? Unless you have complete certainty, do not strike recklessly, especially against the 5 elements' holy ground. Elder Zhang of the Elephant Armor sect roared. He sat down, massaging his temples. The 5 elements' holy ground has been in serious decline. There's a very high chance they will be demoted to a first-tier sect at the upcoming assembly. When that happens, there will be an empty seat among the 10 great holy grounds. Although our Elephant Armor sect is only a second-tier sect, with the true martial holy ground backing us, it's not entirely impossible for us to fight for that vacant spot. His eyes flared with renewed fury. And yet, look at what you fools did. You completely disgraced our sect at such a critical moment. And to make matters worse, you lost to mere outer disciples of the 5 elements holy ground. I don't care what dirty methods you have to use. You must win back our face. If you fail, I'll hold every single one of you fully accountable. Sun Xing bowed her head deeply. Understood, Elder. On the outskirts of Obsidian City, Yi Fan stared at a glowing portal beneath an ancient tree. This is the place. This entrance right outside Obsidian City is the closest path we have into the eternal demonic abyss. He glanced back at his team. Is everyone fully prepared? Let's move! Everyone shouted in unison. Right behind you! On the 6th floor of the demonic abyss, the group stepped into an entirely different dimension. There aren't many demonic beasts left around here. Let's finish off this last batch and take a breather. Liu Wei sliced through a demonic beast and called back. Wind-piercing slash! Sounds like a plan to me. Zhang Tai brutally struck down another monster. Just die already! Wiping the dark blood off his blade, Liu Wei grinned. We've pushed all the way to the 6th floor in just a few days. If we haven't killed 1,000 demonic beasts, it's got to be at least 800. This place really is a nest for the demon race. Zhang Tai was brimming with confidence in their squad's strength. Even if a massive horde shows up, they still won't be a match for us. Meanwhile, Xin Yu spotted something incredibly rare and called out to the group. Hey, look at this! I found a demonic spirit herb. Zhang Tai examined the glowing plant for a moment. Oh, wow, nice find. One look, and you can tell that thing is incredibly precious. Xin Yu proudly explained its value. This beauty can fetch a massive price on the market. Since all of you have already found one, I obviously couldn't let myself fall behind. Yi Fan walked over and caught their attention. All right, it's about time we part ways here. I'm planning to head down to the 7th floor to check things out. Your cultivation bases aren't fully stabilized yet, so it's safer if you guys stay on this floor. Lu Wei looked surprised. Brother Fan, you're heading out alone? Yi Fan walked over and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. I came to the demonic abyss to push my limits too. I can't just hang around in the safe zone doing absolutely nothing. Ah Wei, you've got the highest combat strength here now. Make sure you take good care of Shin Yu and the others. Liu Wei confidently clapped a hand over his. Don't worry about a thing. I've got this. Hua Chun approached him rather timidly. Senior Brother Bai, could you maybe delay your trip by just a few more days? I haven't even managed to find a single demonic herb yet. Yi Fan wasn't going to let that hold him back. He simply turned around and walked off. Just have Ah Wei help you look for one. The demonic abyss is absolutely massive. There's bound to be plenty of treasures left. Liu Wei chimed in with a grin. Relax, Hua Chun. The rest of us already secured our spirit herbs. The very next one we find has your name on it. A flicker of deep disappointment crossed her face. Okay. Meanwhile, down on the 7th floor of the demonic abyss, down here, grotesque crimson demons were savagely tearing into human flesh. Was this 7th floor actually a literal hell? I can't win. There's just no way I can win. This tier 6 monster, this Yaksha, is absolutely terrifying. A disciple hid behind a rock, trembling in absolute fear as he thought, even the senior brothers ahead of me couldn't withstand 3 of its strikes before losing their lives here. Screw the trial. Screw the rewards. I need to sneak away while they aren't looking. Suddenly, the demon materialized right in front of him, flashing a wicked, sinister grin. Paralyzed by sheer terror, he screamed, Help! Somebody, save me! Meanwhile, the demon channeled its immense power into its weapon and viciously slashed down. As the massive trident hurtled toward him, he thought, I'm dead. I'm really dead. He gritted his teeth, filled with bitter regret. It's really over this time, but I don't want to die. In that hair-raising moment, a blinding beam of light shot forward, striking the Yaksha and blowing it to pieces. The other demons instantly suffered the exact same fate. To think that the very first demonic beast I'd run into on the 7th floor would be a Yaksha. The pack of Yakshas whipped their heads toward the source of the blast. The young man smirked playfully. Perfect timing. I can use you flying monsters as target practice for my new skill. The terrified disciple stuttered in absolute disbelief. I'm saved! He casually strolled over, stepping firmly onto the shredded corpse of a Yaksha. Come on then, let's play. Nat Pham glanced past them, spotting another swarm of Yakshas flying in. Huh? Why are there only a handful of them? Seeing the approaching swarm, the disciple shrieked in panic. Oh no! They've all been lured over here. Little brother, do you have any glowing protective artifacts on you? Gathering his key, the young man replied with absolute supreme confidence, Nope, I don't need garbage like that. Hearing this, the disciple shook like a leaf. What the hell are you talking about? Senior brothers way stronger than you have already died here. We are so dead. With this many of them, there is no way we're making it out alive. Before the hysterical disciple could even finish his sentence, Not Pham activated his ethereal steps and calmly reassured him. Relax, these few pests aren't even enough to serve as a warm-up. The disciple's jaw dropped, utterly mind-blown as he watched Not Pham effortlessly slaughter the entire group. What the? Resting his blood-red sword casually on his shoulder, Not Pham smirked. You can't judge true strength just by looking at the surface. As the next wave of Yakshas swarmed in, he analyzed them. 7 at the Marrow Cleansing Realm, and 5 at the Acupoint Opening Realm. In a flash, he unleashed a fierce barrage of the Torrential Rainsword art. As Not Pham scanned the battlefield, a massive trident suddenly hurled straight at him. Oh, didn't expect a tough one to show up, he muttered, instantly dodging with his ethereal steps. He gazed up at the hulking Yaksha hovering in the air, quietly assessing his new prey. This demon must be at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, right? Finally, something with a bit of a backbone. To defeat the horde, you first capture the king. With that thought, both sides violently clashed into a brutal dogfight. Nat Pham completely unleashed his power. Blazing Flame Slash, the demon actually parried it. Blocked it? Not bad, your reflexes are pretty sharp. Smirking, he quickly gathered chi into his free hand. If that's the case, let's see how you handle this. The evolved version of the Gold Shattering Finger. The Yaksha's chest was viciously punched clean through by Not Fam. The young man broke into a deeply satisfied grin. The gold-shattering claw. Too easy. The hiding disciple shrieked in sheer disbelief. He actually insta-killed a Purple Mansion realm Yaksha. Seeing their leader brutally slaughtered, the remaining Yakshas let out terrified, blood-curdling shrieks. The entire horde was instantly scared off, scattering in all directions. Is this guy really from our sect? His strength is just completely absurd. Meanwhile, Not Fam casually formed a crackling orb of energy at his fingertip, aiming it dead center at the fleeing demons. Trying to run, since you've already come all this way? Why don't you all just stay here forever? In seconds, the severed heads of the Yakshas were left rolling aimlessly across the dirt. Unable to process the absolute slaughter he had just witnessed, the disciple just kept muttering over and over, He's just way too strong. Nat Fam excitedly gripped a pair of severed horns in his hands. Yaksha horns. These can be used to forge magical artifacts, and they're worth 200 contribution points. I mean, I'm not exactly short on points, but hey, might as well collect them. Clasping his hands lazily behind his head, he strutted away with a grin. Just testing the gold-shattering finger gave me such awesome results. Maybe I should train all 10 of my toes too. The disciple completely panicked, chasing after him. Wait, please boss, take me with you. Nat Fam was currently chilling on the ground, hands tucked behind his head with a piece of grass casually dangling from his lips. It's been 2 days since then, and I've run into quite a few of these underground monsters. 2-headed demonic hounds, blackwater demonic snakes, carrion beetles, even 3 or 4 packs of yakshas. Slaughtered them all. Seriously, where the hell is the entrance to the 8th floor? I'm so sick of staying on the 7th floor just bullying these weaklings. Suddenly, he noticed his communication talisman lighting up. It was flashing non-stop. Huh? What's going on here? Someone's calling for help. Looks like it's coming from over that way. Over in the distance, Huini fiercely gripped her sword, standing protectively in front of 2 junior sisters as she screamed, Trio Thak, Tan Hung, let my 2 junior sisters go right now. What the hell do you want? The 2 captured junior sisters, with cold blades pressed firmly against their necks, sobbed in sheer terror. Senior sister, help us! Tan Hung sneered viciously. You stupid bitch! Do you really think your precious 5 Elements Holy Land still carries the same prestige it did a few hundred years ago? She continued her venomous mocking. You guys are dead last among the 10 great Holy Lands. You're about to lose your Holy Land title entirely, so drop the tough act. Trio Thak chimed in with a sinister, mocking grin. Exactly. I heard the spirit veins of the 5 Elements Holy Land have completely dried up, and you're bleeding money left and right. We don't even need to report you to the 100 Sects Alliance. Your pathetic sect is going to collapse on its own any day now. Tan Hung barked her cruel demand. Drop your weapons and toss away all your communication talismans right now. Do it, or I'll slit their throats. The little junior sister cried her eyes out, screaming in absolute terror. Senior sister Huini, please save us. Seeing this, Huini's group reluctantly dropped their swords and communication talismans onto the dirt. All right, we dropped them. Just please don't hurt them. Tan Hung threw her head back and laughed maniacally. Burn their talismans to ashes. Let's see how you pathetic brats call for help now. She sharply gestured to her men. Surround them. The thugs grinned, immediately closing in on the 3 girls. Understood. Hyun Hai was trembling with rage. What the hell do you actually want? We did exactly what you asked. Now when are you going to let them go? Trio Thak's face twisted into a deeply sleazy, vile grin. What do we want? Listen up, sweetheart. Strip off your clothes, and don't make me ask you twice. His lackeys eagerly joined in, howling with disgusting, lecherous laughter. Yeah, strip it all off. That's right, take those robes off and give us a good look. Sunshine understood the hint and shooed the other girls away. Make it quick, senior brothers. We'll give you some space. The senior brothers wore lecherous grins, laughing in wicked delight. You female disciples from the Holy Land are usually so proud and pure. Let's see if you're really any different from the cheap whores in the mortal realm. Here trembled with fury. You filthy scumbags! The other girls were just as enraged. Senior Sister Hoyer, let's fight these beasts to the death. We'll carve out a bloody path. As long as even one of us survives, we'll make sure they pay with their lives. Hearing their defiance, the men only grew more excited. Don't let a single one get away, brothers. Let's get 'em. We're gonna have our fun with every last one of them. Suddenly, a blur of motion swept past. Blood sprayed through the air as the disciple named Zhao collapsed to the ground. The man next to him screamed in terror, "Senior Brother Zhao!" Hearing the scream, Sun Xing immediately whipped around. "What the hell is going on?" The man shrieked, his voice cracking. "Senior Brother Zhao! He's dead!" The rest of the men were paralyzed with fear. What just happened? It was way too fast. They spun around in a panic. "Who's there?" Yi Fan's cold voice immediately answered. "A bunch of grown men ganging up on a few women. Calling your second-tier sect a pile of trash really is an understatement." The moment Sun Xing saw him, she shrieked, "It's you!" Panic seized her. This guy's strength was monstrous. She had to run. He aimed a single finger at the fleeing group, unleashing his shattering gold finger. "You really think you can escape right from under my nose?" In an instant, the people around her were struck down, collapsing to the ground. "Senior brother! Junior sister!" Yi Fan closed in on her. "I told you before. I don't hit women, unless they're being completely unreasonable." Sun Sang was petrified. He was way too fast. He stepped right up to her, his gaze piercing and utterly cold. "By the same token, I don't kill women either." He paused. "Unless they're absolute trash." She trembled violently, begging for her life. "No, please, don't." Sun Xing whimpered, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. "Please, I was wrong. Don't kill me, please. Oh!" Blood splattered across the air. In the end, she couldn't escape her well-deserved fate. Here stepped forward to thank him on behalf of the girls. "Junior brother Yi Fan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have met a terrible end today." The other girls nodded in agreement. "She's right. Those animals from the armored elephant sect, who knows what sick things they would have done to us." Yi Fan smiled humbly. "We belong to the same sect. It was the right thing to do. Actually, there's something I'd like to ask you all. Do any of you know where the entrance to the 8th floor is?" His question caught all the girls completely off guard. The 8th floor?" Hui Er stammered in reply. "Junior brother Bai, rumor has it that a monster boss at the Divine Ability realm might spawn on the 8th floor. If you're really going down there, you have to be extremely careful." Yi Fan nodded. "Thank you for the warning, senior sister. I'll make sure to be careful." She pointed ahead, showing him the way. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to stop you. Once you walk out of this forest, you'll see a river. Follow that river for about 3 or 4 miles, and you'll find the entrance." Yi Fan smiled and pulled out 2 yaksha horns. "Thanks for the directions, senior sister. Here are a couple of yaksha horns. Just a little something to show my gratitude." Hui Er beamed with excitement. "Thank you so much." He then pulled out a small flask. "I also have some spirit beast milk here. Drink this and it'll speed up your recovery." The girls gasped in awe. They couldn't believe he was giving them spirit beast milk. That was a miracle cure for restoring vitality and blood energy. This flask must be worth at least 7,800 spirit stones. Junior brother Bai is incredibly generous. Yi Fan casually waved goodbye to the girls. "Don't mention it." "Farewell." Hui Er waved back. "Take care, junior brother. Keep in touch whenever you have the time." The girls stared after his retreating figure, completely smitten. One of them sighed dreamily. "Yi Fan is so righteous and generous, and absolutely gorgeous too." The other girls furiously nodded in agreement. "Right? So handsome." Little did they know, not too far away, 2 men had been watching the entire exchange, burning with jealousy. Wang Tung gritted his teeth. "Damn it, we ran into that brat again. That Yi Fan guy. His luck is ridiculously good." Gao Yang chimed in. "Not only does he have spirit beast meat, but he even has the milk. Seriously, I'm starting to think he looted the entire corpse of a spirit beast." Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps caught their attention. "I knew I couldn't count on you for anything," Wang Meng scoffed in disgust. "You really are completely useless, brother." Wang Teng's tone instantly shifted to sheer joy. "Menger, what are you doing here?" Meanwhile, Gao Yang stared shamelessly at her chest, flashing a sleazy grin. "Wang Teng, why didn't you tell me you had such a gorgeous little sister? Hey there, beautiful. You looking for some fun?" Before he could even finish his sentence, the tip of Wang Meng's sword was pressed squarely against his throat. Gao Yang paled, stammering in terror. "My lady, please, spare me." She snapped, "Shut your filthy mouth. You disgusting animal thinking with your lower half. Take one more step toward me and see if I don't slice your head clean off." Cold sweat poured down Gao Yang's face. Yes, I wouldn't dare. She finally lowered her sword. Scram! Gao Yang bowed deeply, still trembling as he replied. Understood. Wang Tang quickly softened his voice, trying to calm his sister's explosive temper. Menger, wait, aren't you an inner disciple? What are you doing here? And your cultivation, it's improved again. She replied, I just came out of closed-door meditation. I'm already at the late stage of the Violet Palace realm. This time, I followed the elders to the 9th level of the Demon Abyss to train. She then snapped, Didn't you say you were going to teach that brat and hat fam a lesson for me? Yet the moment you saw him, you didn't even dare to make a move. He scratched his head awkwardly. Manga, please, let me explain. Cao Duong gritted his teeth. With our current strength, even if we track down Not Fam, we might not actually be able to kill him. A wise man knows when to back down. You have no idea just how ridiculously strong he is. She just chuckled. Who said anything about you guys killing Nat Fam yourselves? I have a plan. I guarantee he'll die without a grave. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Not Fam had just discovered a whirlpool in the middle of a lake. That spot in the center of the lake. That must be the entrance to the 8th level, right? Suddenly, the communication talisman in his hand lit up. No way! Is someone already in danger and calling for help? He quickly took flight. Ah, whatever. Saving a life is more important right now. A desperate scream echoed out. Help me! He was absolutely shocked to see Hua Chun. Why on earth was she here? She was frantically fending off a pack of Yaksha demons while screaming at the top of her lungs. Don't come any closer. Get away. Help! Somebody help me! He unleashed his golden shatter finger to blast the Yakshas, but his mind was racing. Weren't Hua Chun and her group training on the 6th level? Why would they come all the way down to the 7th? In the blink of an eye, the Yakshas were blown to pieces. She wept with joy. I'm saved. Hat Fam called out her name. Hua Chun. She immediately collapsed into his chest. Senior Brother Bach, is that really you? What are you doing here? He quickly replied, I should be the one asking you that. Where are Ah Wei and Shin Yu? Why aren't they with you? She burst into tears. Senior Brother Bach, you have to go save Senior Brother Ah Wei. We ran into a Yaksha chieftain, and it just wouldn't stop chasing us. Senior Brother Zhang Ti and Senior Sister Shin, they're already gone. Senior Brother Ah Wei is trapped in a cave right now. Senior Brother Bach, please, you have to hurry and save him. Nat Fam was thrown off, but he continued to press her for answers. Zhang Ti and Xin Yu are gone, and why did you run all the way down to the 7th level? She looked completely dazed. The 7th level? This is the 7th level? Oh my god. I was so panicked I wasn't looking where I was going. I had no idea I'd run this deep. He immediately shook her by the shoulders. Where is Liu Hui? Take me to him right now. She quickly nodded. Oh, okay. Hua Chun hurriedly led him to the entrance of a dark cavern. Senior Brother Bach, it's right in there. He's trapped inside this cave. After following Hua Chun's lead into the cavern, she put on a confused act and spoke up. Why isn't there any sound coming from inside? Could Senior Brother Ah Wei already be... Still unaware of the trap, Not Fam calmly reassured her, Don't panic. Let's go deeper and take a look. The cavern ahead was pitch black and seemingly endless. She whispered in a terrified tone, It's so dark in here. He replied in a steady, calming voice, It's fine. Just stay close behind me. After walking for a bit, Not Fam raised his arm to cover his nose. What is that disgusting stench? From behind, Hua Chun called out fearfully, Senior Brother Bach, please slow down a little. It's so dark in here, I'm scared. Suddenly, she pulled out a yellow talisman, muttering under her breath, Now's my chance. But before Hua Chun could do anything, Not Fam, having anticipated it, locked onto her wrist. Finally showing your true colors, huh? She shrieked. What are you doing? He snatched the talisman as it slipped from her hand. Let's see here. An immobilization talisman. Trying to capture me? Caught red-handed, Hua Chun stammered out an excuse. Senior Brother Bach, what are you talking about? It's just so dark. I wanted to pull out a fire talisman for some light. I must have grabbed the wrong one by mistake. Refusing to listen to her lies, Not Fam showed zero mercy. He grabbed her by the throat, hoisting her up. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Spit it out. What the hell is really going on here? Hua Chun coughed violently, still stubbornly trying to explain herself. Apo, I don't know. Senior Brother Bach, I swear I really don't know. Losing his patience, he growled, You've been playing me this whole time. I knew something felt off from the very beginning. How could someone at the mid-stage of the marrow cleansing realm like you make it all the way down here without a single scratch? Awfully lucky, wouldn't you say? Nat Pham tightened his grip and ordered, Tell me right now, where are your 3 friends? Where is Liu Hui? Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but she stubbornly kept her mouth shut. Help! Help me! Right at that moment, an explosion violently rocked the front of the cavern, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He gasped in shock. What the? The entrance just caved in. Nat Pham quickly scanned the area. The exit was completely blocked off. Suddenly, an ear-piercing chorus of squeaks echoed from deep within the cave, making him frown. What is that noise? The screeching rapidly grew closer, and dozens of cold, glowing animal eyes began staring right at him from the dark. When Nat Pham finally got a clear look, he realized it was a swarm of bloodthirsty bats, aggressively diving straight for him. He immediately dropped Hua Chun from his grip. Vampiric demon bats. So this was your little scheme. You wanted us both to die in here together. She slumped on the ground, clutching her throat and coughing violently. Once she caught her breath, Hua Chun lunged toward the collapsed entrance, screaming at the top of her lungs. No, let me out. Why is this happening? Didn't you guys promise me? You said that as long as I helped you, you'd let me go. Outside the cave, Vuong Mong laughed mockingly. This Hua Chun really is an absolute idiot. She actually believed every single word we said. Right behind Vuong Mong, Hua Wei, Xin Yu, and Zhang Tie were sitting on the ground, tightly bound in ropes. 4 hours earlier, Zhang Tie's group of 4, including Hua Chun, had been captured and tied up by Vuong Dang's gang. Vuong Dang violently forced them to their knees, barking a threat. You all better behave! Completely ignoring his threats, Zhang Tie shouted angrily. What the hell are you trying to do? Murdering your fellow disciples? That's a massive violation of the rules. Aren't you terrified that we'll report this to the elders? Vuong Dang just scoffed, staring down at them with pure disgust. Truthfully, I have no bad blood with you guys. But who told you to be so chummy with him? I'm simply using you as bait to deal with that brat. His sheer arrogance drove Xin Yu absolutely insane. She gritted her teeth. You sinister cowards! To think you'd actually stoop to such despicable, dirty tricks! We will absolutely never let you get away with this. Wang Teng, looking almost thrilled, crouched down and playfully tipped her chin up with his finger. Things won't be going your way, but I could give you a lot of chance. Whichever one of you steps up and helps us lure Bai Yifan into a trap, I'll spare your life. Xin Yu yanked her head away in disgust and screamed, Get lost, in your dreams. Xu Wei also roared with unwavering resolve. Screw you! I'd rather die than betray my brother. Those words completely pissed off Wang Teng. Without a second thought, he landed a vicious kick straight into Xu Wei's stomach. Since you've got so much backbone, go to hell! Xu Wei was sent flying through the air. Xin Yu screamed in panic. Away! Away! Are you okay? Wang Teng drew his sword and pressed the blade against Zhang Ti's throat. What? Do the rest of you want to die too? Zhang Tai didn't flinch in the slightest. He barked fiercely. Cut me down or kill me. Just get it over with. Xin Yu chimed in. That's right. Did you really think we'd be scared of scum like you? Do your worst. Right at that moment, Wang Meng noticed Shu Chun, who had been cowering timidly the entire time. Are you really not afraid of dying? Junior sister Shu Chun, what about you? Being called out suddenly, her face went deathly pale. Without giving Shu Chun a chance to speak, Wang Meng smiled, knelt on one knee, and patted her shoulder with a tempting promise. Junior sister Shu Chun, as long as you agree to lure Yifan here, we'll spare your life, and even give you a stalk of demonic grass. How does that sound? She started her manipulation. Look at you. How long have you been tagging along with those people and you haven't managed to find a single spirit grass yet, have you? Do they really treat you as one of their own? Shu Chun, clearly wavering, stammered in response. Wang Meng leaned in close, softly coaxing her. Honestly, if you work for us, there's no need to feel guilty. Liu Wei and the rest will all be dead anyway, and you can return safely to the Holy Temple. Plus, after this is over, you'll be one of us. You know I'm an intersect disciple, right? As long as I've got your back, absolutely no one in the Holy Land will ever dare to bully you again." From an angle Shu Chun couldn't see, a cunning, manipulative smirk crept across Wang Meng's face. Jiang Tai couldn't stand listening to it any longer and hissed, "I spit on you! Don't waste your breath, witch! Junior sister Shu Chun would never do something like that." But completely contrary to his hopes, she had already been swayed by just a few sweet words. What should I do?" And just like that, Shu Chun chose betrayal. Wang Teng smiled, full of flattery. "It's all thanks to my brilliant Shu'er for coming up with such a masterful plan. This time, there's nowhere for Yifan to run." Wang Meng scoffed arrogantly. "Goes without saying." "Right, I need to get back to my disguise as an elder so he doesn't get suspicious. I'll leave the rest to you guys." Watching Wang Meng's retreating figure, Wang Teng replied with vicious excitement, "Of course, just leave everything to us." Meanwhile, inside the sealed-off cave, Yifan was fighting off a massive swarm of bats all by himself. Right behind him was the deadweight Shu Chun. He observed the swarm, quickly analyzing the situation. The individual attack power of these blood-sucking bats isn't that strong, but with numbers like this, even a late-stage Purple Mansion Realm cultivator would have a hard time dealing with them. But if they think a cheap trick like this is enough to take my life, they're dead wrong. With a cold smirk, he pinched a talisman between his fingers and began channeling his spiritual energy. "Activate!" Yifan cast the Tree Cage Shield. This Tree Cage Shield is the strongest defensive talisman I have right now. It can block all incoming damage for a short period of time. As the thought crossed his mind, the talisman erupted with a strange spiritual aura, expanding into a protective barrier around Yifan. Left outside the shield, Shu Chun crawled over, begging desperately. "The senior brother Bai, please let me inside. I don't want to die." Yifan interrogated her coldly. "Tell me, who sent you here to set me up?" Shu Chun didn't dare to beat around the bush anymore and confessed everything. "It was Wang Teng and Gao Yang and a woman I don't know. I've told you everything. Now hurry up and let me in." Hearing this, Yifan's tone turned ice cold. "And since when did I ever agree to save you?" She shrieked in absolute terror. "What?" Shamelessly, Shu Chun kept pleading. "How could you do this? Senior brother, hurry and let me in. I know you aren't the kind of person to just stand by and watch someone die." Right at that moment, the swarm of bats lunged at her. Shu Chun shrieked at the top of her lungs. "Get away from me! Get away! Senior brother Bai, I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you, save me. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." Yifan merely scoffed, completely ignoring her as the bats swarmed over her. "You tried to harm me, but you only ended up destroying yourself." Standing safely inside the glowing barrier, Yifan smirked in contempt. He coldly remarked, "Sins committed by heaven can be forgiven, but sins brought upon yourself leave no way out. Consider that the final lesson your senior brother will ever teach you." Meanwhile, just outside the cave, Wang Teng heard the echoing screams and gloated. "Did you hear those pathetic screams? That little bastard Yifan is definitely dead in there." Gao Yang let out a sinister laugh and added, "It's just a shame that all those precious resources he had on him are buried in the cave with him." Wang Teng replied in high spirits, "It wasn't exactly easy taking that little punk down, senior brother. We can't ask for too much." Gao Yang glanced at Liu Wei's trio, who were tied up, and said, "As for these losers, why bother wasting a talisman to finish them off? Just leave them here to rot." Back inside, the bats continued to throw themselves relentlessly at Yifan's barrier, completely unable to break through. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "This is annoying. There are way too many of them. At this rate, the shield isn't going to hold up much longer. Even though using the ancient ring to return to Earth right now would save me a lot of trouble." He gripped the hilt of his sword and slowly drew it out. A sinister wave of crimson and black spiritual energy surged forth, following his movement. He growled fiercely, "But I came to the demon pit to train. Running away at the first sign of danger? Pathetic!" He roared out a command. "Come forth!" Blood aura blade. In an instant, Yifan's speed exploded, elevating to a completely different level. Moving at terrifying speeds, his blade sliced effortlessly through every single bat in its path, filling the cavern with deafening, ear-piercing shrieks. Yifan thought to himself, "Combining the blood aura blade with the drifting willow footwork allows me to move at blinding speeds while landing devastatingly heavy blows. No matter how massive the swarm of demon bats was, they were utterly slaughtered. Ifan's eyes flashed with icy murderous intent. Following up, he cast the Spirit Fire Talisman. Activate. A raging dragon forged entirely of fiery spiritual energy roared into existence and charged forward. Wherever the blazing dragon passed, it left behind a trail of fire that rapidly spread across the cavern. Countless bats were instantly incinerated into ash. The agonizing shrieks of the bats echoed endlessly. Watching the carnage unfold, Ifan let out a satisfied breath. Now this kind of destructive power is truly a sight for sore eyes. Burn in hell, all of you. Next up, I should go deal with those cockroaches outside. He smirked. Suddenly, feeling a shift in the air, he glanced over. What? Not Fam blurted out in disbelief. Holy crap, there's an even bigger one hiding? A massive surge of power suddenly blasted the spot where he was standing. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, he leapt into the air just in time to dodge. This bat was massive compared to the others. The sound wave it screeched out sent a heavy shockwave crashing into Not Fam, leaving him completely dizzy. Is that a sonic shockwave? It's way too strong. My vitality and blood ki are already draining away. The sound waves were amplifying. Not Fam instantly sensed the danger. This echo is bad news. The cave is causing the sound waves to bounce back and forth, multiplying their power. The terrain is completely against me. I need to get out of here right now. He quickly calculated the odds. Sound waves echoing inside a narrow, sealed cave meant the chances of him getting absolutely wrecked were way too high. But before he could even move, another sound wave slammed violently into him. Damn it, since when did it launch another attack? He was hurled backward, but there was no solid ground behind him, only a bottomless abyss. Alarm bells rang wildly in his head. I am so dead! It's the abyss! If I don't figure something out right now, I'm really going to die here. Plummeting down from the gravity, Not Fam's survival instincts kicked in. He summoned his blood chi blade, violently stabbing his sword right into the cliff face, using the friction to slow his momentum. Stop! Just stop! He roared. He braced his legs against the wall, desperately clinging to the rough stone to halt his deadly descent. Panting heavily, he cursed in his mind. This abyss is way too deep, and the walls are so damn slippery I can't even stop. But finally, after a grueling struggle, his freefall actually came to a halt. Face pale as a ghost, he looked down and let out a massive sigh of relief. Finally, I stopped. If he had kept falling for even a moment longer, he would have been a goner. Feeling solid ground beneath his feet, he muttered, Well, I am pretty much at the bottom anyway. Might as well go down and take a look. Nat Fam pulled out a talisman and chanted, Illuminating Soul Fire, Manifest! Instantly, a glowing blue flame sparked to life, hovering in the air to light his way. As he cautiously moved forward, he thought to himself, In the novels, whenever the main character falls off a cliff, they always stumble upon some crazy hidden treasure. Let us see what is up ahead. The deeper he went, the more he noticed scattered skeletons and broken weapons littering the ground. Shocked, Not Fam furrowed his brows. Why are there so many demonic beast bones down here? There are Yaksha demons and even a ton of human cultivators. Don't tell me a massive war between humans and demons took place right here. As he wondered about the corpses, a towering figure suddenly appeared before him. It was a human clad in golden armor with a gaping, fatal hole in his chest. Yet his hand still tightly gripped a spear that completely impaled a monstrous demon. Nat Fam stepped closer, inspecting the terrifying demon like a statue. Let's see. This demon was pierced straight through the heart by the weapon. Then his gaze shifted to the slumped man with the massive hole in his chest, carefully assessing the scene. And this corpse belongs to a human. That hole was definitely the fatal blow. He realized that even though this old demon and the armored warrior had been dead for ages, their bodies hadn't rotted at all. In fact, they looked incredibly lifelike, with blood that hadn't even dried. Clearly, these two were insanely powerful beings when they were alive. Nat Fam looked around, quietly analyzing the battlefield. If I am not wrong, these two must have been the absolute top-tier experts of the human and demon races. They fought to the bitter end and died right here together. All those bones outside, they were probably their subordinates. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Nat Fam glanced down and muttered, Huh? What's this? He picked up the strange item and unrolled it, feeling skeptical. This scroll, It's giving off a massive wave of energy. Out of nowhere, an eerie, ghostly voice echoed through the cave, making Not-Fam break into a cold sweat. "Young friend!" He instantly spun around, on full alert, and shouted, "Who's there?" Before his eyes, a translucent soul drifted right out of the armored warrior's corpse. The spirit chuckled softly. "Excellent, truly excellent. This emperor has clung to a single, fleeting wisp of a soul for over 9,000 years. At long last, I have waited for someone bound by destiny." Seeing the spirit manifest, Not-Fam was utterly stunned. Over 9,000 years? A mere fragment of a soul holding on for 9 millennia. Not even a master at the 10th tier of divine power could pull that off. The old spirit then asked in a gentle tone, "Young friend, what is your name? Where do you come from?" Not-Fam immediately cupped his hands in a respectful greeting and introduced himself. This junior is Not-Fam, from the Five Elements Holy Land. But inside his head, he was thinking, a powerhouse like this. Even if he's just a sliver of a soul, I'd better show him some serious respect. Hearing this, the spirit let out a joyful laugh. The Five Elements Holy Land? A disciple of a holy land? How wonderful. Tell me, do you know who I am? Not-Fam frowned slightly, his eyes carefully sizing up the old man as he replied, "May I have the honor of knowing Senior's great name?" Meanwhile, his mind was racing. Let's see what this old guy has to say. If things look sketchy, I am teleporting straight back to Earth. Suddenly, the spirit shifted into the majestic, towering form of the human emperor. "I am Hien Vien Kin Thien, the founding ancestor of the Extreme Emperor Holy Land." Not-Fam nearly choked on his own breath, completely dumbfounded. "You're the ancestor of the Extreme Emperor Holy Land?" His face drained of color as cold sweat rolled down his face. The ancient record said the Extreme Emperor Holy Land had 3 founding ancestors, known as the Heaven, Earth, and Human Emperors. Every single one of them had world-shaking power and boundless magic. Don't tell me this phantom really is one of them? Meanwhile, the old emperor lowered his head, radiating an aura of absolute majesty as he reminisced. "It is perfectly normal if you do not believe me, young friend. After all, nearly 10,000 years have passed. I fear the outside world has long forgotten my legendary name." The human emperor's eyes grew distant, recalling the blood-soaked, smoke-filled battlefields of the Demon War. "During the Great War between humans and demons, I led 3,000 of my elite Imperial Guards against the 8 Desolations Demon Emperor of the Sun and Moon Demon Sect. We practically slaughtered our way through the Eternal Demon Abyss, annihilating countless demonic layers. In the end, the Demon Emperor and I fought our way down into this very chasm, where we perished together." Not-Fam unrolled the mysterious scroll as the Emperor continued, "Young friend, that scroll you picked up is my life-bound artifact, the Demon Sealing Scroll. This supreme artifact is one of the 3 core treasures of the Extreme Emperor Holy Land. It has the absolute power to suppress and annihilate every single demonic creature in existence. Even demon emperors and demon gods are no exception. It is the ultimate bane of the demon race." Astonished, Not-Fam stared at it. "So this thing is the legendary Demon Sealing Scroll?" The human emperor stared at him intensely and added, "There is also this golden armor I wear, the emperor's halberd that pierced the demon emperor's heart, and the demon emperor's own thunder hell cauldron. All of these are peerless Tao artifacts that shook the entire continent. It is just a pity my life was cut short, leaving me unable to reclaim my glorious empire." Floating high above, he looked down at the bewildered Not-Fam and asked, "Young friend, since fate has brought us together, would you be willing to inherit my ultimate legacy?" Curiosity getting the better of him, Not-Fam asked boldly, "What exactly do you need from me, senior?" The human emperor gave a sly smirk, offering a condition he thought was too good to refuse. "Kneel before me and bow 3 times. Acknowledge me as your master. I shall pass down the Extreme Emperor's world domination chart to you, along with every single piece of gear on my body. This is the absolute highest divine art of my holy land, divided into the 3 volumes of Heaven, Earth, and Human. Master this technique, and you shall become the true inheritor of the Extreme Emperor Holy Land. You will be bestowed the royal surname, carrying the most supreme glory." Seeing Not-Fam drop to his knees and say, "In that case, Thank you, Senior, the Emperor replied with honeyed words. No need for thanks, my boy. For us to meet in this desolate abyss is truly a monumental stroke of fate. He flashed a sinister, wicked grin, absolutely certain that his little trap had worked. The human emperor extended his ghostly hand, reaching right for the top of Natfam's head. Quickly, kneel down. I will instantly transfer this peerless divine art into your mind. The entire future of the human race rests on your shoulders. But suddenly, before the emperor could make his move, Natfam sprang backward, putting a huge distance between them. A flat-out rejection. Caught completely off guard, the emperor stared blankly. Huh? What are you doing? With a piercing gaze, Natfam let out a sarcastic sneer. Senior, you're not planning to fake this legacy transfer just so you can steal my body, are you? The emperor instantly flinched, his guilty conscience showing as he furrowed his brows in denial. How could you even think that? I am the human emperor, one of the mightiest supreme beings of the human race. Why would I ever stoop so low as to steal the body of a mere junior like you? But Natfam just turned his back and started walking away, laughing loudly. I guess I was just overthinking. But hey, I am a disciple of the Five Elements' holy land. Bowing to another master without my sex permission? That's just disloyal and shameless. So, I'll pass on this legacy. You just keep waiting for your next destined person, Senior. Seeing his prey escaping, the human emperor charged at him with explosive killing intent, roaring furiously. You little brat, get your ass back here right now. The sudden outburst made Natfam's jaw drop in shock. In a flash, the emperor's spectral form swarmed around him, violently threatening him. I have waited for 10,000 years. Did you really think I'd just let you walk away? Hand over your body right now. Already prepared for this, Natfam calmly touched the ring on his finger. I knew it, he thought. It was a total trap. Thank God I haven't used up my dimensional travel for today. After that, he silently called out to return. At the same time, a brilliant five-colored light radiated from the ring in all directions, and space and time instantly shifted. Lying on his bed, Ifan raised an eyebrow and silently sighed in relief. I'm finally back. If not, I would have become a puppet for him to string along. He stretched and let out a relaxed sigh. I'll rest at home for a bit, then grab some magical artifacts to deal with that old geezer. However, before he could relax for even a few seconds, the human emperor, in the form of a spiritual orb, appeared behind him. Glaring, the emperor spoke up. By old geezer, are you referring to this emperor? As soon as those words came out, Ifan jumped, his pupils shrinking as he screamed in panic. Who's there? Meanwhile, the human emperor flew around frantically, unleashing an angry tirade. Where the hell is this place? Why is this emperor here? Damn it, what kind of demonic spell did you cast on me? My spiritual power. It's completely gone. This made Ifan perk up his ears in confusion. Huh? What's this about? Then, breaking into a cold sweat, he narrowed his eyes and wondered inwardly. What the hell is going on? This phantom is the human emperor. He actually crossed over back here with me? In his soul form, the human emperor narrowed his eyes at the electric light above, wondering, what kind of magical artifact is this? To think it can emit such a brilliant light. Why has this king never seen it before? Standing off to the side, Ifan suddenly realized something. His eyes flashed as he thought, wait a minute. I remember that besides cultivation methods, anything brought from that continent back to Earth would dissipate, right? Then why did this remnant soul with Vuifisabap desatsu? He then held up the ruby-faced ring, secretly speculating, it seems the secrets of this ancient ring run much deeper than I thought. Suddenly, the human emperor flew over furiously and scolded him. Hey, brat, why is it like this? What the hell is this place? Hurry up and return this old man's spiritual power right now. But before he could even finish his sentence, Ifan used a vacuum cleaner to suck him right up, mocking him. You're so damn noisy. I'm locking you in here for now. This caused the human emperor to panic and scream wildly. What kind of soul-sucking artifact is this now? A long while later, Ifan sat with his legs crossed on the sofa. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the human emperor, who was trapped inside a transparent cubic box, furiously banging on the walls and shouting at the top of his lungs. You bastard outsider! Release this emperor at once! Hearing this, Ifan frowned, extremely annoyed, and gave him a warning. Stop wasting your energy. Listen here. From now on, for every question I ask, you answer. But the old man gritted his teeth and flat out refused. I am the human emperor patriarch. How could I possibly be threatened by you? Instantly, Ifan pulled out the vacuum cleaner, his eyes glowing red with a menacing glare. Oh, really? This scared the human emperor half to death, making him cry and beg for mercy. I'll talk. First, put that magical artifact away. Hurry up and put it away. After that, Ifan tapped his finger against the box and frowned, asking, Are you truly the human emperor patriarch of the Imperial Extreme Holy Land? Hearing this, the human emperor put his hands on his hips and pouted, replying, Nonsense! Could something like this be faked? These words only made Ifan more suspicious as he questioned him further. Then, as the leader of the human race, why would you want to harm your own descendants? Scheming in every possible way just to possess their bodies. Hearing this insult, the human emperor scowled like he had just sucked on a lemon, gritting his teeth in contempt. You try being imprisoned in the abyss for nearly 10,000 years. As long as I can regain my freedom, why the hell should I care about morals or conscience? Ifan narrowed his eyes again, putting on the eager face of a gossip as he continued his interrogation. Then let me ask you, down in the abyss, how many magical artifacts are ruined? And are any of them still usable? Meanwhile, in his head, he was thinking, It's not like I'm lacking in cultivation resources anyway. What I'm really missing are magical artifacts and martial skills. The human emperor crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and began recounting. My human emperor halberd and human emperor armor, as well as the lightning prison cauldron of the 8 Desolations demon emperor, have all been damaged. Their artifact spirits have been destroyed too. They are completely useless now. Seeing nothing useful, Ifan lifted the box and said, In that case, keeping you around is absolutely useless. I might as well scatter your soul to the wind. Have a nice trip to the afterlife. This caused the human emperor to panic and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Wait. Those 3 magical artifacts are broken, but my demon sealing scroll can still be used. The predecessor to this demon sealing scroll was a page from the heavenly tome that fell from the immortal realm. Its power is boundless. It can truly be called the ultimate artifact of the human race, the absolute nemesis of the demon race. Then the old man shrugged, deciding to play another card. Little friend Bai, if you let me out, I will teach you how to use this magical artifact. Trust me, you will definitely be blown away by the power of this artifact. But Ifan just wore a disdainful expression, acting like this wasn't anything new or tempting. Why don't you explain it to me first? The human emperor grimaced, flexing his tiny arms as he rambled on endlessly. My demon sealing scroll has 9 different uses. First, soul devouring, especially the souls of powerful demon race experts, which it can use to heal or strengthen itself. Second is sealing and enslaving the demon race to do our bidding. Third is the dual cultivation of immortal and demonic arts. Fourth is absorbing heaven and earth. Fifth is refining demonic materials. A while later, the old man continued, Ninth, you don't even need to use spiritual power to activate this treasure. You only need to consume divine power. Off to the side, having listened to every single detail, clear as day, Ifan put on a rather unenthusiastic expression and gave some half-hearted praise. Hearing you say it, I guess it does sound pretty awesome. Suddenly seeing him holding a phone, the human emperor shrank back in terror and shouted, What kind of magical artifact did you pull out to deal with me now? Ifan looked at his glowing phone screen and reassured him. It's nothing. Just keep going. Didn't you just say you wanted to pass down the greatest divine technique of the Imperial Extreme Holy Land to me? I think it was called the, Chicken Overlord chart or something. Just tell me right now. The more detailed, the better. And once you've passed it all on, I'll let you go. However, being the human emperor patriarch, he wasn't one to trust easily. Highly vigilant, he thought. This brat, whatever. A wise man knows when to bow his head. Just wait until this emperor regains his freedom. I'll definitely teach this little punk a lesson. Outside, sunlight shone down on the high-rise buildings, accompanied by the old man's echoing voice. The Imperial Extreme Overlord chart is divided into Heaven Emperor, Earth Emperor, and Human Emperor. I am the Human Emperor, so I only possess the Human Emperor volume. Time flew by, and 2 hours later, Ifan looked at the Human Emperor, who was still trapped in the cubic box, tiredly concluding his speech. In short, anyone who practices this skill will become invulnerable to swords and spears, impervious to water and fire, immune to all poisons, and untainted by worldly elements. This is the profound magic of this cultivation method. As the old man finished speaking, Ifan looked at his phone and evaluated. It seems this cultivation method really is incredibly profound, and your explanation wasn't half bad either. As for the human emperor, he was lying flat on his back, tongue hanging out and panting heavily. Finally, "It's over. I'm so damn tired, I could die." But he hadn't rested for long before Ifan picked up the box, ready to dish out some punishment. "All right, since you're done talking, there's absolutely no use in keeping you around anymore. Rest assured, after all, fate brought us together. I'll make sure to give you a proper send-off to the afterlife." This caused the human emperor to frown in bewilderment. "What? Are you trying to kick me to the curb after using me? Without my guidance, how could you possibly remember such a complex divine cultivation method? I'm afraid you'd never even dream of mastering the basics." In response, Ifan just held up his phone and played back the voice recording. "You must move your kui to the intersection of the 4 great meridians. Therefore, the most important thing first is to open the intersecting acupoints of those meridians." Then he gave a sly, mocking smile. "My dear patriarch, times have changed." Seeing this, the human emperor turned pale, sweating buckets as he lamented, "This world is way too terrifying." Finally, Ifan locked the old man inside the microwave and passed his sentence. "If I let you go, there's no guarantee you won't harm the remaining disciples of the human race. Now, step onto the path of the dead and hurry up with your reincarnation." The human emperor frantically banged on the side of the box, screaming his lungs out. Let me out right now." The old man had barely managed to plead, "Young friend, please don't," before he was blasted by a surge of electricity, sending his body thrashing. His eyes rolled back, and his jaw dropped open in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Not Fam quietly stood watching the human emperor get roasted alive inside the microwave. Without a single trace of hesitation or pity, he simply murmured, "Have a safe trip to the afterlife, human emperor." As the blue soul drifted up toward the sky, he pressed his palms together in a mocking prayer and muttered, "If you don't cut the weed at its root, keeping a disaster around is what's truly dangerous. Doing it this way brings me the most peace of mind." He then pulled out the scroll he had just acquired from the abyssal secret realm, telling himself, "All right, next up is this demon sealing scroll." Without delay, Not Fam nicked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the scroll. He recalled the human emperor's remnant soul saying that blood bound it. Suddenly, his entire body radiated a brilliant golden light. Not Fam's jaw hit the floor, and he blurted out in sheer shock, This is the primal chaos space." He thought to himself, "Did the demon sealing scroll just merge directly into my spiritual world? Does this mean I've successfully become its master?" Standing inside the scroll's dimensional space, surrounded by swirling glowing golden runes, he felt a surge of ecstatic joy. Does this thing actually record the entire history of the immortal realm dominating the demon race, along with all the secret techniques to fight them? Raising his hands as if to lift an invisible scroll, Not Fam sighed in awe. "This is incredible. It actually drives the secret techniques directly into my brain. It's like a miniature world in here. That sure saves me a lot of trouble." Then a sly, triumphant gleam flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "This immense power is all mine now. Looks like I need to go hunt down some demonic beasts to test it out." Meanwhile, down on the 8th floor of the Myriad Antiquity Demon Pit, a monstrous beast let out a deafening roar. It unleashed a wave of blood-red spiritual energy, blasting the surrounding cultivators away and leaving them crying out in agony. One of them fell to his knees, leaning heavily on his sword to support his battered body, and yelled, "Senior brother, there are just too many of these dark blood demon wolves. I'm afraid we can't hold out much longer." Ahead of him, a man gripping his sword with both hands stood protectively in front of his junior, roaring back to steady their nerves, "Hold the line, or do you bastards actually want to die down here?" However, looking down the sheer cliff at their backs, the injured junior sobbed in despair. "But senior brother, there's a cliff right behind us. We have nowhere left to run." Throwing his head back, he wailed a desperate prayer. Oh, glorious ancestors of our holy land, please manifest and save us. I haven't even taken a wife yet, let alone had a son. I've memorized every single rule of the Holy Land. I don't gamble, I don't chase women, I haven't broken a single taboo. Please, save me. I don't want to die yet. Suddenly, a terrifying, earth-shattering howl echoed through the air. The two of them whipped their heads around in a panic, utterly bewildered. What the hell was that? Out of nowhere, an entirely new pack of demonic beasts had appeared. They fanned out, advancing toward the cultivators with savage growls. Seeing this, someone screamed in pure terror. We're done for! We haven't even finished off the old pack, and a new wave of demon wolves is already here. The two cultivator brothers turned pale, their faces falling in absolute panic as they groaned. Damn it! Are we really going to die here today? It's all our fault for being so greedy. We came down to the 8th floor way too soon, and now we're going to pay for it with our lives. As they watched a demon wolf bare its fangs and lunge wildly to tackle one of their comrades, someone shrieked in horror. Wait, brothers, stop crying. Something isn't right here. Their eyes widened and their jaws dropped as they stared in absolute disbelief. Huh? What on earth is going on? Across the battlefield, the wolf pack that had initially been advancing in a neat formation was now tearing into each other in a brutal, bloody frenzy. A stunned cultivator yelled at the top of his lungs, "The demon wolves! They're slaughtering each other!" Observing the blazing, glowing eyes of one of the beasts, someone pointed out, "Look closely, everyone. Something's definitely wrong with them." The newly arrived dark blood demon wolves all had striking golden pupils. Meanwhile, perched above and watching the whole spectacle unfold, Not Fam smiled to himself. That human emperor wasn't lying to me after all. With the demon sealing scroll, these demonic creatures really can be easily and completely tamed into loyal demon slaves. He recalled how he had previously used this golden energy to slash demonic beasts to bloody pieces amidst the smoke and flames, feeling a swell of pride. Last time, after using the ancient ring to return from Earth, I made quick work of that bat chieftain. Then, remembering how he had wielded the crackling red and black spiritual energy like lightning, he muttered to himself. But after coming out of that cave, I completely lost track of Wang Dang, Chao Duang, and their crew. Right now, glowing golden runes began to surface on Hot Palm's neck, and a sharp golden light flashed in his eyes. He thought about his next move. Meanwhile, the group of cultivators watched the golden-eyed wolves throw their heads back and howl, murmuring among themselves. Look at that. The previous pack of wolves has been completely wiped out. Are they cheering? Up above, Not Fam waved his hand, commanding them. Are they all dead? Then, be gone. Instantly, the entire wolf pack turned their heads in the same direction, scaring the living daylights out of the cultivators. They're staring right at us. I think they're targeting us next. However, as they watched the wolves let out a collective howl and hurl themselves off the cliff, the cultivators screamed in absolute shock. Wait a second, they aren't charging at us. The entire pack is jumping off the cliff to destroy the evidence. While the others were still buzzing with confusion, one gasped. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Come on, let's go up ahead and take a look. Nat Pham simply turned on his heel and walked away, telling himself, nice and clean. Let's head down another floor and see what we can find. The cultivator stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down into the abyss in sheer disbelief. What the hell just happened here? A miracle. The holy ancestors manifested. They couldn't bear to let a good disciple like me die. While they praised their miraculous salvation, time flew by. Down on the 9th floor of the myriad antiquity demon pit, someone shouted, "Watch out!" as a massive demon bear swiped its giant paw, cleanly slicing a glowing beehive in half. Nat Pham calmly held up a cup to catch the dripping honey, sighing in satisfaction. Good thing I made you pull your punch in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten to drink this royal jade bee nectar. He glanced at the dim-witted bear wildly flailing its arms around to swat away the angry swarm of bees, and raised a scornful eyebrow. Over the past 2 days, I've used those 3 demon wolves to ambush and hunt, turning every wolf we caught into a slave. I even managed to capture 2 abyssal demon bears at the peak of the Violet Mansion stage. Recalling the growing army of beasts he had amassed, he analyzed his progress. With this squad of demon slave guards, I've swept through the dense forest of the 9th floor and slaughtered a massive number of monsters. Black-armored boars, 3-headed demon hounds, highly venomous spiders, abyssal sandworms, you name it. What's even better is that every time one dies, I can just enslave a new beast to replace it, keeping my fighting force at peak capacity. Finally, Not Fam imagined himself wielding that golden energy to command an endless horde of monsters. He chuckled at the thought. If I could build an entire demon army down here in the myriad antiquity demon pit, expanding my territory and sweeping across the lands. Man, how satisfying would that be? Whoever dares to mess with me, I'll just unleash the horde and flatten them to the ground. His eyes grew cold and sharp as he crossed his arms, quietly plotting his next move. Vuong Dang, Tao Duong, even in your wildest nightmares, you two could never imagine that after driving me into a corner, I'd find a blessing in disguise and obtain the human race's supreme demon sealing scroll. Just you wait. Since you dared to trap me, I'm going to make sure you both die the ugliest deaths imaginable. Suddenly, a distant noise caught Not Fam's attention. He glanced over, curiosity piqued. What's that sound? After traveling for a bit, he stood on a high vantage point, looking down at a fierce, explosive battlefield with smoke and roaring lightning in the distance. He frowned, wondering, what exactly is going on over there? The people from the 3 great holy lands and the 5 great sects are all gathered here. Down below, cultivators from various factions soared through the sky, weapons drawn, clashing violently with a swarm of alien beasts on the ground as they roared, "Kill them all! Do not retreat! The Fire Cloud Demon Monkey's lair is right in front of us!" Hearing this, Not Fam's jaw dropped. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he realized, so this is the lair of the Fire Cloud Demon Monkeys. That mission to wipe out the Fire Cloud Demon Monkeys and deliver divine justice, the one the elders handed out to the inner disciples before we left. It must be happening right here. Feeling a rush of excitement, he leaped off the 1,000-foot cliff. It's not every day you get to see a massive spectacle like this. I've got to get a closer look. Time slipped by in a flash. A 2-headed flying yaksha at the Violet Mansion stage flew circles above Not Fam, letting out high-pitched, gleeful cackles. Meanwhile, he strolled along at a leisurely pace, silently sighing to himself. I just barely reached a flat patch of ground, and I've already bumped into more demonic beasts. The monster density on this 9th floor is absolutely insane. Suddenly, the Violet Mansion stage beast let out a screeching laugh that made Not Fam stop dead in his tracks. His expression darkened into a sinister smirk as he made a split-second decision. Since you've already delivered yourselves to my doorstep, you might as well become my stepping stones. The moment he issued his command, "Demon wolves, tear this yaksha flock apart," his pack leaped into the air, ambushing the Violet Mansion stage beast in mid-flight. Realizing it was hopelessly outmatched, the yaksha panicked and spun around to flee for its life. But Not Fam just scoffed. "You really think you can run away from me?" Flashing a cold smile, he casually gave the order, "Abyssal demon bears, swatted out of the sky." Instantly, the 2 massive bears unleashed a devastating strike coated in golden spiritual energy, smashing directly into the yaksha's chest. Watching the brutal impact, Not Fam mused, "My abyssal demon bears are at the peak of the Violet Mansion stage. Crushing trash like you is as easy as flipping my hand." Seeing it crash violently into the dirt, a thrill ran through him. Perfect timing. I was just lacking a flying mount for my demon slave army. Not Fam brought his hands together and chanted an incantation. Glowing golden tendrils of spiritual energy materialized around him as he unleashed his power. "Demon sealing scroll. Do your thing." At the exact same time, they transformed into chains that tightly bound the 5 yakshas, while glowing spiritual runes appeared on their foreheads. Once it was done, Not Fam thought to himself with a grin, "All right, I just bagged 5 more flying yakshas. My demon army just got a little bigger. Gotta love it." He looked at them with utter satisfaction, thinking, "Looks like I've still got plenty of juice left. At this rate, capturing 10 of them would be a breeze." Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down, blasting the demonic beasts away. Nat Fam hurriedly dodged the blast, snapping his head toward the source in sheer confusion. What the hell is going on over there? Retreating at lightning speed, he anxiously wondered, that attack was way too powerful. Are they coming for me? He then mounted his flying yaksha, steered it around, and ordered, "Let's go take a look." A short while later, Not Fam arrived at the epicenter and saw 2 streaks of spiritual energy, one crimson and one gold, clashing violently in the sky. He realized that the previous strike was merely the shockwave from these two colossal energies. There, a shirtless man was locked in fierce combat with a blood-red demon. Not Fam quietly assessed the situation. Looks like they're both completely out of gas. No wonder that last attack went wild. It missed. Suddenly, the man threw a devastating punch, unleashing the Tyrant Emperor fist, and roared as a surge of golden energy erupted. You're already on your last legs. Just die! Watching the whole fight against the Blood Asura from above, Not Fam pulled tightly on the reins, deeply impressed. He doesn't even have a magical treasure, yet a single bare-handed punch can cause an explosion like that. Is this the true power of an intersect disciple? But his opponent, the Asura, was not going down that easily. Down below, the golden sphere of energy barreled straight toward Ba Do, while Not Fam casually read the demon's stats. An underground Asura demon, way stronger than a Yaksha or a Rakshasa, a commander-level entity, practically equal to a human expert in the divine might realm. That type of demon was covered in bone spikes, utterly ferocious and terrifying. Worse still, it had awakened its intellect, could speak human languages, and was extremely cunning. Just then, Ba Do growled fiercely, "Damn human, go to hell!" The demon lunged forward, smashing a brutal punch right into the man's chest, making him cough up blood in utter disbelief. "What? How do you still have the strength to dodge?" The demon chuckled wickedly and replied, "All is fair in war and deception." Shortly after, Ba Do pummeled the man right off the high cliff, beating him to a pulp. "I learned that trick from you pathetic humans." A long while later, down at the bottom of the abyss, Ba Do looked at the man lying in a pool of blood and laughed menacingly. "That should definitely do the trick, right?" Glowing fiercely with a blood-red aura, it opened its jaws and mocked the human cultivator. "Looks like I won this battle! Now, I'll be taking your heart!" Suddenly, the flying Yaksha swooped down from above with a deafening roar. Ba Do flinched, snapped its head up, and cursed loudly. "Where did you little bugs come from? I'll rip your damn eyes out." It then unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks, slashing wildly at the Yakshas in a fit of rage. "You dare steal your granddaddy's prey? Get the hell out of here!" However, in no time at all, it was pinned to the ground by a Yaksha. It screamed in pain and confusion. "What the hell is going on? Why aren't these low-level demons listening to my commands?" Furious, Ba Do immediately retaliated, slashing out a claw and roaring, "So you were coming after me all along? Damn it, damn you all, go to hell every single one of you." Out of nowhere, Not Fam materialized right behind it, shouting, "Now's my chance!" Ba Do's eyes bulged in absolute shock. "Ah!" It took Not Fam's sword straight through the chest and screamed in sheer panic. "You despicable human, where did you even come from?" Right after, the swarm of Yakshas piled on, completely burying Ba Do. Submerged under the dog pile and unable to break free, it howled and cursed. "Damn it, you relentless bugs!" Pinned down tightly by the Yakshas, it roared in uncontrollable fury. "Curse you! To think I'd be killed by such low-level filth!" Then its power suddenly erupted. Spreading its arms wide, it unleashed a burst of crimson spiritual energy, blasting the Yakshas away and roaring, "I'll slaughter all of you!" Seeing this, Not Fam's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. What? One strike wiped out over 20 Purple Mansion Realm demons? So this is the true power of a commander level. Moving swiftly, he slammed his palms together, conjuring a long chain that shot forward as he shouted, "But I bet you don't have much fight left in you either. Demon Sealing Scroll!" The chain instantly darted toward Ba Do, making it flinch and turn around to sneer. This is a soul seal. You little brat, a pathetic bug in the inner body realm like you thinks you can control me with the soul seal. Keep dreaming." Over on his side, Not Fam gave a smug, mocking laugh. "Save your breath. Just be a good boy and act like the obedient dog you are." The chain fiercely wrapped around Ba Do's entire body, causing it to thrash and wail in sheer agony. What the hell kind of seal is this? Seeing that Ba Do still had some fight left in it, Not Fam's eyes flared with killing intent as he shouted, "Still trying to resist, huh?" He then tightened the leash. At that exact moment, a golden seal materialized on Ba Do's forehead, leaving it stammering in absolute terror. How is this possible? A long while later, Not Fam slumped onto the ground, exhaling a heavy sigh. It worked. With my current cultivation level, taming a commander-level demon is definitely pushing my limits. He looked proudly at Ba Do in front of him. But I finally did it. Meanwhile, the demon dropped to its knees in submission. I am Ba Do. I greet you, master. Seeing this, Not Fam chuckled in amusement. Ba Do, huh? You even have a name? Interesting. He then glanced at the lifeless man on the ground and said, Let's go check on our fallen human brother over there. Oh, so he was an intersect disciple of the true martial Holy Land, huh? Reaching out to gently close the dead man's eyes, he muttered sympathetically, Trust me, anyone who steps into the eternal demon abyss stopped caring about life and death a long time ago. Rest easy now. Using his magic, Not Fam retrieved an item from the fallen disciple's body and tossed it to Ba Do. Open this. It has a primordial spirit seal on it. The demon bowed. As you command. Ba Do then caught the ring with both hands, opened its jaws, and blasted it with lightning to shatter the blue spiritual barrier protecting it. A moment later, Not Fam held up the glowing ring with a smirk. Perfect. Now let's see what goodies are inside. A brilliant red gem sat atop the ring. He mentally cataloged the loot. Demon pangolin skin, demon bear hide, yaksha horns, flying yaksha wings, asura bone fragments, plus some spirit herbs and a few ordinary magical artifacts. Suddenly, a golden light reflected in Not Fam's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. Found it. I can't believe it was actually in here. Holding high the manual that radiated a golden aura, Not Fam marveled at it. The giant spirit fist, a spirit tier martial skill. This must be that terrifying punching technique the man in yellow was using. Sometime later, Not Fam returned to the real world. Taking a strong stance in his room, he threw a punch, analyzing the technique. The giant spirit fist is divided into 5 forms: Mountain Cleaver, Earth Shatterer, Sea Splitter, Heaven Suppressor, and Immortal Shocker. Each form is more devastating than the last. To execute it, I need to fuse spiritual energy with martial intent, and practice it relentlessly. He pondered carefully. I don't have spiritual energy, but I've already broken through the Purple Mansion realm. I can generate soul power from my spiritual palace to nourish my body. My strength, willpower, and soul perception are all leagues above what they used to be. I can just barely use soul power as a substitute for spiritual energy. As for martial intent, that's not something you master overnight. I really need to focus on practicing. He kept at it until his phone rang, forcing him to stop. He silently reflected, This giant spirit fist manual is so cryptic and hard to grasp. If it hadn't been simplified by Earth's system, I wouldn't understand a single word. Seeing the caller ID on his screen, Not Fam raised an eyebrow. Miss Quach? What does she need from me right now? He picked up the call and asked warmly, Hey, Miss Quach, what's up? Is something wrong? Instantly, the voice on the other end yelled, Your online shopping packages are piling up like a mountain in my house. When are you coming to pick them up, huh? Nat Fam went pale and groaned internally, Oh no, I completely forgot about that. Feeling guilty, he broke into a nervous sweat and smoothly fast-talked, Yes, I'll be right over to grab them today. In his head, he remembered, It's Mom's first time traveling abroad and she said she wanted to buy a few things to send back to me. He then scrolled back through the text messages on his phone. The chat read, Not Fam, your mom is absolutely obsessed with the foreign culture here. She dragged me around the same spot like 800 times, and now she wants to go check out the neighboring cities too. Oh right, your mom also bought a ton of new stuff and said she wanted to send it to you. To which he had replied, As long as it makes Mom happy, that's all that matters. Dad, just make sure you stick by her side. A patient needs to stay in high spirits to recover quickly. I'll transfer another 30 million over in a bit so Mom can shop and stroll around without a worry in the world. Because he was so busy plotting his trips to the Eternal Abyss to wipe out demons, he had no choice but to ask Miss Quach to receive his packages, and then he promptly forgot all about it. That's why, earlier that afternoon, he had brazenly put his hands together and pleaded, Miss Quach, I have a huge favor to ask. If I get any packages delivered, could I have them sent to your house and trouble you to sign for them first? Seeing his earnest expression, she agreed, albeit a bit reluctantly. All right. How many packages could a single guy like you possibly have anyway? Time flew by. Right now, Not Fam was holding an umbrella, walking beside Quach New in the drizzling rain. It's been a while, Sister Quach. I really didn't expect this much stuff to arrive online. I'm really sorry for the trouble. Hearing this, she turned her head, waving it off generously. All right. I'm not that petty. Besides, it's not like you did it on purpose. I'll let you off the hook this time. A moment later, she grabbed the doorknob and said, We're here. This is the place. As soon as they stepped inside, Mother Quatch came out to greet them. You, my dear, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you forever. Then she looked at Not Fam with suspicion. Hold on. Who is this? Suddenly put on the spot, he scratched his head, a drop of sweat forming, and replied, Hello, Auntie. I'm Sister Quatch's tenant. My name is Bach Not Fam. Sorry for intruding. Her gaze turned hostile, filled with obvious annoyance. Mother Quatch scoffed. A tenant? If you're just a tenant, why are you acting so close to my Quatch and Hugh? His looks are barely passable, but he isn't wearing a single name brand item. One look, and you can tell he's dirt poor. Seeing her mother's attitude, Quatch New frowned and warned, Mom, please don't be like that. He's a friend of mine. However, the older woman just kept up her passive-aggressive tone, mocking her. You really shouldn't make friends with this kind of person. This made Quatch New completely furious. Mom, Suddenly, Mother Quatch did a complete 180, smiling brightly as she said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Nishu, honey, let me introduce you to a young man. This is Ta Dong Tha. Why don't you two get to know each other? Standing next to her, a tall man in a blue suit with one hand tucked casually into his pocket, spoke up. Hello there. It's a real pleasure to meet you. Caught off guard, Quatch Neo replied with stiff politeness, Ah, hello. Then she lowered her voice and hissed at her mother, Mom, didn't we already make this clear? Stop bringing random men to the house every couple of days. Why are you doing this again? But her mother quickly argued back. Just look at yourself. You're already 30. You're not getting any younger. If I don't worry about you, then who will? Don't you worry. I've thoroughly checked this boy's background. His character is absolutely much more reliable than the last one. Seeing Dong Thon staring at her with lovesick, practically drooling eyes, Quatch New flushed red and gritted her teeth. Mom! Not Fam broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly turning his face away as he thought to himself, with that perverted look in his eyes, yeah, super reliable. Time passed, and soon they were all sitting around the tea table. Mother Quatch spoke up, Hugh, dear, listen to me. Little Ta here really is flawless. He's only in his early 30s, but he already owns his own company. His business is just getting bigger and bigger. Sitting next to her, Dong Thon scratched his head and narrowed his eyes in a show of fake shyness. You're praising me too much, Auntie. My place is really just a small-scale operation. Mother Quatch then pointed at her daughter, scolding, Just look at how humble little Ta is. The more I look, the more I see how perfectly he matches our Hugh. Unable to take it anymore, Quatch Hugh stood up abruptly in anger and shouted, Mom! Not Fam! You just sit here and drink some tea. I'll go get your things for you. Seeing this, he could only reply, Okay, sorry for the trouble, Sister Quatch. The moment she disappeared from sight, Dong Thon pulled out a business card and started making small talk with Not Fam. I don't believe I caught what it is you do for a living, little brother. Here, this is my business card. Seeing the card, Not Fam waved his hand in refusal. I apologize, but I'm currently unemployed, so I'm afraid I don't have a card to exchange with you. Hearing this, the man adjusted his glasses, a mocking, contemptuous look in his eyes. Now that won't do at all, little brother. A man without his own career is no different from trash. You'll have absolutely no social standing. You're still young. You can't just sit around eating for free while clinging to delusions. You need to go out and find a real job. Off to the side, Mother Quatch took the opportunity to hype Dong Thon up even more. Little Ta is absolutely right. You're so young, yet you have such great awareness. No wonder you're already a boss. You're incredibly impressive. Her words made his ego swell, and he let out a smug laugh. Feigning modesty, he replied, I'm not that impressive, really. I'm just doing a bit better than your average wage worker, that's all. Oh, right. If you're interested, Auntie, I could spare some time to drive you over to my factory for a tour. If anything catches your eye, you can just take it. Thrilled as if she had just struck gold, Mother Quatch smiled radiantly and changed the subject. I saw your car earlier when you pulled up. Is it a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz? Dong Than tossed his designer car keys in the air and smiled. Oh, Auntie, it was only a few $100,000. It's not a Mercedes or anything special. Besides, a car is really just a means of transportation. Then he glanced at Not Fam and asked with a mocking tone, I suppose young folks like our little brother here are the ones who are really obsessed with luxury cars like Mercedes, right? But Not Fam simply narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, Sorry, I don't really look into cars, and I don't care about the brand. As long as it drives, it's fine by me. These words only made Mother Quatch feel even more disgusted with him, thinking she had guessed right all along. This kid has nothing going for him except his face. No job, no house, no car, and he doesn't even know anything about a Mercedes. Suddenly, Dong Then looked at the watch on his wrist and let out an exaggerated gasp. Oh my! Look at the time! My company still has some business to handle. I need to head back right now. Hearing this, Mother Quatch squinted at his wrist and smiled. Little Ta, I think I've seen your watch on TV before. It's called a Rolex or something, isn't it? That must cost hundreds of thousands, right? Having waited just for that, Dong Thon lifted his chin, showing off his wealth. It's just a little trinket of no real value. Please don't laugh at me, Auntie. Just then, Quatch Neo walked out carrying a massive stack of boxes and called out, Bach not fam, all your big packages are in the backyard. It looks like a few of them are marked as highly valuable. You should come check them. It looks like these packages were all shipped from overseas. Seeing her struggling, he immediately agreed. Coming? Suddenly, because the high stack of boxes blocked her vision, Quatch Nhu stubbed her toe hard against the table leg and cried out in pain. She staggered and tipped forward, sending the entire stack of packages flying into the air as she screamed in panic. Oh no! Nat Pham hurriedly reached out to catch her, shouting, Sister Quack, watch out! Catching Quatch Nhu firmly by the waist, he asked worriedly, Are you all right? Looking up at him, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much. As long as Not Pham said it was fine, Dong Than trembled with rage, cursing inwardly, Damn it, this brat stole my thunder. Then Quatch Nhu crouched down, looking at the scattered packages with an apologetic expression. I'm not sure if your things got damaged, though. Not Pham, however, casually brushed it off. It's no big deal. Let me just open it and take a look. Meanwhile, Dong Thon picked up his hot cup of tea, blowing on it while sneering inwardly. If this little punk stuff is broken, so be it. It's not like it's worth anything anyway. As Not Pham opened one of the packages, he let out a mild gasp of surprise. It turned out to be a watch. I don't usually wear this kind of stuff, he muttered. Seeing this, Dong Than's eyes bulged. He choked on his tea and gasped in shock. Huh? That's a Patek Philippe. Hearing this, Mother Quatch frowned, asking dismissively, What kind of brand is that? I've never heard of it. Dong Than, agitated, raised his voice. That's a luxury watch brand worth millions. Staring at the brand new watch with a cracked glass face, Quatch Nhu panicked. Oh my God! The glass shattered! I am so sorry. Yet, Not Pham calmly tossed it back into the cardboard box to reassure her. It's fine. If it's broken, it's broken. It's nothing valuable, really. Don't worry about it. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Hearing this, Dong Thon was shaken to his core and blurted out, Bro, that's a Patek Philippe. What the hell do you mean, nothing valuable? Ignoring him entirely, Not Pham turned to Quatch Nhu and said, Oh, right, Sister Quatch. Take this bag. My mom told me to give it to a friend, but I don't really have anyone around me who's into this kind of stuff. You've been helping me receive packages for so long. Just consider this a thank you gift. She looked hesitant, awkwardly scratching her head as she tried to decline. I don't know. Isn't this a bit too much? Beside them, Dong Thon was losing his mind, agonizing over how limited edition luxury items from Hermes and Chanel were just being given away like candy. Noticing his reaction, Mother Quatch placed a hand on his shoulder, confused. Xiao Ta, what's wrong with you? Completely stripped of his earlier arrogance, Dong Than forced a strained smile. Nothing. I'm fine. I just almost choked on my tea. Not Pham jingled his car keys, turning his head to ask, Brother Ta, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? At this point, Dong Thon felt dizzy, sweat dripping down his face as his eyes locked onto the key. Is the logo on that car key a Porsche? Mother Quatch was so shocked she hurriedly covered her mouth in awe. Little Pham, isn't this car of yours a supercar worth millions? Now, this is a real supercar. Beside her, Dong Than hung his head, his face pale as dread set in. I'm totally screwed. I can't compete with this guy at all. However, his inner crisis was quickly brushed past. Nat Pham hopped into his brand new convertible, the back piled high with a mountain of unopened packages, and called out, "Thanks again for everything, Sister Quatch." But she still looked worried. "Nat Pham, can your car really fit all of this? Won't it ruin your leather seats?" Standing nearby, Dong Than let out a deep sigh. Turning a Porsche into a delivery truck, this is the first time I've ever seen such madness. Nat Pham started the engine and shot her a reassuring look. Don't worry, it fits perfectly. And if it breaks, whatever. After all, like Brother Ta said earlier, a car is just a tool for getting from point A to point B, right? Hearing this, Dong Than was absolutely livid, screaming internally, "Is this little punk using my own words to slap me in the face?" But Nat Pham didn't even pay him any mind. He just hit the gas and yelled out, "I'm heading off!" At the same time, whether intentionally or not, the tires splashed a puddle of muddy water right onto Dong Than, making him shriek in dismay. Meanwhile, Mother Quatch had completely flipped her attitude, chasing after the car and waving as if they were the best of friends. "Little Pham, come over and visit when you have time." After driving a fair distance, he raised his hand and shouted back, "Definitely. You guys head back inside." Time flew by. Down on the 9th floor of the ancient demon pit, Nat Pham threw a punch, unleashing a burst of crimson energy as he roared, "Giant Spirit Mountain Cleaving Fist!" Instantly, it blasted forward, triggering a terrifying blood-red explosion. Seeing the destruction, he marveled to himself, "Damn, the power is insane." He watched as the crimson energy slowly faded away. To think that just using soul power to drive physical strength could produce this kind of destructive force, he pondered. Once I step into the divine ability realm and cultivate true spiritual energy, it's going to be absolutely brutal. Suddenly, Bado appeared out of nowhere behind Nat Pham, dropping to one knee like a bootlicking lapdog. "Congratulations, Master. Master is truly brimming with peerless talent to master a spirit tier fist technique so quickly. Your loyal servant is in absolute awe." Hearing this, he glanced back and plainly said, "Get up." Nat Pham then put on a serious face and probed, "By the way, aren't you a demon from the divine ability realm? Do you know how to use spiritual energy?" When the demon eagerly confirmed that it obviously did, Nat Pham demanded, "Show me." Eager to show off, Bado immediately obeyed. "Right away, Master." It stood in front of Nat Pham, shouting, "Go!" and unleashed two sharp intersecting beams of spiritual energy. "Asura Cross Slash!" Watching this, Nat Pham evaluated, "So you just treat your hands like blades," rapidly swinging out the spiritual energy to fire off sword intent, huh? He continued his critique. "Doesn't look that powerful, to be honest." But before he could even finish his sentence, the slash erupted with a deafening boom in midair. The sheer impact made Nat Pham's eyes bulge out in secret amazement. "Holy crap, it's that strong?" Meanwhile, Bado excitedly boasted, "Master, this is the signature divine ability of our Asura clan. The Asura Cross Slash. In battle, it's enough to obliterate an enemy an entire realm higher than yourself." Caught in the hype, it leaped into the air, raising its hands to chant, manifesting a massive blood sphere in the sky. "Please observe, Master, I also have the burning blood magic sphere." It then hurled its hands forward, roaring, "Go!" This technique fuses blood aura and spiritual energy together. It can wipe out an army of thousands. A second later, the entire area in front of them detonated like a nuclear bomb had just dropped. Nat Pham screamed in horror. "Holy shit, the blast radius is way too huge." Not stopping there, Bado, completely drunk on excitement, started spamming multiple other techniques, calling them out one by one. This is the Asura Instant Kill Art. This is the Berserk Fury Step. And this is the Heavenly Dark Hell Palm. Nat Pham broke into a cold sweat, his face utterly paralyzed in speechless shock. Next, Bado unleashed a relentless chain of explosions, shouting, "Ashura, God-hunting slash! Blood Spirit Mountain Cleaving Art! Demon Dust Heaven Rending Claw!" Once it finally got bored of playing around, it stood there panting heavily and asked, "Master, what do you think?" Nat Pham hurriedly waved his hands to stop the madness. Okay, I get it. The divine ability realm is insanely strong. If you and that yellow-robed prince hadn't fought to a mutual standstill, I wouldn't have been able to tame you even if I had 10,000 lives. But internally, he was absolutely thrilled, grinning from ear to ear. Looks like I've managed to tame a monster with off-the-charts combat power. Suddenly, Bado bared its fangs and corrected him. Master, your praise is misguided. Compared to the soul annihilation grand array that the fire cloud demon has set up beneath the city to slaughter the human cultivators, this little bit of power of mine is absolutely nothing. This sent a jolt of pure shock through Not Fam. What? Bado, say that again. Recalling that buffalo horn demon with glowing red eyes, he realized the terrifying truth. 3 months ago, the fire cloud demon Marquis had set up a myriad soul world-destroying array down in its lair. The moment those human cultivators pushed their way in to mine the soulstone veins, they would all be blown to kingdom come. The only ones who would even stand a chance of surviving were those who had cultivated to the 5th level of the divine ability realm, the unity stage, condensing all their divine abilities and spiritual energy into a golden core seed. Not Fam went deathly pale, sweat pouring down his face as panic set in. The Holy Land disciples and the surrounding factions are laying siege to the fire cloud demon Marquis. Aside from acting as the agents of heaven and avenging the over 100,000 citizens of the Yan Kingdom, they have another motive. They're trying to seize the underground soulstone mine beneath the city. After that, he thought back to the blue soulstone in the cave. He realized that soulstones were a type of crystal produced in the ancient demon pit. They contained soul power that could nourish the Niwan Palace and strengthen the divine soul, something even experts in the divine ability realm could use. These crystals could only be found deep underground, making them incredibly rare. A single piece was worth 1,000 spirit stones. Ifan then turned around, glanced back at Batu, and asked, "What about Demon Marquis Firecloud? Is he planning mutual destruction?" Batu immediately denied it. "Of course not. Lord Demon Marquis isn't that stupid. He already set up a teleportation array inside the castle and can escape at any moment." Hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he quietly analyzed the situation. So there was a hidden scheme. He wants to wipe out the elite disciples of our holy land. The methods are exactly the same. Could that traitor be pulling the strings from behind again? Ifan gave it a disdainful side glance and ordered, "Batu, pretend I'm your prey and take me to the main battlefield." The demon immediately bowed and shouted, "Understood!" Time quickly passed. At the main battlefield, the human and demon races were engaged in a brutal slaughter. Roars of "kill" echoed from all sides. A female cultivator soared through the air, driving her sword into a spider monster on the ground as she shouted, "Damn demon, go to hell." In another corner, Ifan, caught in Batu's grip, let out a fake blood-curdling scream. "Senior sister, save me!" Hearing the cry, Xiao Tuo turned around in confusion. "It's that kid! By Ifan! How did he end up getting caught out here?" She quickly turned and called out to 2 other disciples. "Luo Sen! Ah, Jinger, cover me! I have to go save him!" The 2 of them immediately agreed. "Got it!" Luo Sen and Xinger then combined their sword strikes, unleashing the Raging Wind and Falling Leaves array. They shouted as a swirling vortex of green energy materialized. Xiao Tuo dashed right through the energy vortex, pointing her sword forward and yelling, "You foul demon, take this! Let him go right now!" As she charged in, Batu dropped Ifan and muttered in awe, "What a powerful sword aura!" Meanwhile, Ifan went into a freefall, screaming at the top of his lungs before landing hard on his butt. "Ow, ow, 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 ow," he wailed dramatically. Having finished his part of the act, Batu flew off, screaming as he retreated. "These humans are too terrifying. I'll be back for you." Xiao Tuo rushed over to his side, asking with concern, "Bye, Ifan, are you all right?" Ifan squinted, feeling a bit guilty, and replied, "I'm fine." In his mind, though, he was busy cursing. "Batu's acting is terrible. I really need to train him better next time." At the same time, a female disciple looked at a dead spider demon slumped on the ground and sighed in relief. "That takes care of it. That was the last one in our assigned sector." Ifan cupped his fists and smiled. "Thank you, Xiao Tuo. I got careless and was snatched up by that demon. I owe you my life, senior sister, yeah." She smiled back and warned him gently, "The demons here are extremely dangerous. Stay close to our camp and be careful not to get yourself killed." Suddenly, Luo Sen marched over to them and shouted accusingly, "Xiao Tuo, you made us go all out just to save an outer sect disciple? Isn't that a complete waste of my spiritual energy?" Hearing this, she immediately defended Ifan. "Luo Sen, he's a disciple of our 5 Elements Holy Land too. How could you say such a thing? Luo Sen gritted his teeth, visibly disgusted. Oh, please. You call outer sect disciples real disciples? They're nothing but a bunch of trash the sect keeps around to keep up appearances. Standing to the side, Ifan gave a fake smile and slyly fired back. But all the senior brothers and sisters here started out as that exact same trash you're talking about, didn't they? So, in your eyes, senior brother, everyone here is just a nuisance? Wow, you must be incredibly talented. You must have been accepted straight into the inner sect the moment you joined, right? Those words instantly poured gasoline on the fire. The surrounding disciples glared at Luo Sen with bloodshot eyes and began shouting at him. Hey Luo Sen, every single one of us climbed up from the outer sect to get here. What the hell did you mean by that? Yeah, you better explain yourself right now. Cornered, Luo Sen's face scrunched up bitterly, and he hissed back. You little brat, what are you playing at? Suddenly, Elder Ding Mao appeared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back to intervene. That's enough, Luo Sen. You've already saved him, so keep those comments to yourself. Seeing him, Xiao Tuo greeted him respectfully. Elder Ding. Meanwhile, Luo Sen turned away, angrily muttering under his breath. Consider yourself lucky, Aufhängstikis. Elder Ding Mao then turned to Ifan and spoke with grave authority. I am Elder Ding Mao, leading the Wood faction's inner sect disciples on this expedition. How did a mere outer sect disciple like you end up here in the demon pit? Logically speaking, you should have been eaten by the demons a long time ago. Ifan immediately cupped his fists in respect and urgently replied. Elder Ding, it's a long story. I'll explain it later. Right now, I have a massive crisis to report. We absolutely cannot go to the castle. It's a trap. Ifan looked seriously at Elder Ding Mao and his disciples, rushing to explain. Demon Marquis Firecloud has set up the Myriad Souls world-destroying great array beneath the castle. He plans to bury every single Holy Land disciple alive in there. Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. What did you just say? Elder Ding Mao furrowed his brows, clearly skeptical. Do you have any proof? Ifan quickly answered. I just happened to overhear it by chance. Inside, however, he was calculating his next move. I can't let them know I've subdued Batu just yet. Suddenly, Luo Sen stepped up from behind Elder Ding and interjected. Elder Ding, the true martial Holy Land and the Grand Treasure. Holy Land are already pushing toward the Demon Marquis fortress. We need to hurry and catch up. The Soulstone mine is absolutely critical to our Holy Land. We can't just sit back and let the others take it. He then shot a sly, mocking glare at Ifan. If you ask me, this brat Bai Ifan is just a coward who's terrified of dying. He doesn't have the guts to go kill enemies with us, so he's making up this ridiculous lie. Yay, Xiao Tuo. You really shouldn't have dragged this dead weight back with you. Hearing that, Ifan's eyes flashed red with intense, murderous intent. What did you just say? He growled. Suddenly, an invisible, terrifying pressure crashed down, making Luo Sen tremble uncontrollably. Luo Sen felt dizzy, panic setting in. Wait, what's going on? Just one look from him, and my whole body is so terrified I can't even move. He could actually see a terrifying black aura rising from Ifan's body, and he whimpered internally, This guy's eyes are completely terrifying. Ifan kept a stone-cold expression and stated firmly, Countless lives are on the line. I have no patience for your childish games. Ifan respectfully cupped his fist toward Elder Ding Mao again. This is of the utmost importance. It concerns all of our lives. I would never lie about something like this. Please, Elder, you must decide carefully. Hearing this, Elder Ding Mao looked troubled and uncertain. Could such a thing really be true? Suddenly, the communication talisman in Elder Ding Mao's hand flared to life, and a voice rang out. Elder Ding, why haven't you moved out yet? The forces from the other sects have already reached the main battlefield. Only our 5 elements Holy Land is lagging behind. Standing to the side, Luo Sen sneered and added fuel to the fire. Elder Ding, even Elder Du from the Fire faction is rushing us. If we delay any longer, there won't be any scraps left for us to claim. Surely you aren't actually believing the baseless nonsense of some outer sect brat. Elder Ding Mao then looked at Ifan and made his decision. All right, no more hesitating. We advance at full speed. Bye, Ifan. Your cultivation base is too low, and it's too dangerous to leave you out here alone. You'll follow us and observe from the back. But once we engage, you are absolutely not allowed to act recklessly and try to be a hero. Understand? Ifan's face darkened. Extremely frustrated, he had no choice but to reply, "Understood." But in his mind, he was swearing. These stubborn fools, they really won't give me a moment of peace. Some time later, at the lair of Demon Marquis Firecloud, a massive group of cultivators aggressively bombarded the demon stronghold with spells, shouting triumphantly, "Push harder, just a little more and we'll shatter this bastard's lair. The first to break through this array will definitely be our grand treasure, Holy Land." Another man raised his sword high, rallying his side. "Not while the disciples of the true martial Holy Land are here. Keep dreaming. Kill them all." Observing the chaos from the sidelines, Elder Du gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it! Our 5 elements array requires 100 disciples in position to activate. Where the hell is Ding Mao? Why isn't he here yet?" Suddenly, Elder Ding Mao rushed over, leading the Wood Faction's intersect disciples, and called out, "Elder Du, apologies, we're late." Seeing him finally arrive, Elder Du barked angrily, "You idiot! You're really holding us back. You wasted so much time for absolutely nothing. Can't you see the castle is already on the verge of falling to the other 2 Holy Lands?" He then jabbed a finger toward the battlefield and loudly ordered the disciples, "All disciples, hear my command. Advance on the demon fortress at top speed." The disciples immediately roared in unison, "Yes, sir." Hidden within the ranks of the Wood Faction, Ifan furrowed his brow, completely exasperated. "We can't go any further," he muttered to himself. "Just a bit further, and we'll step right into the blast zone of the Myriad Souls world-destroying great array." Then he pulled out 3 red plant bulbs and hurled them down. He thought to himself, "Since this is all to save your lives, I'll let you taste exactly what these things can do." Suddenly, 3 deafening explosions boomed right behind Mokvian's group. Startled, they spun around, staring at the spot in confusion. What the hell was that noise? Elder Du panicked and blurted out, "This is bad! Those are heavenly punishment beans." Everyone skidded to a halt, while he frowned, anxiously assessing the situation. The power of these plants is limited. They won't kill you, but if the blast hits your meridians, you won't be able to gather your soul power or spiritual energy for a while. Everyone, stay on your guard. Nearby, Din Mao was sweating bullets, complaining bitterly, "Damn it, is this a trick from some other faction trying to stall us?" Meanwhile, Not Fam stood with his arms crossed, a sly grin on his face. Thinking of the Phoenix Fairy flowers, he chuckled inwardly, "Heavenly punishment beans? Please, they're just Phoenix Fairy seeds." He recalled the moment he first saw them, happily exclaiming, "You're the ones," before eagerly harvesting them. He had gone out of his way to set this up. Taking advantage of the team's rest period, he had gathered a huge pile of wild bean pods and tested them one by one. That was how he figured out the perfect way to stall the group without actually hurting anyone. Having just tossed the 3 Phoenix Fairy pods, he raised an eyebrow and smirked. "I think these little bombs should be enough to hold you guys back for a bit." Then he thought to himself, "Once that Myriad Soul world-destroying array activates, you'll all understand the lengths I went to save you." A few more explosions went off, sending the cultivators scrambling, yelping as they frantically dodged out of the way. Seeing this, Elder Do's face darkened and he roared in anger, "Hold your formation. Do not panic. The enemy is just trying to slow us down and we absolutely cannot let them succeed." Suddenly, a massive surge of crimson spiritual energy erupted from the Firecloud Demon Lord's tower with a deafening rumble. Elder Du flinched in disbelief. "This energy, what is this?" Nearby disciples turned pale, crying out in shock. The energy at the top of the tower grew wilder, accompanied by a sinister, echoing voice. "You wretched cultivators, go to hell!" At the same time, the ground violently shook and cracked wide open, causing the disciples from various sects standing nearby to scream, "Help me!" The more they shrieked, the stronger the crimson energy flared, and the figure inside the tower laughed maniacally, roaring, "Die! All of you, die!" Time slipped by in a flash. By the time the smoke and fire finally cleared, the area was nothing but a wasteland of shattered earth and rubble. Several bodies lay sprawled across the ground, their fates unknown. Someone whispered weakly, "What? What just happened?" Elder Do fell to his knees. Staring blankly off into the distance, he muttered in awe. The Firecloud Demon Lord inside the city actually unleashed such terrifying destructive power. Looking at the mangled, bloody remains of the other sect's disciples, he was completely stunned. Aside from the disciples of the five-element sacred land, the entire allied force had been wiped out. Sam collapsed onto the dirt, his eyes rolled back in pure terror, stammering with his mouth wide open. What kind of power is this? How is this even possible? We're the only ones left. Not Fam glanced around and sighed in relief. Thank God I made it in time. He felt a swell of pride. I've seriously racked up some massive good karma today. Suddenly, Dean Kin Thuong appeared, his entire body glowing with a faint blue aura. He looked toward Din Mao and Elder Do, demanding, "You two! I sensed massive spiritual fluctuations coming from over here. What on earth just happened?" Elder Do bowed his head slightly and reported grimly, "Dean, we followed orders to lay siege to the Fire Cloud Demon Lord's stronghold. But, aside from our five-element sacred land, every other sect was wiped out." Nearby, Din Mao clutched his injured arm, muttering in absolute terror, "It's real! The myriad soul world-destroying array was actually real." Hearing this, Kin Thuong gritted his teeth and glared. "The myriad soul world-destroying array? Din Mao, what exactly is going on here? Speak, now." Terrified, Din Mao hurriedly clasped his hands in respect and reported, "Dean Ha, I received intel from a disciple, Antoine Tuak, that the Fire Cloud Demon Lord purposely lured the cultivators of the three great sacred lands into besieging his city. He wanted to trap all of our elite disciples in one swoop." Din Mao then bowed his head and added righteously, "I was deeply concerned and took a detour to verify this intel, which is why we were delayed in regrouping with the main forces. I never expected that our delay would be a blessing in disguise, saving us all from death." Hearing this, Kin Thuong's curiosity piqued. "Who was the disciple that gave you this intel?" Nat Pham suddenly stepped forward, practically oozing confidence. "That would be me, Outer Court disciple, Bok Not Pham." Kin Thuong looked the boy up and down, quietly evaluating him. "So, this is the outer disciple Kuang Lin Ta mentioned before. No matter how I look at him, he's just a kid who recently broke into the Purple Mansion realm. Yet time and time again, he achieves the impossible. This brat's background might not be so simple after all." He narrowed his eyes, openly scrutinizing the young man. "I'll investigate his background later. I can't sense the aura of that Fire Cloud Demon Lord anywhere. He must have already escaped." Suddenly, Kin Thuong summoned a massive dragon that opened its jaws wide, snapping up floating soul stones right out of the air. "Ha!" Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators dropped their jaws in absolute shock. "Those are soul stones! So many soul stones!" At the same time, Kin Thuong barked out his orders. "All disciples, hear my command. Clear the battlefield. Gather all the soul stones and hand them in. And if there are any survivors, do everything in your power to save them." The disciples immediately bowed in compliance. "Yes, sir." He then looked back at the outer disciple standing before him and praised, "Bok Not Pham, it is very fortunate we had you today. Otherwise, our five-element sacred land would have suffered catastrophic losses." Before fading away, Kin Thuong clasped his hands behind his back and glanced over his shoulder. "You've rendered a massive service today. Once we return, I will report this to the academy head so you can be properly rewarded." Not Pham beamed, clasping his hands in thanks. "Thank you, Elder." Tu Thoa stepped up, placing a hand on Not Pham's shoulder in amazement. "Bok Not Pham, your intel was actually dead on. You're seriously amazing. We survived a massive disaster today, and we even managed to scavenge a ton of soul stones. The deans are going to be thrilled. Just wait for those rewards to roll in." Nat Pham scratched his head, his eyes crinkling into a smile. "Well, that sounds perfect." However, standing nearby, La Sam crossed his arms, practically radiating dark, jealous energy. He just got incredibly lucky. "What's he so damn smug about?" he muttered bitterly. Never one to let a grudge go, Nat Pham suddenly spoke up with a mock-innocent tone. "Senior Sister Dipe, do you smell that? It smells incredibly sour around here. Did a giant lemon cultivate into a demon down in the demon pit or something?" Completely missing the joke, she actually sniffed the air, looking confused. "Huh? Really? I don't smell anything at all." Meanwhile, La Sam ground his teeth together, cursing under his breath. "You little bastard!" Nat Pham then turned to leave. "Senior Sister, since everything here is wrapped up, I'll be taking my leave. I've got some personal business to handle." Tu Thoa looked utterly confused. Wait, Bok not fam. Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? His eyes turned ice cold, flashing with barely suppressed killing intent. I'm going to collect a debt, he declared flatly. Watching him walk away, La Sam was practically boiling over with unvented rage. Damn it, acting so high and mighty. Let's see exactly what you're up to, he cursed inwardly. Sometime later, outside the ancient demon pit, Chao Duang was sitting at a street-side food stall, resting his head on his hand as he nervously asked, Vuongdang, you don't think they'll trace this back to us, do you? The man sitting next to him tried to calm him down. Senior brother Cao, what's done is done. Isn't it a little too late to start getting scared now? He picked up his cup of water, adding with a sinister smirk, Besides, it's a trial in the demon pit. A few dead disciples is completely normal, isn't it? And even if the other disciples knew we killed him, do you really think they'd dare do anything about it? The words had barely left his mouth when something whizzed through the air, hurtling straight at them. In the blink of an eye, the cup in Vuongdang's hand was shattered to pieces, leaving him staring in wide-eyed horror. Strolling out from the distance, Not Fam sneered at the two men. You guys were entirely too easy to find. Vuongdang and Cao Duang shrieked in absolute panic. Bosh Not Fam? Vuongdang's face drained of all color. Sweating as if he'd just seen a ghost, he screamed, How is this possible? How is this little bastard still alive? Shouldn't he have died down in the demon pit a long time ago? Nat Pham closed his eyes and let out a dark, mocking chuckle. What's wrong? Are you that surprised to see me breathing? Terrified, Vuongdang pointed a trembling finger at him in sheer disbelief. No way. Bok Not Pham, there is no way you survived. In a flash, Not Pham was right in front of him, lifting him off the ground by his throat. He whispered mockingly, When it comes to me, nothing is impossible. Vuongdang gasped for air, thrashing and wheezing like a dying chicken. Gritting his teeth in furious desperation, he choked out a pathetic scream, Let me go! But with an icy glare, Not Pham demanded, What did you do to Lu, Ui, and the others? Where is Truong Thiet? Furious, Vuongdang spat back. If you want to know so badly, why don't you go ask the King of Hell? Hearing this, Not Pham's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he growled, What did you just say? Yet, completely unfazed, Vuongdang smirked and replied, Want to kill me? Take a look around. With many disciples surrounding them at the moment, he mocked, in broad daylight, Do you really plan to kill me? Meanwhile, the onlookers murmured in curiosity, Why is he attacking? What is he doing? Then, taking advantage of the public setting, Vuongdang loudly provoked him, I don't mind telling you the truth. My little sister broke through to the Purple Mansion realm at such a young age. She's highly valued by the Holy Land. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head today, tomorrow, she'll shatter 10 of your bones. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. Despite that, Not Pham just gave a sinister smile and muttered, Purple Mansion Realm? He then summoned red and black lightning energy, sarcastically retorting, Oh, I'm so scared. This caused Vuongdang to stammer in terror, manifesting weapons from Aura, the Purple Mansion Realm. You've broken through to the Purple Mansion Realm? Since when? Seeing Not Pham point the bloodsword at him, Vuongdang finally realized he had messed with the wrong person and hastily apologized. Wait, I'm sorry, Bok Not Pham. It's my fault this time. I was foolish. I was used by Cao Duang. How about this? When we get back, I'll have my sister compensate you with a high-tier spirit pill. Aren't we all from the Yan Kingdom? I'm truly sorry. However, the moment those words left his mouth, Not Pham swung his sword and snarled. Don't worry, just be a bit more careful in your next life. Watching Vuongdang collapse before his eyes, Not Pham declared, This is the consequence of repeatedly trying to harm me. You brought this upon yourself. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples cried out in fear. He killed him. He actually killed someone. Murdering in broad daylight. Does this guy have a death wish? Meanwhile, Cao Duang was so terrified that he slumped to the ground, stammering, He's dead! Vuongdang is actually dead! Hearing his voice, Not Pham gripped his purple blood sword and turned around to deal with him. You're next, Cao Duang, he said, making the man beg for his life. Don't come any closer. I was wrong. Please, spare me! Suddenly, Tu Thoa appeared behind Not Pham and shouted to stop him. Bok Not Pham, are you crazy? What have you done? I was worried about you, so I followed you. I never expected you to actually commit murder in the outpost city. He glanced back, listening as she continued. Don't you know that the outpost city is protected by the 10 Great Holy Lands and the 100 Sects Alliance? But he firmly replied, Senior Sister Diep, I know exactly what I am doing. Seeing this, Tiu Thoa frantically yelled at him, No my ass, slaughtering a fellow disciple means paying with your life. Yet Not Fam wasn't swayed in the slightest and declared resolutely, Is that so? Then wait until I kill this bastard first, causing Tiu Thoa to sigh in heartache. Why are you doing this to yourself? Watching them from behind, Lasam chuckled in amusement and thought, This kid is an idiot. He probably thinks that just because he made some contributions, he can do whatever he wants and ignore the sect rules. Let's see how the elders deal with him. Meanwhile, Chao Duong propped himself up on his elbows, his eyes rolling back in terror as he pleaded, I Bok Not Fam, I was wrong. I was really wrong. For the sake of our fellow discipleship, please let me go. However, he just looked down at him with murderous eyes and demanded, Let me ask you. You guys murdered Lu Ui and the other two. Where are their graves? Drenched in sweat from the oppressive aura, Chao Duong still managed to deny it. We didn't do it. The moment he said that, one of his arms went flying off, making Chao Duong scream in agony. My arm. At the same time, Not Fam roared in fury. They were your fellow disciples, yet you didn't even bother to dig a hole for them. You just left the three of them to be devoured by demonic beasts until nothing was left. Staring at the sword radiating a horrifying blood aura, Chao Duong clutched his bleeding shoulder and shrieked, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please spare me. But Not Fam raised his blood sword high to send him off. Save your apologies for hell and tell them yourself. Suddenly, before he could land the strike, a streak of pink spiritual energy smashed right into his blood sword as someone shouted, Stop! Elder Du appeared alongside another elder and ordered, Bok Not Fam, this is no place for your reckless behavior. Come with us. Sometime later, at the punishment tribunal floating in the sky, seeing the roaring lightning strike down, Not Fam gasped inwardly. So this is the punishment tribunal? Standing at the foot of its endlessly long stairs, he thought, I read in the ancient chronicles that the punishment elders conduct all their interrogations on this punishment tribunal. Then Not Fam steadily stepped up, analyzing in his mind, These stone stairs are made of a special material. With every step, I can feel an oppressive weight on my legs, as if they weigh 1,000 pounds. Up on the tribunal, 3 masked elders sat looking down at him and asked, Disciple below, do you admit your guilt? Completely unafraid, Not Fam stood tall and answered, Disciple Bok Not Fam is absolutely innocent. Hearing this, Elder Hong furiously shouted, Insolent Bok Not Fam, you slaughtered 2 fellow disciples in the blink of an eye, and yet you dare to act so arrogantly? Do you have any respect for the laws at all? Yet he merely raised an eyebrow, his gaze icy as he mocked, The laws? When Vuong Dong and Chao Duong conspired to frame me and forced me into the demonic abyss. Where were your laws then? When those 2 went crazy and murdered Lu Ui's group, where were your laws? Not Fam then glared at the elders in front of him and continued, Today I carried out heaven's justice. I slaughtered those scumbags and eradicated a menace for the sake of the Holy Land. And now you want to use the laws to suppress me? Isn't that a joke? These words left Elder Hong so enraged that he couldn't even argue back, only shouting, You? Huh? Suddenly, Chao Duong appeared behind Not Fam, pointing a finger at him in the accusation. Elders, Bok Not Fam is a madman. It's obvious that he got into a conflict with Lu Ui's group. While fighting over treasures, Vuong Dong and I saw with our own eyes how he murdered Lu Ui's group of 4, along with Hua Thuan. Then he wailed loudly, playing the victim. He wanted to silence us to cover his tracks. That's why he took the risk of trying to kill us at the outpost. If you elders hadn't intervened in time, I would have lost my life. Hearing this, Not Fam glanced back and mocked him with disdain. Chao Duong, you're really getting better at spinning lies and turning black into white. Meanwhile, Elder Hong asked coldly from behind his mask, What do you 2 elders think? The old elder sitting on his left spoke up. Although Bok Not Fam is guilty, he has made a tremendous contribution to the Holy Land this time. I believe his merits can offset his faults. However, Elder Long, sitting on the other side of Elder Hong, rejected the idea. Absolutely not. Murder is murder. How can we just let his merits cover up his crimes? Suddenly, Chao Duong dropped to his knees, putting on an utterly miserable look as he cried out, "This Bok Not fam is completely out of line. I beg the three elders to uphold justice for me." Elder Hong, sitting imposing on the center seat, spoke up. "Enough. Bok Not fam, it is a fact that you killed someone in public. As for Lu Ui's group and Hua Thuan, dead men tell no tales. You cannot prove your own innocence." However, the moment he finished speaking, someone voiced their objection. Who said dead men tell no tales? Causing Elder Hong to look around in confusion and shout, "Huh? Who's making that racket?" At that moment, Lu Ui and Truong Thiet walked in and declared righteously, "Reporting to the elders, we are the three dead people and we are here to testify for Brother Pham." Meanwhile, Tam Vu, walking right behind them, cheerfully waved her hand in greeting. "Nat Pham! Long time no see." Seeing them, Cao Duong shrieked in absolute panic. "Huh? Why aren't you guys dead?" His face turned pale, his jaw dropping in disbelief. How is this possible? On the other hand, Not Pham glanced over and playfully teased his newly arrived sectmates. "Ah, Ui, you guys sure took your sweet time getting here." High up on the tribunal, Elder Hong looked down in utter shock. "Lu Ui, Truong Thiet, Tam Vu, you three aren't dead?" Lu Ui placed a hand on his chest and boasted heartily, "Not only are we not dead, but after cultivating in the eternal demon abyss, we even broke through." Elder Zhalong spoke up to interrogate him. "Bai Yifan, what on earth is going on?" Hearing this, he smiled, radiating a dark aura, and replied, "Just telling the truth." Then Yifan recalled the situation a few days ago at the Eternal Demon Pit. Liu Wei, Zhang Ti, and Xin Yu were tied up tightly back to back. Liu Wei, so furious he couldn't even open his eyes, roared, "I can't believe those two beasts actually dared to murder their fellow disciples." Xin Yu tried to calm him down. "You should save your breath. If you yell too loudly and attract fiends, we'll definitely be dead meat." Suddenly, strange rustling sounds echoed from the forest, terrifying the three of them. Zhang Tai opened his mouth and yelled, "What was that sound?" Then a white rabbit hopped out of the bushes. Seeing this, someone sighed in relief. "What the heck? It's just a normal rabbit." However, as soon as those words were spoken, the rabbit transformed into a giant beast. With eerie, blood-red eyes, it lunged forward and swiped its claws at the three of them, making Xin Yu scream in sheer panic. Damn it, the rabbit got huge. Wait, no, there are no normal rabbits in the Eternal Demon Pit anyway. Meanwhile, Liu Wei rolled his eyes in helpless despair and hollered, "We're completely screwed!" Suddenly, he saw the rabbit get sent flying, tumbling through midair, which left him confused. "Huh?" This made the others, who couldn't see what was happening, ask anxiously. "Huh? What is it? What just happened to it? What exploded?" As the dust settled, Yifan stepped out and asked, "I'm not too late, am I?" This made them shout in shock and joy. "Brother Yifan, Bai Yifan." Then he untied the ropes for everyone and asked, "I heard everything from Shuchun. Are you guys okay?" Xin Yu then informed him that they were all superficial wounds, except for Ah Wei, who refused to listen to them and ended up the most seriously injured. But Liu Wei quickly reassured him, "I'm fine. As long as you're safe, Brother Yifan, that's all that matters." After freeing them, Yifan stood up and declared with a cold face, "I'll deal with those scumbags. You guys head back first. I'll scout the area while I'm at it, and when the time comes, I'll finish them off." Seeing this, Xin Yu immediately made a worried decision. "What? You still want to go deeper? Then we're coming with you." Beside her, Zhang Ti raised his fist and gritted his teeth with determination. "That's right, I want to go with you too. When I see those beasts, I'll get my revenge with my own two hands." Hearing that, Yifan smiled and rejected the idea. "You guys are injured right now. It's not a good idea to take any more risks." Only then did Xin Yu sadly admit it. "He's right. Never mind going with him, the three of us are wounded right now. Just making it back to Black Obsidian City safely is going to be a problem." Then she suggested, "Let's figure out a way to heal our wounds first and plan our next move after." Just as she finished speaking, someone suddenly cried out, "We've got a problem!" Then a whole swarm of giant rabbits appeared in front of them. Someone blurted out in panic, "Damn it, there are so many fiends. We're surrounded." Xin Yu broke into a cold sweat and wondered, did the explosion just now attract them? Liu Wei drew his sword, stepped forward, and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yifan. We can still fight. We won't hold you back." Flanking him, Zhang Tai and Xin Yu chimed in. That's right. If we've come to the demon pit, we're already prepared to die in battle. Exactly. Seeing how loyal they were, Ifan smiled and remarked, You guys are always talking about life and death. It's such bad luck. Then he reached into his chest pocket and added, Relax. With me here, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take you. Looking at the rabbit fiends glaring with bloodshot eyes, ready to attack, someone worriedly said, But brother Ifan, they have the upper hand in both strength and numbers. Suddenly, the rabbits went into a frenzy and lunged at them, making the three of them scream in terror. Brother Ifan, how about we retreat first? Pulling out a sunflower-shaped magical treasure that was glowing brilliantly, he reassured them, Relax, just stand there and shout, I'll annihilate the lot of them. When Ifan loudly unleashed his attack, a golden light shined right into the faces of the rabbit fiends, blinding and dizzying them as they squealed. Then the light flared up intensely, burning them to ashes, leaving Liu Wei's group both amazed and curious. Holy crap, what is this thing? It's so bright. Awesome, that's incredible. Over 100 fiends wiped out in an instant. After a moment, Ifan happily breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the glowing golden sunflower in Ifan's hand, Liu Wei asked curiously, Brother Ifan, you're way too overpowered. What kind of magical treasure is that? How come I've never seen it before? Meanwhile, Xin Yu covered her mouth in absolute awe. This is the profound heaven-blazing sun sunflower. It's an ancient treasure that was thought to be lost. Seeing that she seemed to recognize it, Ifan smiled cheerfully and explained, Before we set off, didn't you guys say to prepare light-emitting artifacts? This is my preparation. Hearing this, Xin Yu was even more thrilled and praised him. Brother Ifan, you're amazing. Common fiends are all afraid of light. And this magical treasure emits such an intense, blinding light, like a scorching sun sweeping through the demon pit, wouldn't even be a problem. Clicking his tongue, he handed the profound heaven-blazing sun sunflower to them and told the three, Take this and figure out a way back to Black Obsidian City to heal up. Once I finish my business, I'll meet back up with you all. With this around, ordinary fiends won't be able to lay a finger on you. Immediately, Liu Wei, Xin Yu, and Zhang Tai stared at him with wide, bashful eyes and asked in unison, Such a precious item, you're really just giving it to us? But Ifan just glanced at them, acting like it was no big deal, and replied, Precious? To me, holding on to your bottom line even when your life is threatened, and refusing to betray the bond of friendship. That is what's truly precious. Hearing that, Liu Wei wiped away a tear, deeply moved, and blurted out, Say no more, Brother Ifan. We have absolutely zero regrets following you. Zhang Tai clenched his fists and affirmed, That's right, Brother Ifan. Please be careful on the rest of your journey. Leaving them behind, he turned and walked deeper into the forest, waving his hand with conviction. Yeah, I'm definitely going to slaughter those beasts and let them know a drop of help is repaid with a gushing spring, but a debt of harm will always be collected. Time passed just like that. Now, standing before the three elders on the penalty platform, Ifan stated, The absolute truth is exactly as I said. Elder Hong, after hearing this, asked suspiciously, Is this true? You lot, is what he's saying the truth? Immediately, Liu Wei, Zhang Ti, and Xin Yu bowed their heads and knelt on the ground, each offering their testimony. Punishment Elder, I, disciple Liu Wei, testify. Wang Teng and Gao Yang plotted to murder Bai Yifan. Before the Punishment Elder, I, disciple Zhang Tie, testify. Punishment Elder, I, disciple Shen Xin Yu, testify. Then Yifan frowned, turned his head, and said to the man behind him, Gao Yang, didn't you claim you saw me kill Liu Wei with your own eyes? Right now, they're standing perfectly fine right in front of you. Being called out like that made the man jump in shock. At the same time, Elder Hong roared furiously, Insolent Gao Yang, tell the truth now! Suppressed by the overwhelming aura, he couldn't even stand. He dropped heavily to his knees and stammered, I'll talk. Elder, please forgive me. I was blinded by greed, but this wasn't entirely my idea. The mastermind is inner disciple Wang. Before he could finish his sentence, a streak of blue light shot toward him, accompanied by a furious roar. Shameless bastard, go to hell! A second later, Gao Yang was pierced right through the heart by that stream of spiritual energy, letting out a wretched scream. Despicable! Elder Long, looking at his own hand that was still sparking with blue energy, spoke up. Gentlemen, this man has reaped what he sowed. I simply could not let him off. I represent the disciplinary hall. Executing him on the spot should serve as a warning to you all. Seeing Chao Yang's tragic death, Yifan felt incredibly conflicted. But they dealt with it way too casually. There's definitely something wrong with this elder. Suddenly, Elder Long changed the subject. As for Bai Yifan, although your actions had a reason, you are not entirely innocent. Never mind that you have no proof that Wang Teng harmed you. Even if you did, you should have just endured it. Then you should have reported it to the disciplinary hall. The sect rules would have naturally dealt with Wang Teng, instead of you taking matters into your own hands. Yifan stood below, looking up with an unfathomable expression. Listening to her preach about how cultivators must endure, he thought, if inner demons are allowed to grow like weeds, then what's the point of cultivating? What kind of Tao is this? Then Elder Long, without any sense of fairness, took it upon herself to announce the sentence. In my opinion, punishing you to 10 years of solitary cultivation is not excessive at all. Hearing this, Liu Wei argued in shock. What? I won't accept this on Brother Fan's behalf. Xin Yu also couldn't accept it, shouting, That's right! How can you be so careless? However, Yifan calmly retorted, Elder, you sure are quick to pass judgment. But Elder, if I can hand over a magical treasure, how would you sentence me then? These words made Elder Long startle in suspicion. What did you just say? Then he took out a glowing golden treasure. I remember the sect rules clearly state that handing over a rare treasure to the holy ground can exempt one from punishment. I wonder if that still counts. I can offer up an ancient precious herb. A profound heaven-blazing sun sunflower? Seeing the item, Elder Hong was incredibly shocked and asked, What? You actually have a treasure like this? Elder Long, however, tried to deflect. Although this precious herb is hard to come by in this world, human life is also incredibly precious. Just one stalk. But before she could even finish, Yifan pulled out an entire bundle and smirked. What if I say 10 stalks? Seeing this, the two male elders broke out in a cold sweat and cried out in shock. 10 stalks? Their value is immeasurable. This is truly unimaginable. Meanwhile, Elder Long ran out of excuses but still tried to refuse. So what? Human life is still more important. Yet, Yifan pulled out 2 bundles of flowers in both hands. Then, what about 20 stalks? This time, all 3 elders were terrified and blurted out, T20 stalks! Over here, Yifan held up the massive bundle of flowers and mocked them with a smile. If this still isn't enough, I have about 30 stalks of this ancient precious herb, the profound heaven-blazing sun sunflower. This massive flex made Elder Hong panic in shock as he commented, These ancient spiritual herbs. He actually has so many. Added up, their value is enough to buy 20 entire cities. Elder Long was also scared out of her wits, unable to hold back her curiosity. So many precious herbs. Where on earth did you get them? Yifan hugged the bundle of profound heaven-blazing sun sunflowers, smiling as he said, This junior just happened to find them by chance after falling off a cliff. Up on the high platform, Elder Hong looked at Elder Long and whispered, What should we do? Down below, Yifan continued to push. It seems the elders have no interest in these. What a pity. I guess all these ancient precious herbs will have to follow me into the ground. Then he pulled out countless rare treasures and placed them on the ground, continuing, There's also all this gear I originally planned to hand over to the Sect Affairs Hall for contribution points. What a shame. It looks like they'll have to go into the coffin with me, too. I might as well just bury everything to rest in peace. Immediately, the old elder sitting to the left of Elder Hong hurriedly spoke up. Old Hong, these ancient herbs are incredibly rare. Not to mention, he has so many demonic materials. If we let him destroy them, it would be a massive loss for the holy ground. We have to find a way to stop him. Then he walked over to Elder Hong and spoke up for Yifan. This kid Bai Yifan has done a great service by finding 30 profound heaven-blazing sunflowers for the holy ground. During the Fire Cloud Demonic Monkey campaign, while the other sect forces were almost entirely wiped out, our 5 elements holy ground monopolized the underground soulstone vein all to ourselves. That is also no small feat. Hearing this, Elder Hong's tone softened as he calculated. If we look at it that way, This Bai Yifan has made 3 massive contributions to the holy ground. What incredible luck. If he's still punished, won't it break the hearts of our 120,000 outer sect disciples? The other elder chimed in, the way I see it, not only shouldn't we punish him, we should reward him. Having thought it through, Elder Hong straightened his back and declared, exactly. According to what Liu Wei and the others said, that Wang Teng truly deserved 1,000 deaths. He deserved what he got. If we let Bai Yifan make up for his mistakes with his merits and hand these treasures over to the holy ground, it will naturally elevate our status in front of the other holy grounds. Then he turned to the woman beside him and asked, Elder Long, what do you think? She gave an ambiguous response. If you two have already made a decision, why even bother asking for my opinion? Once the vote was settled, Elder Hong looked at the disciple and the pile of magical treasures below, announcing, Bai Yifan, you have found 10 ancient, profound, heaven-blazing sun sunflowers for the holy ground. This is a massive contribution. In the Eternal Demon Pit, because of your intel, the disciples of the 5 academies were spared from death. This is your second great contribution. Hearing this, Yifan clasped his hands together and shouted, The Elder is wise! When Liu Wei and the group behind him heard the Elder add 2 more great deeds and say, We reward you with 3 true essence pills and an additional 50,000 spirit stones, they happily exclaimed. That's amazing. However, Yifan maintained a cool demeanor and spoke up. Thank you, Elder, but Bai Yifan has one more earnest request I hope you will approve. Elder Hong was surprised and curious. What else do you want to request? Meanwhile, Elder Long sarcastically mocked him with a petty attitude. I knew human nature was greedy. Besides, by setting this precedent, I'm afraid more people will just use treasures to commit violence without any hesitation in the future. After that, Yifan clasped his hands again and respectfully said, Your disciple Bai Yifan voluntarily requests to be grounded at the Ghost Sorrow Cliff for 3 months. These words left his fellow disciples and the 3 elders absolutely stunned, asking in unison, What? Xin Yu, her face full of worry, tried to persuade him, Bai Yifan, do you even know what you're saying? Ghost Sorrow Cliff doesn't see a single ray of sunlight. It's a place where heavy criminals are locked up. He glanced at her and explained with a calm expression, Of course I know, but what the disciplinary elder said earlier makes sense. Regarding Wang Teng's matter, I didn't follow the disciplinary hall's procedures, which ultimately violates the sect's rules. Punishing myself for 3 months can be considered giving the holy ground a proper explanation. Hearing this unexpected response, Elder Hong broke a sweat and sighed in admiration. Admitting one's mistakes and correcting them in such a righteous and honorable way, it seems our judgment this time was right on the money. The old elder next to him flattered, This young man has a magnanimous heart, truly a rare find. He will definitely be of great use to the holy ground in the future. Then Elder Hong asked, Elder Long, what do you say? Causing her to tremble as she replied, Right. On the side, Yifan lowered his head slightly, letting his bangs hide his emotions. He smirked and thought to himself, admitting my mistakes and correcting them, what a joke. He then justified it to himself. If I had to do it all over again, I'd still kill that bastard Wang Teng 1,000 times, 10,000 times over. The only reason I asked to be grounded is that this holy ground is full of all sorts of shady people. Since I'm carrying so many rare treasures, it's hard to avoid drawing unwanted attention, like a tall tree catching the wind. Meanwhile, the 2 guards were gossiping among themselves. Just how many treasures does this Bai Yifan actually have on him? With eyes that seem to see through the mortal world, Yifan told himself, asking for punishment has 3 benefits. Gaining the favor and rewards of the Holy Ground's leadership is the first. Imagining the dark place with thunder roaring, he calculated inwardly, Ghost Sorrow Cliff is isolated. Being able to settle down in a quiet place and focus on my cultivation without anyone bothering me is the second. Then Yifan remembered the mysterious figure cloaked in a hood, his eyes turning cold as he thought. Thirdly, I can secretly investigate the spies in the Holy Ground and catch the real culprit as soon as possible. Suddenly, Elder Long raised her hand and declared the sentence. Bai Yifan, since you have this level of self-awareness, then we will do as you say. You are sentenced to Ghost Sorrow Cliff for 3 months. His request granted, he replied, The elder is wise, and let the 2 guards step forward to say, Senior Brother Bai. Please come with us. Off to the side, Liu Wei frowned in worry and called out, Brother Fan! As he left with the guards, Ifan reassured them. Don't worry, I'll just use this time in a quiet place to cultivate a bit. Who knows, my cultivation might even break through to the next level. You guys, on the other hand, better not slack off on your training. Hearing this, Liu Wei smiled and promised, Don't worry, we'll definitely train hard. Brother Fan, you have to take good care of yourself. A while later, somewhere with clear skies and white clouds, a shocked cry echoed from a courtyard in the mountains. What? They changed the sentence to 3 months of grounding at Ghost Sorrow Cliff? Wang Meng trembled with rage, hissing through his teeth, Master, are you playing dumb with me? Bai Yifan completely beheaded him in front of everyone. How could he get such a light sentence for mocking the sect rules? Didn't you say Bai Yifan was a dead man for sure? Why did this happen? Elder Long took off her mask and said, You wretched girl! Who could have expected that kid to constantly run into such lucky encounters and achieve 3 great deeds for the holy ground in a row? If I hadn't read the room so quickly and decisively dealt with that Gao Yang, do you really think you'd still be standing here in one piece? But Wang Meng was even more infuriated. Her eyes were completely bloodshot, radiating a dark aura as she cursed. Damn it, damn it, damn it! How is that bastard so incredibly lucky? Seeing this, Elder Long grew annoyed. He frowned and shouted, Shut your mouth! Know your place! If something like this happens next time, no one will be able to save you. Instantly, she obediently bowed her head and replied, Yes, I understand, Master. But just a second later, Wang Meng unleashed her murderous aura and screamed, Bai Yifan, you bastard! The Wang family will not rest until one of us is dead! 1 month later, at the foot of Ghost Sorrow Cliff, Zhang Tai looked at the area being struck by roaring lightning and said, We're almost there. It's just up ahead. Liu Wei, however, was full of doubt. Is it really this place? It looks so gloomy just standing here. I wonder how Brother Fan is holding up inside. Approaching the guards, Xin Yu held up a food basket and pleaded, Senior brothers, please let us in, just for a moment. We'll stay for a little bit and come right back out. But one of the guards annoyedly barked back, I said no, and that means absolutely no. Do you think this is a wet market? Are you trying to haggle with me? Ghost Sorrow Cliff is a prison for the worst of the worst criminals. If anything goes wrong, we won't be able to take the blame. At the same time, the other guard hissed and shooed them away. Get out of here. Go home. Hearing that, Xin Yu sighed in deep disappointment. Seeing her like this, Zhang Ti lowered his eyes and gently urged, Xin Yu, let it go. Let's just head back for now. After that, Liu Wei's group of 3 headed back down the mountain. He turned his head, gazing up at the peak with a worried expression. It's already been a month. I wonder if Brother Fan can even survive in there. Xin Yu felt incredibly anxious just imagining the prisoners enduring those extreme temperature swings. She had heard that Ghost Sorrow Cliff was scorchingly, unbearably hot during the day, but absolutely freezing with bone-chilling winds at night. Brother Fan has always looked a bit on the frail side. How is he supposed to handle that? Beside her, Liu Wei was busy picturing a withered Yifan stumbling around like a zombie, muttering to himself, Ah, Wei, you look so incredibly delicious, rolling his eyes back like something straight out of a horror story. Not only that, rumor had it that resources inside were extremely scarce. Not only would he be starving half the time, but he'd also have to live every single day surrounded by snakes, insects, rats, and ants. The 3 of them ended up hugging each other, crying their eyes out as they wailed, When Brother Fan gets out, we absolutely have to treat him to a massive feast and nurse him back to health. Exactly! Meanwhile, back on Earth, Yifan was chilling on his bed, munching on popcorn while watching a movie. The TV echoed a dramatic voice line, Is what your eyes see truly the absolute truth? Eating until his stomach was stuffed, he patted his belly and grumbled, This is too dangerous. If I keep living the good life like this, I'm really going to turn into Liu Wei 2.0. At this moment, back in the secret realm, Liu Wei's trio walked away sighing. Poor Brother Fan! Let's just go! Let's go! They were completely unaware that someone was watching them from behind. Linga peeked out from behind a rock wall and sighed. Bai Yifan, why do you have to suffer so much? 2 months later, at the entrance of Ghost Sorrow Cliff, a voice suddenly rang out. Once you're out of here, you'd better turn your life around. Do good deeds and build some good karma. Do you hear me? A figure stepped outside, listening to the guard's final warning. See you later. Actually, no, let's never see each other ever again. Big brother is out, Jang Ti exclaimed loudly. Brother Fan is finally out, and Liu Wei responded, yeah, I can see that. But suddenly, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his eyes went wide in utter shock. Wait a minute, Brother Fan, why do you look so... Beside him, Xin Yu's eyes went completely round, staring in awe like she was looking at a pop idol. Oh wow. Seeing a shirtless Yifan casually flexing his perfect 8-pack abs, someone couldn't help but wonder. Wait, did he get even stronger? Yifan just smiled happily and asked back, what's wrong? Can't even recognize me anymore? Time passed by in a flash. Later, back at Bai Yifan's living quarters, the four of them raised their wine glasses high and cheered. Cheers! Let's all drink to Brother Fan finally getting his freedom back. Jang Tai's face was flushed bright red. He squinted his eyes, smiling emotionally as he said, I really can't believe it. We all thought you'd be starving and freezing in there, but you actually managed to increase your cultivation. Beside him, Xin Yu happily jumped in to butter him up. Exactly. Ah Wei over here even bragged that his own cultivation had leveled up recently, and that he was going to show off to you once you got out. Who would have thought you actually pushed yourself way harder than he did? Liu Wei just awkwardly scratched his head, dripping with nervous sweat as he mumbled, Come on, stop teasing me. I just didn't want my horribly low cultivation to drag down Brother Fan's reputation, okay? Then he shot a teasing look at Jang Tai and Xin Yu, throwing shade right back. Oh, you're one to talk. Didn't you two decide to become Dao companions just so you could break through faster? Hearing that, Yifan's eyes went wide with curiosity. Wait, becoming Dao companions? What does that mean? Instantly, Jang Tai couldn't even look him in the eye. He shyly beat around the bush, explaining, Well, you see, cultivation revolves around 4 core principles: wealth, companion, method, and land. Companion ranks second, meaning it's a legitimate way to boost your cultivation. If 2 people dual cultivate together, even with lower comprehension, they can still naturally raise their levels. Not only do you get to share each other's techniques, but there's also a massive, undeniable boost to your overall cultivation speed. Listening to that massive info dump, Liu Wei just rolled his eyes and grumbled, Why are you making it sound so damn complicated? It just means dual cultiv... But before he could even finish his sentence, Xin Yu aggressively shoved a steamed bun right into his mouth, shouting, Just shut up and eat. Completely missing the second half of that sentence, Yifan smacked his fist into his palm with pure excitement. Oh, so that's how it works. That actually sounds like a fantastic way to boost your cultivation. Xin Yu blushed profusely in absolute embarrassment. She poked at a tiny piece of meat on her plate and mumbled, But with your level of cultivation, Yifan, you don't exactly need to resort to desperate measures to speed up your training like we do. Honestly, I think you're more than ready to participate in the Outer Sect Martial Arts Tournament next month. Hearing this, Yifan just stared blankly in absolute confusion. The Outer Sect Martial Arts Tournament? Beside him, Jang Ti kindly turned to explain, It's a massive annual event hosted by the Holy Land, specifically designed to reward the Outer Disciples. I heard the rewards are absolutely insane. Quite a few Outer Disciples have even managed to trigger sudden breakthroughs into the divine ability realm right in the middle of their matches. Yifan's brain instantly shifted into excitement mode, completely hyped for the action. He grinned and said, Now that sounds interesting. We should definitely go check it out together when the time comes. But before that, I have one little errand I need to take care of. Sometime later, outside the affairs hall. Yifan stood there thinking to himself, Right after coming back from the Eternal Demon Abyss, I got tossed straight into Ghost Sorrow Cliff. I haven't even had the time to process all that loot I farmed. The moment he stepped through the grand open doors, he casually called out, Hello there. I'd like to turn in some materials I gathered from the Eternal Demon Abyss. The managing elder rested his chin in his hand, looking utterly bored out of his mind. Just toss it on the table, he said, secretly scoffing in his head. Great, just another average Outer Disciple. With a pitiful cultivation level like that, what kind of decent materials could he possibly hand over? But Yifan just chuckled, scratching the back of his head as he warned, I actually have quite a bit of stuff. I'm not really sure how many contribution points it'll all trade for. Hearing that, the elder narrowed his eyes, pulling an incredibly annoyed and highly dissatisfied expression. Just take it all out and let me have a look. In his mind, he was already mocking the boy. Just how much could a lowly outer disciple possibly have? I bet it's just some trash. But before he could even finish that thought, Ifan had already piled a literal mountain of items right onto his desk, casually introducing them. Here are 800 yaksha horns I managed to collect. Seeing the massive pile, the managing elder's jaw dropped to the floor. His eyes went wide as saucers as he screamed in absolute shock. What did you just say? 800? Right after that, Ifan casually pulled out an even bigger mountain of loot, pointing to it. And here are 1,000 bottles of spirit beast milk. The elder was practically having a heart attack as he stuttered out, "What? Wait, 1,000 bottles of spirit beast milk?" But it wasn't over yet. Ifan continued pulling out a seemingly endless sea of precious earthly treasures, effortlessly flexing his massive haul. Oh, and here are 10,000 demonic bear pelts. At this point, the managing elder's eyes were practically bulging right out of their sockets as he gasped for air. How many? Just how many did you say? Finally, Ifan flashed a bright, radiant smile and politely asked, "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me how many contribution points all of this is worth?" The affairs hall managing elder shot right up from his chair. His mouth was hanging wide open, completely and utterly dumbfounded. Did an outer disciple really manage to get his hands on all of this? He screamed internally. Normal disciples turn things in one by one. This kid is turning into hundreds and thousands of times that amount. Standing right in front of him, Ifan waved a hand in front of the old man's face, trying to snap his soul back into his body. Elder? Are you still with me? Hello? Earth to Elder? Instantly, the managing elder snapped back to reality. His face broke into a massive, blooming smile as he grabbed his abacus, his fingers flying across the beads at lightning speed. Yes, of course. Just give me a second to calculate everything perfectly. Seeing his sudden shift in attitude, Ifan just sweat-dropped and awkwardly replied, sure. He didn't have to wait long before the affairs elder excitedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Altogether, this grand total comes out to exactly 240,000 contribution points." Hearing this, the outer sect disciples were absolutely dumbfounded, their jaws hitting the floor. Wait, did I hear that right? 240,000 contribution points. Can an outer sect disciple really achieve something like this? Meanwhile, after receiving his points, Not Fam turned to leave and politely said, "Thank you, Elder. I've received the contribution points, so I'll be taking my leave now." But inwardly, he was thinking, honestly, I still have dozens of Asura bone spikes in my inventory. If I took them all out at once, it would cause way too much of a scene and draw the attention of the Holy Land's higher-ups. Better save them for later. Not Fam scratched his chin, pondering his next move. My giant spirit fist has reached a high enough level. It's time to look for an advanced cultivation method. I should upgrade my weapons too. Only high-tier weapons suit me now. I'll find some time to visit the martial arts pavilion. Suddenly, someone spread their arms to block his path, startling him. "By Ifan! Wait a moment." Linga stood before him and suggested, "I have something to discuss with you. Let's find a quiet place to talk." Hearing this, Ifan looked puzzled but agreed. "Senior sister? All right, follow me." A short while later, at Bai Ifan's quarters, Ling Gei sat by the tea table and observed, "This is my first time visiting an outer sect disciple's room. I didn't expect the spiritual energy here to be even denser than my own place." Calling out from the other room, Ifan explained, "I added some spiritual energy boosting herbs to the room. You can take some with you when you leave, senior sister." Setting a tray of drinks on the table, Ifan invited her. "Sorry for the wait, senior sister. Have some tea," she politely replied. "Thank you." Bringing the cup to her nose, Ling Jie closed her eyes and murmured, "This tea smells wonderful." A moment later, as if tasting a rare delicacy, her eyes widened in shock. "This is delicious. What kind of tea is this? I've never had anything like it." Sitting opposite her, Ifan explained, "It's milk tea, just ordinary tea mixed with a bit of spirit beast milk. If you like it, I'll make it for you again next time," he said, thinking to himself, "It's true, no girl can resist the charm of milk tea." Suddenly turning serious, Ling Gei brought up her purpose. "Right, the reason I came looking for you." She took out several items, a sword, a manual, a green plant, and porcelain bottles, placing them on the table. "I intend to give these to you." Ifan was taken aback. So many. He eagerly picked up the golden sword as Ling Gei introduced it. This is a pseudo-spirit artifact, flying sword named Spring Tear. It's activated by soul power. With just a single thought, it can decapitate an enemy from 100 paces away. Examining it, Ifan praised, "This really is a good sword." She then pushed the manual forward. "And there's this Genjin sword art. It's a spirit tier manual I personally picked out for you from the Intersect's Divine Ability Pavilion. These are foundational techniques you can practice starting from the Purple Prefecture realm. Take it." Ifan cheekily flattered her. "Senior sister, you even went out of your way to pick a martial art for me. You're too thoughtful." Smiling, she held up the green potted plant. "This is golden needle grass, a spiritual herb that aids in cultivating the Genjin sword art." Next, Linga pointed to the 2 porcelain bottles on the table. "As for these last 2, each bottle contains a pill. One is a spirit-devouring pill, and the other is a mortal-forgetting pill. Both can help you step into the divine ability realm." Ifan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He gasped in awe. "What? There are actually pills like that?" Linga's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. "Exactly. However, their effects are vastly different. If you take this spirit-devouring pill, it will guarantee your breakthrough into the divine ability realm within 1 to 3 years. The success rate is practically 100%. Ifan broke a sweat, feeling a bit suspicious. 100%? Is it really that overpowered? Linga picked up the bottle, gazing at it intently. "It's true, but this pill forcibly squeezes out your primordial spirit's potential to forcefully open the door to divine abilities. To put it bluntly, it's like pulling up a seedling to help it grow. Once you use it to break through, your future path is basically sealed. It'll be extremely difficult to surpass the 3rd tier of the divine ability realm unless you stumble upon a massive stroke of luck." Full of curiosity, Ifan asked, "Then what about the mortal forgetting pill?" Staring off into the distance, Ling Gi explained, "The mortal forgetting pill is the best reward from this recent trial at the Demon Chasm. This pill has a mild nature, and its effect is to purify the mind. It won't instantly help you break through to the divine ability realm. Instead, it strengthens your foundation." Hearing this, Ifan felt a pang of guilt, squinting his eyes and stammering, "Senior sister, are all these really for me?" Ling Gei took another sip of tea and firmly confirmed, "Yes, on the day you left Ghost Sorrow Cliff, I had originally planned to visit you. But my master unexpectedly assigned me a mission, so I missed my chance. You saved so many disciples of our 5 elements holy land. I believe you shouldn't have been punished. You should have been rewarded." These words left Ifan deeply moved. With tears welling up in his eyes, he said softly, "Senior sister, you're so good to me." Ling Gei was zoning out when his sudden question startled her. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Then her expression turned serious as she warned him, "By Ifan, I have to remind you. With your yellow grade aptitude, when my that's breaking through to the divine ability realm is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Someone with yellow grade aptitude is destined to remain a Chore's disciple, and a Chore's disciple rising to the intersect? I don't think there's ever been a single case of that in the entire history of our 5 elements holy land." However, brimming with confidence, Ifan teased her. "Senior sister, do you not believe in me? Want to make a bet?" Linga looked confused. Bet? Bet on what? Looking her dead in the eye, he proposed, "Let's bet that even with my yellow grade aptitude, and without relying on the spirit-devouring pill, I can still step into the divine ability realm." Then, looking incredibly smug, Ifan boldly declared, "If I can break through to the divine ability realm within half a year, you have to agree to become my Tao companion. What do you say?" The moment those words left his mouth, Ling Gei jolted, her face flushing completely red as she blurted out, "What? You want to become Tao companions? With me?" Putting on an utterly serious expression, Ifan argued, "Becoming Tao companions makes cultivation way faster. Isn't that right? Or do you not want to, senior sister?" Doubting her own reality, Ling Gei asked, "By Ifan, do you even know what it means to become Tao companions?" With his eyes sparkling with pure innocence, he shamelessly replied, "Of course I do. It means researching spells together and making massive progress as a team. Senior sister, your cultivation and spells are so amazing, I just want to learn more from you." This response made Linga sweat drop, utterly speechless as she sighed. "Is that really how you understand it? She then looked at Ifan and asked, "And what if you lose?" Hearing this, he answered without a second thought, "If I lose, I'll be at your complete mercy, senior sister." 3 parts helpless and 7 parts resigned. Lingay furrowed her brows and agreed. "You're such a sly brat. It doesn't seem like this bet benefits me at all, but fine. I accept." Thrilled by her answer, Ifan eagerly verified. "Really?" Lingay looked at him with an indulgent, fond expression and confirmed. "Yeah, really." Inwardly, she thought, "By Ifan, I know you've had many fortuitous encounters, but for a disciple with yellow grade aptitude to break through to the divine ability realm in just a single year, that's harder than reaching the heavens." Seeing his beaming, joyful face, she quietly accepted the situation. "But considering your good character, I'll treat this as giving you a small goal to cheer you on." Meanwhile, Ifan clenched his fists in pure joy, exclaiming, "That's awesome!" Before leaving, Lingji turned her head to remind him, "Next month is the Outer Sex Martial Arts Tournament. Try your best to reach the top 10. I heard the rewards this time are incredibly generous, especially for the top 3. However, Ifan looked slightly dismissive, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Top 10? What's the point of that? Just watch me snatch the champion title for you." Then he rested his hand on the Genjin sword art manual, muttering to himself, "Let's check out this sword art first. Senior Sister Jang specifically picked it out for me. I wonder how good it is." After reading for a while, Ifan commented in astonishment, "I didn't expect this to be a secret sword technique manual." Visualizing the sword radiating a mystical azure aura, he silently analyzed it. Pure orthodox sword Dao relies solely on flying swords to slash enemies, completely untouched by any elemental power. Sword arts, on the other hand, blend the sword Dao with elemental forces like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, sound, and poison. Reading up to this point, Hot Fam broke into a cold sweat. Squinting in hesitation, he thought that it was truly hard to say which of the two was actually stronger. His gaze suddenly drifting into the distance, he muttered to himself, "The Genjin sword mantra states that to cultivate this technique, one must first nurture a sword embryo within their body, and the Genjin chi found inside golden needle grass can accelerate this process." He then glanced back at the herb Lin Ka had given him to study. "So, this is golden needle grass? Plump yellow grains with tips as sharp as needles. Isn't this just a stalk of wheat?" Flashing back to his time in the modern world, Not Fam walked into a shop and asked, "Hey boss, do you sell stalks of wheat here?" Hearing that, the shop owner immediately waved him off. "We're a rice shop, kid. Why would we sell wheat? You're so young, instead of studying, you're just copying thugs trying to pick a fight. Go home and play." Turning away, he looked at his phone with a frown and made a decision. "Looks like I'll just have to rely on Pinduo and Taobao." Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, Lu Ui walked in with Tambu and Truong Theet, laughing as he called out, "Fam bro, you haven't stepped out of your house in over 10 days. What on earth have you been doing?" Not Fam, holding 2 large bundles of wheat and wearing a conical leaf hat, squinted and greeted them. "Oh, you guys are here." Seeing his bizarre new look, Lu Ui asked in confusion, "Wait, Fam bro, did you achieve some ultimate enlightenment these past few days and suddenly switch to being a farmer?" But he immediately shot it down. "What farmer?" he scoffed. "Open your eyes wide and look closely at what this is." Following his gaze, Lu Ui looked at the field of crops in the courtyard and screamed in pure shock. "Wait, what?" A massive plot of land entirely filled with golden needle grass. Truong Theet's jaw also dropped in sheer awe. Golden needle grass is a precious treasure of the 5-element sacred temple. Even a highly experienced elder couldn't get their hands on 10 stalks on short notice, yet you managed to grow an entire field. Meanwhile, Lu Ui happily praised him. "Fam bro, you are absolutely amazing." Suddenly, an idea popped into Not Fam's head and he spoke up. "Perfect timing. Ah Ui, it's been a while since I checked your cultivation progress. Throw a punch at me. Let's see what you've got." Hearing this, Tam Vu, thinking the power gap between the two was way too huge, warned him, "Bak Not Fam, have you forgotten that our Ah Ui possesses the Taodi bloodline? Ever since you were sent to Go Sorrow Cliff, he's been cultivating by eating like a maniac. Right now, in the Purple Mansion realm, among everyone at the same level as Ah Ui, absolutely no one is his match. Be careful. Don't let your guard down." But Not Fam just flashed a bright smile. Standing with his hands on his hips, he demanded, "Enough nonsense, just try and hit me." His manly pride provoked, Lu Ui pushed Truong Thiet aside and declared, "Since Fambro said so, you two step back." Seeing this, Truong Thiet had no choice but to agree. "All right, fine." Lu Ui's face then turned dead serious. Clenching his fists, he taunted, "Fambro, you really shouldn't underestimate me." With that said, he took his stance and unleashed his technique, summoning a massive phantom radiating golden energy as he roared, "Towdy giant spirit art!" The colossal phantom then threw a heavy punch, accompanied by Lu Ui's warning, "Watch out, Fambro!" Yet Not Fam simply and effortlessly caught the massive burst of spiritual energy with a single hand, casually remarking, "Ah, Ui, why are you so sluggish today?" Seeing his attack completely locked down by Not Fam, Lu Ui gasped in shock. He blocked it? Not Fam, on the other hand, critiqued him. "Ah, Ui, this intensity is weak. Haven't you eaten yet?" Then, pivoting his ankle 90 degrees, Not Fam mocked, "At this rate, you wouldn't even be able to block a simple strike from me." He immediately launched a counterattack, ready to serve him a brutal beating. Before he even finished speaking, Lu Ui was sent flying backward, crying out in pain. Watching from the sidelines, Tambu commented with her jaw dropped, "Guys, look, inside Bak Not Fam's Dantian." At that moment, an orange spiritual aura radiated around his body, looking as vast as a boundless universe. She muttered in disbelief, That's a sword embryo." Lu Ui, sitting slumped on the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead and groaned, "Don't tell me he actually condensed a sword embryo? Fambro, are you even going to let anyone else live?" Seeing this, not only did Not Fam not hold back, but he also raised his hand, channeling the gold-shattering finger technique to continue the spar, giving a sharp reminder, "Don't lose focus, it's not over yet. Try taking this move of mine." This made Lu Ui break into a heavy sweat. He instantly covered his head and bawled loudly, I surrender, I'm not fighting anymore." Looking at the tiny, deep holes blasted into the ground, Lu Ui went pale. He thought to himself, "Yeah, right, if that hit me, I'd have 5 massive bloody holes in my body." He then dropped to his knees, utterly yielding to Not Fam. I lost! I completely admit defeat, Fambro. As expected of you, your growth speed is just way too freakish." Hearing that, Nat Fam spread his hands open, accepting the praise. All right, stop flattering me or my head's gonna inflate right off my shoulders." He then thought to himself, the true marvel of the sword embryo is that it can continuously convert the body's blood and chi into Genjin sword chi, allowing one to execute sword arts. It only took me 3 days and 3 nights to condense the sword embryo and nurture Genjin sword chi. If senior sister Kwong found out, her jaw would definitely hit the floor. With that, Not Fam happily went back to his farming chores, muttering, "Time to continue refining golden needle grass to strengthen my sword embryo." This made Lu Ui yell out in sheer frustration, "Fambro, could you please stop crushing our self-esteem?" Some time passed. In the massive courtyard of the sect, disciples were bustling back and forth. The moment they saw Not Fam approaching, excited whispers began to spread. "Look, isn't that Bak Not Fam? He murdered Vuong Dang right on the main streets of Black Obsidian City. Yet he only got punished with 3 months of confinement. It's so unfair." Unfair? Who asked him to find the ancient treasure elixir and ruin the Firecloud Demon Marquis' scheme? He made a massive contribution to the sacred ground. Pardoning his crime isn't really that outrageous. Hearing all their juicy gossip, he let out a dramatic sigh and thought, "Well, infamy is still fame. I guess I'm practically a legendary figure in the outer sect now, huh?" Suddenly, someone ran up and called out loudly, making Nat Fam turn his head in surprise. "Junior brother Bak, please wait." The one approaching was none other than the 5th-ranked expert on the power rankings, a peak Purple Mansion Realm cultivator. Tanuyan Bak, carrying his blood saber over his shoulder, greeted him cheerfully. "Long time no see. Glad to see you're still doing well. In this upcoming martial arts tournament with your strength, you can definitely secure a spot in the top 20, right?" These words made Nat Fam very displeased. Pursing his lips, he asked, "Top 20? Senior brother Ta, are you joking with me?" On the other side, Nguyen Bak raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with a hint of condescension as he replied, Everyone clearly saw your actions during the trial at the Myriad Antiquity Demon Pit. Quit being so modest. Then Not Fam smugly corrected him. Senior brother, you must have misunderstood me. Top 20? Who exactly are you looking down on here? This caught Nguyen Bach completely off guard. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached as someone sneered, Tang Nguyen Bach, you're giving this brat way too much credit. Without late-stage Purple Mansion strength, let alone the top 20, even hitting the top 30 is a pipe dream. Trio Du, chewing on a blade of grass with his hands on his hips, mocked him. Just breaking into the Purple Mansion realm and making it onto the power rankings is already good enough for him. Ranks 20 or 30, he's probably daydreaming. As soon as these words dropped, the surrounding disciples gasped in shock. It's Trio Duo, ranked 7th, and Ngomon, ranked 5th. Meanwhile, Nguyen Bosch gritted his teeth in anger and retorted, Trio Duo Ngomon, you can't just say things like that. If Junior Brother Bach hadn't been locked up at Ghost Sorrow Cliff for 3 months, he definitely could have smashed his way into the top 20. Ngomon acted as if she had just heard the joke of the century. Glaring at him, she snapped back. Nguyen Bosch, don't think I don't know what you're doing. You're only speaking up for this brat because you want to get your hands on the mortal shedding pill he has, right? She then shot a vicious look at Not Fam. And that mortal shedding pill is a mid-grade spiritual elixir. If us peak Purple Mansion cultivators take it, we'd have a massive chance of breaking through to the divine ability realm. Trio Du scoffed, chiming in, what a total waste. To think it ended up in the hands of trash with mere yellow-grade aptitude. But Not Fam remained completely unfazed. Reaching his hand into his chest pocket, he casually asked, what's wrong? Senior brother Trio Du, do you want it? He then pulled out a small porcelain bottle, leaving absolutely everyone stunned speechless. It's the Oblivion Pill. Not Fam's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He smirked, ready to wipe the floor with them. I'm nothing special. I just have a deep doting love for my son. If you kneel down, kowtow 10 times, and call me father 10 times, I'll give you this Oblivion Pill. How about it? Hearing this, Trio Du flew into a blinding rage. Clenching his fists, he prepared to strike and roared. Bach Not Fam, do you have a death wish? But Ngomon grabbed his shoulder to hold him back, warning him, Trio Du, this punk is just provoking you. If you make a move now, you'll be disqualified from the tournament. Furious, he shoved her hand away and snapped, Of course I know that. Then, Trio Du pointed a finger straight ahead, his face twisted in a menacing scowl. You little brat, you'd better pray I don't run into you in the arena or I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. I'll be waiting to see you make an absolute fool of yourself. On the other side, Not Fam simply crossed his arms. Standing tall and completely unfazed, he fired right back. A fool of myself? Wouldn't it be far more entertaining if someone with a mere yellow-grade aptitude like me defeated a top 10 disciple? To use a professional term, that's what you call an epic plot twist. With a gaze full of utter contempt, he added, It's exactly the kind of show the crowd loves the most. The moment the words left his mouth, Trio Du's blood boiled. Grinding his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, he hissed. You, Standing to the side, Ngomon crossed her arms and sneered with a frown. Acting so arrogant. Sooner or later, someone is going to beat you to a pulp. Save that arrogance of yours for the arena. This played right into Not Fam's hands. Turning on his heel, he declared, If you want to fight, I, Bach Not Fam, am always ready to accept. Meanwhile, squatting on a tree branch and observing everything below, Teo Thoa mused, What an arrogant little punk. He's not even afraid of those peak Purple Mansion disciples plotting against him in the shadows. Standing right beside her, Lin Ka chimed in, He really is a bit too cocky. Then, with a faint smile and her eyes glued to a certain someone, she added, But I actually kind of like that. Putting on a cheeky, drama-loving expression, Teo Thoa shot her a side-eye and teased, Oh, you like him? Senior sister, don't tell me you've got a thing for that brat. Instantly blushing beet red, Lin Ta grabbed her burning cheeks and defensively shouted, Stop having weird thoughts. I just mean I admire his potential, that's all. But Teo Thoa wasn't about to let it go. Then why is your face so red? At that very moment, a figure rode his flying sword toward the plaza, causing the disciples to gasp in awe and shout, It's Elder Teo Tin. Gazing down at the disciples in the arena, he projected his voice, I am the presiding elder for this grand tournament. The purpose of this outer sect martial arts tournament is to scout out true talent and inspire greatness. Immediately, the entire plaza fell dead silent, hanging on to Tio Tin's every word. I will now read the rules of the tournament. 8,000 disciples will take turns sparring across the 4 martial arenas. Anyone knocked out of the ring is eliminated. This will continue until only 20 fighters remain, who will then draw lots for one-on-one duels. Furthermore, only by experiencing true life and death combat, hovering on the brink of mortality, the disciples listened with rapt attention, realizing that only through such trials could they temper their spirits. Can you see through your fears, achieve true enlightenment, and thereby break through the divine ability realm to forge a solid foundation? Clasping his hands behind his back, Tio Tin radiated the majestic aura of an immortal as he added, "Because of this, injuries are inevitable in this tournament. You may even kill your opponent, provided they haven't surrendered." Conjuring the image of a gorgeous, spiritually infused red robe, he announced that the tournament would heavily reward the top 10. First place, the Water and Fire Spirit artifact. Second place, Tio Tin gestured to a glowing golden manual. Vershaikum, the Spirit Grade Movement Technique, Explosive Blood Fusion. He continued down the list of prizes. Third place, the Spirit Grade Purple Yang Pill. Fourth place. Down below, Not Pham stood with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, listening with deep satisfaction. Not a bad haul at all, he thought. After going through the entire list, Tio Tin's voice boomed across the plaza. The Outer Sect Martial Arts Tournament begins right now. All disciples in the Aperture Opening and Purple Mansion realms, take your places in the arenas. The moment the words left his mouth, every disciple, save for Not Pham, surged toward the fighting rings with roaring battle cries. A split second later, someone lunged into action. Screaming at the lone figure in the center of the ring, "Bach Not Pham, I've been waiting for this. Take my falling leaf palm." However, before he could even touch a single hair on Not Pham's head, he was brutally blasted away, hacking up fluids. Nat Pham scoffed, "Oh, then bring it on." Seeing the guy completely knocked out cold from just one casual kick, Nat Pham scratched his cheek, muttering awkwardly, "Man, you're fragile. I haven't even used any strength yet, and you're already down?" Witnessing this, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, isn't that Bach Not Pham? Let's all gang up and take him out first." A group of disciples standing behind him quickly agreed, "Yeah, let's eliminate him first. Then we can fight among ourselves." Instantly, a massive crowd of fighters swarmed together. In the blink of an eye, they had Not Pham completely surrounded with no way out, openly threatening him. "Bach Not Pham, you're completely boxed in. If you don't want us to beat you half to death, you'd better surrender right now." "That's right. Give up and roll out of the arena while you still can. It'll save you a whole lot of physical pain." Another cut in, "Why are we even wasting breath on him? Let's just knock him right out of the ring and be done with it." Listening to them run their mouths, Not Pham casually dug his pinky into his ear. With a mocking smirk, he drawled, "I think you guys are a little confused." The moment he finished speaking, he launched into a sweeping spin kick, sending the surrounding disciples flying through the air, wailing in pain. Without breaking a sweat, Not Pham crossed his arms, smirking as he mocked them. "It's pretty obvious that you lot are the ones surrounded by me." Seeing the massive cloud of dust rising from the ring, the spectators were absolutely dumbfounded. "Holy crap, look over at Bach Not Pham. He took out more than half of them with just one move. That's nothing. You need to look over at Trio Du." Over on the other side, Trio Du stood completely alone atop a literal mountain of unconscious bodies. He was radiating such a suffocating bloodlust that the audience was paralyzed with shock. Damn, he just wiped out over 100 guys in the blink of an eye, didn't he? Seeing the carnage, one surviving disciple turned and bolted in absolute terror, screaming, "Screw this! I can't believe I got thrown into the same match as a total psychopath. I forfeit." Almost instantly, another voice frantically echoed, I forfeit too." Barely a moment later, the two stood facing each other from across the arena, completely untouched and without a speck of dust on their clothes. Elder Tio Tin's voice rang out, "Bach Not Pham is victorious, advancing to the top 20. Trio Du advances to the top 10. Suddenly, Trio Du pointed his thumb sharply toward the ground, taunting him. "Did you see that? That is exactly how you're going to end up in just a minute." Those words instantly sparked Not Pham's temper, his gaze turning icy. Got a lot to say, don't you? I'd advise you to save your breath, senior brother. Less barking, more biting. Let's see if you can back up that talk when we actually fight. A little while later, the finalists for the next round were officially decided. Placing down a bamboo tube filled with marked wooden slips, Teo Tin announced, "We will now begin drawing lots." Not Pham stared straight ahead, waiting intently for his name to be called. Number 17, Bok Not Pham will be fighting against... On the opposite side, Trio Du stood with an incredibly arrogant swagger. As he heard, Number 18, Trio Du, a cruel thought crossed his mind. "You little brat, you've finally fallen right into my hands." As soon as the matchups were revealed, the disciples erupted into murmurs. Man, how unlucky can Bok Not Pham get? It's only the second round, and he's already up against a top 10 powerhouse. He's totally in for a brutal beating. Hearing this, Lu Ui instantly snapped back. "Brutal beating, my foot! My boy Pham is the undisputed number 1 of the outer sect." Up in the arena, Trio Du drew his weapon, crackling with raw lightning. Laughing maniacally, he mocked, "Bok Not Pham, having to face me in the very second round? I bet you didn't see this coming, did you? Don't worry, since you insulted me earlier, I'll be sure to go especially easy on you." These words annoyed Not Pham immensely. He furrowed his brows and demanded, "What kind of nonsense is that? Are we fighting or not?" Immediately, Trio Du dropped into a one-handed stance, ready to deal a beatdown. "If you're in such a hurry to leave the stage, I'll gladly send you off. Have a taste of my family's heirloom demon-slaying sword." Then he charged forward like a rocket, roaring his technique, shadow-piercing dash. On this side, Not Pham merely raised a single finger, releasing golden spiritual energy as he muttered, "Are all the top-ranking disciples as weak as you?" At the same time, Trio Du took the hit squarely in the chest. Blood slowly seeped out, leaving him in absolute shock. He stared at his own chest with a pale, numb face, secretly panicking as he heard Not Pham call out, "Gold-shattering finger!" "What?" Looking down from the tree, Lin Ka's jaw dropped in astonishment. To think he broke through the defensive spiritual aura surrounding his body with just one strike. He has actually cultivated his entire right hand to absolute perfection. Squatting beside her, Teo Thoa let out a long yawn and wondered, where did he even get that much desolate gold sand? Making Lin Ka confused. "Huh? What is going on here? I'm the one who taught the gold-shattering finger to Bok Not Pham." Then she explained bluntly, cultivating this martial art to absolute perfection requires a massive amount of desolate gold sand, costing an absolute fortune. For a normal person, perfecting even a single finger is incredibly difficult, but Bok Not Pham has perfected his entire right hand. Down in the arena, Not Pham pointed at his opponent, looking down in confusion. Could this guy be some secretly wealthy tycoon? You really care about this sword, don't you? Using his bare hands, Not Pham crushed Trio Du's sword, scoffing disdainfully. "All right then, what a piece of trash." Then, with a gaze full of contempt, he looked down and mocked, "Didn't you say you'd beat me so badly on this arena that my own mother wouldn't recognize me? Is this all the strength you have?" Meanwhile, Trio Du's eyes rolled back, and he screamed with his mouth wide open, "My family's heirloom demon-slaying sword. I'll risk my life to kill you." The moment the words left his mouth, Not Pham blasted a surge of spiritual energy right at his head, shouting, "Risk your life? Let's see if you even have what it takes," causing Trio Du to panic internally. "Wait a minute, who am I?" Then his eyes rolled back as he took a face-twisting punch, wondering to himself, "Where am I?" By the time he took the third hit, Trio Duo had completely lost track of reality. "What am I even doing here?" Stopping the beatdown, Not Pham waved his hand and assessed. To think that senior brother Trio at the peak Purple Mansion realm could endure this much. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, Trio Du was face-planted on the ground, whining miserably, "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" However, Not Pham wasn't ready to let him off just yet. He followed up with a heavy kick that sent Trio Du flying into the sky, knocking him out of the match. "But since you managed to force out my weapon, you should just obediently leave the stage." A moment later, sitting on the ground and clutching his swollen face, Trio Du wailed loudly, "My sword!" The disciples watching the match from outside the arena were utterly stunned and erupted into noisy chatter. Bok Not Pham is absolutely unbelievable. To defeat Trio Du and jump straight from rank 46 to 7th. This is truly rare in history. Suddenly, Teo Tin appeared with a cold demeanor and announced, The winner is Bach Not Pham. As he walked off the stage, he checked on his junior brothers and sisters. How did you all do? Lu Ui replied, I only managed to beat a guy ranked 38th on the power rankings. I'm nowhere near as good as Brother Dich, who directly entered the top 10. Meanwhile, Truong Theet scratched his head, narrowing his eyes as he shared, We stopped at rank 50. Standing nearby, Tam Vu shyly added, This is already our best result ever. Suddenly, seeing a disciple get launched into the sky, Not Pham wondered, Who in the world is that? How tragic. At the same time, all four of them stared blankly at the contestant who had just crashed down right in front of them, looking utterly bewildered. I think that's senior brother Ta. Then Tam Vu leaned down with concern and asked, Senior brother, are you okay? Meanwhile, the crowd of spectators quickly began to gossip. Look at that. Ta Nguyen Bosch actually lost. What? Ta Nguyen Bach is ranked 3rd on the power rankings. How could he possibly lose? Then they looked at the carefree young man holding a paper fan on the stage and gasped. Tu? Te? The one who fought Ta Nguyen Bach was actually the #1 outer sect disciple. Beaten by Tu. Until his whole body was covered in dirt, Nguyen Bach clutched his shoulder, scowled, and yelled, Tu Tha, you've got skills. Just you wait. One day I will definitely surpass you. I'll wash away this humiliation. Hearing that, Tu. The released a heavy aura and replied calmly, the ambitions of a lowly weakling. Meanwhile, Lu Ui felt dizzy, his mouth hanging open in fear as he stammered, Tu Th. He really is. Tu Thi. Didn't they say he was in secluded cultivation and would miss this year's martial arts tournament? He actually showed up. Standing to the side, Not Pham crossed his arms and asked curiously, Is he really that strong? He furiously replied, He has won the Outer Sect martial arts tournament for 4 consecutive years. You tell me if he's strong. Hearing that, Not Pham turned his head toward the stage, assessing the man. It seems he really does have some skills. Suddenly, Tu. They looked down at him and asked, Are you Bach Not Pham? Then, putting up a battle-ready stance, Not Pham asked curiously, Do you have any advice to teach me, senior brother Tu? This caused Tu Thi to frown, shooting him a death glare as he stated, I recently came out of the secret realm and heard about your achievements. Truly outstanding. I hope to have the chance to spar with you. Suddenly, someone carrying a disciple on his shoulder walked over to them, shouting loudly at Tu Thi. His face darkened as he loudly declared, You only have one rival in the outer sect, and that is me, Ha Hao Chan. Then he roared at the crowd, Are the rest of you blind? Everyone, get out of my way. Immediately, someone recognized him, gasping in panic. It's Ha Hao Chan. He's back? There's definitely going to be a great show to watch this time. Tu. The casually snapped his paper fan open and greeted him, Oh, Ha Hao Chan. I heard that after I defeated you last year, you've been constantly training outside, specifically hunting down dangerous wanted criminals to temper yourself. I wonder how much your strength has grown now. On the other side, Ha Hao Chan dropped the person on his shoulder to the ground and replied, Why don't you try me and find out? Seeing this, the disciples grew utterly astonished and curious. Is this a corpse? Catching a clear view of the person's face, they jumped in shock and screamed. I remember now. This is the Iron-Headed Lion, Su Kuang. Ranked 105th on the Holy Temple's wanted list, Ha Hao Chan actually killed the Iron-Headed Lion. Soon after, the others immediately turned to look at him and started gossiping. This guy was a veteran expert at the Peak Purple Mansion realm, with a bounty of up to 20,000 spirit stones. Ha Hao Chan, did you really kill Su Kuang? Hearing that, Ha Hao Chan gritted his teeth, angrily cursing, State the obvious. I chased him for 7 days and 7 nights straight before finally killing him. Hurry up and carry him to the contribution hall, then bring my contribution points back to me. Immediately, a few people swarmed over to carry the corpse away, replying respectfully, Right away, senior brother Ha Hao. Suddenly, Ha Hao Chan waved his hand, manifesting a green energy as he called out, Junior brother, come over here for a second. Then, a man was violently yanked into the air by that energy. Utterly bewildered, he listened as Ha Hao Chan asked, You're the disciple competing in the next match, aren't you? Grabbing the guy's shoulder and radiating killing intent, Ha Hao Chan darkened his face and feigned concern. You must not be feeling too well right now, are you? And upon receiving confirmation, that's right, I'm not feeling well. Senior brother, could you take my place in the match? Then it was settled. On the other side, Xiao Shi frowned, folded his paper fan, and spoke up. Not bad at all, Xiahou Jin. It seems you haven't wasted your time this year. Looks like I won't be bored in the next match. Time flew by. 2 hours later in the arena, a disciple was sent flying out of bounds by Yi Fan. He then politely cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for the match." Seeing Yi Fan casually leave the ring, the audience started buzzing. Is it that guy Bai Yifan again? Him luckily making it into the top 20 was one thing, but now he's defeated so many opponents in a row. He must be in the top 10 by now, right? Watching his match, they speculated that he might even make it to the top 5. As for Yi Fan, upon defeating his next opponent, he teased, "Please don't go easy on me, senior brothers." Outside the arena, Zhang Ti and Xin Yu happily raised their hands to cheer and correct the crowd. Top 5. You're looking down on our brother Fan way too much. After that, Xiao Jing appeared to make an announcement. Next, I will announce. The 3 contestants who made it to the top 3 are Yi Fan listened indifferently as his name was called, Bai Yifan. Then the remaining 2 were exactly as everyone expected. Xiao Jing shouted loudly, "Xiao Shi and Xiahou Zhen!" Meanwhile, hiding in the trees and observing, Xiao Tuo sighed in amazement. To think Bai Yifan actually defeated so many strong disciples on the leaderboard to make the list. Down in the arena, Ho Zhen stood with his hands on his hips, boasting arrogantly. I didn't expect that after being away for a year, such an interesting character would appear in the outer sect. Suddenly, Xiao Jing tossed out 3 pouches of magical treasures and announced that the finals would take place tomorrow. Now we will hold the drawing of lots. One of you 3 will receive a buy and advance directly. Immediately, the top 3 reached out to catch the pouches and replied in unison, "Understood." Holding the token in his hand, Yi Fan secretly wondered, "Fight? I originally planned to save my strength." On the other side, Xiao Shi held up his token and announced, "Looks like I got the buy." As for Ho Zhen, he crushed his token to pieces and gritted his teeth. "Xiao Shi, you just wait. I'll crush this Bai kid in just 3 moves. After that, we'll have a real showdown." Suddenly, something caught his attention, making Hao Zhen turn his head in confusion. Seeing white smoke swirling around him, Hao Zhen was incredibly curious. Behind him, Yi Fan, picking his teeth with a toothpick, narrowed his eyes and mocked, "Senior brother is only at the peak of the Purple Palace realm. You might not even be a match for me." This made Hao Zhen clench his fist so hard that his veins bulged in fury. On the side, Xin Yu asked with concern, "Bai Yifan, are you okay? This Xiahou Zhen is really not someone to mess with. You provoked him before the match. If you're not careful." Hearing this, he reassured her, "It's fine. I know my own limits." Suddenly, Liu Wei narrowed his eyes with a sycophantic smile. How could Brother Fan be scared? "Once the outer sect bets open, I'm going to put my entire fortune on Brother Fan winning." Hearing that, Yi Fan bumped wrists with him and asked happily, "My good brother, you really trust me that much?" Liu Wei generously guaranteed, "Of course, trust in Brother Fan and we'll be eating meat in the future." This made Yi Fan's eyes sparkle with excitement as he said, "No need to wait for the future. Just come to my place tonight. I'll treat you all to a massive feast." Time passed quickly. That night, Hao Zhen walked into a courtyard wondering, "Junior Sister Wang, what's the matter? Calling me over in the middle of the night?" Wang Meng stepped forward to invite him. "Senior brother Xiahou, you're here. Please, sit down." The moment he sat down, he narrowed his eyes and asked directly, "Speak." As she poured tea for Ho Zhen, Wang Meng began, "A pseudo-spiritual art plus 20,000 spirit stones. I want to ask for your help, senior brother, to kill Bai Yifan in tomorrow's match." Hearing that, he turned to her in understanding. "So that's how it is. You want to use me as your blade to kill Bai Yifan and avenge your brother." Wang Meng confirmed. "It seems that even though senior brother is always wandering outside, you haven't forgotten the affairs of the Holy Land, have you?" "That's right. I want to get revenge for my brother, Wang Teng." These words actually improved Hao Zhen's mood. He laughed and replied, "Although spiritual arts are precious, it's not like I haven't obtained any during my years wandering outside. Those things haven't caught my eye at all." Then, taking a sip of tea, his eyes flashing with a dark intent, he continued, "Junior Sister Wang, if you want to make a deal, you need to show a bit more sincerity." Wang Meng conjured a red magical treasure and asked, Then how about this? A ring of divine power that can significantly enhance your vitality. This is a top-tier treasure passed down to me by the master of our courtyard. How about adding this? Holding it in his hand, Hao Zhen squinted as he evaluated it. This ring is a good item, but it's still not enough. Hearing that, Wang Meng rolled her eyes and cursed inwardly, "Damn it! This Xiahou Zhen is really just using the opportunity to rob me blind." Outwardly, she narrowed her eyes and asked with a fake smile, "Then, what do you want?" Suddenly, Hou Zhen scooped Wang Meng into his arms and chuckled wickedly. "To tell you the truth, I started building up my strength 3 months ago just to defeat Xiao Shi. It's been a long time since I've touched a woman, especially a beauty like you, junior sister Wang." This startled Wang Meng, making her panic and curse, "You!" Then, as if accepting her fate to be at his mercy, she broke into a nervous sweat and replied coyly, "As long as senior brother can avenge him, once it's done, I'll let you do whatever you want." Waiting exactly for this, Hao Zhen let out a burst of hearty laughter to seal the deal. Then, using his spiritual energy, he pulled Wang Meng's 2 junior sisters toward him and coaxed, "Little beauties, come here." This terrified the girls, making them want to run away. Seeing this, Wang Meng was stunned, her eyes going wide as she asked, "Wait, what are you doing?" Hao Zhen threw the 2 girls over his shoulder, turned around, and nonchalantly said, "Of course, I'm going to enjoy the little treats my junior sister prepared for me. Consider this an appetizer." As soon as he said that, Sun Xing looked up in terror and screamed, "Senior sister Wang, save me! Please don't!" This made her veins bulge in anger, but Wang Meng just reminded Hao Zhen, "Take it easy. You still have a match tomorrow. Don't let it affect your strength." Hearing that, he smiled so wide his eyes vanished and reassured her, "Don't worry, a mere Bai Yifan isn't even enough to make me break a sweat." The girls were taken away. The 2 terrified girls screamed, "Senior sister, please save us!" The next day, on the martial arts arena, Yi Fan and Hou Zhen stood facing each other, surrounded by a massive crowd of sect disciples who had gathered to watch. Someone asked doubtfully, "Hey, do you guys think Bai Yifan can actually win? Is that even up for debate?" Xiahou Zhen caught the Earth Courtyard's attention 3 years ago. "I heard he cultivates a pseudo-spiritual art and has already reached the minor completion stage." A few others huddled together to gossip. Meanwhile, Bai Yifan only relied on the god-devouring pill to break through so fast. His cultivation foundation isn't stable at all. Xiahou Zhen beating him will be like a father beating his son. "Quick, look, the elder representatives have come out." By this time, the elders were fully assembled, sitting in the stands preparing to observe the semi-final match, listening to someone comment, "The Outer Sect Disciple competition this year is much livelier than in previous years." The one who spoke with a look of anticipation was the elder representing the Wood Courtyard. On the side, the elder representing the Earth Courtyard agreed. "That's a given. I heard there are quite a few outstanding rookies this time." The elder representing the Water Courtyard covered her mouth and bragged, "Let's make one thing clear beforehand. That boy with the special physique is already destined for our water faction. None of you are allowed to fight me for him." However, the representative elder of the metal faction wasn't about to back down. "Junior sister, let's not joke around. The water faction is fine and all, but we still have to respect the disciples' own wishes, shouldn't we?" Tran Long Kiet, the disciplinary elder representing the fire faction, cut in with a deeply displeased expression. "The competition is about to begin. You two need to stop bickering." She then stood up to announce the start of the tournament. "Listen up, everyone. This grand tournament is the largest event the 5-Element Sacred Ground has held in many years. To make things a bit more thrilling, and to really push all of you to your limits, the elders have had a discussion. The rules for the top 3 spots have been changed. In this arena, we only care about victory and defeat, not life and death. You are permitted to use whatever means necessary." Nat Pham listened silently as the crowd buzzed with chatter. "So we can actually fight to the death this year? Now that's thrilling." Meanwhile, Vuong Mong was secretly thrilled. "Bach Nat Pham, this is exactly what I begged for before the tournament. My master changed the rules just for this. Just you wait, you're a dead man." She recalled how she had thrown herself to the ground begging Long Keat earlier. "Master, please, I beg you to help your disciple just this once." Looking at the 2 fighters standing in the arena, a wave of wicked satisfaction washed over her. "You owe the Vuong family, and today, you're going to pay us back in blood." On the other side, Ha Hao Tran radiated killing intent. Relying on the divine ring on his index finger, he smirked, ready to serve up a brutal beatdown. Bok not fam, it's not too late to forfeit. Save yourself the trouble of crying for your mommy later and losing whatever face you have left. Not fam manifested a golden aura and fired back a mocking grin. You should really be saying that to yourself. The moment the words left his mouth, a furious Hao Tran charged forward, roaring, "Take this!" Two surges of spiritual energy, one blue and one gold, clashed violently in the arena, kicking up a massive cloud of dust amidst the gasps of the crowd. Holy crap, that punch was brutal. There's no way that kid Not Fam just got killed like that, right? Look, the smoke is clearing. When they saw a small crater in the middle of the arena, with both fighters completely unharmed, the crowd screamed in shock. What the hell? Nat Fam actually dodged it! Nat Fam chuckled, casually sizing up his opponent. As expected of the number 2 expert on the rankings, you actually have some skills. The audience, however, was focused on something else entirely. What kind of magical artifact is Ha Hao Tran using? That power is insane! Meanwhile, Vuong Mong stood on the sidelines, crossing her arms with a smug grin. That ring is my master's personal artifact. It multiplies a martial artist's strength by 5. Ha Hao Tran was already a monster, but with that artifact boosting him, it'll be a miracle if Not Fam survives. Hao Tran raised an eyebrow, smirking with pure contempt. What's the matter? Still not going to use a weapon? Let's see how long you can last. Hao Tran crouched low, summoning the massive phantom of a tiger as he unleashed his technique, 10 Tiger Strike. This made one of the disciples' jaws drop as they blurted out, "That's the 10 Tiger Strike, the pseudo-spirit-grade technique from the Earth faction." It looks like the rumors about Ha Hao Tran being secretly recruited by the Earth faction were true. Up in the stands, Long Keat lifted her chin with a look of absolute superiority. She noted that the Earth faction's 10 Tiger Strike far surpassed the Bull Demon Strength technique that Not Fam practiced. Once it reaches minor mastery, the user gains the might of the mystic Yellow Spirit Tiger, rivaling the sheer physical force of 80 blood-sweating stallions. With such a terrifying technique, he's probably been leagues ahead of the other Outer Sect disciples for a long time. But down in the arena, Not Fam wasn't the least bit afraid. He just let out a scoff, gathering energy in his hand before roaring, "Gold-shattering claw!" Hao Tran stammered in shock as a flower-like burst of energy completely obliterated his Yellow Spirit Tiger. He's just a brat with a yellow-grade aptitude. How did he shatter my spiritual defense? Hearing this, Not Fam raised his hand, letting his energy swirl around him as he mocked. "Senior brother, you've been running around out here for so long. How are you still this clueless about the real world? Allow me to open your eyes a bit." Using his ethereal steps, Not Fam launched a devastating strike right into Hao Tran's chest, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. Hao Tran inwardly cursed. His footwork is way too fast. I didn't even see him move. A second later, he was sent flying into the air, screaming in agony. Watching from the sidelines, the disciples broke into a cold sweat. Can this Ha Hao Tran guy actually pull this off? To think he's getting completely trashed by a rookie with yellow-grade aptitude. Seriously, it's hard to believe Not Fam can use such bizarre and unpredictable footwork. Suddenly, Hao Tran pulled out a spiritual pill and spat. "I underestimated you. I never thought you could push me this far." Seeing this, Teothoa panicked and cried out, "Oh no, that's a chi-burning pill." Lin Ka was equally worried. I can't believe Ha Hao Tran would stoop this low just to win. Teothoa couldn't help but be suspicious. I've heard that taking that pill burns away half of a person's life force to grant a massive, temporary surge in power. It's been banned by so many sects. How did he even get his hands on one? Down in the arena, Hao Tran flexed his arms, radiating a toxic magenta energy. He ground his teeth, ready to deliver a beatdown. If you don't want your guts spilled all over this floor, you'd better get on your knees and beg right now. However, before he could even make his move, Not Fam flashed right in front of his face, roaring, "Mountain Cleaver!" Hao Tran could only scream in sheer shock. What? At that moment, Hao Tran finally realized how utterly screwed he was. His face went entirely pale as he whimpered, "Oh, crap!" Seeing Not Fam's massive, golden glowing fist crashing down toward his head, he frantically summoned his 10 Tiger Strike to block it, but he was struggling desperately. Watching his own spiritual energy melt away, Hao Tran panicked. I'm done for. That's a spirit-grade martial art. There's no way I can block this kind of power. A split second later, Not Fam smashed down with his giant spirit fist, sending Hao Tran flying like a kite with a snapped string. Seeing Hao Tran sprawled out in the dirt outside the ring, the disciples gasped in shock. Hao Tran couldn't even handle a single strike from Not Fam. Holy shit, how is that even possible? Nat Fam looked down at him with utter disdain. So, whose fist is harder after all? The nosy disciples couldn't help but question the situation. How did this happen? That move Bak Not Fam just used was a high-tier spirit-grade martial art. But aren't spirit-grade techniques only usable by those in the divine ability realm? Bak Not Fam doesn't even have any spiritual energy, so how the hell did he trigger it? Up in the trees, Teo Thoa turned to Lin Ka. Wait a minute. Why have I never seen that technique before? Have you ever seen it, Lin Ka? Lin Ka shook her head. It doesn't look like any martial art from our 5-element sacred ground. At the same time, up on the observation deck, the water faction's representative elder looked at the wood faction's elder in confusion. Senior brother? The old man nodded gravely. Indeed, that is a technique from the true martial sacred ground. Meanwhile, Vuong Meng was absolutely furious, grinding her teeth as she hissed, How can this be happening? Did Hao Tran really just get knocked out? Down in the square, Luo Ui felt the dead silence of the crowd and nervously asked, What's going on? Didn't Brother Pham win? Why hasn't the hosting elder announced his victory yet? Suddenly, Tao Tin stepped into the arena and interrogated him. Bak Not Pham, unless my old eyes deceive me, the technique you just used is a spirit-grade martial art belonging to the true martial sacred ground. The giant spirit fist. You'd better explain yourself. Seeing the deadly serious look on the elder's face, Not Pham straightened his back and met Tao Tin's gaze. Down in the stands, a disciple gasped in disbelief. What? That technique belongs to the true martial sacred ground? Does this kid have a freaking death wish? And the whispers around him quickly confirmed that it was true. That's right, that's a martial art from the true martial sacred land. While the person next to him cupped his fist respectfully and agreed, Elder, this brat is definitely a spy planted by the true martial sacred land. We must investigate him thoroughly. On this side, Not Pham stood facing Tao Tin and explained, Elder, please allow me to explain what happened before the Demon Abyss trial. Vuong Bang and Cao Dong colluded with Hua Thuan to frame me, causing me to fall into the deep abyss. Then, recalling the time he saw a man fighting a monster in the secret realm, he recounted, besides discovering the profound heaven-blazing sun, I also happened to stumble upon an Asura fighting fiercely with a yellow-robed inner disciple of the true martial sacred land. After that, Not Pham spun a tale about how he and that person joined forces to attack the monster. My cultivation level was low, so in order for me to help him slay the Asura, that yellow-robed disciple taught me a few moves of his spirit tier technique so I could coordinate with him. Then, imagining the scene of the monster being defeated and the inner disciple falling to the ground, he added, It's just a pity that the Asura's power was too high. The yellow-robed disciple had long been severely injured, and right before taking his last breath, he could only pass on the essence of the giant spirit fist secret technique to me. Tao Tin listened quietly as Not Pham continued, Although I don't have spiritual energy, I was born with strong soul power. After merging it with my vital blood, I could barely activate it. I used all my strength to kill the Asura and narrowly escaped death. Then the elder thought back to 4 months ago during the hunt for the Fire Cloud Demon Macaque in the Eternal Demon Abyss trial, where a yellow-robed inner disciple from the true martial sacred land had indeed gone missing. It seems Bak Not Pham isn't lying. Suddenly, Vuong Meng, standing below the arena, pointed her finger up and stirred the pot. Even if you're innocent, you're a disciple of the 5-element sacred land, so you shouldn't be using a martial art from the true martial sacred land. However, Not Pham just raised a finger and retorted, but before the competition, the elder made it very clear, no matter what methods are used, we only judge by victory or defeat, not by the means. Isn't that right? Getting slapped in the face with his words, she was furious but couldn't do anything, only able to yell, You! Surrounding disciples looked at the two on the arena and gossiped, This kid really has a lot of lucky encounters. How is he so lucky? To think he actually got his hands on a spirit tier martial art from the true martial sacred land. Well, whatever. Luck is also a part of true strength. Yeah, exactly. That's just his personal fortune. A moment later, Tiu Tin spoke up. Since the competition rules are as such, then you are not in the wrong. Yet, Long Kiet was still unwilling to accept it, gritting her teeth and cursing inwardly. That damn brat! How does he get so many lucky encounters? Then Tiu Tin looked straight at him and declared, Bach not fam. The elders have discussed and reached a decision. You are a disciple of our sect, so you should focus more on cultivating our sect's ultimate techniques. You are temporarily permitted to use the giant spirit fist in this competition. But once the match is over, it's best you use it less, especially in the outside world, or else it will easily bring you disaster. Is that clear? Immediately, Not Fam cupped his fists, bowed his head, and answered sincerely, This disciple will obey your teachings. Finally, Tiotin waved his hand and announced, You win. As Bak Not Fam heard that, the audience cheered together so strong. This match was really interesting. Meanwhile, Lu Ui's group excitedly shouted, Brother Fam is so awesome. This is great. However, Vuong Mong glared at Not Fam with even more disdain, cursing inwardly, Damn it, damn it. I can't believe Bak Not Fam managed to learn a spirit tier martial art. It's pure dumb luck, but you won't stay lucky forever. One day I will take your dog life to sacrifice to my brother's spirit in heaven. At the same time, up in the tree, Lin Ka sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Seeing that, Tiu Thoa nudged her with an elbow and teased, Senior sister, were you really that worried? This made Lin Ka shyly change the subject. Just focus on watching the match. Simultaneously, on this side, Tiu Tin looked at the two competitors on the arena and announced, Next, the match for first place begins. Bak Not Fam versus Tiu The. Seeing that Not Fam and Tiu The were ready, Tiu Tin reminded them, This old man has already reinforced this arena with spirit talismans, so you two can freely go all out and use your strongest skills. Hearing him finish, Tiu. They fanned his paper fan and spoke up. Junior Brother Bak, your giant spirit fist is very strong, but you are still no match for me. Hearing that, Not Fam immediately made his move, using the giant spirit fist to strike directly as he declared, Who is stronger and who is weaker, we'll only know after we fight. Tiu The used his paper fan to block the boy's attack, then frowned and evaluated, Spirit tier martial arts are indeed powerful, but they consume a massive amount of energy. According to my guess, you can only throw a few more punches at most. If you don't believe me, right as he continued, then let's wait and see. The paper fan was tossed, spinning in midair. After that, Tiu The raised his hand, summoning green magical energy to attack Not Fam, shouting, Spirit driving art, disperse! Witnessing this scene, the disciples watching the match gasped in shock. What is going on? Isn't Tiu The's weapon a fan? Why did he throw it away? Look closely. This is actually spiritual energy. That guy Tiu The actually broke through to the spirit communication realm. Up in the tree, Tiu Thoa frowned in worry. This is bad. For martial artists, a divine ability realm expert facing a purple mansion realm expert is an absolutely crushing blow. It's definitely not something Bak Not Fam can go up against, unless he still has a trump card. Otherwise, meanwhile, Tiu They materialized a sword, his eyes sharp as a knife as he mocked. Do you see it now? This is the gap between us. Go! Instantly, the sword carrying green spiritual energy shot forward while someone remarked, Sword Control Technique. This is an intersect ultimate skill that only those in the divine ability mystic realm can execute. Below the stage, a disciple pointed up and noted, Look guys, that sword is actually a first-grade magical artifact. Seeing Not Fam being beaten back continuously, that person speculated, It's over. Meanwhile, Lu Ui's jaw dropped in dismay as he anxiously cried out, Brother Fam! However, Not Fam was incredibly calm. He crossed his arms to block the tip of Tiu The's sword and replied to him, Oh, really? Then he raised two fingers, radiating the brilliant orange spiritual energy of fire, and taunted, Senior Brother Tiu, you're not very good at sword control, are you? Before launching his attack, Not Fam thought to himself, I originally wanted to hide my trump card, but now I have no choice but to use it. This is a perfect time to test just how strong my trump card really is. Then he released his spiritual energy, attacking Tiu The as he shouted, Why don't you take a look at mine? Making the other guy flinch in doubt. This is... At the same time, secretly watching the match from the tree, Lin Ka's eyes widened in astonishment. It's the Gangjin sword art. Did he actually manage to master it? I remember I only gave him one insufficient golden needle herb at the start. He fundamentally shouldn't have been able to do it. Down on the arena floor, Tuthi surrounded himself with a green spiritual energy shield and remarked, Junior brother, you really know how to put up a false front. How can such a weak sword aura block my magical artifact? As soon as he finished speaking, the two streams of green and orange spiritual energy clashed and physically impacted each other, while the sneered contemptuously, a mere parlor trick and you dare to show it off in front of me. However, just a second later, his sword was cracked by the orange spiritual energy. Seeing this, the freaked out and screamed, What the? My magical artifact! Then thought, oh no, my artifact is going to shatter. He frowned in anger, refusing to accept his fate as he roared, Impossible! It can't be like this! His spiritual power clearly isn't a match for mine. Then, seeing the orange sword phantom swarming and ganging up on his lone sword, he hastily yelled, Spirit Origin Sword! Return! Holding the sword in his hand, Tuthi rejoiced inwardly, Thank goodness I managed to pull it back. However, his protective barrier had already been shattered. Looking at the cracks on the sword's blade, broke into a sweat, exuding a dark aura as he gritted out, Damn it, I was careless. I didn't expect your technique to be that powerful. On this side, Not Pham hovered in the air, looking down and reminding him, Senior brother Tu, if you still don't go all out, you're really going to lose. Making the guy panic and stammer out loud, What? Could it be that wasn't even your strongest move just now? As for the boy, he clapped his hands together, preparing his next attack to dish out some punishment. Senior brother, the true power of my sword art hasn't been fully unleashed yet. The moment his words faded, a rain of sword phantoms shot out in all directions, heading straight for Tuthi, leaving him stunned as he cried out, What the? The amount of sword aura is several times more than before. The Academy elders dropped their jaws in unison. To think he can control so many swords. This is absolutely terrifying. At the same time, Liu Wei smiled brightly and cheered, Boss fan, you're looking pretty badass right now. Zhang Tai chimed in, more like totally awesome. On the arena, Xiao Shi summoned a giant azure dragon, sheltering himself inside a massive bell as he shouted, Phantom Dragon Sword Art, Dragon Scale Armor, defend me! He thought to himself, even though the spiritual energy on that sword looks weak, all of it is actually concentrated right at the tip of the blade. His ability to control chi is just freakish. On the other side, Ifan formed hand seals and chanted, Gilded Metal Sword Mantra, Sword-Breaking Stance. Immediately, a giant golden sword materialized and shot straight toward Xiao Shi. He roared, Strike! Catching Xiao Shi completely off guard. He panicked, thinking, what the hell? How did he condense all his spiritual energy like that? This spiritual pressure is way too strong. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Shi's protective bell shattered to pieces, sending him flying backward. Seeing this, the audience gasped in shock. No way. Senior brother Xiao actually lost. Ifan, however, remained completely calm as if he had expected this all along. He smiled and said, It's over, senior brother Xiao Shi. Staring at the tip of the blade stopping right in front of his eye, Xiao Shi's pupil shrank. He frantically shouted, Wait! Hold on! Dropping to one knee, he clasped his hands and yelled, I yield! Watching this scene, Xiao Shi broke into a cold sweat and muttered, Am I seeing things? If Bai Ifan hadn't held back just now, Xiao Shi would have gone blind in one eye. Down in the arena, Ifan politely cupped his fist and said, Thank you for the match, senior brother Xiao. Xiao Shi immediately praised him. Junior brother Bai, your reputation is well deserved. There's no need to be humble. Immediately, Liu Wei's group erupted into cheers. He won! Boss Fan won! He's too freaking strong! What an insane match! At the same time, the entire plaza erupted in cheers. The winner is Bai Ifan. He actually won. I knew it. That kid Bai Ifan was definitely hiding his trump cards. To think he actually defeated Xiao Shi and became the #1 outer disciple. Oh my god, the power rankings are going to have to be updated. Meanwhile, the Wood Academy elder stroked his beard in disbelief and commented, No one could have ever predicted that the champion of this martial arts tournament would be a newcomer who joined less than half a year ago. Xiao Shi has held the championship for 4 consecutive terms, but his number 1 spot on the power rankings has finally been snatched away. It seems our 5 Elements Holy Land is about to experience a new storm. Down in the arena, Liu Wei, Zhang Tie, and Xin Yu surrounded Yifan to congratulate him. "Boss fan, you're way too strong," they yelled, making him smile helplessly as he warned them, "Hey, you guys, stop piling up on me." A little while later, the closing ceremony began. Xiao Jing held an item in his hand and addressed the champion. "By Yifan, this water and fire magical artifact is your reward. Take it." Accepting the item, he happily bowed. "Thank you, Elder." His heart bursting with excitement, Yifan thought to himself, "I heard that the top 3 on the power rankings qualified to be recruited by the 5 Elements Academies. These elders are definitely going to fight over taking me in as a disciple. Hell, they might even throw hands over me." However, despite being the champion, he was completely ignored. Instead, the Academy elders swarmed straight toward Xiao Shi to recruit him. "Xiao Shi, let's have a little chat, all right? Now, don't rush him, everyone. Get in line." The Earth Academy elder spoke up first. "Xiao Shi, why don't you join the Earth Academy? Your physique is way too fragile. Coming to my Earth Academy to temper your body will do wonders for your future cultivation." Meanwhile, the Water Academy elder eagerly pitched in. "You should really come to my Water Academy instead. My Water Academy is full of gorgeous women, you know." Meanwhile, the Metal Academy elder tried to pull him in with another angle. "Or Xiao Shi, you're a swordsman, and what my Metal Academy excels at the most is the Tao of the sword." And of course, the Wood Academy elder also jumped into the tug of war. The gates of the Wood Academy are always wide open for you. This overwhelming attention left Xiao Shi completely speechless. Standing off to the side and watching him get showered with offers, Yifan broke into a sweat and grumbled internally. "Hold on a second. Aren't I the champion of this tournament? And why are all the elders fighting over Xiao Shi? Is there something wrong with their brains?" At that moment, Ho Zhen, whose right arm was bandaged up, walked over and sneered. "By Yifan, are you feeling surprised? Let me spell it out for you. The 5 Elements Academies primarily recruit disciples based on their innate potential. Xiao Shi possesses a high-tier mystic-grade potential, while you only have a trashy yellow-grade potential. Your future will never be able to compare to his." Hearing this, Xin Yu quickly walked over to comfort him. "By Yifan, just ignore him. He's only trying to make you angry." But Ho Zhen scoffed sarcastically. "What? I'm just stating the facts." He frowned and coldly explained, "Lucky encounters are finite. A person can't be that lucky forever. But the gap in innate potential is permanent." With eyes full of bitter resentment, Ho Zhen added, "Besides, the only reason your cultivation skyrocketed so fast is because you popped a spirit-devouring pill. With that kind of forced artificial growth, it's no wonder the elders don't give a damn about you." But Yifan simply crossed his arms and flatly denied it. "When did I ever take a spirit-devouring pill?" This made Hao Zhen even more skeptical. He picked his ear dismissively and voiced his suspicions. "Cut the crap. I already asked around. If you didn't take the spirit-devouring pill, how else could your cultivation have surged so incredibly fast?" Eavesdropping on their conversation, the surrounding disciples began to gossip. "So that's it. Bai Yifan's cultivation only spiked because he took a spirit-devouring pill. I knew it. How could a guy with a mere yellow-grade potential make it into the top 3? No wonder the elders don't want to recruit him. If I were an elder, I wouldn't want a disciple who takes reckless shortcuts either." Hearing all these whispers, Yifan kept his arms crossed and let out an amused chuckle. "Ah, so that's how it is." The disciples below were completely baffled by Yifan's reaction and turned to ask each other, "What the hell is wrong with him? Maybe the disappointment completely broke his mind and he's gone crazy. Or maybe the toxicity of the spirit-devouring pill is finally acting up." Meanwhile, Hao Chen's face darkened. He glared in annoyance and snapped, "By Yifan, what the hell are you laughing at?" Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Yifan's side. Yifan pointed at himself, oozing with confident mockery. "I'm laughing at your sheer stupidity. Why don't you open your damn dog eyes, senior brother Hao, and take a good look at what this is?" Down below, the disciples, both fascinated and in utter disbelief, started murmuring all at once. "It's the spirit-devouring pill. You You actually didn't take it? Weren't there rumors that Goddess Zhang gave him 2 different pills? Yeah, he clearly accepted 2 divine pills right before the tournament started. I bet he definitely used something else. Wait, does that mean his performance today was entirely based on his own raw strength? Up in the trees, Xiao Shuo turned to gossip. Senior Ling, the pills you gave him, that brat actually didn't take them. Hearing this, she couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Even I didn't expect the kid to be this formidable. Back on the arena, Ho Zhen gritted his teeth as Yifan relentlessly continued. Just because you have to rely on popping pills to show off and act tough, you think everyone else does the same? Too bad for you. Even without relying on pills, I can still beat you to a pulp. Hearing this, Hao Zhen felt a surge of bitter resentment and spat, "You bastard!" Glaring fiercely, Hao Zhen's mood turned extremely dark as he retorted, "Don't get too cocky. Even if you didn't use any pills, haven't you noticed that not a single academy elder has offered to recruit you?" The moment the words left his mouth, all the elders simultaneously snapped their heads toward them in disbelief. Wait, he didn't use any pills? In the blink of an eye, they completely abandoned their previous target and instantly swarmed toward Yifan, practically begging him. "By Yifan, why don't you consider joining our water academy?" "No way! You're much better off in my Earth Academy." "Back off! Nobody is stealing a talent meant for our Metal Academy." Seeing this dramatic shift, Xin Yu, who was standing right behind Hao Zhen, let out a sarcastic smirk. "Would you look at that? Now tell me, who's the one actually getting ignored by the elders?" Meanwhile, Hao Zhen was so suffocated by fury that he couldn't even force a single word out of his mouth. On this side, Not Pham cupped his hands together, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you for accepting me, elders, but please allow this disciple some time to consider. I haven't decided which pavilion to join just yet. I plan to cultivate a bit more before making my choice." Hearing this, the surrounding disciples broke into a cold sweat, whispering in utter confusion. They couldn't believe he actually turned them down. Meanwhile, Not Pham rested his chin on his hand in silence, looking down in thought. Judging from their recent performance, these elders were all incredibly short-sighted. Even if he became their disciple, he probably wouldn't achieve much. It would be better to just level up his own power first and wait for the right opportunity. Then he stretched and let out a satisfying yawn, making up his mind. Yep, the most important thing right now was to quickly boost his strength. He might as well head to the Eternal Demon Pit. There would be way more monsters to hunt there anyway. Nat Pham then turned to leave, telling Lu Ui's group, "Let's go." This made Lu Ui curious. "Bah, Nat Pham, what are you planning to do next?" And Nat Pham gave a short, simple answer. Cultivate. As soon as he said that, a scream rang out like a pig being slaughtered. "You absolute troublemaker! Could you please stop dragging us down with you?" Time flew by. Standing beneath a massive skyscraper, Nat Pham casually rested his hands behind his head. He figured that once he got back, he would head straight to the Eternal Demon Pit and grind there until the very end. He swore he wouldn't come out of seclusion until he broke through to the Divine Power realm. He looked at the scenery before him with a cheerful smile, thinking to himself, "This is one of the most expensive commercial complexes in Hang City. I definitely need to treat myself to a fancy meal here first." Right as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly called out, "Bach Not Pham, what are you doing here?" This made him glance over with a suspicious, guarded look, muttering to himself, "That voice sounds awfully familiar." Then, seeing a woman walking over arm in arm with her boyfriend, Not Pham was caught off guard. "Chu Tuyet Ki?" Meanwhile, she made a snide remark, "Wow, I never expected to see you here. Everything here is incredibly expensive. Did you just come here to window shop and broaden your horizons?" Hearing this, the man next to her turned and asked, "Is he your friend Tuyet Kai?" Deep down, he felt a sting of jealousy, thinking, "This punk is actually a little more handsome than me." She just pressed herself closer against his arm and replied, "Just a college classmate of mine, Bach Not Pham." Meanwhile, Nahat Pham quietly recalled Chu Tuyet Ki, the girl he used to be madly in love with back in college. His eyes were completely deadpan. He remembered how hard he studied back then. He wouldn't even dare to buy nice food or clothes for himself, spending all his hard-earned savings to buy her gifts, only to be treated as nothing more than a spare tire. He then flashed back to the image of himself carrying a massive pile of bags, trailing behind and listening to the 2 girls chatting in front of him. "He brings you lunch every day and buys you all these gifts. Aren't you even a little bit touched?" Who? You mean Bach not fam? Oh, please. He's just a backup tire I keep around. He's so broke. Does he really think he can be my main guy? Snapping back to the present, Tuyet Kai looked at his cold demeanor and commented, Bach not fam. How did you get so tall? Your physique looks a lot better too. However, Not Fam just turned his back on her and shot back. None of your damn business. This left Tuyet Kai completely dumbfounded. She gasped in shock. You... Her boyfriend grew furious. He raised his hand, intending to grab Not Fam's, and shouted, Watch your filthy mouth! I'm talking to you, you little punk. Stop right there. But before he could even do anything, he ended up face-planting hard on the ground. Writhing in pain, he could only curse under his breath. Damn it! What the hell just happened? Did something push me? Passers-by around them saw the scene and began laughing mockingly. Oh, how embarrassing. Look at him lying flat like that. The floor must be really slippery. This utterly humiliated Tuyet Ki, who cursed him in her head. What a useless piece of trash! Hat Pham turned his head with an extremely annoyed expression and sneered, Good dogs don't block the way. Hearing this, Tuyet Kai helped her boyfriend up and snapped at him, Bach not Pham, whatever bad blood we have is between us. Don't take your anger out on him. We've known each other for so long. Can't we at least just be friends? Friends? His eyes flashed with killer intent as he coldly rejected her. Pass. I have absolutely zero interest in being friends with women like you. This completely infuriated Tuyet Kai's boyfriend. He pointed his finger and yelled, Ah, I get it now. You're that creep who used to harass Tuyet Kai back in college. Let me tell you something, Bach not Pham. I'm the one who forbade Tuyet Kai from associating with poor losers like you. Don't you ever think about harassing her again? These words were like a terribly unfunny joke. Nat Pham crossed his arms, shooting them a sarcastic side-eye. Me? Harass her? That's hilarious. If I were actually serious about finding a girlfriend, she would have to be at least 10 times prettier than her. But Tuyet Kai wasn't going to just take that. She reached up to adjust her hair and scoffed. Bach not Pham, please don't make me laugh. You're just trying to get by on your looks, and you don't even have a real job. What kind of blind girl would ever want to be with you? Meanwhile, the man wrapped his arm around her waist and chimed in. All right, babe. Let's not waste our breath on a pathetic loser like him anymore. It's incredibly hard to get a reservation at this spa. You know, I had to pull a lot of strings just to get us a spot. Suddenly, a young woman walked over, calling out in a sugary sweet voice. Honey! This made Tuyet Kai and her boyfriend turn their heads in sheer confusion. The beautiful and dazzling Kai Lak approached, coaxing him gently. I'm so sorry. Did I keep you waiting too long? Someone nearby questioned in surprise. Wait, isn't that Kai Lak? What is she doing here? The moment she arrived, she drew the eyes of every single passerby. Wow, she's gorgeous. Which wealthy family does that young lady belong to? And she just walked out of the VIP room of this spa. Talk about being loaded. Even Tuyet Kai's boyfriend blushed and remarked, Damn, that girl has an incredible body. This sent Tuyet Kai into a jealous rage. Oh, is she pretty? Tuyet Kai viciously pinched her boyfriend's waist, making him break into a sweat and shriek, Ow, take it easy. That hurts? That hurts? Meanwhile, they watched as Kai Lak wrapped her arms around Not Fam's arm, pulling him along and playfully asking, Have you been waiting long? Let's go grab something to eat. Tuyet Kai grumbled in absolute irritation. This pisses me off so much. I refuse to believe this broke loser actually has that kind of game. I have to get to the bottom of this. But before Not Fam and Kai Lak could even take a few steps, she called out to them. Hold on a second. Hey, pretty girl, are you seriously his girlfriend? This made Kai Lak raise an eyebrow. She turned around, placed her hands on her hips, and replied, I sure am. Why do you ask? Tuyet Kai crossed her arms and sneered. Woman to woman. I just want to warn you, this guy has absolutely nothing going for him except his face. He doesn't even have a job. Hearing this, Kai Lak looked up, tapped her lip thoughtfully, and stated, A job? I own over a dozen companies and several dozen properties right here in Hang City. My monthly rental income alone is several $100,000. Why would he even need to work? Hearing this, Tuyet Kai's eyes rolled back, her jaw hitting the floor in utter disbelief. What, dozens of companies and dozens of properties? Is this woman just talking big? Suddenly, Kai Lak wrapped her arms around Not Fam's neck, leaning in playfully to show him off. And another thing, you said Bach Not Fam has nothing but a pretty face. I completely disagree. A pretty face is a huge asset. Just getting to look at him every day makes me happy, and that's more important than anything else. Seeing this, the male passersby had hearts in their eyes, practically drooling as they muttered, "Man, I'm so jealous. It's all I've..." Then Kai Lak pulled him along by the arm and cooed, "Honey, what do you feel like eating tonight? Chinese, Western, or French? My treat." Tuyet Kai watched them leave, seething with anger. Is this woman actually one of those legendary, hopelessly love-struck fools? Meanwhile, Not Fam turned to her and played along. "Whatever you decide is fine with me." He secretly marveled to himself, who would have thought that this normally ice-cold, untouchable boss lady could actually be this cute when she acts spoiled. The two of them strolled off, leaving the awestruck crowd behind. Tuyet Kai's face darkened, veins popping on her forehead as she hissed, "Damn it! Bok Not Fam, you absolute gigolo, clinging to a woman's coattails. I'm so pissed." As for her boyfriend, he pushed up his glasses, his face flushed with excitement as he sighed. Honestly, being able to live off a woman like that is a talent in itself. Why can't I get an opportunity like that? Hearing this, Tuyet Ki blew her top. Eyes blazing, she grabbed him by the ear and screeched, "What did you just say? I dare you to say that again." Her boyfriend turned pale from the pain and squealed, I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense, I swear." A while later, sitting across the dining table from Kai Lak, Not Fam said, "Thanks for getting me out of that situation earlier." She picked up her wine glass, brushing it off as no big deal. "Don't mention it. Actually, I have something I want to ask you." Not Fam suddenly felt a bit nervous. "Ask me? About what?" Kai Lak immediately cut to the chase, her tone interrogating. "What exactly did you do to my Dung Dung?" Not Fam blurted out, "Did she say something to you?" But in his head, his mind raced back to the text message Dung Dung had sent him. "Bok Not Fam. After last night, I've thought things through. I really, really like you, but I need a little time to process my feelings. Also, please don't tell my sister about what happened last night." Nat Fam felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that ever since that night she hadn't contacted him at all. Suddenly, Kai Lak's gaze turned sharp as a knife as she probed. "She didn't say anything, it's just that lately she's been acting awfully busy. She's taking all sorts of extra classes, acting like she's throwing herself into some big goal. So I figured it had to be related to you." She then recalled the moment she had opened the door to her sister's room, only to hear Dung Dung sleep-talking while slumped over her desk. "Bok Not Fam. Just wait until I become a better version of myself. Then I'll come find you." Hearing this, Not Fam slowly lifted his wine glass and took a highly tactical sip. Playing dumb was the only option. I didn't do anything to her at all. In his mind, though, he was frantically calculating. It seems Zhuang Dung Dung still hasn't figured out how to explain things to her sister yet. Seeing his reaction, Kai Lak's expression darkened. She traced her finger along the rim of her wine glass and said, "Honestly, her becoming more disciplined and focused is a good thing. It's certainly better than getting tricked by some sketchy guy out there. To tell you the truth, my sister has never had a shortage of admirers growing up. She's my one and only precious baby sister. If anyone wants to become my brother-in-law, they'd better be prepared for a thorough background check." Nat Fam broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly chimed in, Yeah, absolutely. She's the heiress to the Zhuang Corporation after all. How could any ordinary guy ever be worthy?" Kai Lak chuckled softly. "That's one way to put it." Suddenly, she propped her chin on one hand, holding her glass with the other, and said in a teasing, relaxed tone, "I actually think you're quite a catch." Not Fam stammered, flustered, Oh, really?" But internally, he was screaming in sheer panic. "Lady, you're setting a trap for me right now, aren't you?" After a moment, Kai Lak adjusted her glasses, a profound hidden meaning in her words as she hinted, "However, the Zhuang family doesn't just have one heiress." This statement made Not Fam blink in confusion, blurting out, "Huh?" He thought to himself, what the heck is that supposed to mean? Why does that sound so weird? However, before he could figure out her true intentions, Kai Lak stood up and said, "Well, it looks like we're done eating, right? Let's get going." Seeing this, all he could do was nod in agreement. "Sure, let's go." On the way out to the parking lot, Kai Lak offered, "Let me give you a ride home," but Not Fam politely declined. Oh, that's not necessary. I've got my... But before he could even finish his sentence, a loud scream cut him off. How could you be so stupid? It's a massive car. How did you not see it? Great, just great. You went and scratched someone's car. Let's see how you're going to fix this mess. Nhat Pham and Kai Lak both startled, turning toward the commotion. Kai Lak frowned. That voice, isn't that the couple from earlier? Over by the cars, Tuyet Kai was throwing a massive fit, screaming, "If you hadn't kept nagging and yapping in my ear, this wouldn't have happened." How else was I supposed to avoid scratching their car? But her boyfriend immediately fired back. You're the one who absolutely insisted on driving. Your driving skills are garbage, and now you're blaming me? Hearing this, Tuyet Kai immediately shifted the blame again. It's obviously your fault. You kept whining beside me and completely broke my concentration. Watching this entire circus, Kai Lak let out an amused sigh. Talk about enemies crossing paths on a narrow road. She crossed her arms and called out casually, "Excuse me, what exactly are you two doing to my car?" Tuyet Kai's boyfriend visibly trembled as he stammered, "Beautiful lady, is this your car? I'm so sorry. We weren't paying attention and accidentally scratched it. I'm truly, truly sorry." Tuyet Kai furrowed her brows, cursing internally. Damn it. Why did it have to be them? Not Pham, who had been completely silent until now, crossed his arms and sighed. Well, I certainly didn't expect to run into you guys again so soon. Seeing the two of them, Tuyet Kai's boyfriend rubbed his hands together, sweating profusely as he begged, "Gorgeous, I am so sorry about this." Seeing him cower like that, Tuyet Kai furiously snapped, "Why are you acting so pathetic? It's not like we're trying to run away from the bill. We'll just file an insurance claim and compensate her. Simple as that." But her boyfriend's face grew dark as he hissed back, "Easy for you to say. Do you have any idea what kind of luxury car this is? Do you have any idea how much you'll have to pay in damages? Compared to this beast, my Tesla Model 3 is barely enough to cover the luxury tax." Standing to the side, Chilo held up a single finger, casually dropping the bomb that, given the extent of the damage, it would cost roughly 100,000 to fix. That number struck Zoe like a bolt of lightning, leaving her stuttering in absolute terror. "What? 100,000? Suddenly, Chilo leaned close to Yifan's ear, whispering to ask if he wanted to vent his frustration. Hearing him ask what she wanted to do, Chilo adjusted her glasses, her eyes turning ice cold as she declared, "Tell you what, money means absolutely nothing to me. If this girl bows her head, apologizes to us, and says I was wrong 3 times, I might just consider letting you off the hook. How about it?" The boyfriend immediately jumped at the offer. "Really? We're so sorry. We sincerely apologize. Hurry up, Shuichi. Apologize to them right now." But she just rolled her eyes, angrily pinching his ear and snapping, "If you want to apologize so badly, do it yourself. Why the hell should I apologize to them?" Furious, the boyfriend swatted her hand away and scolded her. "Are you out of your damn mind? Just one simple apology will save us 100,000. If you won't apologize, then you can pay for the damages yourself. I wasn't the one who crashed it anyway." Hearing this, Zhuiqi threw a fit, scowling and shouting at the top of her lungs. "Lin Junlei, are you even a man? How can you be so utterly irresponsible?" Watching their little drama, Chilo impatiently cut in. "Well, have you made up your mind?" Suddenly feeling a chill run down her spine, Zhuiqi shrank back and mumbled timidly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." But Chilo simply held up her phone, threatening, "Since you're so reluctant, it looks like we'll just have to follow standard procedure and let the traffic cops handle this." Terrified, Zhuiqi frantically pleaded, "No, wait, I was wrong. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please don't call the police, okay?" Hearing that, Chilo turned to look at Yifan and asked, "That's more like it. What do you think, honey? Should we let them go?" He narrowed his eyes, pouting his lips in a show of being a magnanimous boss who wouldn't stoop to their level, and waved his hand in agreement. "All right, since my girlfriend is generous enough to let this slide, you guys better get out of here." Watching them act all lovey-dovey, Zhuiqi grew green with envy and muttered under her breath, "She's just a sugar mommy with a fancy luxury car. What are you acting so smug for? It's not even your car." However, there was no way those words could escape Chiluo's radar. She shot her a sharp glare and asked, "What did you just say?" Zhuiqi turned pale, clearly scared but still acting tough. "So what? Was anything I said a lie?" Junlei hastily intervened, trying to smooth things over. She didn't mean anything by it. Please, be the bigger person and don't stoop to her level. Just ignore her. But Chiluo had already picked up her phone and made a call. Hello, Secretary Zhang? It's me. My car got scratched, and it completely ruined my mood. Come over here and drive it back. While you're at it, pick out a few of the more ordinary cars from my garage and bring them here. Standing nearby, Yi Fan listened to Chiluo's instructions. Hearing her emphasize, listen closely, they must be ordinary cars, he blanked out, wondering to himself, is the eldest daughter of the Tang family playing some new game? A short while later, 10 minutes to be exact, seeing 3 supercars rolling in line. Yunlei gasped in utter shock. What the hell? These are the most ordinary cars? Over on their side, Secretary Zhang bowed respectfully before Chiluo and reported, President Tang, as per your instructions, we have brought the most ordinary cars from our garage over here. Do you have any further orders? She crossed her arms and praised him. You got here pretty fast. Looking at the car brands, Junlei's jaw dropped, cold sweat dripping down his face as he panicked internally. An Audi S7, a Mercedes-Benz, a BMW M8. That's Davenbach some Maybach S680. How on earth is this ordinary? This lady is the real deal. Chiluo leaned heavily against Yi Fan as if she had no bones, acting all clingy and spoiled. These cars just sit in the garage anyway. They've been sitting there so long they're practically rusting. Honey, if any of these catch your eye today, just pick one. Pick one to drive me home, and it's yours to keep. Her words left him utterly speechless as he thought to himself, are we seriously still keeping up this act? Seeing this, Junlei was practically choking on lemons from jealousy as he eagerly asked, Hey beautiful, would you consider taking on another, honey? With jealousy this sour, who could endure it? Hearing that, Zuiqi turned into an absolute demon, grinding her teeth as she shrieked, Lin Junlei, what the hell did you just say? Do you seriously want to be a sugar baby? But he just shamelessly shot back. Weren't you only with me in the first place because you wanted my money? What's wrong with flipping the genders for a bit? Furious, the two of them turned their backs on each other. Zuiqi snapped, Fine, consider me blind from the start. Let's break up. Seeing this, Junlei unhesitatingly agreed. Break up it is then. I've had enough of your spoiled princess tantrums anyway. I'm done serving you. Catching her completely off guard, Zuiqi pointed her finger and cursed. I, Chu Sheki, must have 8 lifetimes of bad luck to be surrounded by women-leeching gigolos like you guys. On the side, Yi Fan exuded a sharp, intimidating aura as he sneered, Gigolo? Then he pulled out his car keys and clicked a button saying, Babe, we really can't be too humble when we go out. Looking at the car that had just beeped, Shuichi asked in bewilderment, What kind of car is that? He seamlessly finished his sentence. Just to avoid being misunderstood by small-minded snobs. After that, Yi Fan walked over to his brand new ride and said, Babe, get in. Today, I brought my own car. I'll drive you home. Junlei's jaw hit the floor, his eyes wide as saucers as he cried out in shock. A Porsche 918 Spider? And it actually belongs to him? Meanwhile, Zuiqi was tongue-tied, stuttering dumbly. Only Chiluo was left wide-eyed in genuine awe, marveling, not bad at all. Then she instructed the subordinates behind her. Since that's the case, Secretary Zhang, please call someone to drive these cars back. And she heard him reply, Yes, ma'am. As the engine roared to life, Tuyet Kai screamed in sheer disbelief. How is this possible? Didn't you say this car costs over 15 million? Why is he sitting in that car? Not Pham leaned his arm on the window, looking at the two of them with a mocking smirk. Chu Tuyet Ki, didn't you just say I was leeching off women? Well, take a good look. He then shot them a glaring look and added, Obviously, we are a power couple. Hearing that, Tuyet Kai was so furious her blood boiled, opening her mouth to roar his name, Bach not Pham. But he just drove off, leaving them in a cloud of white smoke. Nat Pham waved, Goodbye, see you later. Suddenly, Tuan Loi chased after them like a total creep, shouting, Wait for me. Would you guys mind adding a third wheel to this relationship? I mean, don't be so strict about gender. Meanwhile, in the plaza of the Five Elements Holy Land, Lu Ui's group was trying their best to persuade him. Brother Pham, are you really not going to reconsider? We barely made it back alive from the Eternal Demon Pit. Why on earth would you want to go back there? That's right. Please think this through, brother. Not Pham clenched his fists in sheer determination. Just as you all said, the demon pit is incredibly dangerous, but exactly because of that, it can forge a person and unlock unimaginable potential. It's been a long time since I broke through the divine ability realm, so it's about time I pushed myself to the absolute limit. Beside him, Lu Hui anxiously protested, but only for Tam Vu to cut him off. He's already made up his mind. Let's not try to stop him anymore. Then they heard Not Pham say, while I'm away, I'll have to rely on you guys to take care of the spirit plants in my courtyard. After that, he handed them a black box. He reminded them, also, inside this box are some pills and treasures, all for you. You absolutely cannot let your cultivation fall behind. As Not Pham turned to leave, Truong Thiet waved at him. Don't worry, brother, we'll take good care of everything for you. Meanwhile, Lu Ui wiped his tears, crying out, Brother Pham, I'm going to miss you so much. Nat Pham told them to go back. In 3 months, I will definitely return completely reborn. Time flew by. In Obsidian City, Nat Pham was walking down the street deep in thought. To go down another level in the Eternal Demon Pit, if one isn't a divine ability realm cultivator, they will most likely never return. For now, I'll stop and rest here and prepare thoroughly before setting off. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming, You can't leave! Making him incredibly confused. In the middle of the street, a man was lying in a pool of blood, while a girl wearing a bamboo hat was grabbing someone's arm to stop them from leaving. She cried, You robbed my fire lotus seeds and killed my father, and you think you can just walk away? Tiet Phuong Lam from the Elephant Armor sect forcefully shook her off and sneered, Me taking a liking to these fire lotus seeds was already giving you face. It was your father who didn't know what was good for him, stubbornly refusing to sell. I just gave him a single kick. If you want to blame someone, blame him for overestimating his own strength. Beside him, a disciple chimed in with a shameless, mocking laugh. Spot on! Hearing that, the girl furiously cursed at them. You guys are nothing but a bunch of bandits. Give me back my fire lotus seeds right now. But Phuong Lam lashed out instead, violently pushing her away and roaring, Stop your whining! Get the hell out of my face! The push made the girl stumble back with a startled gasp. As her bamboo hat fell to the ground, he spat out another annoyed insult. You damn peasants really have a death wish! Tai Huan collapsed onto the dirt, clutching her aching arm as she sobbed. You give them back to me! Seeing her face clearly, Phuong Lam let out a sleazy laugh and gasped, Well, I didn't expect you to be such a stunning beauty. This made Tai Huan stammer in absolute terror. Don't come any closer! What do you want? Licking his lips with his disgusting tongue, he replied with a dark, sinister tone, What do I want? You'll find out soon enough. He then ordered the disciples behind him, Hold her down for me. Once I'm completely done, I'll reward you guys with a turn to enjoy. The disciples immediately advanced toward Tai Huan, shouting, Yes, Elder Tiet. And when he saw her screaming for help, Phuong Lam just scoffed in contempt. Go ahead, scream as loud as you want. There's no one around here anyway. Seeing them closing in to grab her, Tai Huan's entire body trembled violently as she cried out, Help! Somebody, please help! But that only made the thugs even more excited as they threatened her. Little lady, just stop resisting. It'll save you a whole lot of pain. With tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, she slowly accepted her grim fate. It's all over. Curling up tightly on the cold ground, Tai Huan's frail body went completely stiff as she weakly demanded, Give my fire lotus seeds back to me. But Phuong Lam only let out a wicked, mocking laugh. Keep screaming! Why did you stop screaming? Watching people struggle in despair is my absolute favorite thing. He then reached a disgusting hand out toward Tai Huan, urging her, If you don't scream, you're going to completely ruin my good mood. Suddenly, a sharp blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a mocking voice. If you love hearing screams so much... As the blade pierced right through Phuong Lam's hand, Not Pham finished his sentence. Why don't you scream your own lungs out? He coldly ignored the man's trembling, agonizing shrieks. My hand! You ruined my hand! Phuong Lam cursed wildly in a blind rage. Which bastard is sticking their nose where it doesn't belong? Are you tired of living? Spit out your name right now! Not Pham stood behind him, crossing his arms with a smirk. I'm your daddy. Catching sight of him, one of the disciples immediately recognized him and reported to Phuong Lam, Elder, it's him. I think that's Bach Not Pham from the 5 Elements Holy Land. Hearing that, Fuang Lam scowled and roared, "Perfect! So it's you! You're the one who bullied my sect's disciples back in Obsidian City that day." Those words made Not Fam furrow his brows in question. The Elephant Armor sect? Is that the sect that's absolute garbage to its very core? Thoroughly annoyed, Not Fam scoffed. "So you're their master. As expected, when the top is rotten, the bottom follows suit." Fuang Lam erupted with energy, a blue flame-like aura surging around his body as he growled, "You little brat, you picked the perfect time. I'm gonna hack you to pieces right here and wash clean the reputation of my Elephant Armor sect." Seeing this, a disciple eagerly kissed up to him. "Our elder just recently broke through to the heaven-reaching realm, straight into the spirit aura stage. This brat is basically throwing himself at the muzzle of a gun. Today, we're definitely going to wipe him off the face of the earth." However, their empty threats didn't stir a single ounce of emotion in Not Fam. He simply called out, "Batu!" Instantly, the demon burst out from Not Fam's body, flapping its wings as it soared up and responded loudly, "Yes, master!" Not Fam coldly ordered, "Kill them." The moment the command dropped, the Elephant Armor sect disciples were beaten into a bloody pulp, every single one of them sent straight to the afterlife. Just seconds later, they crashed to the ground, screaming in utter agony. Seeing this, Fuang Lam's jaw hit the floor, and he blurted out in pure shock, "What the hell? You can actually command the demon race?" Standing right behind Batu, Not Fam gave a cold sneer. "And what if I can?" Fuang Lam immediately turned pale with terror, spinning around to flee as he screamed, "This is bad! This Asura is way too tough! I have to get out of here!" However, Not Fam wasn't going to let him off that easily. He swung his sword, trailed by a crackling red energy. "Where do you think you're going?" The sword's shadow slashed into Fuang Lam's leg, making him howl in agony. Finally tasting real pain, he scrambled to look back at Not Fam and screamed in panic, "Help! Help me! A Five Elements disciple is murdering people in broad daylight." Resting his chin in his hand, Not Fam gave him a perfectly calm look. "My memory isn't the best, but didn't you just say, 'Go ahead and scream your lungs out, there's no one around'?" Slumping to the ground, Fuang Lam shrieked in terror. "I was wrong! Please, let me go! A piece of trash like me isn't worth dirtying your sword." Hearing that, Not Fam sheathed his sword. "You know, you actually make a good point." Then he ordered his demon slave, Batu, to tear the scum limb from limb to use as street fertilizer, listening as it grunted in obedience. Realizing he was out of options, Fuang Lam frantically begged, "What? No, no, please don't!" In the blink of an eye, Nimbaha, the terrifying reflection of Batu loomed in his pupils, followed by Fuang Lam's blood-curdling screams echoing down the street. Meanwhile, Not Fam crouched down to pick up the dropped fire lotus seeds. He then walked over to Tai Hoan, who was curled up on the ground, and asked gently, "Hey miss, are you alright?" Upon getting closer and reaching out to touch her, Not Fam recoiled in shock, realizing she was completely encased in a thick layer of ice. "What the—" A long while later, in a quiet inn, warm sunlight poured in through the windows. Tai Hoan slowly fluttered her eyes open, feeling disoriented. "So warm. It's too warm." With a bead of sweat rolling down her face, she squinted around the room. "Is this an inn? Who brought me here?" Then she realized, "My clothes!" She shot up in bed, crying out in deep shame, "Where are my clothes?" Just then, Not Fam walked in, holding a bowl of medicine out to her. "Oh, you're awake? Perfect timing. Here, eat these fire lotus seeds." Still hugging herself defensively, Tai Hoan screamed in utter embarrassment. Her shriek echoed all the way out into the hallway. A passing waiter chuckled to himself. "Ah, young people these days, so full of fire and passion." Sometime later, Tai Hoan knelt before a simple grave bearing the inscription, "Tomb of the late father, Ngok Am." The tombstone had been erected by his unfilial daughter, Ngoch Tai Hoan. As she scattered paper offerings as she whispered, "Father, your unfilial daughter is safe now. Please, rest in peace." She then turned to Not Fam, her voice filled with gratitude. "Young Master Bach, thank you so much for saving me. You didn't just buy me clothes, you even paid to build my father's grave." Filled with guilt, she moved to kneel before him. "And yet, I repaid your kindness with hostility. I misunderstood. I thought you were trying to take advantage of me. I really have no face left to live in this world." Before she could kneel, he caught her arms and pulled her up gently. "Hey, get up. With a bright red handprint still plastered across his cheek, Not Fam scratched his head and chuckled. It was an emergency. I only resorted to that to save your life. Let bygones be bygones. By the way, do you have any plans for the future? Too ashamed to even lift her head, Tai Hoan replied softly, My father has passed away. I really don't know where else to go. If you don't mind me, young Master Bach, I'm willing to become your servant to repay your kindness. Please, let me follow you. Hearing this, Not Fam's face went blank as he quickly refused. I don't need a servant. Training in the demon pit is incredibly dangerous. I can't drag you along. Hearing his rejection, Tai Hoan slouched in self-blame. You find me a burden, don't you, young master? It makes sense. I was born with this monstrous frost sickness. I'd only ever drag you down. Nat Pham looked at her, clearly confused. Monstrous frost sickness? Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke with anguish. It's an illness I've had since birth. Whenever it acts up, my whole body gets covered in thick frost, turning me into an ice statue. It's agonizing. The only way to soothe the pain is by taking fire element medicine on time. With tears streaming down her face, Tai Hoan wiped the corners of her eyes and continued. My family spent every last penny because of it. My mother worked herself to the bone for my illness and ended up passing away. This time, my father went through so much trouble just to buy me those fire lotus seeds, only for the elephant armor sect to steal them and take his life too. Listening to her tragic story, Not Fam suggested, why don't you try joining a sect? Some sects provide medical herbs and a steady stipend for their disciples. But she hesitated, smiling bitterly. Join a sect? What good would that do? Tai Hoan then revealed a piece of her past. To be completely honest with you, my father once took me to join the 7th grade White Medicine Mountain sect. But because of this strange illness, it flares up every 6 months. The sect didn't want to waste their spirit herbs on an outer disciple like me, so they just left me to fend for myself. With tears rolling down her cheeks, Tai Hoan sobbed. Now that even my father is gone, I really don't know what to do. Her heart-wrenching situation reminded Not Fam of his own past in the modern world. This really reminds me of when my own mother fell critically ill, he thought. I felt just as desperate and hopeless back then. If I hadn't met the Duong sisters back then, I probably would have lost the person dearest to me. Smiling warmly, he asked, Junior Sister Nangach, I have one more question for you. Have you ever undergone an aptitude awakening? Since we crossed paths, he figured, I might as well help her out. Consider it a good deed. Tai Hoan replied shyly, No. Back at White Medicine Mountain, only inner disciples were allowed to awaken their aptitude. Outer disciples like me didn't have the right. Hearing that, Not Fam rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The ancient compendium listed several special cultivation physiques, things like innate divine strength, pure yang spirit body, frost spirit body, thunder spirit body, and so on. When awakening a frost spirit body, the person's entire body gets covered in ice, causing immense pain. That matches her symptoms perfectly, he muttered to himself. If my guess is right, she definitely possesses a holy frost physique. If I can get her into the 5 Elements Holy Land, they could totally cure her problem. With that in mind, he offered, Junior Sister Nangach, last question. Do you want to join the 5 Elements Holy Land? Tai Hoan immediately gasped, her jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. Am I hearing things? Are you talking about the 5 Elements Holy Land? The very place every cultivator dreams of joining? Time flew by, and 7 days later, 2 maids walked into a room carrying trays. Miss, we've arrived. Looking at the blossom on the tray, Tai Hoan asked curiously, What kind of flower is this? One of the maids respectfully brought it over and explained, Lady Ngok, this isn't a flower. This is the medicine used to treat your illness. Young Master Bach instructed us to place it at the head of your bed and to replace it every 7 days so your illness doesn't act up again. The maid then smiled warmly and gossiped, Truth be told, this spirit herb is a treasure worth millions of gold pieces. Your beloved truly cares for you deeply. Blushing fiercely, Tai Hoan quickly waved her hands in denial. No, you're misunderstanding. He isn't my beloved. But inside, she was screaming in shock. This medicine actually costs over 100 million gold? Tai Hoan then recalled Not Fam's earlier advice. Lady Ngach, I could give you a sum of money so you'd never have to worry about food or clothes for the rest of your life. But honestly, that's not a long-term solution. If you truly want to stand on your own 2 feet in this world, you need to learn some skills to protect yourself. Her eyes had widened in awe back then as he gently advised her, "If you aren't strong enough, and you stumble across another elephant armor sect, you'll just be left completely at their mercy." Nat Pham had even offered her an incredible opportunity. "If you agree, just stay in this city for 3 months and wait for me. I'll find a quiet place for you to settle down for now. Once I finish my business, I'll come back and take you to the Five Elements Holy Land." And when he asked if she was willing, Tai Huan had immediately and joyfully agreed. "I will follow whatever arrangements you make, young Master Bach." Tai Huan sat on the bed listening to her maid insist, "Please don't refuse this, my lady. These are incredibly precious medicinal herbs. Just finding one stalk is hard enough. Yet young Master Bach didn't hesitate to leave behind 3 whole stalks. Not only that, he even reminded us not to be stingy with them, saying your health must come first. Honestly, where else could you find such a wonderful man?" The maid then respectfully added, "Young Master Bach has already paid 3 months' rent for this small courtyard. You can rest and recover here with absolute peace of mind. If you need anything at all, just give us the word." Hearing this, Tai Huan furrowed her brow, whispering sadly to herself, "Young Master Bach, I will definitely wait for your return." Meanwhile, in a completely different place, on the 10th floor of the Myriad Antiquity Demon Abyss, Nat Pham knelt on one knee on the ground and commanded, "Ba Do, you came out from the Demon Abyss. Tell me, what is the situation like past the 10th floor?" The demon scratched a few rough lines into the dirt as it reported, "Master, the 1st through the 8th floors are filled with ordinary monsters that just slaughter each other. Most of them are low-level creatures with 0 intelligence." It then pointed to a crude tower it had just drawn. "That Fire Cloud Demon Marquise we attacked earlier, he was the absolute strongest force on the 9th floor. But past the 10th floor, it becomes insanely dangerous. The territories also get drastically larger." Recalling the terrifying crimson energy radiating from the tower, Bado continued, "The demon marquises build fortresses of varying sizes and distribute their demon armies, making them incredibly hard to deal with. Even on the exact same floor, there are different spheres of influence. Given our current situation," it finally gave its assessment. "We can only make it down to the 12th floor at most." This made Nat Pham curious. Why specifically the 12th floor? Bado scratched its chin and answered bluntly, "Because that's my territory. Anything past that, I really can't guarantee our safety." Hearing this, Nat Pham's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment. "Your territory? Why haven't I ever heard of this before?" The demon hurriedly defended itself. "Well, Master never asked, so I didn't say anything." After that, they continued discussing their strategy. Nat Pham demanded, "Bado, exactly how big is your territory on the 12th floor? How many troops do you have, and are there any geniuses worth nurturing? Report everything." The demon immediately obeyed. "Understood, Master," it began, spilling everything without holding back. "My domain is roughly the size of 4 human kingdom counties, with a radius of about 200 miles. It's a vassal demon city under the command of the great Azura, Huyen Da. I have about 400 flying Yaksha demons, and roughly 20 to 30,000 lesser Yaksha soldiers. As for the ordinary demon citizens, they number in the tens of millions." These staggering figures made Nat Pham gasp out loud. "It's that massive?" He calculated in his head. A mile on the Vang Ko continent was roughly equivalent to a kilometer on Earth, 1,000 meters, so a radius of 200 miles was over 120,000 square kilometers, roughly the size of 7 or 8 Hangzhou cities. Thrilled, he inwardly rejoiced, never expecting that subjugating Bas Do would bring such incredible, unexpected benefits. Then he asked, "And what about this great Asura Huyen Da you just mentioned?" Imagining a demon cultivator clad in golden armor and wielding a sharp weapon, Ba Do explained, "Huyen Da was my former master. His demonic power defies the heavens. He once wiped out an entire army of hundreds of divine ability realm cultivators. His Huyen Da fortress is located on the 15th floor, and it is the absolute dominant force down there. Huyen Da commands a terrifyingly powerful army. Besides me, he has 4 other great asuras under his control." The demon didn't hesitate to praise the strengths of the other commanders. "Those 4 great asuras are fiercely loyal to Huyen Da, and they've built their own strongholds across the 11th to the 14th floors. The only reason I was wandering around the 9th floor earlier was to run an errand for him. but I was careless and ran into a formidable human cultivator instead. This information made everything click for Nhat Pham. "Ah, so that's how it is," he murmured. "It seems I've actually stumbled upon a perfect opening." Curiously, Bado asked, "Master, what are your plans next?" With a bright, calculating look on his face, Nhat Pham shared his scheme. "I'm going into seclusion to break through to the divine ability realm. Once I do, we are going to attack Huyenda's fortress on the 15th floor. I'll enslave even more Asuras for my own use. Ideally, we'll conquer the entire 15th floor." These words left Bado absolutely dumbfounded. It screamed, "What? Monopolize the entire 15th floor? Master, do you have any idea just how impossibly massive a single floor of the myriad antiquity demon abyss is? Across all 12 floors we know of, there are an estimated 2,000 demon cities, big and small." Yet Nhat Pham remained perfectly calm, asserting, "I have my own plans, but for this to work, you are the key to the whole operation." He then stood up, looked at his demon slave, and asked, "Bado, if we want to conquer the 12th floor, how much power do you think you'll need?" It immediately replied, "Master, if I can just break through to the 3rd tier of the divine ability realm and advance to a demon general, I wouldn't dare say I could wipe out the entire 12th floor, but I could easily crush several dozen demon cities." However, Bado couldn't hide its worry. "The only problem is, the fastest way for us monsters to level up is by draining blood. Ever since I started following you, Master, I haven't committed any evil deeds. I'm afraid that in the short term..." But this didn't deter Nhat Pham at all. Brimming with confidence, he declared, "Leave that to me. I guarantee that in less than 7 days you will break through to the 3rd tier of the divine ability realm." Sometime later, down on the 12th floor of the myriad antiquity demon abyss, crimson lightning violently struck a blood-red tower. Inside, enslaved demon cultivators hunched over, exhausted from mining ore, while a brutal overseer lashed out at them. "You pathetic demons over there! Hurry it up! Don't make me use the whip on you!" Suddenly, Quina, one of Huyenda's 4 great Asuras, appeared. "Take it easy," he drawled. "Don't beat those animals to death just yet." The overseer jumped in terror. Turning his head fearfully, he stammered, "Please, calm your anger, Lord Quinha. It's just, if they don't speed up, we won't be able to deliver the quota of metal ore that Lord Badu demanded." Another lackey immediately chimed in, sneering, "Why even care about him? Lord Bado has been missing for months. For all we know, he's already dead in a ditch somewhere out there." Putting on a sly, sycophantic face, the lackey suggested, "If you ask me, we'd be much better off offering this entire ore vein to Lord Quinha and letting him lead us instead." However, before he could even finish his sentence, a brutal flash of light slashed right through his chest. Seeing this, the first overseer's eyes rolled back as his jaw dropped in absolute horror. Just like that, the smooth-talking lackey collapsed, dead before he hit the ground. Bado had appeared out of thin air right behind the corpse, roaring in pure fury, "Who gave you the guts to make decisions on my behalf?" The surviving overseer trembled like a leaf, stammering, It's Bado! Lord Badu! Lord Badu has returned!" Quinha glanced over and asked casually, "Well, Bado, to think you actually had the nerve to show your face here again. Lord Huyenda gave you a direct mission. Use the war between humans and demons as a distraction to steal the Firecloud Demon Marquis's demon armor. So why the hell are you back so late? If you ask me, you're plotting something shady, aren't you?" Releasing an oppressive aura, Bado stepped forward and retorted, "It's true that I couldn't bring the demon armor back for Lord Huyenda, but I did manage to capture someone. Someone so important that Lord Huyenda won't punish me at all. In fact, he'll heavily reward me." Bado then broke into an arrogant, gloating grin. "Who knows? He might even strip you of your 11th floor territory and give it to me instead." Hearing this, Quina gritted his teeth, his curiosity piqued. "Who did you catch?" Instantly, Bado yanked forcefully on a heavy iron chain, barking, "Get out here!" A figure draped in a heavy, hooded cloak, their hands bound by the rattling chains, stumbled forward. Bado loudly announced his prize, the Holy Master of the 5 Elements' Holy Land. At those words, Quina jolted in shock, blurting out, "What? Are you telling me you actually captured the Holy Master of the 5 Elements' Holy Land?" Standing next to the cloaked figure, Bado proudly confirmed, "Exactly. I had to fiercely battle him for months on end, but I finally managed to take him down. This is a massive contribution. However, Queen Na's stomach was churning with suspicion. He aggressively denied it. I don't believe for a second that this is the real Holy Master of the Five Elements Holy Land. Suddenly, the thick iron chains binding the cloaked figure's hands violently shattered into dozens of pieces. This scared the living daylights out of Queen Na, his mouth twitching as suspicion turned into panic. At that moment, the cloaked figure finally revealed himself. It was none other than Not Pam. Surging with radiant golden energy, he unleashed the Demon Sealing Edict, launching a devastating attack straight at Queen Na. Seeing the golden tendrils of spiritual energy shooting straight toward him, Queen Na screamed in sheer terror, "Oh, crap!" He immediately shot up into the air, putting a wide distance between himself and Not Fam, before sneering in utter contempt. A pathetic human who hasn't even reached the divine ability realm actually thinks he can carve a slave seal onto me? Ba-do, you traitorous scum! You dared to collude with a human and betray Lord Huyen Da. Before Queen Na could even make his escape, Ba-do materialized right behind him. Unleashing a brutal strike, he mocked, "You are not going anywhere." Panicked, Queen Na's eyes rolled back as he dodged to the side, screaming, "What?" Then, looking into Ba-do's glowing red eyes, he gasped in sheer terror. "Impossible! Since when did you become a great Ajura?" Meanwhile, Not Fam pulled back his hood, radiating immense spiritual energy as he let out a thunderous shout. Over by the demon sealing scroll, a terrified Queen Na roared, "Yaksha army! What the hell are you waiting for? He has colluded with humans and betrayed Lord Huyen Da. If you kill him, Lord Huyen Da will surely reward you handsomely." Reveling in his success, Not Fam cheerfully praised, "You all did exceptionally well." Ba-do dropped to one knee, bowing his head as he reported, "It is all thanks to the abundant beast blood bestowed by you, Master. After we feasted on it day and night, our cultivation levels skyrocketed. Right now, our army boasts over 1,000 flying yakshas." Suddenly, a horde of demons flew in from a distance, charging at Not Fam's back with bloodthirsty roars. Yet, completely unfazed, he casually waved his hand, unleashing a surge of golden spiritual energy as he scoffed, "Perfect timing! Come at me, all of you! It saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one." In an instant, every single one of them was tightly bound by Not Fam's threads of spiritual energy, screaming in agony. Soon after, they all dropped to their knees, kowtowing as they pledged allegiance to their new master. Off to the side, Queen Ha was so horrified that his teeth chattered uncontrollably. What? How is this even possible? To simultaneously plant a soul mark on nearly 100 yakshas like that? Run! I have to get out of here. However, Not Fam slowly turned his head and sneered, "I have already prepared a dog leash just for you. Where exactly do you think you're going?" With those words, he used the demon sealing scroll to hog-tie Queen Na completely, leaving the demon trembling under the agonizing torture. A second later, Queen Na obediently dropped to all fours and swore, "Master, your humble servant, Queen Na awaits your command." Seeing this, Not Fam glanced back and praised, "Ba-do, subduing Queen Na this time was all your doing. You performed excellently." Hearing this, Ba-do recalled how his master had previously set 3 plates on a table, explaining that they contained duck blood, pig blood, and chicken blood, along with some cow blood. "Eat up," he had said. Filled with gratitude, Ba-do mused, "It is all thanks to the high-tier beast blood that Master has bestowed upon me these past few days. That is the only reason my strength has advanced by leaps and bounds." Ba-do then asked about their next move. "Master, the main forces within the Demon Citadel are now completely under our control. What should we do next?" His gaze absolute, Not Fam replied seriously, "Expand our army, of course. We will take all 12 floors into our own hands. Can you do it?" Sometime later, an entire demon army stood surrounding Not Fam, roaring in unison, "We swear absolute loyalty to you until death, Master." Later, on the 13th floor of the Demon Citadel, a tower was smashed to pieces, sending bricks and rubble crashing down with a deafening rumble. The demon cultivator screamed in utter panic, "Run! Get out of here!" Seeing the chaos, 2 spear-wielding soldiers told each other, "We can't hold them off any longer. We have to report this to Great King Kot Diem." "Got it." An unknown amount of time passed before a soldier frantically burst through the grand doors, screaming, "Great King Kot Diem!" He threw himself to the floor, reporting to the figure standing with his back turned high up on the staircase. Great King Kot Diem Bado has committed treason. Our army has suffered catastrophic losses. The casualties are horrendous. Please, Your Majesty, lead us and take command of the battle. Having said that, the soldier felt a massive wave of relief wash over him. He thought to himself that Great King Kot Diem was the absolute strongest warrior under Lord Hyundai. As long as he was here, there was no way they could lose. Suddenly, a golden-shafted weapon with a bat-winged blade came hurtling through the air. It flew straight at the soldier, making him stutter in sheer terror. Great King Kot Diem, why are you doing this? Not Pham, sitting with his legs casually crossed on the master's throne and his chin resting on his hand, spoke up. What a pity. Your unyielding Great King Kot Diem, the one who would supposedly rather die than submit, surrendered to me a long time ago. At the same time, Kot Diem gripped his remaining weapon, gritting his teeth as he stood there in complete, helpless silence. Lying on the ground, gasping for his final breaths, the soldier mumbled in absolute disbelief. How? How is this possible? Great King Kot Diem, our strongest god of war, is being ordered around by a measly human. Just then, Ba Do and Kwai Na flew in to report, Master, the mission you assigned us is complete. Outside the tower, thousands of demon cultivators stood neatly in 4 rows awaiting orders. Ba Do announced, We have successfully conquered the 13th floor of the demon citadel. The battlefield has been entirely cleared.